On the Cangwu Continent atop Tianma Peak, within the main altar of the Tianma sect, an immense hall stretched into the gloom. For colossal pillars pierced straight into the heavens, and the dim surroundings were lit only by scattered ghostly underworld flames. At the very center of the hall, a lone figure sat upright upon a demonic dragon, throne billowing demonic flames surging around his body. His eyes were so deep and unfathomable that anyone who met his gaze would feel as though they were plunging into an endless abyss. Beside him, a thin, gaunt man stood silently, utterly motionless. The man on the throne spoke in a calm, low voice. "Lianqing, has anything significant occurred recently?" Lianqing replied respectfully, reporting to Sect Master the Diyu dynasty and the Dahuang dynasty are still waging war along their border, and the Demon Emperor remains in seclusion with no sign of emerging. The man on the throne asked again, "Have the 5 great sects shown any unusual movements of late?" Lianqing answered, "There have been no major disturbances. Aside from some disciples still roaming the world to slay demons and exterminate evil, there has been little activity of note." "Very well, you may withdraw." The thin man's figure blurred and vanished from the great hall. Left alone upon the demonic dragon throne, the man fell into silent contemplation, a faint bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He had not originally belonged to this world. His name was Zhou Qiong, and in another world he had served as the president of the Huagua National Martial Arts Association. His martial prowess on that planet had already reached an unrivaled peak. Just as he stood on the verge of breaking through to the legendary unprecedented shattering realm, his body suddenly exploded. When he next awakened, he had become the demon sect master who had been in seclusion. It took him an entire month to fully absorb the memories of this body's original owner. By coincidence, this body's surname was also Zhou, and its owner was likewise called Zhou Qiong. He was the son of the former demon sect master Zhou Shintong. When Zhou Qiong was 18, Zhou Shintong died unexpectedly, and the entire demon sect plunged into chaos. It ultimately took Zhou Qiong 2 full years to stabilize the situation and ascend as the new demon sect master. By nature, he was exceedingly proud. In the end, because he had been seriously wounded, he was forced into a year-long seclusion. Driven by impatience to break through, he fell into chi deviation during his retreat and perished. At that very moment, the soul of the other Zhou Qiong traversed over and conveniently inherited this ready-made body. Zhou Qiong examined the wounds of this new body. All 7 meridians and 8 channels were grievously damaged. He could not even draw out 1% of its full strength. In this demon sect headquarters teeming with fiends and villains, his situation could only be described as unimaginably perilous. Fortunately, he possessed the memories of the original owner, or otherwise, he truly might not have survived even 1 episode of this new life. At that moment, a crisp chime sounded in his mind. Ding, villain invincibility system initiating. Binding in progress. Fusing 10, 40, 80, 100. Binding complete. A voice echoed through Zhou Qiong's mind, followed by a stream of information. Character Zhou Qiong. Position Demon Sect Master. Cultivation Martial Emperor severely injured. Arts Tianma Jing Zhangqiong Hand self-created. Mount. Zhou Qiong spent half a day before finally understanding how to operate the system. Its purpose was to nurture a demon whose might would be unmatched under heaven. The villain invincibility system comprised 3 main modules, a lottery system, a mission system, and a shot. The lottery system activated once every week, allowing 1 basic draw. Every 3 basic draws could be exchanged for an intermediate draw, and every 5 intermediate draws could be exchanged for an advanced draw. The mission system would randomly assign various tasks. Completing them would yield certain rewards, while failure carried no punishment whatsoever. Utterly capricious in nature. As for the shop, it had yet to be unlocked. Then the chime sounded again. Ding, as this is the host's first lottery, a bonus advanced draw is awarded. Proceed with the draw. Yes. Before Zhou Qiong's eyes, a large screen suddenly appeared, and a great wheel began to spin rapidly. It was divided into 6 segments labeled respectively Hand of Life and Death, Tianma Body, 10,000-Year Ghost, Brew, Gate of Ghosts, Formation, Swallowing Heaven, Demonic Art, and 1 blank segment. Zhou Qiong's breathing grew hurried. He did not recognize most of the names, but the Swallowing Heaven Demonic Art was clearly the one he knew. That was the cultivation art of the ruthless great Emperor Henrin. Under Zhou Qiong's expectant gaze, the pointer gradually slowed and stopped on Gate of Ghosts Formation. His heart was still somewhat comforted. At least it was better than landing on the blank space. Yet in that instant the pointer twitched again and leapt onto Swallowing Heaven Demonic Art. Congratulations to the host for drawing Swallowing Heaven Demonic Art. This cultivation art comprises 9 layers. Would you like to cultivate it? Yes. Swallowing Heaven demonic art cultivation in progress. First layer completed. Further layers require villain points to be exchanged and cultivated. Feeling the surging increase of power within his body, Zhou Qiong silently calculated. With this, he could at least unleash half of his original strength, which finally granted him some measure of self-preservation in this world. System conduct, the basic draw as well. The Great will spun once more. This time the 6 segments were labeled Demonic Soldier Method, Demon King Method, Mystery Gift Pack, and 3 blank segments. Zhou Qiong did not harbor much expectation. After all, half of the slots were blank, and the odds of drawing something worthwhile were not high. Yet perhaps fortune favored him today. Once again the pointer landed on the Mystery Gift Pack. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Grand Mystery Gift Pack. Contents include Demonic Soldier Method, Demon General Method, Sunflower Demonic Art God Demon, I Great Strength Pill. Zhou Qiong used the system to scan the information on the God Demon I God Demon, I the Eye of an Unknown Ancient God Demon incomplete. Function shatter all illusions. Nurtured Weapon God Demon Ring. Would the host like to install the God Demon Eye? Install. A boundless surge of demonic light erupted between Zhou Qiong's brows, where an eye slowly formed in the center of his forehead. Within its pupil, a black ring rotated slowly. Gradually the eye at his brow faded from view, leaving behind a silver-black lightning-shaped mark etched between his eyebrows. Character Zhou Qiong. Position Demon Sect Master. Cultivation Martial Emperor, half of full strength. Arts Tianma Jing Zhangxiong Hand, self-created first layer of swallowing Heaven Demonic Art God Demon Eye incomplete. He looked at the Great Strength Pill in his hand. This was nothing like the Great Strength Pills of his former world, but a supreme divine medicine. Its effect was that no matter how grievous the injury consuming, it would restore one's full strength. The drawback was that it allowed only 3 moves, after which the body would revert to its severely injured state. Seated upon the demonic dragon throne, Zhou Qiong fell into quiet contemplation, gently tapping the armrest. A figure materialized in the great hall and dropped to one knee before him. Subordinate D pays respect to the Sect Master. Report on the current situation. Reporting to Sect Master, the Azure Dragon Hall Master and Black Tortoise Hall Master are resisting the demon race at the East Sea. The White Tiger Hall Master and Vermilion Bird Hall Master are both in seclusion within the sect. The Grand Elder and Fifth Elder are also in seclusion within the sect, while the remaining Elders and Demon Kings are patrolling outside. DE remained kneeling, but after a long silence from above, he cautiously lifted his head. What met his eyes was the vision of an ancient god demon locked in battle with a colossal dragon, space itself shattering around them. Terrified, he collapsed fully to both knees, trembling. He bowed his head even lower, feeling that the Sect Master's power had become increasingly unfathomable. Pass down my order. 3 days from now court assembly shall be held in the Tianma Hall. Yes. Di's figure slowly faded from the great hall. Zhou Qiong's frown deepened. The current state of the demon sect was far from ideal. Many below still refused to submit to him. Clenching his fist, Zhou Qiong reaffirmed his faith in his own strength. Whether in this life or the last, as long as one's fist was hard enough, all problems could be resolved. For him, the finest path to increasing his strength now lay in the system. Inside the Tianma Hall, small groups of people gathered in 2s and 3s, each shrouded in surging demonic flames and exuding an overbearing aura. Every one of them was a notorious fiend of the Cangwu Continent. The 4 Hall Masters, 12 Demon Kings, and 8 Elders were all present. Even the Great Elder, who had long been in seclusion, had appeared and now sat with eyes closed as though resting. Not a single person on site possessed a cultivation below the Martial King realm. There were many Martial Emperors as well, and the Great Elder's cultivation had even stepped into the Half-Emperor realm. Tiger King, I heard you went to the 10,000 Demons Grotto lately. Did you discover any treasures? Hall Master Wan, how are things on the side of the Demon Beast clans these days? 5th Elder, your cultivation has improved again during this seclusion. Congratulations. What exactly does it mean that the Cult Master has summoned us all here? Ahem. Lianqing, standing beside the demonic dragon throne, cleared his throat lightly, and the hall instantly fell silent. Everyone knew Lianqing was Zhou Qiong's trusted confidant. Since the Cult Master has called us here, he naturally has an important matter to announce. We need only wait. The Great Elder, who had been sitting with eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked toward the demonic dragon throne. A trace of surprise flashed across his gaze before he closed them once more. The others also noticed that a man as unfathomable as the deep sea had appeared upon the demonic dragon throne, his entire being radiating an aura that seemed capable of suppressing all things. Greetings, Cult Master. No response came. Instead, the oppressive aura in the air grew heavier and heavier. Several among the 12 demon kings could no longer endure it and were forced to circulate their cultivation arts at full strength to resist. Just as even the great elder began to feel the pressure, the might abruptly vanished. How are things at the Eastern Sea? 2 people stepped out from the crowd. Reporting to Cult Master, the demon clans of the Eastern Sea have been very quiet of late. They only occasionally intrude upon our cult's territory and have been easily suppressed each time. Zhou Qiong gazed down at the 2 men below, Li Chongxing Hall Master of the Qinglong Hall and Wanli Hall Master of the Xuanwu Hall, both of whom possessed mid-stage martial emperor cultivation. You may withdraw. I heard that lately disciples of the Wanjian sect have been slaying demons and eradicating evil within our central territories. Reporting to Cult Master, investigations show they are merely disciples of the subordinate Yulong Sword sect under Wanjian sect. An intelligence shadow guard responsible for information stepped forward from the rear and reported. Tiger King, Monkey King. 2 men emerged once more from the crowd, one broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, the other with a sharp mouth and monkey-like features. We are here. I order you 2 to go to the Yulong Sword sect and eradicate the sect, slaughtering all. As you command. Suddenly a man stepped out from among the Elders' Council dressed in a cyan robe. Cult Master, this must not be done. Our cult has spent these past 2 years recuperating and building our strength. If we move against the Yulong Sword sect now, it is very likely to draw in Wanjian sect. Monkey King bared his teeth in a mocking grin. 3rd Elder, it seems the older you grow, the more cowardly you become. Our grand demonic cult still fears a mere Wanjian sect. If they dare bristle, this monkey will be the first to wipe them out. Enough. The decisions I make will not be changed. Cult Master, please reconsider. The former Cult Master toiled greatly to amass such a foundation. It must not. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Qiong, seated upon the demonic dragon throne, stretched out his right hand. In an instant, a vast pitch-black celestial palm seized the 3rd Elder. No matter how the 3rd Elder struggled, he could not break free. The 3rd Elder suddenly bit through the tip of his tongue and shouted, "Batian demon body." A radiant glow erupted over his form, yet the enormous hand merely closed slightly, and the light was instantly extinguished. "Great Elder, save me," he cried out in panic. Everything happened so swiftly that by the time everyone reacted, the 3rd Elder was already on the verge of death within that colossal hand. The Great Elder, who had been sitting with eyes closed, opened his eyes once more, an expression of utter disbelief appearing within them. "Cult Master, I ask that you grant him a chance. For the Great Elder Sake, you shall go to the back mountain to face the wall in reflection for 1 year. With a gentle wave of the massive hand, the 3rd Elder vanished in an instant, reappearing at the cliff of reflection behind the mountain. Remember this from now on, the words I speak are not to be contradicted by anyone. The 3rd Elder's sudden open opposition pleased Zhou Qiong greatly. He had originally wanted to find someone to use as a warning example. However, the 12 demon kings had all been promoted by him later on, so he could not use them in this way. As for the remaining 4 hall masters and 8 elders of the council, aside from Li Chongsheng of Qinglong Hall, all were old followers of his father. Their sense of awe toward him was not particularly deep. The 3rd Elder's little episode had come at just the right time. Sure enough, whether members of the Elders' Council or the 4 hall masters all now lowered their heads deeply. One must know that the 3rd Elder possessed mid-stage martial emperor cultivation. Within the entire demonic cult, he ranked among the top few existences, yet Zhou Qiong had subdued him so effortlessly. The 12 demon kings were visibly stirred, their gazes toward Zhou Qiong blazing with fervor. On the fringes of the Tianma cult's territory, inside a Yuelai, 3 to 5 men and women, swords at their waists, sat around a table eating. A young woman in a light green long robe, delicate and refined in appearance, said, "Senior Brother Wu, this time we have come out to subdue demons and eliminate evil. One could say we are enforcing the will of heaven." The slender young man in a white robe beside her picked up the thread. "Of course. The members of the demonic cult are the very root of calamity. Each and every one deserves to be eradicated. Senior Brother Jing, I heard you have been accepted into the Wanjian sect. Is that true?" "Of course. Senior Brother Jing is a once-in-a-century talent of our Yulong Sword sect. At such a young age, he has already cultivated to the peak of martial master and is about to break through to martial marquis. His Yulong sword art has reached minor attainment as well. After entering Wanjian sect, he will surely become a figure of note. But I heard the cult master of the demonic cult reached the martial emperor realm at just 21 years of age." The young man addressed as Senior Brother Jing had been enjoying the praise of his fellow disciples, but had not expected anyone to bring up the demonic cult's cult master. He had wanted to utter a few harsh words, yet did not quite dare. Hurry and eat. We have been out for a month this time. It's about time we returned to the sect for some rest. With a deafening boom, the inn's main doors shattered in an instant. Indeed, it is time to rest. Even King Yama has been missing you. A group of people walked in through the ruined doorway led by two men. One broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, the other with a sharp mouth and monkey-like features. How is this possible? It shouldn't be. The man known as Senior Brother Jing, upon seeing the two, was so terrified that he collapsed onto the floor. He recognized them. Before setting out, he had deliberately studied the portraits of the Tianma cult's high-level figures, planning to be prepared for any eventuality, never imagining he would truly encounter them. He and his companions had merely killed a few minor figures of the demonic cult. How could that possibly have provoked these two great personages? These were none other than the Demon Tiger King and Demon Monkey King, among the 12 demon kings of the cult, both at the peak of martial king. One must know that their Yulong sword sect's strongest sect master was only at high stage martial king. And even he was the only one, and none of the others had even stepped into the martial king realm. For these two to bring men with them would be more than enough to wipe out the entire Yulong sword sect. Why would they come to deal with small fry like them? What he did not realize was that his guess was correct. They had indeed come to annihilate the Yulong sword sect, and killing them was merely a matter of convenience. Senior Brother Jing, what's wrong? Are those men from the demonic cult? Will slay demons and eradicate evil right this instant. The green-robed young woman gazed at Senior Brother Jing with deep admiration. Senior Brother Jing immediately scrambled up from the floor and ran toward the newcomers, dropping to his knees before them. Lord Tiger King, Lord Monkey King, I did not participate in this demon-slaying operation at all. It was entirely their doing. He pointed back over his shoulder at his own fellow disciples. At this moment, the others also sensed that something was wrong and realized they had encountered truly formidable figures of the demonic cult. The tall, thin Senior Brother Wu shouted, Jing Tian, you coward. We praised you for nothing. You're nothing but trash. Demonic cult fiends are to be slain by all. Brothers, let's fight them. The few of them simultaneously seized their swords and formed a simple sword formation. The Tiger King extended his hand and waved lightly, prompting the demonic followers behind him to launch an immediate attack on everyone. It was a devastating assault, and the room was instantly filled with demonic light, with flashes of sword light intermittently shimmering. By the time Jing Tian turned around, the disciples of the Yulong sword sect were already sprawled on the ground, some with their bodies shattered. The sister in green lay on the ground, a long knife piercing through her body, her eyes fixed on Jing Tian, still filled with disbelief. Suddenly Jing Tian saw a headless body kneeling before the Tiger King, and the Monkey King, its clothing looking eerily familiar. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him, and he lost contact with the world. This person might still be of use. Why did you kill him so hastily? The Tiger King mumbled to the Monkey King. This time, the Master has declared an extermination of the sect. There's no time for planning or utilizing him. It won't be difficult for us to flatten a small sect like the Yulong sword sect. Indeed, since the Master entrusted this task to us, it's clear he wants to suppress the Elder's arrogance. We must act swiftly. Located 500 miles away from the demonic sect on Yulong Mountain, the base of the Yulong sword sect housed over 1,000 disciples of the second-tier sword sect. In the training grounds, hundreds were practicing sword techniques in perfect unison, their momentum like a raging tide. In the council hall, the sect leader and several elders were discussing the matters of the year-end competition. Sect leader, our Yulong sword sect has seen an increasing number of disciples over the past 2 years. For this competition, we must offer generous rewards to promote the sect's growth. Other elders echoed his sentiment, and the sect leader Jing Kong nodded in agreement, clad in a long robe with a jade hairpin, his prominent brows giving off the aura of a sword drawn from its sheath. Upon closer inspection, one could see he bore a striking resemblance to Jing Tian. Jing Tian was his nephew. His plan was to send Jing Tian to the Wanjian sect for a few years of training, with the hope that he could eventually take over the Yulong sword sect, leading it to greater strength, and one day becoming one of the 5 great sects. Outside the hall, a figure came rolling and crawling towards the main hall, shouting as he ran. Sect leader, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Silence, what's got you so flustered? Sect leader Jing Tian's jade token has shattered. What? How is that possible? Didn't they only operate on the fringes of the demonic sect? With a loud boom, the entire Yulong mountain began to tremble. Sect leader, it's bad. The demonic sect has sent people to attack the mountain. Instantly, everyone's faces showed expressions of disbelief. After all, the last time the demonic sect formally attacked the righteous sect was 5 years ago. Now, with a new master just established, how could they possibly attack the mountain so soon? The elders quickly exited the hall, and the disciples practicing their swordplay stopped gathering in small groups. Many were new disciples from the past 2 years who were unaware of the demonic sect's terror. Only some of the older disciples turned pale, having experienced the battle between righteousness and evil. As soon as the elders stepped out of the main hall, they saw that Yulong Mountain was surrounded by demonic soldiers. In the sky stood 2 figures, one broad-shouldered like a tiger, the other with a monkey's sharp features, exuding an imposing presence. Sect leader, it's bad. The Tiger King and the Monkey King among the 12 Demon Kings have personally come. Junior brother sent a message to the Wanjian sect immediately stating that the demonic sect is attacking the mountain. Jing Kong gazed into the sky looking at the sea of demonic soldiers, his face filled with righteous indignation. The disciples below, seeing their sect leader appear, also breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder what the Tiger King and the Monkey King are doing here at Yulong Mountain. By the command of the Master, we are here to exterminate the sect. The Tiger King and Monkey King bowed their hands toward the direction of Tianmo Mountain. Are you demons planning to reignite the battle between righteousness and evil? Jing Kong said with a grim expression. What does it matter? My demonic sect has nothing to fear. Let the Monkey King take action. The Tiger King replied with an air of pride. The Monkey King emanated a terrifying aura, his body gradually swelling, and a massive demonic ape's silhouette appeared in the sky, towering like a mountain. Even Yulong Mountain only reached its waist, covered in black fur, as if it had emerged from an abyss. With a mighty roar, the Monkey King shouted, "Demonic ape treads the heavens," and lifted its right foot towards Yulong Mountain. This is bad. Activate the mountain protection formation with full force. Jing Kong shouted urgently from midair, and a golden protective shield suddenly rose above Yulong Mountain. This protective shield was set up by the founding ancestor of the Yulong Sword Sect, and even ordinary martial emperors would find it difficult to break through. The Monkey King's right foot had already struck the protective shield, causing it to shake violently, cracks appearing all over it, and the entirety of Yulong Mountain trembled. Sect leader, the Wanjian sect, has replied stating they have sent people, and told us to hold on for half an hour. Jing Kong looked up at the increasing number of cracks on the protective shield and sighed silently. He wasn't sure they could hold on for half an hour, hoping that their protective shield would hold strong. I say, Monkey, can you do it? If not, I'll take over. The Tiger King mocked gleefully from, I was just testing the waters earlier. The massive demonic ape stood on the protective shield of Yulong Mountain, howling at the sky. Its fists pounded relentlessly against its chest. Demonic ape pummels the heavens, make way for me. 2 massive fists of the demonic ape came crashing down towards Yulong Mountain. This is bad. The protective shield shattered instantly. The entire Yulong Mountain collapsed by more than half in an instant, and countless disciples were killed or injured. All disciples form the sword formation and resist the demons. Jing Kong shouted loudly, Men destroy Yulong Mountain. The Monkey King laughed heartily and struck a palm toward Jing Kong. Evil demon die. Sword commands the flying dragon. Instantly a giant sword appeared in the sky, continuously stabbing towards the demonic ape. The demonic ape kept dodging. Surrounding peaks and rivers were trampled relentlessly. The demonic ape occasionally swatted away the giant sword with its palm, and with each strike Jing Kong spat blood, clearly at a disadvantage. Jing Kong was merely at the high stage of Martial King, while the Monkey King was at the peak of Martial King, far from an ordinary one. Sect leader, we are here to assist you. Several elders, seeing Jing Kong at a disadvantage, rushed to fly on their swords to aid him. Unfortunately, before they could reach Jing Kong, they were swatted away by a tiger paw from the sky. With no choice, the elders could only attack the Tiger King first, hoping their sect leader could hold on. Sword unfolds lotus flower. Evil demon, take your life. Sword commands all things open. Evil demon, take your life. Demon slaying sword, evil demon, take your life. The several elders incessantly attacked the Tiger King, but their realms were simply too different. The elders were all at the Martial Marquis realm, while the Tiger King was at the Martial King peak, the gap between them like a chasm. They could only be swatted away by the Tiger King like a ball. Just as Jing Kong was fully resisting the demonic ape, he suddenly heard several screams. Looking back, his eyes nearly burst from rage. He saw that several elders had already been killed by the Tiger King, their bodies torn into pieces, leaving no complete corpse. The disciples below had also suffered heavy casualties. Dare to distract yourself while fighting me. Die! The demonic ape swung its fist down, smashing the giant sword, sending it flying dozens of meters. It shattered midair. Jing Kong continued to spit blood, kneeling on the ground. Staring at the debris scattered all around, and the fading sounds of battle. Zhou Qiong felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. He knew it was over. The Yulong sword sect was utterly finished. The demon ape in the sky once again stomped down towards Zhou Qiong. He was already too exhausted to resist. Even lifting his head felt like a great effort. Just as the demon ape's foot was half a meter above Zhou Qiong's head, a flying sword larger than the demon ape itself appeared out of nowhere and instantly sent the creature flying. A tall figure appeared in the sky, handsome, with sword-like brows, his eyes flickering with the light of swords. He was Shimendi, the younger brother of the leader of the Wanjian sect. Looking down at the shattered cliffs, Shimendi's brow furrowed tightly. He hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. Despite rushing, he had still arrived late. The Demon Tiger King and Demon Monkey King were also gathered together, their expressions grave, both recognizing each other. Shimendi was quite famous on the continent, having practiced swordsmanship at 8, reached the Martial Master realm at 9, the Martial General realm at 12, the Martial King realm at 18, and the Martial Emperor realm at 25. Now, at the pinnacle of the Martial Emperor realm, he was regarded as one of the most likely candidates to become a martial sovereign. Unfortunately, he had an elder brother, Shimen Tian, who was even stronger than him, also a martial emperor at 25. During the selection of the sect leader, he was defeated by Shimen Tian and did not become the leader. However, to comfort his brother, Shimen Tian specially established the position of vice leader within the sect for Shimendi. We can only give it our all now. The Demon Tiger King and Demon Monkey King exchanged glances and instantly attacked. Demon Ape hammering heaven, rending Tiger sealing claw. Shimendi looked at the two without drawing his sword. He merely waved his sword sheath lightly, and all the attacks before him vanished without a trace. With another wave, the Demon Tiger King and Demon Monkey King were sent flying hundreds of meters, spitting blood. Two peak martial kings, yet they can unleash attacks equivalent to a martial emperor. The demon sect is becoming increasingly troublesome. It seems I need to take decisive action now. Monkey, it seems we are in grave danger this time. What's there to fear? If we die, we die. It's a pity we didn't complete the task assigned by the leader. Shimendi looked at the two, saying, as members of the demon sect, you have committed numerous atrocities. Today I shall slay you both on Yulong Mountain. Do you have any last words? Humph, no need for pretense. If you want to kill us, then do it. Sooner or later, the leader will wipe out your Wanjian sect too. Shimendi coldly stared at the two. One day I will meet your leader. Let's see just how powerful he truly is. He lifted the sword sheath and waved it at the two. At that moment, Shimendi's expression tightened. He swiftly withdrew the sword sheath and drew his long sword, slashing backward. A tremendous force impossible to resist emanated from the blade, causing Shimendi to retreat 5 steps in midair before he could steady himself. He looked at what the sword had just struck, only to find it was a silver needle. A flicker of disbelief crossed Shimendi's eyes. A single silver needle could force him back 5 meters. This person was definitely not simple. A chill ran down Shimendi's spine as he suddenly noticed a slender man in a red robe 10 meters to his left. His hands were delicate like a woman's, and he was holding an embroidered needle. He had been scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, yet he hadn't noticed when the other had appeared beside him. Either the opponent's cultivation was much higher or their speed was extraordinarily fast, too fast for him to react. Either way, it proved that the opponent was a figure on par with him. May I ask who you are and why you ambushed me? I am the Grand Steward of the Demon Sect. The Demon Tiger King and Demon Monkey King suddenly became agitated, instantly bowing to the man in the red robe and exclaiming, "We greet the Grand Steward." Shimendi was taken aback. He recalled a legend. It was said that the former leader of the Demon Sect, Zhou Qiong, found a child on a lotus flower while traveling the world and named him Lianshang. Later, Lianshang grew up alongside Zhou Qiong, but no news had emerged about him, as he was thought to be merely Zhou Qiong's attendant. Until these past 2 years, there was chaos in the Demon Sect, and Zhou Qiong took charge and became the leader. He directly appointed Lianshang as the Grand Steward of the Demon Sect. Although he had little real power, he had become a person of great stature within the sect. You are Lianshang, Shimendi exclaimed in surprise, looking at the man in the red robe. I hear you wish to meet our leader. I shall grant you this opportunity and take you to the Demon Sect's main hall. With a wave of Lianshang's hand, countless silver needles shot towards Shimendi, each needle trailing faint threads. Shimendi unsheathed his long sword, quickly slashing all the silver needles away. The silver needles struck the surrounding peaks, embedding themselves within. Lianshang gently pulled, and several peaks instantly uprooted and crashed towards Shimendi. Sword slashing the world. Shimendi roared loudly, swinging a massive sword towards the surrounding peaks, shattering several of them upon impact. However, he too was knocked back by the recoil and spat blood. Yet he could not afford to heal. He immediately fled the spot. As Shimendi departed, several silver needles shot up from the ground in pursuit. How is this possible? Have you already broken through to the martial sovereign realm? Shimendi stammered. Even the Demon Tiger King and Demon Monkey King looked at the Grand Steward in disbelief. They were aware of certain matters, having always thought the Grand Steward was at the late stage of Martial Emperor, at most at the peak. They believed he could restrain Shimendi, allowing them to complete the leader's orders. But seeing the situation now, Shimendi had no ability to resist against the Grand Steward. He must have truly broken through to the martial sovereign realm. The dead need not know so much. You can ask King Yen when you get there. Countless silver needles shot towards Shimendi, once more their momentum, even more terrifying, a sky full of needles, leaving Shimendi with no place to escape. Ah, all swords return to one. Shimendi shouted again, his long sword transforming into countless swords, forming a sword array that surrounded him. He defended against the silver needles' surprise attack. Within the sword array, Shimendi continuously spat blood, his gaze growing fierce as he quickly struck several large acupoints on his body. Blood began to flow from all 7 orifices, and even his skin started to ooze blood. In a flash, a beam of sword light enveloped Shimendi and vanished into the horizon. The Demon Tiger King and Demon Monkey King immediately attempted to pursue, but were stopped by the Grand Steward's wave of his hand. There's no need to chase him. You two clean up your traces and return to the main hall to report. Yes, they replied. Burning essence blood sword light fleeing. The speed is indeed astonishing, but the drawbacks are too great. It seems I need to study the manual given by the leader thoroughly when I return. He was born a celibate, unable to fully assimilate any cultivation technique he practiced. Yet due to his remarkable talent he could innovate and create, which allowed him to reach the late stage of martial emperor in his 20s. A few days ago, the leader suddenly sought him out and gave him a cultivation manual, the Evil Flower Magic Manual. This manual opened a new door for him, revealing that there were indeed cultivation techniques specifically for celibates. In recent days, he had not left his door, consistently practicing. The more he practiced, the more he felt the power of the manual. At the Wanjian sect, the Grand Elders and the Sect Master were convening in a meeting. Sect Master, why would the demonic cult suddenly attack the Yulong Sword Sect? Are they trying to instigate a war between righteous and demonic forces? Indeed, does that little brat Zhou Qiong really have such audacity? I heard he just emerged from seclusion. Could it be that he has broken through to the intermediate level of Martial Emperor? The Sect Master Shimen waved his hand, saying, "The disciples we sent to gather information have not returned yet. Let's wait for their report." Shimen has already reached Yulong Mountain and should be engaged with the demonic cult by now. The message from Yulong Mountain states that the Demon Tiger King and the Demon Monkey King are leading the charge. Both are among the 12 Demon Kings, their cultivation at the peak of Martial King. Yulong Mountain truly cannot withstand them, but the Vice Master has already gone. He can easily eliminate both of them. Shimen Tian nodded, confident in the strength of his younger brother Shimen Di. Even if he faced several opponents of equal rank, he would remain unscathed. Only Zhou Qiong and the Grand Elder from the demonic cult posed a threat to his brother. Just as the few of them were discussing, a red sword light broke through the protective array of the Wanjian sect, which showed no signs of response. The red light surged into the main hall. Who dares to invade my Wanjian sect? A long-robed elder in green stood up, a long sword appearing in his hand. The red sword light vanished, revealing a figure lying on the floor of the assembly hall, drenched in blood and barely recognizable with tightly knitted brows. It was Shimen Di who had escaped using the sword light. "Vice Master, how could this happen? Who harmed you like this? Was it that little brat Zhou Qiong who struck?" The elder in green hurried over to help Shimen Di, producing healing pills and stuffing them into his mouth. Shimen Di barely opened his eyes, swallowed the healing pills, and with great difficulty said to Shimen Tian, "Elder brother, the chief of the demonic cult Lian Sheng must have broken through to the martial emperor realm." After saying this, Shimen Di fainted. Shimen Tian's face turned pale with rage. "Help the Vice Master to the back hall to rest and fetch a great returning pill from the pill hall for him to take." Yes, Shimen Tian looked towards the direction of the demonic cult and murmured. To force Shimen Di to use sword light to escape, it seems Lian Sheng has indeed broken through to the martial emperor realm. The continent will not remain peaceful any longer. In a magnificent palace to the east of the continent, a robust man clad in a golden dragon robe was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. He exuded an air of nobility. He was the emperor of the Dayu dynasty Yuan Tong. A eunuch stood beside him bowing. Your Majesty, news from the front lines reports that the chief of the demonic cult Lian Shang has seemingly broken through to the martial emperor realm. Yuan Tong, upon hearing this, gently closed the memorial. Has Zhou Qiong emerged from seclusion? He has emerged. I heard he took action to punish the third elder of the demonic cult as soon as he came out, and he is suspected of having also broken through to a higher realm. Yuan Tong frowned tightly. Zhou Qiong is indeed a ancient millennium genius. At just 21 years of age, he has reached the pinnacle of the continent. A few have achieved this throughout history. Lian Shang is still under 30. How can the demonic cult have so many talented individuals? Your Majesty, if you were not so burdened with state affairs day and night, you would have broken through long ago. Issue my decree to mobilize 100,000 troops to guard the borders of the demonic cult. In the western Golden Mountain Temple, a middle-aged monk in white robes was meditating in the temple. Abbot, the chief of the demonic cult Lian Shang has seemingly broken through to the martial emperor realm. Understood, you may leave. On this day, all forces across the continent received the news the demonic cult had annihilated the Yulong Sword Sect, and the chief of the demonic cult was suspected of having broken through to the martial emperor realm, severely injuring Shimin Di. In the main hall of the demonic cult, Zhou Qiong sat on the dragon throne, while Lian Shang stood beside him. Below, the Demon Tiger King and the Demon Monkey King were reporting the events to him. They then exited the grand hall. How long until the breakthrough? Reporting to the sect leader, it will happen in the next couple of days. Go to the storeroom and take a demon yuan pill to consume. Hurry and break through, for there is much to accomplish in the future. Yes, Lian Shang's figure vanished from the grand hall. Zhou Qiong secretly murmured to himself, the Sunflower Demonic Classic is indeed powerful. Lian Shang's speed has increased at least twofold compared to before, and this is without having broken through to the martial emperor realm. If he does, his speed may rival mine. It seems the techniques provided by the system are exceptional. Unfortunately, the flaws are too evident. I cannot cultivate them myself. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission to annihilate a righteous sect. Reward, a technique called Life and Death Hand and a black dragon flying chariot. Reputation points 1,000. Suddenly a fissure opened in the sky above the demonic cult, and a 100-foot-long black dragon flew out, pulling a massive flying chariot that was as large as a small mountain, exuding great majesty and resembling a palace of demonic gods. Who dares to act recklessly before my demonic cult? The Grand Elder, who was in seclusion, suddenly sensed the aura of a martial emperor instantly appearing above the demonic cult. What came into view was a 100-foot-long black dragon emanating the might of a martial emperor. This was a martial emperor-level demonic dragon. However, upon a closer look, the Grand Elder was instantly frightened and exclaimed. He saw that the demonic dragon was actually pulling a flying chariot which was of martial emperor level. It should be noted that only two known beast types have reached the martial emperor level on the entire continent: the Demon Emperor and the Sea King, the latter of which has been in seclusion for over 100 years. This could potentially be the third beast to break through to the martial emperor level, and it is pulling a chariot for someone. Who could command it to pull a chariot? The high-ranking members of the demonic cult were all shocked by the presence of the demonic dragon. The 4 hall masters, 12 demon kings, and several elders were all filled with disbelief. Lian Shang's hands sparkled with silver light. Should the demonic dragon make any move, he would be the first to act. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the Tianma Hall. Do not panic, this is my chariot. Tianyi, go and guide the chariot to the back mountain. Yes. A man dressed in black with a diamond mask responded from a corner, flying towards the demonic dragon's flying chariot, taking the reins to guide it towards the back mountain. The demonic dragon offered no resistance, obediently following him. The various demon kings, hall masters, and elders gradually dispersed, but every face was written with shock. Their sect leader actually had a martial emperor-level demonic dragon pulling a chariot which far exceeded their understanding. Furthermore, the legendary Heavenly, Earthly, Profound, and Yellow 4 divisions, which could only be commanded by the sect leader, remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps they also housed martial emperor-level experts. In fact, Zhou Qiong was also quite shocked. He did not expect the system to be so generous as to provide him with a martial emperor-level demonic dragon to pull a chariot. He had originally been more concerned about that Life and Death Hand. Name: Life and Death Hand, level divine, grade beginner, performance mastery over life and death, capable of fusion. Ding, would you like to fuse? Fuse. Currently fusing with the celestial hand. 1 30 70 100. Fusion successful. Name Celestial Life and Death Hand Level Divine Grade Intermediate Performance can master life and death, control the dual energies of yin and yang. Zhou Qiong checked his attributes. 1,000 years ago, a great war erupted in the Cangwu Continent known as the War of the Gods. After this battle, the entire continent was heavily scarred, and all the martial deities vanished along with the martial arts of their caliber. Since then, no martial deities have been born in the Cangwu Continent, and only 4 supreme martial arts remain, namely the Heavenly Demon Scripture of the Demon Cult, the Sutra of 10,000 Buddhas from the Golden Mountain Temple, the Royal Sutra of the Dayu Dynasty, and the Book of 10,000 Monsters from the Demon King. The ranks of martial arts are classified as Human King, Emperor, and God levels, with each level divided into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. A notification sounded. Ding. System task issued. Defeat the Demon Emperor at the East Sea Coast in 6 months and annihilate the Beast Tide. The reward for success is an advanced protective formation and 200,000 villain points. Zhou Qiong grasped some key phrases: 6 months, East Sea Coast, Beast Tide, advanced protective formation, indicating that a Beast Tide would occur there in 6 months, and the advanced formation likely surpassed even the God level. System, open the shop. Completing the first extermination task has opened the shop. 1,000 villain points cannot improve my Devouring Demon Art, possibly due to its high level. Upgrading to the second tier requires 100,000 villain points, so it's better to use the villain points to exchange for martial arts for my subordinates to cultivate. A panel appeared before Zhou Qiong showing various categories: martial arts zone, divine weapon zone, elixir zone, and miscellaneous zone. Zhou Qiong directly clicked into the martial arts zone, where everything was blurred, likely due to insufficient villain points. By the time he could purchase at 1,000 points, he had already turned many pages. Host, you can directly jump to the desired section. Zhou Qiong twitched his mouth. No worries, I just enjoy flipping through pages. Do you have any recommendations? The Demon Emperor's art is very suitable for cultivation. It is also adaptable and can be modified according to one's own martial arts. The 10,000 Demons art has formidable attack power, far surpassing others of the same rank. The Ghost King art cultivates very quickly, but its attack power is lacking. System, exchange for the Demon Emperor's art. In the end, Zhou Qiong decided to exchange for this martial art, as he already possessed the Demon Soldier art and the Demon King art, forming a systematic set of martial arts that also included the Demon God art. Both the formative and developmental aspects are strong. Exchange successful. Spent 500 villain points, remaining villain points 500. A week later, at the Heavenly Demon Palace, Zhou Qiong reclined on the Demon Dragon chair, with Lian Shang standing beside him, exuding an aura that shot into the clouds, clearly having broken through to the martial emperor realm. Below, the high-ranking members of the demon cult stood. Many occasionally cast glances at Lian Shang. When the news of Lian Shang breaking through to the martial emperor realm spread back to the demon cult, even the members were skeptical. Lian Shang had only recently reached the peak of the martial sovereign level. How could he possibly have advanced so quickly to the martial emperor realm? Yet the reality was right before their eyes. Currently, there are no more than 10 known martial emperors across the entire continent, and now the demon cult has 2. If you include the Demon Lord's Dragon Mount, that makes 3 martial emperors. I sense that the Beast Tide is approaching. You all need to intensify your cultivation. A battle is imminent. He, the Demon Lord, should have struck long ago. Those little monsters from the East Sea have never regarded our demon cult with any respect, said the Demon Tiger King, slapping his head and laughing. He is a warmonger and also Zhou Qiong's trusted aide. All 12 Demon Kings are Zhou Qiong's confidants, having been promoted by him. What do you know? The demon race is numerous. It's not something that can just be fought on a whim, shouted the second elder of the Elder Council, pointing at the Demon Tiger King. I think you're getting old. Don't claim to be from our demon cult when you go out. We can't afford to lose that face, said the Demon Monkey King, also pointing at the second elder. You all never consider anything and don't think at all. Are you implying that the Demon Lord doesn't think? Of course not. I mean, you, the elders and various demon kings, were in a heated argument. They were almost ready to come to blows. Demon Lord I Chun Shu am willing to be the vanguard in the battle against the Demon Emperor, said a scholarly-looking man, as he addressed Zhou Qiong at the head. Demon Lord I Huzi am willing to be the vanguard. Demon Lord I Hozi am willing to be the Demon Lord. The 12 demon kings all volunteered as vanguards. Very well, in 6 months, at the East Sea Coast, I command you to be the vanguard. Seeing Zhou Qiong's decision firm, the Elder Council had nothing more to say. Since Lian Shang's breakthrough a couple of days ago, coupled with the appearance of the demon dragon, Zhou Qiong's prestige in the entire demon cult has become unparalleled. Many who previously supported the Elder Council have now shifted their allegiance to the younger faction led by the 12 demon kings. Even within the Elder Council, the morale is not very stable. Zhou Qiong looked down on these members of the Elder Council. Regardless of their loyalty, their spirit was already lacking. As a notorious demon in the continent, to frequently suggest caution, isn't that madness? Do they think this is a righteous sect? Isn't a demon supposed to be free-spirited? This is the demon soldier art and the demon king art. Distribute them among the members of the demon cult for cultivation to quickly elevate their levels. In the future, these two texts will be the essential martial arts of our demon cult. The crowd below showed no surprise. Although both texts had decent ranks at their level, they were somewhat beneath their notice. However, they were indeed vital for those beneath them. Zhou Qiong then threw out another martial art. This is the Demon Emperor's art meant for your cultivation. What? An Emperor-level martial art? The crowd gasped in shock, knowing there were only 3 Emperor-level martial arts in the entire demon cult, and many were only training in peak king-level martial arts. Outside, only candidates for the sect leader could practice Emperor-level martial arts. This shows how rare Emperor-level martial arts are, as they are essentially the family secrets of various sects. The Grand Elder took the Demon Emperor's art and glanced at it. What? An advanced Emperor-level martial art. He was only training in a mid-level Emperor martial art, and the Demon Lord casually presented one even higher. This Demon Emperor's art is provided to you free of charge for cultivation. All high-ranking members can practice it as a reward for your past contributions to the demon cult. However, to attain higher levels, you will need to exchange for them with other accomplishments. What? Upon hearing that there are even higher-level martial arts, everyone found it hard to believe. This Demon Emperor's art is already an advanced Emperor-level martial art. Could higher ones be God-level martial arts? Could it be the heavenly demon scripture? But that's impossible. Only past sect leaders can practice the heavenly demon scripture. That means the Demon Lord has other God-level martial arts. The Grand Elder looked at Zhou Qiong with gravity. Ever since Zhou Qiong emerged from seclusion, he noticed a significant change in him. Not only did his cultivation visibly improve, he likely broke through to the mid-level martial emperor. He even brought a martial emperor-level demon dragon to pull his carriage. Now he has revealed an emperor-level martial art and possibly has god-level martial arts as well. Even Lian Shang's breakthrough may very well be related to Zhou Qiong. Everyone else step back. Leave only the 12 demon kings. Yes, the crowd responded and exited the grand hall. Inside the hall, only the 12 demon kings remained standing, all trusted confidants promoted by Zhou Qiong over the past 2 years. Among them, the Demon Mouse King and the Demon Bull King have already reached the initial stage of the Martial Emperor realm, while the remaining 10 are all at the pinnacle of the Martial King realm. Even an average Martial Emperor would find it difficult to contend with them. It can be said that the martial power of the upper echelon of the demon sect far surpasses that of other forces. With the Elders' Council and the 4 major Hall Masters plus the 12 Demon Kings, there are 13 Martial Emperors and 10 Peak Martial Kings, not counting the forces from the 4 departments of Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. However, for Zhou Qiong, this is still too low. What he desires is the strength of the demon sect to sweep across the world. There is still a long way to go. You 12 are my trusted subordinates, yet your cultivation is still too low. Yes, we will strive to cultivate diligently and uphold the Master's reputation. With a wave of Zhou Qiong's hand, 12 brocade boxes appeared in the air. These are ascension pills which will assist you in breaking through. 6 months from now, I do not wish to see anyone at the Martial King realm. Understood. The 12 demon kings took the brocade boxes. Although they had never heard of this pill before, since the Master said it could help them break through, it must be a top-tier pill. The ascension pills were precisely exchanged by Zhou Qiong using the remaining 500 villain points. They would quickly aid the 12 demon kings in their breakthroughs. During the next 6 months, Zhou Qiong decided to thoroughly digest his own techniques. The Divine Demon Eye and the Heavenly Devouring Demon Art were the ones he needed to familiarize himself with. At Yulong Mountain, the ground was littered with remnants, desolate with not even a blade of grass. It was hard to believe this had once been the base of the Yulong Sword Sect. In the center stood numerous tombstones with a figure kneeling before one. Master, you and your fellow disciples can rest easy. I will surely avenge the sect, destroy the demon sect, and slay that bastard Zhou Qiong. This was Zhao Li, the junior disciple of the Yulong Sword Sect's headmaster Jing Kong. Dressed in a white shirt with a long sword on his back, he exuded a chilling aura, and within a 2-meter radius there was a palpable pressure. If Jing Kong were still alive, he would certainly notice that Zhao Li, who had been at the Martial Master level just 2 months ago, had now reached the initial stage of the Martial King realm. Zhao Li had originally returned home to visit relatives, but unexpectedly discovered a ring in the corner of his ancestral house containing an old man who guided him in his cultivation. In just 2 months, he broke through to the initial stage of the Martial King realm. Unfortunately, before he could share this good news with his master, the news of the Yulong sword sect's destruction reached him. Zhao Li endured the pain for 2 months before returning to erect a tombstone for his master and senior brothers, knowing he currently lacked the ability to confront the demon sect. Fu Lao, I have made my decision. I will go to the abyss of 10,000 demons. A beam of light flickered gently from the ring on Zhao Li's left hand, and an ancient voice emerged. If you have decided, then go. I will come to your aid if necessary. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 6 months had passed. At the demon sect's headquarters in the Hall of Heavenly Demons, Zhou Qiong sat upon the demon dragon throne, where the upper echelons gathered once again. However, this time the atmosphere was even more grand, especially with the Grand Elder at the forefront of the Elders' Council, dressed in a purple brocade robe, eyes slightly closed. It was evident that he had broken through to the martial emperor realm. Speaking of which, the Grand Elder's experience is quite legendary. He was a brother-in-arms with Zhou Qiong's father Zhou Shentong, competing for the position of sect leader. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Zhou Shentong, and due to excessive dueling with orthodox sects, his foundation was damaged, delaying his breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. If it weren't for Zhou Qiong's sudden emergence and breakthrough to the martial emperor realm after Zhou Shentong's death, the Grand Elder might have become the leader of the demon sect. The remaining 7 elders, aside from the 3rd elder, who was still contemplating in the back mountain, all possessed mid-level martial emperor cultivation, with the 2nd elder even reaching the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. The 4 major hall masters, Li Chongsheng of the Azure Dragon Hall and Wan Li of the Black Tortoise Hall, have both broken through to the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, while Chu Kaishan of the White Tiger Hall and Bing Li of the Vermilion Bird Hall have also reached the late stage of the martial emperor realm. The 12 demon kings made the greatest progress, all breaking through to the martial emperor realm, with the demon mouse king Qin Shu directly advancing to the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, and the demon bull king also reaching the late stage of the martial emperor realm. The other 10 demon kings have also reached the mid-level of the martial emperor realm. Their innate talents were originally among the best, and with the aid of techniques and pills they soared to new heights. Li Chongsheng of the Azure Dragon Hall stepped forward, saying, reporting to the master, according to statistics, our demon sect now has 4 martial emperor level experts, 4 peak martial emperors, 3 latest stage martial emperors, and 15 mid-level martial emperors, with no fewer than 100 martial kings. This is at least 5 times stronger than 6 months ago. Everyone's expressions were filled with excitement. They hadn't paid much attention before, but upon hearing Li Changsheng's report they realized how powerful the demon sect had become. While other sects could barely produce a few martial emperors, the demon sect had directly over 20 martial emperors, with more than 100 martial kings capable of establishing their own sects. Since the founding of the demon sect by the ancestor, the heavenly demon god, it has been over 1,000 years without having 2 martial emperor level experts at the same time, let alone 4 martial emperor level experts. This can already be considered the strongest era of the demon sect since the heavenly demon god. Very well, I have decided to abolish the title of Elders Council and change it to Protectors. What? This cannot be. The Elders Council below immediately fell into chaos. However, due to Zhou Qiong's overwhelming power, recently no one dared to argue. They could only continually signal the Grand Elder with their eyes. The Grand Elder stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Zhou Qiong. As per the Master's command, from today onward the Elders Council will be officially abolished, and there will only be Protectors in the future. The other elders looked at the Grand Elder in disbelief. Even the loyal 12 demon kings of Zhou Qiong were equally astonished. In fact, Zhou Qiong was also quite surprised. He had thought the Grand Elder would refute him, providing him the opportunity to set an example showing that even a martial emperor is not invincible. All right, we will set out for the East Sea in half a day. The Great Protector and the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Halls will stay to guard the headquarters, while the rest will accompany me on the expedition. Understood. In the Grand Elder's chamber, several elders were anxiously discussing something. The Grand Elder sat expressionlessly with his eyes closed in a chair. Only after several elders had stopped did he open his eyes. Grand Elder, do we really have to abolish the Elders' Council? Do you believe there is still a need for the Elders' Council to exist? Why not? Besides me, none of you can even defeat the 12 demon kings who have just risen. How could you still call yourselves the Elders' Council? Having the title of Protector is already quite good. I advise you all to follow the Master on this expedition, and be sure to stay within your roles. Otherwise no one will be able to save you. Grand Elder. The few of them called out again, unwilling. From now on, call me Protector Bai. The Grand Elder waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. For these years I've been called Grand Elder so much that I've almost forgotten my own name. I, Bai Haoyan, will once again make the name of Protector Bai resound throughout the continent. The magic dragon resting on the back mountain suddenly opened its eyes, pulling the flying chariot into the sky. The The 12 demon kings, 2 hall masters, and several guardians also soared into the air heading towards the magic dragon's flying chariot. The flying chariot was as large as a palace with couplets on both sides of the entrance. The left side read holding the sun and moon plucking the stars, while the right side read in this world, there is no one like me. Could be said to be the epitome of arrogance. The members of the magic sect in midair were also astonished, not expecting their leader to possess such an imposing aura, as if holding the sun, moon, and stars in his hands, an invincible presence that commanded admiration. Let's go, a voice came from within the flying chariot. Understood, the members of the magic sect responded in unison. Inside the chariot, Zhou Qiong scanned his surroundings. Character Zhou Qiong. Position leader of the magic sect. Cultivation mid-phase martial emperor. Skills magic divine art celestial life and death hand divine demon eye first layer of devouring sky magic. Mount magic dragon flying chariot. Indeed, in just half a year Zhou Qiong had fully regained his peak strength and even broken through a minor realm. The magic dragon flying chariot soared across the continent, and countless people below knelt down calling out to deities. In Linhai City, due to its proximity to the East Sea and the demon clan, there were many hunters in the city hunting demon beasts for profit. This also served as a form of training, as most of the well-known forces on the continent had branches located in the city. In a tavern, several people were gathered around a table eating, and a man quietly spoke to the others, saying, "Do you all know? A war is about to break out." The others looked skeptical and replied, "What war? This is Linhai City, where all the major forces have branches. Who would dare to fight here?" Seeing their disbelief, the man became anxious, stood up, and slammed the table. "Don't underestimate it. I've received news that the magic sect is already on the way to the East Sea, ready to engage in a decisive battle with the demon clan. Linhai City will definitely be affected." Before the man could continue, he felt someone grab his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a man dressed in a white long gown carrying a long sword with eyes that seemed to contain sword light. "What business do you have, sir? Tell me specifically what you know about the magic sect. I just heard from others that the magic sect has dispatched troops towards the East Sea, and their leader Zhou Qiong is also coming, reportedly sitting in a magic dragon flying chariot." Upon hearing this, the man in the white long gown furrowed his brows and turned to leave. The man took a long time to sit back down. The others looked on with curiosity. "What's going on? Who was that? You look so frightened." "Who? That's Zhao Li." "What? He is the number 1 on the human ranking, the Slayer Sword Zhao Li." The others gasped in shock upon hearing this. The human ranking was established by the righteous sects, gathering all the experts on the continent, excluding the demon clan and the magic sect. The human ranking limits participants to martial kings under 40 years old, with the earth ranking and heaven ranking corresponding to the martial emperor and martial sovereign levels respectively. Half a year ago, a person named Zhao Li suddenly appeared dressed in a white long gown and carrying a long sword, challenging the experts on the human ranking, and in less than half a year, he climbed to the number 1 position. The reason he is called the Slayer Sword is that he never spares anyone from the magic sect. Over time, he earned the title of Slayer Sword. "Not good, not good, the beast tide is attacking the city." A crowd in Linhai City shouted as they ran. Immediately, everyone stopped working and rushed to the city wall. At this time, a large crowd had gathered on the city wall, and high-ranking officials from various sects stationed in Linhai City had appeared. Outside the city, dense hordes of beasts were gathering. Many people with low cultivation levels trembled at the sight of the beasts outside. How could this be? The last beast tide was barely 5 years ago. It shouldn't be happening again. "I don't want to die." "Shut up. How could we die? Don't you see so many powerful figures here? Look, Master Wu Chun, ranked 3rd on the human ranking, is here, and Wang Meng, ranked 9th, is here too. Even Zhao Li, the number 1 on the human ranking, is here. The Saint Monk Wu Tian from the earth ranking is also here. We will definitely be fine." The crowd began to buzz with chatter. The monk known as Wu Tian lightly coughed, and a hint of lion's roar mixed in, instantly silencing the crowd. Dressed in a red robe, the Wu Tian Saint Monk joined his hands and spoke, "Amitba, everyone do not panic. The beast tide will not last long. I have already sent out the message, and reinforcements will arrive in half a day." The other sect leaders also came forward to say they had notified the outside, and that help would arrive in half a day. Linhai City has a protective formation, and for the time being the demon beasts cannot breach it. The beast tide began to assault the city, and various experts jumped off the city wall to hunt the demon beasts. Among them, one figure stood out. His strength was not the strongest, only at the peak of martial king, but his efficiency was very high. Every strike he made was with full force, and his sword light continually flickered among the beast horde, harvesting the corpses of the beasts. Whenever he was about to exhaust his energy, the ring on his right hand would gently flicker, immediately restoring his vitality, allowing him to unleash powerful moves continuously. The people on the city wall could not see the flickering of the ring. They only thought he had incredible stamina and profound strength. No wonder he is number 1 on the human ranking. His reputation is well-deserved. Indeed, the number 1 is impressive. Look, Master Liao Chun ranked 3rd and Wang Meng ranked 9th have already taken breaks several times. Even the Wutian Saint Monk noticed Zhao Li, and the demon beasts were also paying attention. Not good, quickly move aside. Zhao Li's ring suddenly flashed with blue light, moving him 3 meters. A giant claw slammed down where Zhao Li had just been creating a 5 zhang deep pit. A white fierce tiger about 20 zhang tall revealed itself. Not good, Zhao Li, this is a demon tiger at the late stage of martial sovereign. You are no match for it. Run. The voice of the ring's owner Fu Bo shouted loudly. Zhao Li immediately ran towards the city wall, as the fierce tiger behind him swiped its giant claw again towards Zhao Li. In the distance, the Wutian Saint Monk and others wanted to help, but they were entangled by their opponents. Fu Bo, what should I do? Your current strength is insufficient to resist. I can only use my soul power to directly move you to the city wall. Afterwards, I will need to rest for a while. Fu Bo in the ring sighed as he spoke. Just as he was about to use his soul power to move Zhao Li, a roar of the magic dragon echoed through the sky. A heavy pressure descended. All the demon beasts stopped their assault on the city, and the lower-ranked demon beasts lay flat on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Even the demon tiger at the late stage of martial sovereign, which was attacking Zhao Li, retracted its claws and looked towards the distant sky where a black dot was gradually enlarging. When everyone could see clearly, they found it was a 100 zhang magic dragon pulling a massive flying chariot with couplets on both sides of the chariot. The left side read, holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars, while the right side read, in this world, there is no one like me. As they gazed at the couplet depicting the flying magic dragon in the sky, everyone felt a powerful aura coming at them, perfectly expressing an unmatched dominance. On the city walls of Linhai City, everyone returned, and Zhao Li seized the opportunity, while the demon tiger was momentarily distracted, to dash back into the city, pouting at the flying chariot above. Within the ring, Fu Bo exclaimed in astonishment, with hands that grasped the sun and moon and plucked the stars, there is no one in the world like me. Who is this? Such arrogant words even the many martial gods from 1,000 years ago would not dare to utter. The magic dragon flying chariot hovered above Linhai City, its oppressive force weighing down heavily, causing even the city's protective formation to tremble. The holy monk Wu Yan looked up at the magic dragon with a frightened expression. It's actually a martial emperor-level magic dragon. How is that possible? Who in the world could harness a martial emperor-level magic dragon to pull a chariot? The people on the city walls were also terrified and hurriedly relayed the news back to their respective leaders. The door of the flying chariot opened and heavy footsteps echoed, resonating in the hearts of the people. At the entrance stood a tall figure clad in a black robe, adorned with magic dragons, exuding an aura of invincibility, with a silver-black lightning bolt between his brows, adding a touch of mystery. It's the leader of the demon sect, Zhou Qiong. He has indeed come, Zhao Li said through gritted teeth, his veins bulging. A flash of light flickered from the ring. You are not his match yet, but you will surpass him in the future. Do not act impulsively. Understood, Fu Lao? I will restrain myself. A beam of blue light shot from the ring towards the flying chariot in the sky, and surprisingly no one noticed. Zhou Qiong in the sky suddenly turned his gaze towards Linhai City, specifically at the ring on Zhao Li's right hand. How is that possible? No, he has discovered me. We must flee. The light from the ring instantly enveloped Zhao Li, and he vanished from Linhai City. A smile crept onto Zhou Qiong's lips. Interesting, a ring. Is it from the old man? Could it be that this world's destined child is looking at me with such deep hatred? Ignoring Zhao Li, the fully restored Zhou Qiong was not afraid of any destined child. Anyone who dared to provoke him would be killed. Demon Emperor, I have arrived. Will you not show yourself? Are you planning to let me slaughter this beast? There was no response from the sky. Zhou Qiong sat atop the magic dragon chariot, waved his hand, and the members of the demon sect flew out of the chariot, charging towards the demon beasts. Only Lianshang remained by Zhou Qiong's side, that is the demon monkey king. He has actually reached the mid-level of martial emperor. When did he break through to the martial emperor realm? That is the 10,000 hall master. He has indeed reached the peak of martial emperor, and that is the second elder. How did he break through to the peak of martial emperor? How can this be? The members of the demon sect are all martial emperor level experts, with none below the mid-level of martial emperor. The holy monk Wutian said in disbelief. He turned to Liao Fan and said, "Quickly send word to the abbot." The sudden appearance of more than 20 martial emperor-level experts left everyone present in shock. The members of the demon sect launched an attack on the beast tide, completely overwhelming them. The disparity between the two sides was too great, and the beast tide was annihilated in droves. If no one intervened, it would take less than half an hour to completely eradicate the beast tide. A roar echoed from afar, causing the members of the demon sect to halt their attack. A blood-red claw swept in from behind the beast tide with unbelievable speed, and Lien Sheng, who had been standing beside Zhou Qiong, also extended a hand to meet the blood-red claw. The clash of their palms produced a sound like an explosion resonating through the heavens, and the earth shaking the very fabric of reality. Within a few miles it was as if the world was ending, and overwhelming pressure descended, causing the members of the demon sect to retreat in panic, while the beast tide was caught off guard. Aside from a few demon clans above the martial king level, the rest were instantaneously crushed into a mist of blood by that immense pressure. This scene was truly astonishing. Just moments ago, the numerous martial artists from Linhai City had battled for an hour, and they couldn't even eliminate 1/10 of the beast tide, suffering significant casualties in the process. Now, merely from the clash between two individuals, nearly half of the beast tide had been extinguished. This was still just the residual force of their attacks. It was hard to imagine what would happen if they targeted the beast tide directly. Would a single strike eradicate the entire beast tide? You have indeed broken through to the martial emperor realm, and not just any martial emperor. I suggest you join me, and we can jointly command the demon clan. A slender figure appeared in the sky above the beast tide, dressed in white fur, looking as fair as a woman with peach blossom eyes that seemed capable of enchanting souls. It was the demon clan ruler Su Huang, said to be a nine-tailed fox transformed into human form. "Then let's see if you have the capability." Lien Sheng bowed to Zhou Qiong and immediately threw silver needles at Su Huang. Instantly, countless silver lights shot towards Su Huang, intertwining in the sky to form a vast net that blocked all of Su Huang's escape routes, and the spiritual energy in the air buzzed from the vibrations. The martial artists on the city walls were ecstatic. This was a clash at the martial emperor level, a rare sight in a century, rarely witnessed by anyone. One a demon clan emperor, the other a high commander of the demon sect. This was definitely something to boast about. Su Huang unleashed a palm strike, and boundless battle intent erupted. The surrounding space shattered, and within 100 feet the space began to distort, causing the silver needles to be destroyed before reaching him. The palm strike did not stop. It continued to push towards Lien Sheng, shattering mountains, rivers, and the very earth along its path. Zhou Qiong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the seemingly gentle Su Huang would be so domineering in action. The sheer physical power alone could shatter space. No wonder he was the longest-lived martial emperor on the continent. Su Huang was already over 300 years old. Even for humans, reaching the martial emperor realm would typically only allow for a lifespan of 200 years unless one broke through to the martial god realm. However, no one had broken through to the martial god realm in over 1,000 years. Currently, the longest-lived martial emperor among humans was the head of the Shenkong sect, Taoist Chongshu, who was already 180 years old. His cultivation was at the mid-level of martial emperor, and it can be said that he had no chance of breaking through to martial god. Lien Sheng drew a long sword, instantly slashing towards the giant palm. This sword strike was indescribably swift, as if it had crossed through the river of time, capable of severing everything before it. Bang! A sound like metal clashing resonated throughout 100 miles, instantly shattering mountains and rivers. Nearby peaks were reduced to dust. The protective formation of Linhai City instantly showed cracks, and a part of the city wall collapsed. Lien Sheng remained suspended in midair, a trickle of blood slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth. "You have won," he said, his figure swaying back to Zhou Qiong's side. "To be able to withstand my full-strength palm strike at the mid-level of martial emperor, you are already remarkable. It is truly hard to believe you have just broken through to martial emperor." Su Huang looked at Lien Sheng with a serious expression, revealing a sword mark on his left palm, hidden beneath his fur, which instantly vanished again. "Zhou Qiong, why are you here by the East Sea instead of at your demonic sect headquarters? I wanted to see just how powerful a fox that has lived for over 300 years can be, but I must say you have greatly disappointed me." Zhou Qiong cast a glance at Su Huang. Indeed, he was quite disappointed. Su Huang's strength was not as formidable as he had imagined. Though they were both at the midstage of the martial emperor realm, Zhou Qiong felt he could easily overpower Su Huang. "Su Huang, I will show you a clear path. Submit to my demonic sect, and I can offer you a position as my protector." "Zhou Qiong, do not be too overbearing." Su Huang conjured a long spear in his hand, its tip quivering slightly, causing the space around it to tremble as boundless battle intent surged forth, soaring into the skies, and dispersing the clouds above. The Wutian Saint monk atop the city wall sighed deeply. Faced with Su Huang's battle intent, he found himself lacking the courage to intervene, as all the pressure was focused on Zhou Qiong. Whether it be Su Huang, Zhou Qiong, or Lian Sheng, all were rare figures in the continent, but unfortunately none belonged to the righteous sects, leaving one uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. Su Huang swung his spear, breaking through space in an instant, shattering time itself as he charged towards Zhou Qiong. This spear had taken him 100 years to cultivate, capable of piercing through all things in the world, and this was the first time he unleashed it. Standing on the demonic dragon chariot, Zhou Qiong clenched his fist, causing the space to quake. An overwhelming aura erupted as if it sought to obliterate all enemies in existence. When the two forces collided, a roar even greater than before erupted, the demonic dragon chariot itself being pushed back several hundred meters. The ground sank several dozen meters from the impact, flattening the terrain for miles around, and even the distant sea was stirred into a massive tsunami by the shockwaves. The protective array of Linhai City shattered completely. A large part of the city collapsed, resulting in countless casualties. To protect the crowd, the Wutian Saint monk was knocked unconscious by the residual waves. Su Huang was sent flying several hundred meters away. How is this possible? He spat blood, staring incredulously at the spear in his hand, which now bore a crack on its tip. This was an imperial-grade weapon, yet it had been damaged by a mere fist. What Su Huang found even harder to accept was that he began to feel a sense of retreat within himself. His intuition warned him that he could not defeat the person before him, who was terrifyingly strong and bizarre. During their earlier clash, a dreadful suction had emanated from the spear, instantly absorbing half of his power. In contrast, Zhou Qiong remained completely unaffected, calmly absorbing the power he had just gained through the Devouring Heavenly Demon Art. In just a few seconds, he felt his strength increase, bringing him closer to the late stage of the martial emperor realm. Su Huang yearned to flee, but he was unwilling to leave in such a shameful manner. He wanted Zhou Qiong to pay a price. His gaze turned to a small mountain in the distance. It appeared unremarkable, yet the residual waves had shattered all surrounding peaks, leaving this one relatively unchanged save for some new cracks. This mountain was steeped in terrifying legends among the demon race, said to seal away an unparalleled. In an instant, Su Huang raised his spear and struck again, this time aiming not at Zhou Qiong but at the small mountain. With a loud bang, the mountain exploded, clouds of white smoke billowing forth. Without even looking back, Su Huang shattered the void and fled. Zhou Qiong, however, paid no mind to Su Huang. He sensed something beneath the small mountain was awakening, as if it were an ancient deity. It was immensely powerful, yet its aura also harbored a sense of weakness, a striking contradiction. Gradually a phantom began to coalesce in the sky, its form hazy, with 4 pairs of wings extending from its back. Spiritual energy continuously gathered from the air towards the small mountain, and a figure slowly began to rise from underground. It was a woman, breathtakingly beautiful, dressed in a white robe, radiating an aura of purity intermingled with a hint of malevolence, her back adorned with 4 pairs of wings. Zhou Qiong performed a system scan. Name: Fallen Angel. Cultivation: unknown. Status: an unexpected incident occurred during her transformation, leading her body to possess both the purity of an angel and the essence of corruption. The woman continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the air. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, as if she were on the verge of awakening. The aura she emitted grew increasingly powerful, and in a short time she reached the midstage of the martial emperor realm, and her strength continued to rise. Master, should I go and probe her first? Lian Shang whispered to Zhou Qiong. No need. Take the others and move away from here, Zhou Qiong advised Lian Shang, instinctively sensing that the woman seemed to be fixated on him. Understood. Lian Shang led the group onto the demonic dragon chariot and flew away. The people of Linhai City had already fled far from the area, or today was an unimaginable disaster for them. The century-old Linhai City had been completely obliterated and more than half of the warriors within perished. Now a mysterious winged being had appeared, causing everyone to flee in desperation. Zhou Qiong flew to a point 10 meters away from the woman whose cultivation had already broken through to the late stage of the martial emperor realm. As her eyes gradually opened, they revealed a complete void of white, entirely devoid of scara. She muttered softly, "To think I have come to such a lowly continent. I must find a way to restore my strength. Lewis Camel, one day I will come for you again." The woman looked at Zhou Qiong. "Such a rich cultivation. You must have significant power in this continent." "I am the master of the demonic sect. He the leader of the demon cult. Although your cultivation is somewhat lacking, your foundation is quite solid. After consuming a few more like you, I should be able to leave this continent." The fallen angel smirked, revealing a sinister smile. Such arrogance, yet you think you can consume me, a latest-stage martial emperor. Zhou Qiong sensed that the opponent was clearly not an ordinary latest-stage martial emperor, but he was not overly concerned. Zhou Qiong was also not a typical mid-stage martial emperor. The fallen angel effortlessly flapped her wings, and suddenly the surrounding space for hundreds of kilometers felt locked down. Even Zhou Qiong could sense a pressure making it difficult for him to move as the space around him began to collapse inch by inch. The fallen angel looked at Zhou Qiong with a wicked smile, her eyes cold and mad. She did not believe that Zhou Qiong could evade her attack. A person from a lower continent, even a top-tier figure, was nothing in her eyes. If it were during her peak, a sneeze from her could obliterate someone like Zhou Qiong. As Zhou Qiong watched the collapsing space draw closer, a wave of black energy gradually surged from his body, dissipating the surrounding pressure. Fragments of the collapsing space began to fly into Zhou Qiong's body. He extended a palm towards the fallen angel, and a giant hand the size of 100 miles appeared in the sky, swirling with life and death energy, subtly exuding a devouring aura as it swiftly slammed towards the fallen angel. The space did not collapse. Instead, it felt compressed, making it difficult for the fallen angel beneath to escape. This was Zhou Qiong's strongest palm strike to date. The hand of life and death was unleashed with full force, infused with the devouring demon technique, making it difficult for even a typical peak martial emperor to withstand. What? You actually concealed your cultivation? The angel below displayed an incredulous expression as her wings flapped uncontrollably. She punched towards the giant palm, causing the space to erupt with a deafening roar. A shockwave radiated outwards, sending even those hundreds of kilometers away flying back over 100 miles. The people from the demon cult inside looked on in disbelief. What kind of monster is this that can fight the leader like this? Is the leader in danger? One of the 5 guardians said worriedly. How could that be? The leader is blessed with great fortune. Who in the world can match the leader? The demon tiger king scratched his head, but a worried expression remained on his face. You haven't died, your vitality is quite resilient, Zhou Qiong remarked mockingly, as he looked at the fallen angel struggling to rise from the ground. The fallen angel constantly coughed up blood, her shock evident as she said, You didn't hide your cultivation. How could you unleash such a powerful attack? Who are you? I don't like to introduce myself twice. Do you have any last words? Speak quickly. I never expected that Luna would be defeated by a native of a lower continent. You will pay the price for this. The fallen angel Luna stood upright, speaking with conviction. A pale white crown began to rise above her head, and in an instant her aura surged once more, breaking through the limits of the martial emperor realm, unleashing a divine aura that shot towards the heavens. The Emperor Yu of the Dayu dynasty, listening to his minister's reports in court, suddenly looked eastward and murmured, Martial God, could it be that someone has truly broken through to the martial god realm? The monks at Golden Mountain Temple, who were reciting scriptures, also paused, looking towards the east with grave expressions. All the top masters on the continent noticed the eastern direction. They felt a powerful aura rising, likely emanating from the martial god realm. Zhou Qiong squinted his eyes, sensing the threat, even feeling a hint of death surrounding him. He thought to himself that he could not underestimate this damned angel. She actually had a way to elevate herself to the martial god realm. A silver-black lightning flickered quietly at his brow, a black ring slowly rotating within it. Watching Luna, who was clearly preparing for a grand move, Zhou Qiong would not give her any time. An eye emerged from the lightning at his brow. A black ring shot out from his dark pupils towards Luna. Before she could react, the black ring had already ensnared her, tightening instantly and rendering her immobile. The crown above Luna's head emitted light towards the black ring, causing it to tremble continuously as small cracks began to appear on it, clearly indicating that her current state was somewhat overloaded. Luna was indescribably shocked. She had seen what happened. An eye suddenly appeared on that person's brow, shooting out a black ring that instantly ensnared her. After all, she was a mid-stage martial god now. Even the crown above her head could not break the black ring. It is known that the crown is a sacred object of the Angel clan, and even if she could not exert much power, it was not something ordinary weapons could contend against. She operated her techniques with all her might, even beginning to burn her essence blood. She knew that if this continued, she might be in danger. The black ring bearing the dual pressure of the crown, and Luna began to crack further. It may sound lengthy, but in reality it had only been a brief moment since Luna's breakthrough. Suddenly Luna looked up. She felt the threat of death. Zhou Qiong murmured, Annihilation I light. The black eye at his brow instantly shot out a beam of light piercing through Luna's body. The aura in the sky vanished, the black ring also dissipated, and the black eye at Zhou Qiong's brow slowly closed. Luna looked at Zhou Qiong in terror. Who exactly are you? Before she could finish her sentence, her body crumbled into ashes. Until her death, she could not believe she would die on such a lowly continent. Only a crown remained spinning in place, as Zhou Qiong waved to retrieve it, disappearing from the scene. Hundreds of miles away, the demon dragon flying the chariot and the people of the demon cult stood silently. Some had expressions of shock, while others showed worry. The overwhelming aura that transcended the martial emperor realm was simply too powerful for them to fathom. The demon tiger king had proposed to check it out twice, but was stopped both times. A battle of this level could not even be endured by those at the martial emperor realm. While everyone anxiously waited, the demon dragon let out a low roar, and a figure appeared on the chariot, bringing great joy to the crowd. We pay our respects to the leader. Get up, Zhou Qiong said, and the demon tiger king couldn't help but ask, Leader, what happened to that person? He has already been turned to ashes by me. Let us return to the headquarters. Zhou Qiong said this and entered the chariot. The demon dragon pulled the chariot towards the headquarters of the demon cult, while the crowd remained in shock. The demon tiger king kept chuckling. I told you the leader is invincible across the world. The gazes of the several guardians towards the chariot were filled with fear. They understood that the leader's powers far surpassed everyone else's, but they never expected him to be this strong. This made them aware of their position, and they would henceforth regard themselves as guardians. If anyone misnamed them, they would be corrected immediately. After the chariot left, the people in the coastal city dozens of miles away were also shocked. Although they did not see anything, they felt that overwhelming aura far surpassing the martial emperor realm. They wondered if the two would suffer mutually, or if that birdman would terrorize the world after killing the leader of the demon cult. And then they saw the leader of the demon cult return seemingly unscathed, while the being that emanated such aura had completely vanished. Zhou Qiong sat upright on the dragon throne of the flying chariot, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He did not appear as relaxed as he seemed. Luna's sudden breakthrough to the martial god realm caught him off guard. The black ring in the demon eye still rotated, yet it bore some minute cracks. The demon eye hidden within his brow also dimmed, emitting a destructive divine light that was somewhat overwhelming for Zhou Qiong at present. The demon eye had fused with him, and its injury also inflicted significant internal damage on him. Zhou Qiong felt rather speechless. He had just arrived in this world and was already injured. After finally recovering his strength, he encountered Luna again, resulting in yet another injury. One could say he was exceptionally unlucky. While Zhou Qiong silently healed, the entire continent was shaken by the news of him. In the council hall of the Dayou dynasty, you say that Zhou Qiong defeated the demon emperor with a single move. Moreover, a birdman with 4 pairs of wings appeared. That terrifying aura was indeed emanated by that birdman. In the end, Zhou Qiong engaged her in battle. Zhou Qiong remained unscathed, and the birdman vanished. The higher-ups of the demon cult have all broken through to above the martial emperor level. The emperor of the Dayou looked at the dark guards kneeling below him, darkly questioning them. He found it hard to accept such news, and all the ministers in the hall stared fixedly at the kneeling dark guards. The news was simply too shocking. Your Majesty, every word I speak is true. Many martial artists in Lehigh City witnessed it with their own eyes. The emperor gazed towards the direction of the demon cult's headquarters, an inexplicable sense of helplessness emerging within him. He had never been one to admit defeat since childhood, relying on his talent and strategy to become the emperor of the Dayou dynasty. He established a civil service examination to allow the impoverished to hold office, diligently working to strengthen the Dayou dynasty, which was subtly trending towards being the foremost dynasty. His cultivation had not lagged behind either. His early-stage martial emperor cultivation was among the top in the entire continent. Even if Zhou Qiong broke through to martial emperor at the age of 18, he believed the other party was merely a prodigy and that he was not weaker than him. However, today's news shattered his assumptions. Zhou Qiong very likely surpassed others' perception. Aside from him, the Dayou dynasty only possessed 3 martial emperor-level experts, all of whom were princes of the Dayou dynasty, while the demon cult had already accumulated over 20 such figures. Various major forces across the continent received the news. Some were incredulous, some cursed the heavens for being blind, while others with thoughts of seeking refuge considered joining the demon cult. Zhou Qiong in the dragon throne of the flying chariot was unaware of others' thoughts about him and had no interest in knowing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: the Great Protection Array of the Xian Realm and 20,000 villain points. Item: True Demon Protection Array. Level: Xian Level 5. Function: increases spiritual energy and protects the mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task exterminating the fallen angel reward, 50,000 villain points. Zhou Qiong lightly exclaimed. There were no item rewards, only villain points. Was this the characteristic of hidden tasks? No item rewards at all, or was it due to other reasons? However, gaining 50,000 villain points was indeed an unexpected joy. The dragon chariot hovered above Tianma Peak. Zhou Qiong stepped out of the flying chariot, gazing at the peaks below. Tianma Peak was the headquarters of the demon cult which had been established for hundreds of years. It was the result of generations of effort exuding an imposing grandeur. The peak was dotted with palaces capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. The mountain was also engraved with a grand array, serving as a fortress. Even martial god realm experts would find it difficult to break through. The members of the demon cult could only see Zhou Qiong on the chariot produce a transparent model that resembled a mountain. He casually tossed the model down towards the mountain below. The model grew larger in midair, instantly enveloping the entire Tianma Peak. The protective array within the peak shattered in an instant, yet the members of the demon cult on the peak felt little significant change. Tianma Peak trembled and rose several hundred meters once again. Spiritual energy whirlpools appeared in the air, filled with spiritual energy. The members of the demon cult felt invigorated, as if they had consumed a miraculous elixir. Many on the verge of breaking through directly sat cross-legged, striving to absorb the energy erupting with the aura of breakthrough. In an instant, sounds of breakthrough echoed throughout the demon cult, and even those who hadn't broken through hurriedly sat down to cultivate, striving to absorb the spiritual energy whirlpools. Many high-ranking members of the demon cult on the flying chariot were also greatly astonished. The leader of the 10,000 pushed the demon tiger king behind him, who immediately understood the implication, and was encouraged to speak up. Master, what is this excellent item? Zhou Qiong glanced at the demon tiger king, having a good impression of this stout man who was bold, meticulous, and most importantly loyal. When he was young, Zhou Qiong had saved him once, and since then he had been unwaveringly devoted to Zhou Qiong. This is the protective array I recently devised, which can increase spiritual energy. Even martial gods would find it difficult to break through. The master is truly impressive. The demon tiger king scratched his head. Half a month later, Zhou Qiong, sitting on the dragon throne, wore a somewhat gloomy expression. For the past half-month, no matter how he cultivated, he could not heal his internal injuries, as the influence of the divine demon eye on him was too profound. Without healing the eye injury, he could not recover. He searched through all the items in the marketplace. Those that could heal the divine demon eye were beyond his means, while those within his means were of no effect. One could say that his current state was not much stronger than when he first crossed over. It seemed he could only resort to this method. The demon cult indeed needed to take action. Zhou Qiong gently tapped the armrest of his chair. A figure appeared in the grand hall wearing a golden mask. Subordinate greets the master. Which faction is closest to Jingshan Temple now? Reporting to the master, the Shen faction is currently closest to Jingshan Temple. Good, convey my orders to have them investigate the background of Jingshan Temple. See if the abbot is present and check for any hidden experts. As you command. The shadow disappeared from the grand hall, and Zhou Qiong silently murmured, who told me this is a task? I didn't want to take it on, but there's no other way. Besides, isn't the existence of the demon cult precisely to annihilate the righteous? Zhou Qiong glanced at the top task on the system, first eradicate Jingshan, then destroy the hanging sky. The reward for completion is the restoration of all injuries and an elevation of one minor realm. Jingshan Temple is 50 miles away. The entrance of the Yueli Inn in Jinwu City was bustling with activity. The Yueli Inn had suddenly risen to fame in Cangwu Continent 5 years ago, instantly opening countless branches. There are branches of the Yueli Inn in the cities governed by various dynasties and sects. No one knew who founded the Yueli Inn, only that its background was profound. Anyone daring to cause trouble in the Yueli Inn met with a bad end. In a private room on the 3rd floor of the inn, a figure was meditating. The innkeeper knocked gently on the door with a bottle of wine. A voice came from inside. Who is it? It's the inn delivering wine. Come in. The innkeeper pushed the door into the private room, closed it behind him, placed the wine on the table, and knelt before the figure sitting cross-legged on the bed. Subordinate pays respects to the chief. The man seated above let out a soft hum and slowly opened his eyes. He was clad in a tight-fitting outfit, his figure slender, and wore a silver mask on his face. Beside him lay a long knife. What is it? Reporting to the master, the leader has ordered that the Shen department thoroughly investigate the situation at Jingshan Temple to see if the abbot is present in the temple. Understood, you may go. The man gently waved his hand, and the steward below bowed and retreated. The man was the head of the Shen department of the demon sect Shen Yi. Inside a subterranean palace, several men, wearing light silver masks, stood on either side conversing with each other. What do you think the master has summoned us for? It must be the leader giving orders to our Shen department. The leader's power has spread throughout the world. Our demon sect will one day unify the realm. Finally, our Shen department is about to take action. Suddenly a figure appeared in the subterranean palace wearing a silver mask and carrying a long knife on his back. The crowd immediately bowed in greeting, saying, "We meet the master." The man nodded. "The reason for gathering you all is that the leader has given an order for us to ascertain the current situation at Jinshan Temple, and whether the abbot is present in the temple. Yes, we will obey the leader's orders." The crowd bowed in response. This is the first official task since the establishment of our Shen department. We must complete it brilliantly to show the strength of our Shen department to the other 3 divisions. If anyone does not put in their best effort, do not blame me for being impolite. A cold glint flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. The crowd on both sides responded earnestly, their faces showing seriousness. The first man on the left, Shen Er, stepped forward. "Master, should we summon Shen San and Shen Si back as well?" Shen Yi replied indifferently, "No need, the 8 of us are sufficient, and they each have their own tasks to fulfill. Get ready. We act tonight at the hour of the rat." Jinshan Temple, one of the 5 major sects of Cangwu Continent, has been established for 2,000 years, covering dozens of kilometers with a jurisdiction extending thousands of kilometers around it. The temple houses over 10,000 monks and countless experts reside within. In a side room of the temple, a monk lay on a bed, his body wrapped in bandages, breathing very faintly. A young monk beside him was using a pestle to grind medicine, occasionally glancing at the monk on the bed. The young monk named Liao Yu was an orphan who joined Jinshan Temple 10 years ago, working continuously in the miscellaneous work department. He was quite dull and rarely spoke. Even the overseer of the department said he lacked aptitude. Unexpectedly, 3 years ago, he encountered the Saint Monk Wutian, who took him as a disciple. Saint Monk Wutian was the head of the martial arts hall of Jinshan Temple, a peerless expert ranked 8th in the earth ranking. Becoming the disciple of the head changed Liao Yu's life. Monks who had previously avoided speaking with him began to approach him actively. Even those older than him referred to him as senior brother. However, he did not change his lifestyle. Other than moving his residence to the side hall of the martial arts hall, he maintained his daily routine of practicing martial arts and reciting scriptures following a 2-point line. Until half a month ago, an event disrupted his life. Half a month ago, Saint Monk Wutian was suddenly carried back to Jinshan Temple by Bei Fan, severely injured and unconscious. Even the abbot, who had not appeared for a long time, came to treat him, and for half a month Wutian had not awakened. During this half-month, Liao Yu stopped reciting scriptures and practicing martial arts, continuously grinding medicine, never taking his eyes off Wutian, who lay on the bed. Over the years, he had come to regard Wutian as the closest person to him. Liao Yu picked up the pestle and was about to go to the side to brew medicine when he suddenly saw Wutian's hand move slightly and his eyes slowly opened. He hurriedly ran to the bedside and held his master's hand, saying, "Master, you are finally awake." Wutian's gaze slowly focused, looking at Liao Yu, who wore a worried expression. "I am fine, help me to see the abbot." Liao Yu did not respond but ran directly away, racing to the main hall of Jinshan Temple. He knocked on the door and called out loudly, "Abbot, my master has awakened, abbot, abbot." There was no sound from behind the door. After thinking for a moment, Liao Yu ran towards Wutian's residence, where a middle-aged bald man with a faint glow of holy light on his head was standing. The man softly said, "Brother, you are awake." "Yes, thank you, abbot, for saving me." Wutian expressed his gratitude and attempted to stand up, but the abbot waved his hand to stop him. "Fortunately, you have a strong constitution. The temple still has one final great rejuvenation pill left," Wutian continued. "Abbot, that demon indeed possesses the cultivation of a mid-stage martial emperor, and his actual combat power may even reach the latest stage martial emperor," Wutian said with a serious expression. The abbot sighed. "Not just that, he is likely about to surpass a martial emperor." He slowly began to recount the series of events that transpired in the East Sea after Wutian fell into a coma. Wutian's pupils constricted, shocked. He exclaimed, "That demon is so powerful. All right, you should rest well today. We will discuss the rest once you have healed your injuries," the abbot said as he walked out of the room. Outside, Liao Yu was standing at the door. "Take good care of your master." The abbot looked up at the sky, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The Buddhist sect also has its methods to strike back. It seems necessary to take action against the demon sect. In the dark of night, numerous patrolling monks at Jinshan Temple were on their rounds, while several unseen shadows swiftly flashed by unnoticed by the patrolling monks. As they approached the mountain-protecting array of Jinshan Temple, the shadows took stones from their pockets and slowly walked into the protective array, which rippled lightly, allowing the shadows to enter without any obstruction. The array-breaking stone given by the leader is indeed powerful. It allows us to enter the Jinshan Temple's protective array at will. Alright, let's move quickly. If something goes wrong, the master won't spare us. The 8 figures quickly split apart, heading in different directions. At the entrance of Saint Monk Wushan's meditation room, a figure slowly appeared, glancing at the person lying inside before disappearing again. Throughout it all, Wu Tian remained completely unaware, indicating that the visitor was no ordinary person. A figure moved swiftly towards the main hall. Along the way, neither the patrolling monks nor the meditating high monks reacted at all until they approached the main hall entrance. A voice suddenly came from within. "Friend, since you've come, please come in and sit." Upon hearing the voice, the figure did not respond, but instead retreated in haste, swiftly moving away. Inside the main hall, a palm shadow instantly struck towards the fleeing figure. The figure also retaliated with a palm strike, resulting in a loud crash that awakened everyone in Jinshan Temple. In an instant, countless figures burst forth from Jinshan Temple, discovering numerous black-clad individuals within the temple. Who dares to intrude upon Jinshan Temple? Receive the old monk's golden fist. 10,000 flowers and 1,000 Buddha's palm. The figures rushing out from the main hall shouted, "Retreat!" At that moment, the numerous black-clad individuals engaged in fierce combat with the monks, but upon hearing the command to retreat, they fled swiftly towards the temple's exit. "Where do you think you're going?" The monks shouted in an attempt to stop them, but the intruders were indeed too fast. Coupled with their injuries, they did not linger, and it seemed they were about to escape the temple. At that moment, a finger from the main hall pointed towards the many black-clad individuals, and a loud voice resounded, "Flower-picking finger." The black-clad individuals seemed to be immobilized, unable to move. A man wearing a pure silver mask hovered in the air as the long knife on his back buzzed and flew into his hand. Gripping the hilt, he shouted, "Heaven and earth, one blade, slash," instantly slicing through the air to create a cross. The cross-shaped blade energy broke through the firmament, illuminating the dark sky. As the blade energy broke through the blockade, it slashed toward a massive finger, a loud boom echoing throughout the Golden Mountain Temple. The entire temple began to tremble, and the protective mountain formation activated automatically, with numerous head monks mobilizing their powers to safeguard the temple. The blockade in the air vanished in an instant, and the black-clad individuals seized the opportunity to break through the containment, fleeing from the Golden Mountain Temple, disappearing without a trace. Several head monks arrived at the main hall, where the master sat cross-legged on a mat. The head monk of the scripture hall clasped his hands together, gazing at the person seated on the mat. "Master, that group of thieves has escaped, leaving no one behind. After all, we are one of the 5 major sects, and although we were unprepared, it is still embarrassing that not a single one of the 8 was captured." A tall man dressed in a monk's robe and standing over 2 meters tall stepped forward. Anyone outside would recognize him as the second-ranked monk Wufa Shengseng. He exclaimed, "Wufa, these thieves are all above the martial emperor realm, and the one wearing the pure silver mask could even break through your blockade. It's truly unimaginable what power has raised them. Master, there's another point of suspicion. How did they breach the protective mountain formation? Could it be that there is a traitor within the Golden Mountain Temple?" The master sitting on the mat coughed lightly and recited a Buddhist chant. "This matter is very peculiar. Wufa, go investigate if any of the patrolling monks today seemed suspicious." Wufa, hearing the order, stormed out in anger. He practiced the fierce eye Vajra method and already had a bad temper. With the black-clad individuals causing trouble today, he initially wanted to capture a few, but unexpectedly found himself entangled with 3 black-clad individuals, eventually allowing them all to slip away, leaving him seething with frustration. After everyone had left, the master, still sitting on the mat, wore a grave expression. He raised his right hand, revealing a clear cross-shaped blade mark on his index finger, clearly at the peak of the martial emperor realm, yet capable of unleashing the attack of a martial sovereign. Truly an extraordinary figure. 300 miles outside the Golden Mountain Temple, on a desolate mountain, several black-clad individuals surrounded a man wearing a silver mask who was spitting blood and performing a healing technique. The others looked on with anxious expressions. Half an hour later, the man's breathing began to stabilize, and he slowly opened his eyes. The others, with worried faces, asked, "Master, are you all right?" "I want die." "Quickly relay the information collected tonight to the sect leader." At the main sect of the demon cult on Tianma Peak, Zhou Qiong still sat majestically on the demon dragon throne, while a man with a light yellow mask knelt on one knee below. Reporting to the sect leader, the Cangwu department has relayed information that Wufa is within the Golden Mountain Temple, where there are 12 martial emperors present, and among them the 8th-ranked monk Wu Tianshengxing is severely injured. While investigating, the Cangwu department was discovered by Wufa, and the head of the Cangwu department sustained some injuries. Understood. Notify everyone that all high-ranking members will meet in the main hall tomorrow. With a reply, the man slowly disappeared from the hall. Zhou Qiong, seated on the demon dragon throne, fell into deep thought. The Golden Mountain Temple has been established for over 1,000 years, longer than the history of the demon cult, and its foundation is indeed profound. If it weren't for the demon cult's strength significantly increased in a short time since his arrival, it would be hard to predict the outcome of a confrontation. But now things are different. The demon cult has dozens of martial emperors both openly and covertly, and besides Zhou Qiong there are also 3 martial sovereigns. Dismantling the Golden Mountain Temple would not be a difficult task. However, it could trigger a chain reaction, so it must be completed as quickly as possible. As long as Zhou Qiong recovers from his injuries, then there will be no worries. The next morning, many high-ranking members of the demon cult gathered in the demon hall. This time, they did not keep everyone waiting. As soon as they stepped into the main hall, they found Zhou Qiong already seated on the demon dragon throne. Zhou Qiong now exuded an unmatched aura within the demon cult, and as soon as the higher-ups entered the hall, they could feel Zhou Qiong's dominant presence, causing no one to dare speak or chat, standing quietly along the sides of the hall. A red figure slowly appeared beside Zhou Qiong. I have come today to assign you a task. I wonder if you have the confidence to accomplish it. If the sect leader commands, we would go to the ends of the earth to fulfill it. The second guardian stepped forward and bowed. Due to Zhou Qiong's rapid rise, the Elder Council had been completely disbanded, and the second guardian had recently been aligning with the 12 demon kings. Although others looked down on the second guardian, most high-ranking members of the demon cult were utterly devoted to Zhou Qiong, and they all replied in unison, "We are willing to die for the sect leader." All right, I can't bear to see you all go to your deaths. I still need to lead you to dominate the world. I've seen your breakthroughs. Wanfeng Master, tell me how strong our sect is now. Reporting to the sect leader, our sect currently has 4 martial sovereigns, 31 martial emperors, 243 martial kings, and over 1,000 martial generals. The other members of the demon cult were all astonished. Although they knew the sect's strength had recently surged, seeing the numbers laid out was still hard to believe. This is several times stronger than the previous strength of the demon cult. It should be noted that all 3 major dynasties of the continent have regulations that martial generals can become generals, martial kings can become feudal lords guarding territories, and martial emperors can even become kings with the power to issue commands. Our demon cult is growing increasingly powerful. It is about time to take action, Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice. Baihu Hall, Zhuke Hall, Xuanwu Hall, the 7 guardians and the 12 demon kings. Your subordinate is present, the members replied respectfully. I command you to take down the Golden Mountain Temple within a day and eradicate its 1,000-year lineage. Do you have the confidence? Yes, the crowd replied in unison. Although they did not understand why the sect leader wanted to destroy the Golden Mountain Temple, the sect leader had his reasons, and some warlike members were itching to get started. For this operation, the Qinglong Hall will stay behind at the main sect, while others will be led by Lianxing. I will not intervene, everything relies on you all. I hope you do not let me down. We will not disappoint the sect leader, the crowd responded with great momentum. Lianxing also bowed in agreement. Only the master of the Qinglong Hall, Li Chongxing, wore a gloomy expression. It was a rare opportunity for a major operation, yet his Qinglong Hall was left behind, meaning he would gain no credit this time and could only hope for next time. Good, I await your good news. A wisp of mist rose from a mountain peak 100 miles away from Jinshan Temple, obscuring people's vision. A young cowherd was on his way down the mountain when the sudden mist caused him to lose his direction. He had been born at the foot of this mountain and had come here countless times, yet he had never encountered such thick fog. No matter which way he walked, he could not find his way out. The cowherd spun around continuously until he heard a faint sound, as if a discussion was taking place. He slowly followed the direction of the sound and dimly saw a group of figures in black standing in the distance, with more black-clad individuals gathering around. The leader was dressed in a red robe, which appeared quite striking even amidst the thick fog, surrounded by others standing close by. Chief, the elite 500 members of the White Tiger Hall are in position. The elite 500 members of the Xuanwu Hall are in position. The elite 500 members of the Vermilion Bird Hall are in position. The Demon Tiger King, the Demon Dragon King, the Demon Rat King, the 2 guardians, and the 6 guardians are all in position. Someone beside the man in red said, bowing. This was the plan devised by the demon sects Lianxing, breaking into smaller groups to gather on the mountain peak 100 miles from Jinshan Temple using an unexpected method to launch a surprise attack on the temple. The man in red waved his hand and declared loudly, "This operation is unprecedented in our demon sect's history for decades, and serves as a test from the leader for us. Only success is permitted, failure is not tolerated. Depart." "Yes, chief." The cowherd sensed danger even without having seen much of the world. He didn't understand what these people were discussing, but it was clear they were not good people. He immediately wanted to flee, but before he could run he felt dizzy, and then he lost consciousness. At Jinshan Temple during the morning, chanting, a pair of men and women were led inside by a novice monk. Senior brother, Jinshan Temple is so grand and magnificent. Of course, Jinshan Temple is one of the 5 major sects of the continent among the most elite forces. Senior brother, do you think we can obtain the minor rejuvenation pill? We definitely can. Master's condition cannot be delayed any longer, and the unfathomable holy monk of Jinshan Temple is a good friend of Master. He will surely help us. But the unfathomable holy monk is ranked 2nd on the Earth list. How could he possibly know Master? To them, Master is just a small figure at the Martial Marquis level. How could they be friends? The young man glanced at his curious junior sister and said nothing more. In truth, he was also unsure why Master could be familiar with someone of such stature as the unfathomable holy monk. The two were led by the novice monk to the entrance of a meditation room in the rear hall. The novice knocked on the door saying, "Uncle Master, 2 guests claim to be old acquaintances of yours and wish to see you." A deep and rough voice came from inside. "Come in." The novice opened the door to the meditation room, leading the two inside, where they bowed to the unfathomable holy monk. Despite the many rumors about him in the martial world, upon seeing him in person they could feel his extraordinary presence. Though he sat cross-legged, his height was no less than the two of them. The two bowed and said, "We greet the unfathomable holy monk. What brings you two to seek me?" The young man said nothing but took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to the monk. The monk took the letter and read it, frowning more tightly as he went along. Finally, he closed the letter and took out a porcelain bottle, handing it to the young man. "There are 3 minor rejuvenation pills inside, you take them." Before he could finish speaking, the siblings suddenly found the monk had vanished from their sight, and before they could react, shouts of battle erupted outside. The two quickly ran outside only to find chaos erupting. They were met with a large group of black-clad figures attacking Jinshan Temple. The young man exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? How dare anyone attack Jinshan Temple?" At this moment, the unfathomable holy monk was already engaged in fierce battle in the air, with a man dressed in a black battle robe. The monk's expression was fierce, unleashing attacks without mercy, causing ripples in the surrounding space with each strike. However, every time he aimed at his opponent, a protective barrier would flash around the opponent, rendering his attacks harmless. Furious, the monk shouted, "Wanli, you stinking turtle, today I must smash your shell to pieces." Though he spoke with grandiosity, he was inwardly shocked beyond description. The man he was fighting was none other than Wanli, the leader of the Xuanwu Hall of the Demon Sect. They had fought before, and at that time Wanli had been no match for him. Had he not fled quickly, the leader of the Xuanwu Hall would have changed by now. Little did he expect that within just a few years Wanli had cultivated to a level he could hardly contend with. The shouts of battle filled Jinshan Temple, and black-clad figures swarmed everywhere. Numerous high monks flew out from the meditation hall, but they were blocked by the higher-ups of the Demon Sect. An elder of the Luohan Hall soared into the air, shouting, "Demon Sect fiends, who dares to duel with ha boldness? I, the Demon Tiger King, shall have a go with you." The two fought in the sky, but after only 3 exchanges a scream was heard. The protector elder of the Luohan Hall looked shocked, a hand having pierced through his chest slowly withdrawing. The protector elder instantly fell from the sky, clearly unable to survive. The high ranks of Jinshan Temple were instantly stunned. This protector elder was at the early stage of the martial emperor realm, considered top-tier combat strength within Jinshan Temple, while the Demon Tiger King was merely a rising star in the Demon Sect. There were only 12 like him, along with 4 hall masters and elders in the Demon Sect. Yet even so, the protector elder could not withstand even 3 moves against the Demon Tiger King, casting a shadow of dread over the hearts of the Jinshan Temple members. Not far above the main hall, 3 figures stood in the air. One wore a yellow robe and held a 9-ring staff, his face darkening as he looked at the 2 figures opposite him after hearing the distant screams. One of the 2 was dressed in a red battle robe, while the other wore a green long shirt with a sword on his back. "Chief Great Elder, do you truly intend to provoke a battle between the righteous and the demonic?" Lian Sheng raised his hand, stating, "By the command of the sect leader, we must eradicate Jinshan Temple." I have no choice but to use your life to report back. Wu Wa looked at the Great Elder and questioned loudly, Great Elder, is this truly the intention of your demon sect? The man in the green shirt looked up at Wu Wa and replied, The sect leader has ordered that this operation be entirely commanded by the chief. And from now on do not call me Great Elder anymore. I am the protector of the demon sect by Haoyan, and you will have no chance to call me that again. Wu Wa inwardly gasped in shock as he realized that the demon sect seemed to have completely fallen under the command of Zhou Qiong. Even the Great Elder had submitted, now showing deference to Chief Lian Shang. The sounds of battle grew louder from afar. The high-ranking combat strength from the demon sect was exceedingly powerful this time, far exceeding what Jinshan Temple could withstand. Palaces were continuously collapsing. Wu Wa knew he could not wait any longer. He had to resolve the two before him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before Jinshan Temple would be destroyed. Without further ado, I flicked my left hand in a flower gesture and struck at the two with my right hand in the great Vajra suppression palm. Ha ha! Bai Haoyan laughed heartily as his sword flew from his back. In an instant, Old monk, let me show you the unique demon 9 swords passed down by the master. Lian Shang also drew his long sword and shouted, Evil repelling sword technique. Suddenly the sky was filled with sword energy, and the sound of shattering echoed across 100 miles. The three of them fought higher and higher, mainly because I actively pulled them up. I knew that if they fought below, the entire Jingshan Temple would be devastated by the aftermath. Below, the people of Jingshan Temple were still desperately resisting. They knew that as long as the host could deal with Lian Shang and Bai Haoyan of the demon cult, they would be able to free their hands and the crisis of Jingshan Temple would be over. Otherwise, it would be beyond their imagination. Not far away, a clearing had been flattened by the aftermath of the battle. Several people were surrounding a 2-meter-tall monk, attacking him. The monk was drenched in blood, resembling a Vajra emerging from hell, each move made with all his strength, shattering space, and he roared continuously. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, he struggled to break through the encirclement as he was surrounded by the top combatants of the demon cult, the head of the Xuanwu Hall, the head of the Zhuke Hall, the second and fourth protectors, 3 peak martial emperors, and 1 latest-stage martial emperor. If outsiders were to see this, they would surely be speechless with astonishment, as the second-ranked monk Wufang had been severely injured and could hardly stand. After being besieged by 4 experts of the same level for half an hour, he was exhausted, his internal organs beginning to shatter with blood constantly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wufang, you are beyond saving now. I suggest you take your own life. At least you can leave a complete corpse. Wufang spat out a mouthful of blood. Pa! Demon cult fiends, one day you will be exterminated. In the sky above Jingshan Temple, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the space was constantly warping. The 3 within continued to attack a Zen staff, transforming into a golden dragon that spewed golden light towards the 2, but was directly intercepted by the sword energies of 2 long swords. Listening to the cries and the screams of the monks below, my heart sank to the depths. I longed to rush down and slay all the demons of the demon cult, but gazing at the 2 swordsmen before me, despair began to settle in. Both of them had just broken through to the early martial emperor stage. One relied on an eerie sword technique, moving so swiftly that even I, a mid-stage martial emperor, found it hard to see clearly. The other's swordplay was surprisingly slow, yet each move seemed to predict my actions. Their sword techniques were upright and just as if exorcising demons, leaving me speechless. Who was the real demon here, me or them? The golden dragon formed by the Zen staff began to slow down, cracks appearing on its body, clearly reaching the limit. With a mournful roar, the dragon released its final burst of golden light, its body shattering into ashes, and I spat out blood again. Wufang, this time next year will be your death anniversary, Lian Shang said, solemnly stabbing forward with his sword. This strike bore no other chaotic powers, just pure strength. I struggled to take a breath, a flicker of determination flashing in my eyes. My entire being radiated a solemnity, and the endless chi of heaven and earth erupted, continuously being drawn into my body. With a single palm strike, a golden Buddha appeared in the sky. This was the secret technique of Jingshan Temple, 10,000 Buddhas bowing to the ancestor, which could only be cultivated by the host. It was a divine-level skill, immensely powerful but requiring extremely high cultivation. For over 1,000 years, almost no one had been able to master it. I was at my wit's end and could only use this secret technique to activate the skill, hoping to strike down both of them. Only then would there be a hope for survival for Jingshan Temple. However, the consequence was that whether I succeeded or failed, I would not live. Lian Shang and Bai Haoyan both realized that I was desperate. They both shouted loudly, sword cuts yin and yang. Breaking palm technique. The sky transformed with shifting clouds, and thunder rumbled in the formerly clear sky, causing everyone below to stop fighting and look up. Their instincts told them that something unimaginable was occurring up there. I joined my hands in prayer, my face serene, with a long sword piercing my chest. Slowly I sat down, gradually descending, my aura fading until it vanished. Lian Shang and Bai Haoyan also wore pale faces. The earlier consumption had indeed been too great for them. Bai Haoyan was even spitting blood, continuously, a clear imprint of a palm on his chest. Bai Protector, why? Lian Shang looked at Bai Haoyan with confusion. It turned out that during the confrontation their full-force sword techniques had still failed to block the attack. At a critical moment, Bai Haoyan had stood in front of Lian Shang, bearing the brunt of the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Lian Shang killed Wu Fang with a single strike. There's no reason you Lian Shang are still young. The demon cult has many matters that need you to confront. Besides, I'm not dead yet. Lian Shang looked deeply at Bai Haoyan as if seeing him anew. Below, the crowd looked up at the sky, seeing the figure of someone sitting cross-legged with a long sword embedded in his body falling down. It's the host. How can this be? The monks below cried out in sorrow. The head monk shouted in grief, "Demon cult fiends killing our Jingshan temple's host and slaughtering our monks. Let's fight them to the end. We vow to defend the dignity of Jingshan Temple. We vow to defend the dignity of Jingshan Temple. We vow to defend the dignity of Jingshan Temple." All the monks of Jingshan Temple shouted in unison, their voices filled with sorrow and determination, charging fearlessly at the demons of the demon cult. For a moment they even managed to suppress the demon cult members, but the disparity in strength was still too great. Numerous high-ranking members of the demon cult began to strike back, overpowering the monks, and soon the cries of the monks diminished. Half an hour later, the entire Jingshan Temple was silent, with not a single figure standing. The mountains were littered with the bodies of monks. The once grand ancient temple now resembled hell. From the moment the demon cult attacked the mountain to the complete annihilation of Jingshan Temple, it took less than 2 hours for this top force of the continent to disappear completely. During the demon cult's assault, they had intentionally set up soundproof formations around Jingshan Temple. Even though blood flowed like rivers and the cries of battle filled the air, it was as if the people below were completely unaware, only noticing that the mist in the direction of Jingshan Temple was a little thicker than usual. It wasn't until the demon cult retreated and dismantled the formations that the thick smell of blood gradually began to waft out, slowly drifting down the mountain. What's happening? Why is there such a strong smell of blood coming from Jingshan Temple? Could it be that someone caused trouble and was killed there? But it shouldn't smell this strong of blood. How is that possible? Who would dare to cause trouble at Jingshan Temple? Isn't that courting death? The host Wufang is a figure on the heavenly rankings. In a small table near the window of the Yuelai in beneath Jingshan Temple, a long sword lay, while a man dressed in a white long robe with prominent features sat beside it, wearing a black ring on his right hand, staring at the food before him without taking a single bite. The man picked up a wine cup and took a sip. Fubo is the legacy of the sword god, really beneath Jingshan Temple, as you said. Of course, 1,000 years ago, before Jingshan Temple was established, this very spot was the resting place of the sword god's coffin. Given that old ghost's personality, he would definitely leave a legacy behind. The ring emitted a green light, but its voice sounded weak. But the guards of Jingshan Temple are strict, and there are masters abounding inside. How can I get in? Fubo in the ring did not reply. The last time he used teleportation with Zhao Li had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy, and now he was so weak that it took him a long time to even speak, leaving him unable to help Zhao Li in any way. Zhao Li narrowed his eyes, a flash of surprise crossing his face, as a bloody scent wafted in from outside the doors and windows coming from the direction of Jingshan Temple. Although this Yuelai Inn was just below Jingshan Temple, it was still several miles away. The fact that the bloody scent reached here indicated that something significant had happened at Jingshan Temple. He picked up the long sword and instantly vanished from the inn. The innkeeper, seeing the guest disappear, was about to shout for the boss when he noticed a silver ingot left on the table where Zhao Li had sat, and he hurriedly picked it up. Zhao Li swiftly dashed toward Jingshan Temple, encountering numerous figures along the way, including some from the martial emperor realm, heading to Jingshan Temple. The bloody scent was overwhelmingly strong, detectable even by ordinary people. Countless figures rushed toward Jingshan Temple from all directions. Even some ordinary people were running in that direction. The crowd quickly arrived at the main gate of Jingshan Temple, where they saw 2 corpses lying on either side. They were decapitated, clearly cut in half by someone. One person exclaimed, "These 2 were the guest monks of Jingshan Temple, at least of the martial king cultivation level. How could they have died at the gate?" What on earth happened at Jingshan Temple? As the crowd smelled the increasingly strong bloody scent wafting from inside, they hurriedly stepped through the gate. Upon entering, the heavy scent of blood hit them like a tangible force, revealing a scene of corpses sprawled across the mountainside with remnants of bodies littering the ground and a crimson river of blood flowing beneath them as if they had walked into hell. Some female cultivators immediately crouched down, retching. As they vomited, one suddenly screamed, for in the spot where they were vomiting lay a solitary eyeball. Though the cultivation world was inherently cruel, witnessing such bloody scenes was still hard to bear. Even seasoned martial emperor experts frowned in distress. The sight of Jingshan Temple was simply too horrific. Who has the audacity to come to Jingshan Temple to kill? Are they not afraid of the wrath of the unfathomable saint? How could this be? A martial king expert who was about to speak suddenly stopped, pointing in a certain direction, trembling. The crowd followed his finger and saw a 2-meter-tall monk kneeling amidst the ruins, a circular hole in his heart. His eyes were still open, filled with hatred, yet he no longer breathed. Gasps of shock erupted around them. How is this possible? Who could kill the unfathomable saint? The unfathomable saint has even been killed. Has Jingshan Temple been thoroughly massacred? Impossible. Even if the unfathomable saint is dead, there is still the unmatched saint. He is a figure on the heavenly ranking, a martial emperor expert. What kind of person has such audacity? The astonished voices continued to rise, and everyone was shocked by the death of the unfathomable saint. It should be noted that the unfathomable was the second strongest on the earth ranking, and very likely to break through to the martial emperor realm within 10 years. Now he had been killed and his heart ripped out within Jingshan Temple. A few martial emperors were the first to regain their composure and slowly walked toward the inner sanctum of Jingshan Temple, with Zhou Li following closely behind. Along the way they passed countless corpses, including many renowned monks from the outside world, such as the Wukong Saint ranked 10th on the earth ranking and the Wushuan Saint ranked 17th, along with Master Liaofan, who ranked 3rd on the human ranking. As they approached the main hall, several martial emperors suddenly stopped, trembling all over. Zhou Li followed their gaze and was equally shaken. In the direction they were looking there stood a large stone tablet about 10 meters tall, with the unmatched saint, a martial emperor expert, nailed to it with a sword covered in blood and devoid of life. On the stone tablet there were several blood-red characters inscribed, "Under the command of the Holy Master, first slaughter Jingshan Temple," with smaller letters in the lower right corner reading, "Demon Cult Lianxing." It's actually the demon cult. How could they dare? How could they slaughter Jingshan Temple? Don't they fear the retaliation from the righteous path? Indeed, does the demon cult really think they are invincible? One martial emperor cupped his hands to the others and said, "Gentlemen, I must return to my sect immediately to report this news. Farewell." He then turned and dashed out of Jingshan Temple, followed by the other martial emperors, who quickly left. This news must be spread as soon as possible. By evening, apart from the lingering scent of blood, Jingshan Temple was deserted. A figure appeared on the main hall carrying a long sword on his back. "Fu Bo, are you sure the legacy of the sword god is below?" "Rest assured, Zhou Li. I can sense his presence. Just crush the bead in your hand, and you will be able to enter his tomb." Upon hearing this, Zhou Li crushed the bead in his hand, and a faint spatial fluctuation surrounded him. He looked towards the unmatched saint on the stone tablet not far away, feeling a mix of emotions. Not long ago he was contemplating how to enter Jingshan Temple, even thinking about how to lure the unmatched saint away, so he could sneak in unnoticed. Little did he expect that within half a day, he would boldly enter Jingshan Temple, yet the cost was the complete annihilation of the temple. Before Zhou Li could ponder further, the space formed a vortex that engulfed him, and the vortex gradually calmed, causing all images to vanish. Not long after Zhou Li disappeared, a faint sound emerged from beneath a collapsed side hall nearby, growing louder until it broke through the rubble. Two figures crawled out, a monk in a robe and a woman in a blue shirt. The woman's face was streaked with tears as she cried incessantly. The monk beside her, also looking sorrowful, spoke gently, "Please be at peace, benefactor." Upon hearing this, the woman stopped crying and looked at the monk. "Master Liaoyu, everyone is dead. My senior brother is dead. Why did this happen? I don't know either, but the demons of the demon cult have slaughtered my Jingshan Temple. One day I will take revenge," he replied. "Master Liaoyu, I must return to the Daiyu dynasty to find my master. Will you come with me?" "I cannot. I must properly bury all the monks in the temple first, then I will wander the world and cultivate methods to eliminate demons." In the headquarters of the demon sect, Zhou Qiong, who was practicing the Devouring Heavenly Demon Art, opened his eyes. "Ding, congratulations to the host for annihilating the Gold Mountain Temple, completing half of the task. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Qiong's mouth as he tapped his chair, and a figure wearing a light yellow mask appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. "Subordinate reports to the master," he said. "Let's discuss the situation outside. The Grand Steward and others have wiped out the Gold Mountain Temple. From the abbot Wu Shangsang to the ordinary novices, none survived. Our demon sect's casualties are less than 1/10. The Grand Protector was injured by the last struggle of the Wu Shangsang. Currently, the Grand Steward is leading the group towards the floating pavilion. What about the other 4 major sects? Report Master, it is said that the Wanjian sect and the floating pavilion are both filled with righteous indignation, likely harboring deep hatred for our demon sect, and have already begun gathering their disciples. The Symbol sect has not interfered in worldly affairs for 1,000 years, and will not take action. As for the Yellow Sand Fortress, which is far in the extreme North Desert, they likely haven't even received news yet. Good analysis. Instruct the Earth and Mysterious divisions to set out for the floating pavilion. Far away, tens of thousands of miles from the Gold Mountain Temple, the floating pavilion's assembly hall was in an uproar. Even the disciples standing guard outside covered their ears from the noise. One younger disciple said to another, "Senior brother, what on earth happened? Why did the sect leader summon all the elders? It sounds like a fight is breaking out inside." The other disciple whispered, "You mustn't spread this around, but I heard the Gold Mountain Temple has been exterminated." "How could that be?" The younger disciple exclaimed in fear, only to be quickly silenced by his senior brother. The younger disciple quickly continued in a hushed tone, "The Gold Mountain Temple is one of the 5 major sects, just like our floating pavilion. How could they be exterminated?" "I don't know. I heard it was the work of the demon sect." The 2 younger disciples were murmuring outside, while inside it was like a battlefield. Several figures with immortal demeanor resembling living deities were shouting loudly, their fierce gazes seeming capable of killing. The demon sect dares to exterminate the Gold Mountain Temple. Do they think they can dominate the world? The demon sect's fiends are too rampant. We must unite with the other sects to eradicate the demon sect and avenge the Gold Mountain Temple. If we had eliminated the demon sect earlier, the Gold Mountain Temple wouldn't have fallen. Poor my brother Wu. That Zhou Qiong even killed Wu. He is indeed formidable. The discussions grew louder, as if they were ready to massacre the demon sect at any moment. "Senior brother Chong Su, what do you think we should do now?" Sitting at the top, the aged sect leader of the floating pavilion Chong Su took a sip of tea. Since the demon sect has made a move, they will not easily back down. Chong Tian go inform Shimen Tian to come to the floating pavilion to discuss when to attack the demon sect. "Senior brother, should we notify the Symbol sect, Yellow Sand Fortress, and the 3 great dynasties?" A slightly plump Taoist next to Chong Su bowed respectfully. "No need. The Symbol sect has always avoided worldly matters, and the Yellow Sand Fortress is too far away. The 3 great dynasties have never looked favorably upon our sect, so there's no need to notify them." "All right, senior brother, I will go notify the sect leader Shimen right away." Chong Tian turned and exited the assembly hall. "You all need to stabilize your minds and go out to reassure the disciples. It is time for the demon sect to disappear from this continent." The floating pavilion is still unaware that it was not Zhou Qiong who killed Wu Shangsang but Lian Shang and Bai Haoyan. In fact, the entire world believes that it was Zhou Qiong who killed Wu Shangsang, while Bai Haotian's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm remains unknown to outsiders. He appears to be merely a figure at the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Even Wu was shocked when he saw Bai Haoyan break through to the martial emperor realm. This led the floating pavilion to misjudge the strength of the demon sect. In the bamboo forest behind the floating pavilion, there was a small house covered with bamboo. Chong Su walked to the door of the house and knocked. "Little Master Uncle, you may need to come out of seclusion." A hoarse voice came from inside. "What is it? Is there an issue that the floating pavilion cannot resolve now?" "Master Uncle, the Gold Mountain Temple has been exterminated." A sound of a cup shattering echoed from within the bamboo house. "Which force did this?" "The demon sect. Wu is also dead. He was killed by Zhou Qiong." "Zhou Qiong? I didn't expect Zhou Shantong to have such a capable son." A bitter laugh came from inside the bamboo house. "You are the sect leader, just decide, and I will follow your orders." Before Chong Su could respond, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The door of the bamboo house swung open, revealing an aged figure resembling a centenarian dressed in an old Taoist robe. The old man looked up to the sky and said, "Coming." His figure disappeared instantly. Chong Su followed closely, and when they reappeared they were already in the main hall of the floating pavilion. Around them figures kept rushing towards the main hall square. Chong Tian appeared in the main hall shouting, Senior Brother Chong Su, something is wrong. The demon sect has already surrounded Floating Mountain. What a demon sect! I didn't expect them to come so quickly. We haven't even made a move and they are here. Did their assault on the Gold Mountain Temple not exhaust them? Chong Tian, the one leading them, is that Zhou Qiong kid. Ah, Master Uncle Qing Ping, you have emerged from seclusion, but I didn't see that Zhou Qiong kid. The one leading them is the Grand Steward of the Demon Sect Lian Shang and the Grand Elder Bai Haoyan. Chong Tian was initially surprised, then said, "Who is Lian Shang?" The elder asked somewhat. Master Uncle Lian Shang is also a rising star of the Demon Sect, about the same age as Zhou Qiong. He is now the Grand Steward of the Demon Sect and has already reached the initial stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Chong Su explained from the side. He actually broke through to the Martial Emperor at such a young age. Chong Tian, look at him, then look at yourself. At your age, you should have already broken through. How are you still stuck in the Martial Sovereign realm? Chong Tian pouted, not daring to refute. He went out to organize the disciples turning and fleeing the hall. Taoist Qing Ping and Taoist Chong Su walked to the square together, where thousands of disciples of the floating pavilion gathered, each with a determined look, holding long swords. In the sky, numerous figures from the demon sect surrounded them, as if they had trapped the entire floating temple in a jar. Old Taoist Qing Ping, you haven't died yet. A mocking voice came from the sky as a figure with a long sword appeared before Qing Ping. Bai Haoyan, since you haven't died, how could I bear to die? Why has your demon sect surrounded my floating pavilion? Do you intend to attack us? Taoist Qing Ping asked in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, the high-ranking members of the demon sect laughed derisively, as if mocking Taoist Qing Ping's ignorance. Bai Haoyan glanced at Taoist Qing Ping and said, "By the command of the master, first annihilate the Gold Mountain, then exterminate the floating pavilion. After today, the floating pavilion will be eradicated from the Cangwu Continent." The Taoist Qing Ping's beard fluttered in anger. "With you lot, how could that brat Zhou Qiong not show up?" The Demon Tiger King in the sky pointed at Taoist Qing Ping and shouted, "You dare to insult me?" Lian Shang glanced at Qing Ping and Chongshu below, then said to Bai Haoyan beside him, "Great Guardian, you hold back Taoist Qing Ping. I will deal with Taoist Chongshu first, and come to assist you." "All right," Bai Haoyan replied as the sword on his back flew into his hand without wind, charging downward. "Qing Ping, let me see what skills you have after all these years." The long sword in his hand slowly slashed towards Qing Ping, the sword aura crisscrossing above. Although the movement was slow, Taoist Qing Ping felt he could not evade it no matter what and could only take it hidden. Immediately, he assumed a Tai Chi stance, his long robe billowing, forming a Tai Chi circle in front of him. In the sky, Lian Xing bellowed, "Demon sect members, slaughter them all, leave no trace." "Yes," the demon sect members replied in unison, all charging towards those in the suspended pavilion. Taoist Chongshu, holding a long sword, declared loudly, "Today is a matter of life and death for my suspended pavilion." All disciples formed the sword formation to resist the demons. Yes, the many disciples of the suspended pavilion quickly formed sword formations in teams of 7, with a young acolyte among them, a look of determination on his face, though his trembling legs betrayed his fear. A loud explosion echoed as the attacks of Bai Haoyan and Qing Ping reverberated throughout the entire suspended mountain. Many low-level disciples were injured, blood flowing from their mouths. Taoist Qing Ping did not retreat a step, while Bai Haoyan was forced back 5 steps by the rebound, demonstrating a clear difference in strength. "Bai Haoyan, you actually broke through to the Martial Emperor level, could it be?" Taoist Qing Ping first expressed surprise, then seemed to realize something and looked astounded. "You guessed right, the monk Wui was killed by Lian Shang and me, and you will be the next." "Humph, did you think I hadn't noticed your injuries?" "Bai Haoyan, you won't be leaving my suspended pavilion." "Old Taoist, you are already struggling to walk. I can hold you off easily, but your disciples will suffer greatly." Bai Haoyan scoffed ominously. A scream echoed from nearby as a disciple of the suspended pavilion had his heart ripped out by the Demon Dragon King, dying horribly. Qing Ping's eyes widened in rage as he attempted to rush over to kill the Demon Dragon King. But Bai Haoyan blocked him with a sword, saying, "Qing Ping, your opponent is me." Furious, Qing Ping stomped his foot, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes and punches like torrential rain towards Bai Haoyan, blocking out the sun with their ferocity. A surge of murderous intent erupted around them. Bai Haoyan remained calm. Despite his serious injuries, Qing Ping was far too elderly, nearing 180 years. His time was running out, and even if he could exert 80% of his strength, all he needed to do was hold off Qing Ping. In the distance, Chongshu and Lian Shang had also engaged in combat, both being sword experts. One was a chief of the demon sect, the other the master of the suspended pavilion, both at the early Martial Emperor level. In just a few seconds, they exchanged blows over 100 times. Sword energy shot forth, tearing through the sky, forcing surrounding combatants to retreat several kilometers to avoid the aftershocks. Chongshu was secretly astonished. Lian Sheng had only just broken through to the early martial emperor stage, yet displayed such strength, and his bizarre sword techniques aimed directly at vital points. If he hadn't dodged quickly earlier, he would have had his throat cut. Lian Sheng across from him was equally surprised. Although Chongshu was only at the early martial emperor level, he felt far more troublesome than the monk Wui. No matter how he attacked, it felt like hitting cotton. In contrast to the two, the overall strength of the suspended pavilion was inferior to Jingshan Temple. Only 7 were at the martial emperor realm, and in the face of many powerful opponents from the demon sect too, had already died in less than a stick of incense, while the rest struggled to hold on. Other disciples of the suspended pavilion suffered even heavier casualties. Even if the demon sect stopped attacking now, it would take the suspended pavilion at least several decades to recover. The cries from around grew louder, causing Qingping, who had been unable to break through by Heoshan's blockade, to have crimson eyes, a hint of ruthless determination appearing in his gaze. Suddenly biting his tongue, he shouted, "I sacrifice myself to the heavens." His form instantly shrank, becoming as thin as a dried corpse, while his power surged explosively. Taoist Chongshu, who was fighting Lian Sheng in the distance, heard the shout, and immediately looked towards Taoist Qingping, shouting, "Junior Uncle No." The many disciples of the suspended pavilion battling the demon sect yelled in unison, "Grand Uncle No." "Ah, demon sect demons die." The members of the suspended pavilion knew that once this secret technique was used, although it would temporarily boost strength, the user would surely die once the effect faded. Qingping shouted loudly as he struck towards Bai Haoyan. Die. The space was instantly locked, and Bai Haoyan had no time to react. He barely formed a sword stance before being sent flying several kilometers away by a single palm strike. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell to the ground unconscious. The many experts from the demon sect surrounding the suspended pavilion screamed, "Great Guardian!" Taking this opportunity, Qingping immediately aimed to attack Lian Sheng. But the Demon Mouse King, Lord Wan, Lord Zhu, and Lord Bing immediately flew towards Taoist Qingping, blocking his path. All 4 were at the peak of the martial emperor realm and unleashed their full power. Among them, Lord Zhu and the Demon Mouse King even unleashed attacks equivalent to the early martial emperor level, causing the space to shatter their combat like dragons. Even if Qingping temporarily broke through to the mid-martial emperor level using the secret technique, he found it difficult to break through. Qingping grew increasingly frustrated as the 4 in front seemed to realize that his state could not last. Even though they were injured and spitting blood, they desperately prevented him from breaking through the encirclement. The Demon Tiger King flew to Bai Haoshan's side. Sensing his weak breath, his face lit up with joy. He immediately took out a pile of healing elixirs and fed them into Bai Haoshan's mouth. Due to Taoist Qingping's sudden outburst, the battlefield shifted. Bai Haoyan at the martial emperor realm was unconscious, while the Demon Mouse King, Lord Wan, Lord Zhu, and Lord Bing, 4 peak martial emperor experts from the demon sect, were all entangled with Qingping and severely injured. The remaining experts from the demon sect found it hard to suppress the members of the suspended pavilion for the time being, especially since Taoist Chongtian was a peak martial emperor expert, single-handedly holding off 3 late martial emperor experts from the demon sect. Taoist Chongshu and Lian Sheng had lost track of how many times they had exchanged blows. Since Chongshu saw Taoist Qingping using the secret technique, he too began to fight desperately, while Lian Sheng was even more ruthless. Both suffered heavy injuries. Taoist Qingping, surrounded by 4 powerful experts from the demon sect, found his attacks slowing down, gradually making mistakes in his movements. The aftereffects of the secret technique were clearly manifesting, and the 4 from the demon sect began to attack frantically. Suddenly a loud shout rang out from outside the suspended pavilion. "Demon sect scum, you shall not act recklessly. I, Shimin Tian, have arrived." Qingping looked towards the newcomer, a glimmer of joy appearing in his eyes as 2 figures flew through the air from a distance, unmistakably Shimin Tian of the 10,000 Swords sect, who had clearly broken through to the martial emperor level. In a moment of distraction, a sword pierced through his chest. All he felt was darkness closing in, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, for he knew that with Shimin Tian's arrival, the suspended pavilion would be saved. In his final moments, he seemed to hear a dragon's roar. Your pursuit of updates is the author's motivation for writing. As Shimin Tian soared above the floating pavilion, he discovered that Taoist Qingping had already perished, instantly turning his face a shade of iron. The onlookers at the floating pavilion were filled with joy at Shimin Tian's arrival, while Taoist Chong Su let out a sigh of relief, casting a sorrowful glance at the deceased Qingping. Just as Shimin Tian was about to join the fray, a sudden dragon's roar echoed from afar, and the previously worried members of the demon cult were suddenly filled with delight. In the distance, a black dragon was flying towards Floating Mountain. Shimen Tian instantly displayed a look of shock while Taoist Chong's face was filled with despair as the dragon arrived quickly above Floating Mountain, where the entrance was inscribed with the words holding the sun and moon plucking the stars. There is no one like me in this world. Although he had heard of this couplet before, the crowd seeing it for the first time still felt a wave of dominance emanate from it, indicating just how arrogant and confident the person inside the dragon carriage was. The doors of the dragon carriage opened and 10 people emerged from each side. One side donned yellow masks while the other wore silver masks, each exuding an overwhelming aura with not a single one beneath the martial emperor realm. Zhou Qiong, dressed in a black battle robe, slowly stepped out, radiating unparalleled dominance and a terrifying demonic aura, as if a demon god had descended to the mortal realm. I pay my respects to the master. The members of the demon cult all bowed and cupped their hands in respect. Zhou Qiong, you audacious child, why have you slaughtered my floating pavilion for no reason? Taoist Chong Su shouted at Zhou Qiong in the sky. Zhou Qiong, how dare you destroy the Golden Mountain Temple and massacre the floating pavilion? Do you truly think yourself invincible? Shimen Tian questioned from the side. However, Zhou Qiong did not respond, nor did he even glance at the two, instead turning his attention to Lian Sheng. Why does the floating pavilion still exist? Feeling Zhou Qiong's icy gaze, Lian Sheng bowed and replied, reporting to the master, Taoist Qingping is still alive. He suddenly unleashed his potential and injured the great protector, which caused the delay. Zhou Qiong glanced at the deceased Taoist Qingping and coldly said, next time I do not wish to hear excuses. Lian Sheng bowed in agreement. Shimen Tian on the side was furious, feeling deeply insulted. As the dignified leader of the sword sect and a master in the martial emperor realm, Zhou Qiong hadn't even spared him a glance, clearly looking down upon him. A long sword appeared in Shimen Tian's hand. Pointing it at Zhou Qiong, he questioned, Zhou Qiong, you are going too far. Do you truly believe you are invincible? Zhou Qiong frowned, looking at Shimen Tian. Annoying, he said, raising a hand toward Shimen Tian, and suddenly a colossal hand appeared in the sky, majestic and overwhelming, exuding a life-and-death aura that descended like the heavens pressing down. Shimen Tian instantly felt like an ant facing an elephant, unable to evade or withstand it. He was utterly shocked, realizing Zhou Qiong was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful, facing an attack that could take his life at any moment. Heavenly Immortal. Shimen Tian could only shout in desperation, unleashing his strongest technique. The long sword in his hand instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning rushing towards the giant hand. A tremendous crash resounded, yet there were no aftershocks. All residual force was directly extinguished by the giant hand. Shimen Tian was sent flying like a fly, hurtling over 100 miles, crashing directly into a mountain peak. The giant hand did not pause, continuing its assault on Taoist Chong Su. Taoist Chong's face turned serious as he drew a circle with his long sword, forming a Tai Chi diagram in front of him. This was the strongest defense of the floating pavilion. The giant hand struck the Tai Chi diagram, shattering the defense, and Taoist Chong Su was knocked back 50 steps, spitting blood, but managed to withstand the blow. From the moment Zhou Qiong began his attack until it ended only took an instant. The onlookers below had yet to react, only seeing Zhou Qiong strike a hand, and Shimen Tian was shot away, his life uncertain, while Taoist Chong Su was also spitting blood and gravely injured. The members of the demon cult erupted into loud laughter, while the disciples of the floating pavilion turned ashen-faced, with some even dropping their swords and giving up the fight. Zhou Qiong laughed heartily in the sky. I am indeed invincible in this world. Who dares to defy me? From now on I shall be known as Zhou Wudi. Ha ha ha. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the title task. Your cultivation has increased a level. Zhou Qiong's aura instantly surged, then receded. Zhou Qiong had not been boasting for no reason. It was because the system had suddenly given him a task. The title of Invincible, with a reward of increasing his cultivation level. How could Zhou Qiong refuse the task? Moreover, as the master of the demon cult, what was wrong with having the title of Zhou Wudi? A segment of information appeared on the system panel. Character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi, position master of the demon cult cultivation, late martial emperor, seriously injured martial arts, demon god technique, celestial hand of life, and death, divine demon eye incomplete. Mount demon dragon carriage. Liansheng, at your service. The rest is up to you. Do not dawdle. With that, Zhou Qiong turned and re-entered the dragon carriage. Outside, the sounds of battle erupted anew, while Zhou Qiong inside the carriage expelled a white pill from his mouth, which had a small fissure on its surface. Silently, he thought, it is indeed a powerful pill produced by the system. It can even temporarily heal the injuries of the divine demon eye. Unfortunately, it can only be used 3 times. Suddenly there was a knocking sound from outside. Master, I am the Demon Tiger King. The Great Protector is seriously injured and unconscious, and his breath is gradually weakening. Bring him in. Yes. The door of the dragon carriage opened, revealing an interior as vast as a mountain comparable to the main hall of the heavenly demon peak. The Demon Tiger King carried the Great Protector inside and laid him flat on the ground. Zhou Qiong glanced at by Haoyan, whose body was broken and barely sustained by the medicinal properties of the pill. System, is there any way to save him? Nirvana pill requires 500,000 villain points. No danger can also enhance strength. Do you not know how many villain points I have? If I had 500,000, I could eliminate all the forces in the continent, and I still wouldn't have that many villain points. Host, there is also a small Nirvana pill requiring 50,000 villain points, but the success rate is less than 30. This will do. Whether he lives or dies depends on his luck. Ding, successfully exchanged for small Nirvana pill consuming 50,000 villain points. A fiery red pill suddenly appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand, seemingly containing a phoenix reborn from the flames. He tossed it to the Demon Tiger King. Feed it to him, then take him to the back hall. Understood. The sounds of battle outside gradually diminished until they disappeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of first annihilating the Golden Mountain, and then slaughtering the floating pavilion. Rewards are being distributed. Zhou Qiong felt a surge of azure energy rushing into the divine demon, continuously repairing the injuries within. His aura rose steadily, soaring into the sky. A loud laughter erupted from within the dragon carriage, reverberating for 1,000 miles, causing countless creatures to freeze in fear, all lying flat on the ground. Outside, Lian Shang bowed and said, "Congratulations, Master, your divine power has reached completion. You are invincible in the world." The members of the demon cult also bowed and shouted, "Congratulations, Master, your divine power has reached completion. You are invincible in the world." In the Great Wilderness Dynasty, within the Golden Throne Hall, a young man dressed in a dragon robe sat upon the dragon chair. On either side, the ministers were discussing the event of the demon cult's attack on the Golden Mountain Temple with much chatter. Among them, a minister suggested sending troops to attack the demon cult. Suddenly, a hurried report came from outside. A man dressed in a fish dragon suit with an embroidered spring knife at his waist rushed into the hall and knelt on one knee. He was the commander of the Jin Yi of the Great Wilderness Dynasty. "Your Majesty, news has come from the suspended mountain. The demon cult has attacked the suspended pavilion, and not a single person from the entire sect survived. The leader of the 10,000 sword sect, Shimen Tian, went to rescue them, but was killed by Zhou Qiong with a single palm." "What? Is what you said true?" The young emperor seated on the dragon chair stood up in shock. "Every word spoken by this subordinate is true. Currently, the bodies of Shimen Tian and Taoist Chong Su are still nailed to the stone tablet on Suspended Mountain." The young emperor, horrified, sat powerless back on the dragon throne, realizing that the Great Wilderness Dynasty only had one master at the martial emperor level, his father, the previous emperor of the wilderness, who had died the previous year. Now the most powerful figure in the entire Great Wilderness Dynasty was his teacher, the Grand Tutor, who had only reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm. The emperor turned to the Grand Tutor standing at the forefront of the officials and inquired, "Grand Tutor, what should we do now? The demon cult won't attack our Great Wilderness Dynasty, will they?" The old man in the purple official robe stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. Historically, our Great Wilderness Dynasty has never targeted the demon cult, nor spoken of subduing demons. The demon cult will not attack us." "That's good, that's good." The young emperor sighed in relief. However, a glimmer of worry flashed in the Grand Tutor's eyes below. The Grand Tutor was not very confident about whether the demon cult would attack the Great Wilderness Dynasty. At Wanjian Mountain in the council hall, the weakened Shimen Di sat in the position of the sect leader. The several elders below wore heavy expressions, since the news of the death of the sect leader Shimen Tian at the hands of Zhou Qiong had returned to Wanjian Mountain. Everyone found it hard to believe. If it weren't for the fact that this news had spread throughout the world, they would have thought someone was joking. After reluctantly accepting the reality, the elders decided to let the seriously injured Shimen Di take over as the leader. "Sect leader, what should we do now? The demon cult is unlikely to let us off easily," several elders asked Shimen Di in the high seat. Shimen Di straightened his body and declared, "Gentlemen, I, as the 17th leader of the 10,000 Sword Sect, announce that from today onward the 10,000 Sword Sect is officially disbanded." "What? Have you gone mad, Shimen Di? You ambitious fool, you just became the leader and already want to disband the sect. The 10,000 Sword Sect has been established for over 1,000 years. It cannot be disbanded at your whim." The several elders below immediately started pointing fingers at Shimen Di, scolding him. If it weren't for a shred of rationality, they would have started fighting. Then what brilliant strategy do the elders have? Shimendi cast a disdainful glance at the elders before him. To be honest, the 10,000 Sword Sect had already dwindled by their generation. The once renowned 5 major sects had become marginalized over the years. There wasn't a single martial emperor among them, and the elders in front of him had at most achieved mid-level martial sovereign cultivation, with one even at the peak of the martial king realm. They had only reached their positions due to their seniority. For so many years it had been solely the two brothers holding on, and just when Shimen had broken through to the martial emperor realm, he was killed by Zhou Qiong before he could showcase his strength. Now, relying solely on himself, Shimen could no longer hold on. Moreover, the demon cult would not let them off easily. Seeing the elders before him murmuring without responding, Shimen scoffed, picked up the long sword placed on the table, and turned to leave. I have said all I needed to say. The demon cult may come to Wanjian Mountain at any time. I shall take my leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. The several elders looked at Shimen, who had already left and several times tried to speak but could not. Watching Shimen disappear, the elder at mid-level martial sovereign sighed and said, "Well, if it is to be scattered, then so be it. You all go and inform the disciples. Those who wish to stay may do so, and those who do not wish to stay may leave." "Elder, what about you?" The only elder at the martial king realm asked in a low voice. "I was born here, and now that I am older I do not wish to go anywhere else. I will remain in Wanjian Mountain and share its fate. Will you all stay?" No one responded, and an awkward atmosphere fell over the air. One elder sighed and turned to leave the hall. Seeing him depart, the other elders hurriedly followed, leaving the great hall with only the grand elder. "Alas, the 10,000 Sword Sect has completely disappeared, ha ha ha." His laughter was filled with endless sorrow. In the main hall of the demon cult, a shadow knelt before Zhou Qiong. Report to the sect master. News from the Shen department indicates that after Shimen took over as the leader, he disbanded the 10,000 Sword Sect. Now, apart from the grand elder and a few disciples unwilling to leave, the sect has become a desolate mountain. "Oh, Shimen is quite clever." Zhou Qiong chuckled lightly. "Has there been any progress on the spatial turbulence discovered by the Shen department in the extreme west?" Report to the sect master. There are still no discoveries. Since it appeared last time, it has disappeared. Shen San and Shen Si are still searching over there. "Good, you may leave." System, are you sure the spatial turbulence is a time-space passage? Yes, every continent has a time-space passage leading to the upper realms. This continent may have undergone some changes that caused the passage to be hidden, but it will not disappear. System, are there levels above the martial god realm? Of course. To be precise, there is no martial god realm. Directly above the martial emperor realm is the Tongshen realm, which has a total of 10 layers. The initial, middle, late, and peak stages of the martial god realm correspond to the first 4 layers of the Tongshen realm. People from lower realms will automatically ascend to the upper realm upon reaching the 5th stage of the Tongshen realm. Others need to use the time-space passage, and those at the martial emperor realm can go to the upper realm. System, how vast is the upper realm? Endless. With your cultivation, host, even flying for 10,000 years would not reach its end. Host, are you planning to go to the upper realm now? Of course. No, according to your system, as a small character at the martial emperor realm, how can I be carefree in the upper realm? I should develop here first and then take my subordinates to the upper realm. In the far west, the land is cold and frozen, enveloped in snow for miles. Beneath a snow-capped mountain, 2 individuals are tending a fire, roasting a rabbit while chatting. "Fourth brother, we've been wandering here for 2 months, and aside from the heavy snow, we haven't seen anything at all." "Third brother, perhaps you misjudged the last time. There's no such thing as spatial turbulence here." "How could that be? The turbulence was less than 1,000 meters away from me at that time." The 2 men wearing silver masks are none other than Shen San and Shen Si, tasked with investigating the spatial turbulence. 10 kilometers away, a man dressed in a white long robe with a sword on his back walks through the snow. This is Shimen who left the Wanjian sect. He initially planned to cultivate and recover here but ended up lost. Suddenly he looks up and sees a wisp of smoke rising in the distance, and he immediately heads in that direction. While chatting, Shen San suddenly stopped, saying, "Someone is coming." Shen Si looked up and saw a white figure rapidly approaching. As Shimen flew along, he finally spotted the 2 individuals sitting on the ground eating a rabbit, both wearing silver masks, and didn't think much of it. To the 2 friends ahead, "I seem to have lost my way in this snow. Could you please guide me?" Shen San suddenly laughed, turning to Shen Si. "These days haven't been wasted. Although we haven't discovered anything, we've encountered a big catch. It It's about time we brothers made a contribution. Xianxi also chuckled looking at the man in white. Shimendi, you seek the path to heaven, but refuse to take it, yet you intrude upon the gates of hell. Shimendi finally sensed something was off. He suddenly recalled that someone had mentioned the leader of the demon sect, Zhou Qiong, had some mysterious individuals around him, each wearing masks of diamond, gold, silver, and bronze, all of whom were masters at the martial emperor level. It seemed he had encountered 2 of them today. In the past, Shimendi would have dismissed this, but now, with his injuries not fully healed, he could only exert 50% of his full strength. Cursing his bad luck inwardly, Xiansan and Xianxi did not give him a chance to react and attacked directly. Xian Demon Palm. Xian Demon Fist. As fists and palms collided in the air, what was even more terrifying was that the 2 attacks complemented each other. The surrounding snow seemed to be sealed off, and although Xiansan and Xianxi were at the midstage of the martial emperor realm, they unleashed attacks at the pinnacle of the martial emperor level. The 2 had grown up together and later joined the demon sect, passing the selection to enter the Shen division simultaneously. Years of being together, compounded by their cultivation of the same technique, had forged a seamless bond between them. Their combined attacks would skyrocket in power, making it difficult for even the head of the Shen division to subdue them in a short time, let alone the already injured Shimendi. Shimendi felt an overwhelming sense of death approaching. He quickly drew his long sword and shouted, "Celestial being from beyond the sky." With a thunderous sound akin to a mountain collapsing, the surrounding snow-capped mountains began to tremble and collapse. Shimendi was knocked back 1,000 meters, and without hesitation turned and fled quickly into the distance. "Shimendi, where do you think you're running?" Xiansan and Xianxi quickly pursued him. As Shimendi ran, he coughed up blood. Already severely injured, the heavy blows from Xiansan and Xianxi aggravated his wounds, and he could hardly suppress his injuries. Half an hour later, Shimendi began to feel dizzy, sensing he had reached his limit. The 2 from the demon sect relentlessly pursued him. In his current state, he couldn't shake them off. Continuing to run would only lead to exhaustion, leaving him with no chance of escape. It was better to confront the 2 from the demon sect now. Perhaps he could seize a slim chance of survival. Shimendi bit his tongue to regain focus, turning to draw his long sword with a resolute expression, as if prepared to face death. However, Xiansan and Xianxi suddenly stopped 200 meters away from him, retreating rapidly. Shimendi wore a puzzled expression. The 2 looked as if they had encountered something terrifying. He seemed to sense something and quickly turned his head, only to see a turbulent distortion forming behind him, gradually becoming a black hole resembling a time-space tunnel. Before Shimendi could react, the turbulence surged towards him, enveloping him before slowly vanishing. Xiansan and Xianxi hurriedly retreated over 100 miles. "Fourth brother, you must report to the sect master immediately, saying that the spatial turbulence indeed exists nearby, and Shimendi has been swept away by it and vanished." A massive city stood on a plain stretching over 1,000 miles long and more than 10 meters high, resembling an ancient giant city. Above the city, 3 large characters read Hei Wang Cheng. If the people of the Dayu dynasty from the Cangwu Continent saw this city, they would surely be terrified, as they considered their grand imperial city to be the largest in the world, yet it was less than 1% the size of this city. The city gates were open, with countless figures moving in and out, including some from different races. Some stood 3 meters tall like giants, while others were dark green with 4 arms resembling messengers from hell. They were indeed a bizarre sight, with all kinds of species present. Yet a commonality among them was the aura of strength they exuded. A glance would reveal martial emperors everywhere, and martial gods could also be seen frequently, with even some figures above martial gods appearing occasionally. Indeed, it was a land where martial gods walked freely while martial emperors were as common as dogs. In the center of the city lay a vast square adorned with hundreds of massive stone tablets, most of which were glowing though a few were dim. In the square, a group of 4-meter-tall beings resembling enlarged blue smurfs clad in armor appeared to be the managers of the square. The glowing teleportation arrays occasionally emitted light, and various species would emerge from them. The armored beings would then lead them away, explaining something briefly before guiding them to a vacant area, accumulating 99 individuals in half a day's time. Originally, there would have been more individuals gathered, but some who emerged from the stone tablets were not taken to the vacant area, but were picked up by other groups. At that moment, a dim stone tablet suddenly radiated light, and a man in white spitting blood fell out from within. The man looked up at the scene before him, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. The leader of the armored beings blinked in surprise. If he remembered correctly, that stone tablet had not illuminated for over 1,000 years, yet today a human had emerged. An injured human at that. He approached, examining the man, and called out, "Who are you?" From what faction do you come? Is there a faction in the higher realm that will assist you? You are merely at the level of the mortal realm. The man who spat blood showed a hint of astonishment in his eyes as he looked up at the armored leader across from him. He could guarantee that there was no such species in the Cangwu Continent, and the powerful aura emanating from the other party far surpassed anyone he had ever encountered. Even the invincible Zhou Qiong, who was vaguely known as such in the Cangwu Continent, was nowhere near the man before him. I am Shimen Di, a disciple of the Wanjian Sect. I do not know what the upper realm is or where this place is now. Wanjian Sect, the armored leader thought to himself, but could not recall this sect, suspecting that the other party was likely reporting a sect from the lower realm. He chose not to respond to Shimen Di's words. The armored leader had no interest in a mere insignificant person from the mortal realm. If it weren't for the fact that the other had emerged from the dim stone tablet, he wouldn't have even bothered to ask. Since Shimen Di had emerged, the dim stone tablet had once again become dull. The armored leader glanced at the stone tablet and muttered, "I thought it was fixed. Unexpectedly, it is still broken," before disregarding it and grabbing Shimen Di, tossing him directly onto the vacant ground. There were exactly 100 people on the vacant ground, all standing quietly. Shimen Di lowered his head among them. When he was caught by the armored leader, he thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly, he was just thrown onto this vacant land. There were a total of 100 people on the vacant ground, and aside from Shimen Di, the weakest among them was at the emperor level, with several others being at the god level, albeit all at the early stages of their respective realms. The armored leader looked down at the 100 people and spoke loudly. "You all have come from the lower realm. Regardless of who you were before, now that you are in the Black King City, you must abide by the rules here. From today onwards, you will become the slaves of my Lanyu clan, working for us for 3 years, if you are at the god level, and 5 years, if you are at the emperor level, after which you can regain your freedom." The crowd below was astonished, causing a brief commotion. A 3-meter-tall figure with a bull's head and a human body stood up. Although he knew the armored leader was strong, he was a top figure on his continent, accustomed to wielding power. Suddenly being made a slave was unbearable. He shouted at the armored leader, "Sir, on what basis do you make us slaves? Is this how the upper realm exploits us ascenders?" This bull-headed man, having reached the god level, was certainly not a fool. As he questioned, he glanced at others, hoping to incite a rebellion, thinking that chaos would allow him to escape. However, things did not go as he wished. No one joined him in rebellion. Everyone could sense the might of the armored leader and felt no inclination to resist. On what basis? Simply because you are weak. The armored leader glanced at the bull-headed man, and suddenly his aura pressed down upon him, forcing the bull-headed man to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he could not rise, continuously spitting blood, until in a mere instant, he ceased to struggle and fainted. "Does anyone else have an objection?" The armored man looked at the others and asked. No one dared to voice any issues. They all fell silent. At that moment, a weak voice spoke up. "I have a question to ask, if that's all right." It was none other than Shimen Di. The armored leader looked at Shimen Di in surprise and said, "You have some guts, go ahead and ask." "Sir, I noticed that a few who came out over there did not arrive at this vacant space but were taken away. I wonder why that is." "Oh, you observed carefully. Their ancestors came to this place and established a considerable power, so their descendants do not need to be slaves when they arrive here." Upon hearing this, the crowd below fell silent, constantly recalling whether they had any elders who had ascended, but unfortunately those with powers in the upper realm had long been taken away. They could only silently endure a few years as slaves. In the headquarters of the demon sect, Zhou Qiong was deep in thought, as Shen Si had already reported to him about the issue of the spatial turbulence. System: what is the reason for the emergence and disappearance of spatial turbulence? The continuous appearance of spatial turbulence indicates that a passage to the upper realm existed at that location. This disappearance means there is no energy left. Just bury an energy stone at that spot, and the passage will reactivate. System: is it possible for someone from the upper realm to come to the lower realm? No, the passage is one way unless one reaches a certain level of cultivation or uses specific treasures to descend to the lower realm. There are many low-level continents like the Cangwu Continent, as numerous as the stars in the sky. It is rare for anyone to bother descending to the lower realm. That's good. It's better to further develop on this continent. I have no desire to be a pawn up there. Ding, there is a new task: dominate the Cangwu Continent within 3 years and become the true ruler of the Cangwu Continent. The reward for success is an increase of 3 levels in cultivation and 1 million points of villain value. There is no punishment for failure. Do you accept? Accept. At the Tianma Hall assembly, numerous high-ranking members stood on either side, each wearing an expression of pride. The demon sect had continuously annihilated the Jingshan Temple and the Xiankong Pavilion, boosting the confidence of its members. Walking outside, they could finally declare themselves as members of the demon sect, and no one dared to openly challenge them anymore. Zhou Qiong, seated on the dragon throne, said coldly, "Are you all feeling smug? Do you think you are quite formidable now?" The members of the demon sect replied that they did not dare, but their expressions revealed dissatisfaction. Even Lian Shang looked somewhat astonished, as the advantages gained by the demon sect recently were indeed substantial. They all believed that the demon sect was already the strongest force on the continent, and the leader was the mightiest expert, with everyone else being second only to him. "Humph," Zhou Qiong scoffed. "Do you know about the god level? Do you know about the transcendence level above the god level?" Zhou Qiong asked coldly. The demon tiger king smacked his head and bowed deeply, saying, "Leader, what is transcendence? Is there really a realm beyond the god level?" "Of course. Above the god level is transcendence, and above transcendence there is more. You haven't even reached the emperor level yet, and already begun to feel proud." "Leader, I have heard of the god level, but I have never heard of any experts at the transcendence level. They are not in this continent, but in the upper realm. There is a much larger continent above the Cangwu Continent, at least 1 billion times bigger. Their experts abound, and even the god level is merely at the bottom." The members of the demon sect were all taken aback, as they had not expected there to be an upper realm above the Cangwu Continent. If even the god level was a low-tier figure, what did that make their current cultivation? Shame was evident on their faces. Zhou Qiong looked at the members of the demon sect below and said, "You are all the elite of my demon sect, so what if there is an upper realm? It won't be long before we dominate a part of it as well. Do you dare to follow me to that upper realm and have a go? We are willing to follow the leader." A deafening sound erupted from the top of Tianma Mountain, originating from the voices of numerous high-ranking members of the demon sect inside the hall, echoing throughout the entire mountain. The members of the demon sect also knelt on one knee, shouting loudly, "We are willing to follow the footsteps of the master until death." The voices resonated across the mountains, causing even the birds in the sky to tremble. Zhou Qiong, sitting on the demon dragon throne, slammed his hand on the armrest, proclaiming, "Good, then we shall first flatten this continent before ascending to the higher realms. Where are the Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuqiue, and Xuanwu halls?" 4 individuals stepped out from the crowd and replied in unison, "We are here. I command you 4 halls to launch a full-scale assault on the continent. Those who do not submit shall be killed, those who dare to resist shall be killed, and those who voice dissent shall be killed. I give you 3 years, and after that I hope the entire continent will only hear the voice of my demon sect." "Understood. Where are the 12 demon kings? Where are the various protectors?" Once again a group of people stepped forward from the crowd, answering, "We are here. I order you to assist from the sidelines and do not make any mistakes." "Understood. Lian Shang, you will lead the entire operation this time. Do not let me down." "Understood." Lian Shang, standing beside Zhou Qiong, bowed and replied, "System, have I accumulated a lot of high-level lottery draws. You currently have 36 basic lottery draws, which can be exchanged for 3 high-level lottery draws. Then let's draw." Time passed swiftly like an arrow. In a city on the eastern side of the Great Wilderness Dynasty, at the Yulai, and several men dressed in white sat in a corner eating and quietly chatting while glancing around from time to time. "Senior brother, we can no longer stay in the Great Wilderness Dynasty. It is too dangerous, and we must leave immediately. Where can we go now? The world is filled with members of the demon sect. It is said that the Great Wilderness Dynasty can hardly withstand the attacks from the demon sect. If it comes to worst, let us surrender." "Nonsense. The demon sect's minions slaughter our sect. How can we surrender? I have decided to go to the Dayu Dynasty. It is said they can still resist the demon sect. Are you all going together?" A young man with a flat haircut said angrily. Before anyone could respond, the inn's door was suddenly kicked open, and a large group of imperial guards dressed in fish dragon attire, wielding embroidered spring sabers, rushed in and surrounded them. The man referred to as senior brother hurriedly stepped forward a few paces and said to the leading imperial guard, "Sir, I would like to know why you are surrounding us. We have not violated any laws of the Great Wilderness Dynasty." The leading imperial guard at Qianhu sneered, "Whether you have committed a crime is not for you to decide. I advise you to surrender without putting up a struggle." The Qianhu waved his hand, "Charge. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." The white-clad individuals quickly realized that they were not here to capture them but to kill them. They immediately drew their swords and fought back desperately, but unfortunately even the strongest among them, Senior Brother Bai, was only at the martial general level. Faced with the siege of dozens of elite Imperial Guards, they perished within the span of less than a stick. The Imperial Guards carried their bodies out of the inn, and under the leadership of the Qiong entered a courtyard. In the yard, a middle-aged man dressed in blue sat drinking tea, his face full of smiles, yet he exuded an air of a smiling tiger. The Qiong quickly approached the man and bowed, saying, "I am Cangwu Wang Lisin of the Imperial Guards. It's an honor to meet you, Master Chen." "Ah, so it's Cangwu Wang. Please have a seat. There is no need for formality between us." However, Wang Cangwu did not sit down but whispered, "Today, we captured a few remnants of the Qinglian sword sect on the streets, and I brought them to you, Master Chen. You are quite thoughtful, then I shall accept them. Is there anything else?" "Ah, nothing else. I hope Master Chen can speak a few good words for me to the higher-ups. Rest assured I will remember your merits, and when the time comes for discussing rewards you will certainly not miss out on the position of a fragrant master." "Thank you, Master Chen. From now on I will certainly follow your lead, Master Chen." Upon hearing this, Wang Cangwu was overjoyed, and immediately knelt down to pledge allegiance to Master Chen. "That's enough, oh, having this intention is good. We are all serving the Master, and from now on we are one family." Wang Cangwu nodded heavily, then cheerfully left with his men, determined to capture more remnants and achieve greater merits, hoping for a chance to be promoted to a position of a sect leader. Master Chen, however, was unaware of Wang Qianhu's intentions, enjoying his tea blissfully. Although he had been a leader of the demon sect before, it was not until the master emerged that the sect had gained such power. First, they annihilated the Jinshan Temple, then destroyed the Shenkong Pavilion, forcing the Wanjian Mountain to disband. Now they aimed to dominate the entire continent, exterminating all forces that opposed them. Currently, only the Diyu dynasty was still resisting fiercely, while the other two dynasties had gradually given up. In the Great Wilderness Dynasty where he resided, he hardly needed to lift a finger these days, as a group of people helped him eliminate the dissenting remnants, all just to enable him to speak well to the higher-ups and secure a position within the demon sect. Most other leaders were in a similar situation. The treatment in the demon sect over the past 2 years had been astonishingly good. As the leader of the Baihu Hall, he had cultivated the Demon King technique with an ample supply of pills, and had now reached the peak of the Martial King realm. Many leaders from other halls had even broken through to the Martial Emperor realm and begun cultivating the Demon Emperor technique, which was an imperial-level skill. Even the Emperor of the Diyu dynasty could only cultivate at this level. It was also rumored that the Hall Masters and Demon Kings had begun cultivating the Demon God technique, which was a divine-level skill. No one knew how powerful it truly was, but it was said that their Hall Masters had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm in less than 2 months of cultivating the Demon God technique, and their strength had become unfathomable in just 2 years. Master Chen thought to himself that he should also work hard, as the demon sect was rapidly expanding. Although he was an old member, if he did not improve his cultivation over time, he could easily be replaced by newcomers. The demon sect was like a fast train speeding towards development, and everyone was trying their best to board. He did not want to be left behind due to insufficient cultivation. That would be devastating. "Come here," Master Chen shouted. Immediately several figures entered from outside the courtyard, bowing and saying, "Master, what are your orders? I need to enter seclusion to break through my cultivation. You all will guard me. Unless there is an emergency, do not disturb me." "Understood." The group answered in unison. "System, are you sure this 10,000 demon pool can be used? I feel like it's quite dangerous." Zhou Qiong gazed at a bubbling pool before him, its fragrant aroma enticing him to soak in it, though he wished it wouldn't occasionally emit electric currents. "Host, this small 10,000 demon pool is the best for those below the martial god realm. You pulled it from the beginner's lottery, so enjoy it. Besides, the first use yields the best results." Gritting his teeth, Zhou Qiong stepped into the small 10,000 demon pool, immediately feeling spiritual energy drilling into his body, continuously enhancing his cultivation. The electric currents he feared merely numbed his body while strengthening it. Sitting cross-legged in the small 10,000 demon pool, Zhou Qiong quietly activated his cultivation technique, diligently training his aura, rapidly increasing. After 2 hours, a powerful aura radiated from Zhou Qiong before gradually settling down. Zhou Qiong checked his character panel. Character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi. Position leader of the demon sect. Cultivation mid-martial god. Skills Demon God Techniques, Celestial Life and Death Hand, Divine Demon Eye, Second Layer of Heaven, Devouring Demon Art. Mount Demon Dragon Chariot. It has been 2 years since the demon sect launched a full-scale assault on the continent. Zhou Qiong broke through to the martial god realm a year ago, primarily due to his extensive time spent training the Devouring Demon Art. This time he further broke through to the mid-martial god realm using the small 10,000 demon pool. In fact, the greatest gain this time was the enhancement of his physical strength. Zhou Qiong felt as if he could shatter space using only his physical body without relying on mana. His physical power now was on par with a peak martial god. Looking at the small 10,000 demon pool, the lightning had disappeared, fully absorbed by him. Zhou Qiong silently stored the pool away, knowing it would bring a steady stream of powerful experts to the demon sect in the future. Zhou Qiong tapped his fingers and a figure wearing a diamond mask appeared in the main hall, kneeling on one knee. Subordinate Tian-san greets the sect leader. Tell me, what have you found out recently? Reporting to the sect leader, we found that Zhao Li's last known appearance was at Jinchang Temple, after which he... Zhou Qiong murmured, interesting. Did he die? It's impossible. Oh, his state clearly suggests he should be the protagonist. Could he have ascended to the upper realm like Shimandi for some reason? But he didn't dwell on it. He originally just wanted to see how far Zhao Li had progressed recently. If he truly posed a threat, Zhou Qiong wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him in advance. He was not the foolish villain from a television drama who waited for the protagonist to become powerful before dueling. Eliminating danger in its infancy and uprooting threats was what the demon sect should do. Tell me, how is Lian Shang and their progress? Reporting to the sect leader, the chief steward and the others have already taken over most of the forces. The Great Desolate Dynasty and the Great Chen Dynasty have officially declared their submission. Only the Great Yu Dynasty is still resisting stubbornly. There is still no news of Huangsha Fortress and the Symbol Sect submitting. The chief steward said it should be resolved within 6 months. Zhou Qiong laughed heartily. They are not slow. Inform Lian Shang that I want him to take his time. It doesn't necessarily have to take a year to unify the continent. Also notify all the Protector's Hall Masters and Demon Lords to return to the headquarters of the Demon Sect in batches. Understood. The kneeling Tian-san gradually disappeared from the main hall. System, open the time room. I want to cultivate. Okay, host. It turned out Zhou Qiong learned from the system that the first 4 levels of the Shen realm are the early stages, and from the 5th stage onward each level presents significant changes, making it very difficult to advance. Therefore, Zhou Qiong wanted to make good use of the system's rewards. As long as he cultivates to the peak of the martial god realm before unifying the continent along with the rewards, he would be able to advance to the 7th stage of the Shen realm, which would give him more confidence when ascending to the upper realm. As for why the higher-ups of the demon sect are rotating back, it is naturally to use the small 10,000 demon pool to enhance their cultivation. Zhou Qiong did not want to go to the upper realm alone. Having been the leader of the demon sect, he could not bear such a life. In the Great Yu Dynasty, within a border city, Lian Shang, dressed in a red robe, was devising plans with the high-ranking members of the demon sect. Chief Steward, I say we should just charge straight in. Can the Great Yu Dynasty really withstand us? The Demon Tiger King, sitting nearby, slapped his head, feeling that studying plans was troublesome. Li Chongsheng from the Qinglong Hall smiled and said, although the method is a bit clumsy, it is indeed effective. The Great Yu Dynasty, while stronger than the other 2 dynasties, is still far inferior compared to our demon sect. Lian Shang thought for a moment and nodded. Tomorrow morning, everyone follow me straight to the Imperial Palace and take down the Great Yu Dynasty in one fell swoop. The remaining Symbol Sect and Huangsha Fortress are not worth worrying about. Understood. The high-ranking members of the Demon Sect replied excitedly. After 2 years, they were finally about to complete the task assigned by the sect leader ahead of schedule. At this moment, a figure wearing a diamond mask appeared beside Lian Shang, said a few words to him, and then turned and disappeared again. Everyone in the demon sect knew this was an order from the sect leader. Over the past 2 years, the 4 divisions of heaven and earth had also come into the sight of the high-ranking members of the demon sect, occasionally cooperating with their actions. However, no one had ever seen their faces, as they had never removed their masks. All they knew was that they were experts, the weakest among them being at the martial emperor realm, and they only obeyed the sect leader. Not even the chief steward had authority over them. Lian Shang coughed lightly. The sect leader commands that we must take down all forces within a year. The time cannot be too long or too short. The members of the demon sect were all surprised, but no one dared to voice objections. The demon sect was entirely Zhou Qiong's domain now, and in the hearts of the members Zhou Qiong was even more formidable than the founding ancestor. He was undoubtedly the rightful leader. In a secluded chamber on the back mountain of the demon sect, a figure sat cross-legged, covered in dust with a faint aura as if he were lifeless. This was the great protector Bai Haoyan, undergoing a rebirth. Over the past 2 years, he had faced death several times, but a phoenix figure at his heart continuously radiated vitality, sustaining his life, repeating it over and over. Finally, the phoenix ceased to radiate vitality, and instead spread its wings, unleashing red flames. Suddenly, Bai Haoyan's entire body ignited, but the flames did not harm him. Instead, they enhanced his life force and aura. Before long, Bai Haoyan restored his cultivation to the early martial emperor stage, and he did not stop there. His cultivation continued to rise, reaching the mid-late and peak martial emperor stages. With a loud bang, it felt as if something within Bai Haoyan had shattered, allowing his cultivation to ascend once more before gradually calming down. Half an hour later, Bai Haoyan opened his eyes, a glint of joy flashing in his gaze. The royal palace of the Great Yu dynasty, known as the largest palace complex on the continent, is now filled with ruins and debris, with corpses scattered everywhere, rendering its former grandeur unrecognizable. At the location of the Golden Luan Hall, the Yu Wang, clad in a dragon robe, stands atop the wreckage, drenched in blood. Only a few ministers and guards remain by his side, all covered in blood and displaying weary expressions. Surrounded by masters of the demonic sect, leading them is Lian Shang, dressed in a red robe. "Yu Wang, I greatly admire you. Why not submit to my demonic sect? I will certainly report to the sect master and secure a satisfactory position for you." Yu Wang snorted coldly. "Pa, never. You demonic sect have destroyed my dynasty and killed my people. I have an irreconcilable enmity with your sect. I wish I could devour your flesh and drink your blood. Facing death, yet you remain stubborn. You truly must not wish to live." "The Magic Tiger King," scolded Yu Wang angrily, then turned to the chief steward and said, "Chief steward, I request permission to execute Yu Wang." Lian Shang nodded slightly, knowing that Yu Wang would never submit. He was merely inquiring. Before the Magic Tiger King could act, Yu Wang raised his head and shouted, "I am the king of the Great Yu dynasty. How can I be killed by you demonic monsters?" As he spoke, he drew a long sword and placed it against his neck. "I have failed my ancestors. Demonic beings, I await you in the afterlife." With that, he swiftly slashed his neck with the sword, his body slowly falling, filled with unwillingness and resentment. "Your Majesty, no. What will happen to your loyal subjects if you die?" Several ministers knelt on the ground, crying out in grief. "Minister Li Guangyuan comes to accompany you. May I follow you in the next life. Minister Sun Xian comes to accompany you. May I follow you in the next life. Minister Wang Quan comes to accompany you. May I follow you in the next life." As they spoke, several ministers drew their long swords and cut their own throats, while several guards also committed suicide. Lian Shang exclaimed in astonishment, "This Yu Wang indeed possesses charisma, to have so many willingly die for him. Let us give him a proper burial." "Yes." At that moment, the Magic Monkey King approached from a distance, holding a 4- or 5-year-old boy. The child, dressed in a brocade robe, struggled continuously in the Magic Monkey King's grasp. The Magic Monkey King threw the boy onto the ground before Lian Shang. "Chief Steward, I found this child in a secret chamber. He was likely hidden away by Yu Wang." "Oh, are you Yu Wang's son?" Lian Shang gently asked the boy, who replied, "I am not. I am the son of a landlord. I was captured here because of my exceptional talent. Are you here to save me?" The boy's eyes were filled with fear as he gazed yearnfully at Lian Shang. Lian Shang reached out and gently stroked the boy's hair, saying, "Do not be afraid, our uncle is here to rescue you." "Thank you, uncle." Before the boy could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his head, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices, and he lost consciousness. The Magic Monkey King looked on in astonishment and asked, "Chief Steward, why did you kill him?" The child harbored killing intent in his gaze just now. "Oh, he is likely Yu Wang's son. If he is not, then it's just his misfortune. Bury him alongside Yu Wang." "Yes." "Li Tongzhu, Wan Tongzhu, Magic Mouse King, Magic Tiger King, Magic Monkey King. We are here." The others responded with bows. "You will lead the men to the symbol sect. If they agree to submit and offer tribute annually, then all will be well. If not, eliminate their sect directly." "Understood." The group then flew towards the symbol sect. "The rest follow me to Huangsha Fortress." "Yes." The remaining members of the demonic sect responded. At the same time, at the headquarters of the demonic sect, Bai Haoyan, dressed in a white robe, with a long sword on his back, stood before Zhou Qiong. "Thank you, sect master, for saving my life." Bai Haoyan knelt on one knee. "Rise!" A voice of authority echoed in Bai Haotian's ears. Bai Haoyan stood up and glanced at Zhou Qiong, sitting in the demonic dragon throne, feeling an overwhelming shock. He had just undergone a rebirth and had broken through to the realm of the martial god, a level not seen in a millennium. He originally feared that Zhou Qiong might harbor suspicions about him, pondering how to express his loyalty. To his surprise, Zhou Qiong exuded an aura that felt as deep as the ocean, akin to an ancient demonic god, seated there with a terrifying presence that seemed capable of crushing him with a mere gesture. Bai Haoyan even felt a sense of fragility in Zhou Qiong's presence, as though he could shatter space and leave this world at any moment. In fact, he was right. Zhou Qiong had already broken through to the peak of the martial god realm. During his breakthrough, he had almost been expelled from this continent by the space itself. Fortunately, he possessed the sky avoidance stone purchased from the system, which concealed the heavenly secrets, sparing him the embarrassment of directly ascending to the upper realm. Great Protector, you are aware of the information from the upper realm, right? I have heard from the Magic Tiger King, but I do not know what the situation is like in the upper realm or what forces exist. I do not know either, but I am confident that no matter where we are, the demonic sect can reach the pinnacle. What do you think, Great Protector? I, your subordinate, will follow the sect master to the death. I am willing to be the vanguard in the conquest of the upper realm, Bai Haoyan declared, directly expressing his determination to Zhou Qiong. Our demonic sect has acquired a new sacred artifact, the little 10,000 demons pool. You should go and soak in it. It will be very beneficial for you. Your current strength is still too weak, and the upper realm is not so easy to penetrate. Yes. Bai Haoyan slowly exited the grand hall, making his way to the magic holy hall, where the little 10,000 demons pool was located. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw 2 guards standing watch. Upon seeing him, they immediately bowed. We greet the Great Protector. I come at the sect master's command to cultivate in the 10,000 demons pool. Alright, please wait, Great Protector. The little 10,000 demons pool can only accommodate 2 people for cultivation at a time, and there are currently 2 inside. Bai Haoyan waited for about half an hour, when the door to the magic holy hall opened and 2 individuals emerged, one with a sharp nose, and the other wearing a silver mask. The sharp-nosed man saw Bai Haoyan and happily exclaimed, Great Protector, you have finally come out. You are here to soak in the 10,000 demons pool, right? This pool is truly miraculous. Magic Monkey King, congratulations on your significant progress in cultivation, Bai Haoyan exclaimed in awe. He sensed the aura of the peak martial emperor emanating from the Magic Monkey King, with faint signs of a breakthrough. Not long ago, the Magic Monkey King's strength had only been at the midstage of the martial emperor realm. How could he have directly broken through to the peak? Could it be that the little 10,000 demons pool is truly that powerful? Bai Haoyan then glanced at the man in the silver mask, sensing a hint of threat emanating from him. The silver-masked man nodded at Bai Haoyan and then vanished. Magic Monkey King, who is that person? He possesses such profound strength, Bai Haoyan asked, somewhat surprised. He should be from the Shen department. Judging by the mask, he must be the leader of the Shen department. The Magic Monkey King replied with a frown. Over the past 2 years, the 4 departments of Heaven, Earth, Shen, and Yellow have frequently traversed the continent. As a high-ranking member of the demonic sect, the Magic Monkey King naturally had interactions with them. This time, entering the little 10,000 demons pool alongside the leader of the Shen department was quite a blow. They had entered with comparable strength, but upon exiting, the other had clearly broken through to the martial god realm while he remained stuck. Ding! Congratulations, Cultivator. Your mission to unify the continent has been completed. Rewards are now being dispensed. Zhou Qiong, deep in cultivation, felt his realm surge relentlessly. Tongshan 5th Order, Tongshan 6th Order, Tongshan 7th Order. Finally halting at the apex of Tongshan 7th Order. The surrounding space began violently repelling Zhou Qiong, as if determined to expel him forcibly from this continent. Yet the Bientian stone nestled in his bosom pulsed steadily with radiant light. After a fierce struggle, the spatial turbulence gradually subsided, and the resistance against Zhou Qiong ceased entirely. He opened his attribute interface. Name Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wu Di. Title Sect Master of the Demon Sect. Cultivation Realm Apex of Tongshan 7th Order. Martial Arts Demon Scripture Heaven and Earth Life and Death Palm Divine Demon I Heaven Devouring Demon Art 2nd Layer. Mount Dragon Mounted Flying Palanquin. At the Demon Sect's Imperial Assembly, senior sect elders stood solemnly along both sides of the Grand Hall. Zhou Qiong remained seated upon the high dais, flanked by Lianxing clad in crimson robes. Lianxing bowed deeply before Zhou Qiong. Master, the Daiyu dynasty has fallen. The Dahuang dynasty, Daqian dynasty, Huangsha fortress, and Fu sect have all submitted to our sect and pledged annual tribute. Humph. Well done, Lianxing. You have served with exceptional competence. As reward, you shall cultivate for 3 months within the grand 10,000 demon pool. All other protectors, hall masters, and demon kings shall each receive 1 month's cultivation there. Many thanks, Master, chorused the assembled demon cultivators, bowing in unison. Joy lit every face. Even Lianxing's eyes flickered with quiet satisfaction. Recently, 2 sacred grounds had emerged within the sect, the Demon Sage Hall and the Grand Demon Sage Hall. Both were forged by the master himself. All who had entered the minor 10,000 demon pool within the Demon Sage Hall had reaped immense benefits. The grand 10,000 demon pool had only manifested days ago, rumored to be over tenfold more potent than its minor counterpart. Cultivation there promised unparalleled results. DE report on our sect's current strength. Zhou Qiong commanded, voice low and resonant. Clad in black robes and wearing a golden mask, D stepped forward and bowed. Master, excluding the Heaven-Earth Mystery and Yellow divisions, our sect currently numbers 2 cultivators at Tongxian 3rd Order 4, at Tongxian 2nd Order 20, at Tongxian 1st Order over 300 at Martial Emperor Realm, and more than 2,000 at Martial Sovereign Realm. This tally excluded Zhou Qiong himself. No one knew his true realm. Rumors whispered he had long surpassed the Martial God Realm. Some even speculated he had advanced far into the Tongxian realm. But none could discern precisely how far. Still insufficient. Lianxing. Zhou Qiong's voice was grave and unwavering. At your command, Master. Lianxing bowed again beside him. Expand the sect without restraint. Resources shall be unlimited. Open the minor 10,000 demon pool to all who contribute meaningfully to the sect. You have 1 year. 1 year hence. I shall lead you all to ascend to the upper realms. Understood. Lianxing replied, bowing once more. When the assembly dispersed, Zhou Qiong sat in silent contemplation. He too intended to use that year wisely. The upper realms remained shrouded in mystery and preparation must be absolute. System. How many villain points remain unused? Cultivator, you retain 800,000 villain points, sufficient to acquire extraordinary items. What do you recommend I purchase? The Xuanhuan Divine Demon Pill, a rare artifact you may urgently require, cost 500,000 villain points. Zhou Qiong opened the system marketplace and navigated to the Xuanhuan Divine Demon Pill page. Upon reading its description, he recoiled in astonishment. The entry read, Xuanhuan Divine Demon Pill, forged casually by an unfathomable entity. Only one exists in the world, peerless as a divine weapon. Ingestion elevates the cultivator by 1 complete major realm, but grants only 3 attacks at that elevated power level. Its effect vanishes automatically after 3 years. By the heavens, this is truly a face-saving artifact. 1 full major realm. System. What lies beyond Tongxian? Beyond Tongxian lies Cangwu, the 1,000-year sovereigns. Above Cangwu stands Zhenwu, the true martial sovereigns. And above Zhenwu lies Deluo, the great Luo sovereigns. System. Is there any realm beyond Deluo? Yes, but that knowledge will come in due time. What else do you recommend? Indeed. Time flowed swiftly like a river racing through the seasons. After the demon sect unified the continent, it issued a proclamation revealing the existence of the upper realms, and announced that 4 years hence the sect would open the Ascension Gate, permitting all Martial Emperor Realm cultivators to ascend. The announcement ignited a continent-wide cultivation frenzy. Talented youths surged forth from obscurity. Long-secluded cultivators emerged from their retreats. Even figures long presumed dead reappeared, resurfacing like forgotten storms. In the bustling city of Dacian Dynasty's capital, the Yulian teemed with travelers, swordbearers, and martial artists alike entering to drink and rest. A man entered, broadsword slung across his back, a jagged scar slashing across his face, his gaze sharp with cruelty. Surveying the pact, and he strode to a crowded table, slammed his palm upon it, and snarled, "This table is mine. Clear out. Now!" The patrons at the table dared not protest. They rose silently and slunk away. Nearby tables murmured quietly, "How spineless." They simply obeyed, not even daring to mutter a word. "You know nothing. Do you even recognize who he is?" whispered a merchant-dressed man. "Who?" they asked, eagerly leaning in. The merchant hesitated, then gestured toward the table. One patron caught his meaning instantly. "Just speak. This round is on me." The merchant smiled faintly. "I'll tell you, he is Duan Somping, the Deadly Blade, ranked 3rd on the Earth list. And rumor says he holds powerful connections." The others gasped. "What? He's the Deadly Blade Duan Sanping? Isn't he the last disciple of the Heaven Silkworm Elder? What connections could he possibly have?" The merchant shook his head with a knowing smile, then pointed southward and upward. They stared blankly, until one suddenly stiffened. "You mean the M.O.?" He trailed off, but all understood. Their glances darted to Duan Sanping, filled not with defiance but dread. In a corner, an old man and a young girl sat at a modest table. 2 bowls of rice and simple vegetable dishes before them. The girl, pure-faced and serene, murmured, "Master." Can we still avenge senior brother? Yes. The demon sect's atrocities will surely invite karmic retribution. You must train diligently, attain the martial emperor realm, and we shall seek justice anew in the upper realms. The elder resumed, eating head bowed. Yet beneath his lowered gaze smoldered despair. She still had time. He was old, barely at the initial stage of martial sovereign realm. He doubted he would ever break through to martial emperor realm, or ascend. The girl nodded earnestly, her resolve unwavering. Then the inn's door burst open, revealing a mountainous figure, 8 tall, muscles like coiled iron. In his grip loomed a massive iron hammer, lending him the stature of an ancient titan. He roared, "Innkeeper, bring 10 jin of beef." As he looked at the tall man entering, Duan Samping's gaze abruptly shrank, revealing a hint of shock. He shouted, "How is this possible? Xiong Ba, how could you have cultivated to such a level?" Other guests were also startled by Duan Samping's reaction, and followed his gaze to Xiong Ba. Apart from his towering stature and the exaggerated large hammer in his hand, nothing seemed remarkable about him. However, to frighten someone ranked third on the earth ranking like Duan Sanping to this extent suggested that his cultivation must be extraordinarily high. The merchant's eyes flashed with surprise. He recognized Xiong Ba. Xiong Ba had once been a figure on the earth ranking, but his stay was too brief and he was soon pushed down. Back then he was only ranked 20th on the earth ranking. How could he possibly intimidate Duan Sanping like this? Xiong Ba glanced at Duan Sanping with a hint of disdain, choosing not to respond. Instead he spoke to the innkeeper, saying, "Please set up a new table for me." The innkeeper promptly complied, hurriedly bringing a new table from the backyard and placing it in an empty spot. Xiong Ba sat down and ordered a jug of wine, beginning to eat and drink. Seeing that Xiong Ba ignored him, Duan Sanping was infuriated. He had encountered Xiong Ba a year ago. Although he had reached the peak of martial emperor, his movements were quite clumsy, and he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Duan Sanping. However, when Xiong Ba entered just now, he felt a deadly danger. His innate intuition told him that such a feeling could only come from a martial sovereign, and not just any martial sovereign at that. In the end, Duan Sanping stood up angrily, walking towards Xiong Ba, clasping his hands, and saying, "I am Duan Sanping, the Absolute Blade. Please teach me." Xiong Ba glanced at Duan Sanping without speaking. He merely waved his hand lightly, and an immense force sent Duan Sanping flying out of the inn's window, crashing onto the street. Spitting blood, Duan Sanping scrambled up from the road, not daring to utter a harsh word as he quickly ran away. About half an hour later, Duan Sanping re-entered, his face twisted with malice as he glared at Xiong Ba. Behind him followed a group of men in black, led by a chubby young man dressed in brocade clothing. Duan Sanping wore a fawning expression as he said a few words to the young man, pointing at Xiong Ba. The brocade-clad youth approached Xiong Ba's table, not discerning Xiong Ba's cultivation level, and cheerfully said, "May I ask where you are from, my friend? Do you wish to become an enemy of my demon sect for provoking us?" Before Xiong Ba could respond, the other guests at the inn were already frightened. They did not expect Duan Sanping to truly know people from the demon sect and could even invite them for support. They looked at Xiong Ba with eyes full of sympathy. After all, provoking the demon sect on the Cangwu Continent was practically akin to seeking death. Xiong Ba turned to the brocade-clad youth, and in a calm tone asked, "May I ask who you are from the demon sect? What have I done to provoke you?" The brocade-clad youth looked deeply at Xiong Ba, sensing that this person was overly calm. Was it a natural disposition of being bold, or just confidence in oneself? Duan Sanping could no longer tolerate it. He slammed the table and shouted at Xiong Ba, "Xiong Ba, do you know who you are speaking to? Lord Chun is the head of the demon sect stationed at the imperial city of the De Chen dynasty. How dare you ask him casually?" Xiong Ba said nothing. Instead, he took out a palm-sized token from his pocket, one side inscribed with the character for tiger, and the other side with the character for bear. He tossed it onto the table. He remarked, "I wonder if this lord recognizes this token." The brocade-clad youth's expression changed in astonishment as he gazed at the token. He had seen such a token before, belonging to his father. His father had held the position of head of the faction a few years ago, and was rewarded with a stint at the main sect of the demon sect after achieving merit, returning with his cultivation skyrocketing to the mid-martial sovereign. Half a year ago, he even broke through to the peak of martial sovereign and was promoted to an elite disciple of the White Tiger Hall. At that time, his father possessed a similar token. However, his father's token had the character for white on one side and the character for Chan on the other. His father had mentioned that anyone holding this token would be among those accompanying the leader during the first ascension. They were not to be provoked unless absolutely necessary. "My lord, please quickly put away the token." I did not expect you to be the Lord of the Tiger Guard under the Demon Tiger throne. I truly underestimated you. I am Chen Qi and my father is an elite disciple of the White Tiger Hall. The brocade-clad youth spoke to Xiong Ba in a low voice. Xiong Ba looked at Chen Qi with a frown. Although Chen Qi had just addressed him as my lord, he had deliberately mentioned that his father was an elite disciple of the White Tiger Hall, clearly indicating that he had backing and suggesting that Xiong Ba not make things difficult for him. Chen Qi noticed Xiong Ba frowning and recalled his father's warning, turning to glance at Duan Sanping. Duan Sanping felt a sense of foreboding when Xiong Ba took out the token. Hearing Chen Qi address Xiong Ba as Lord of the Tiger Guard, he immediately realized that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He intended to turn and flee, but before he could escape, he caught Chen Qi's gaze and a hand struck towards his head. Before Duan Sanping could react, an overwhelming force shattered his head. Chen Qi slowly retracted his hand and wiped it with a handkerchief, saying to Xiong Ba, Lord of the Tiger Guard, this man dared to incite discord between us and the demon sect. He truly deserves death. I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb your meal any longer. With that, he clasped his hands to Xiong Ba and turned to leave with his men. Xiong Ba gazed at Chen Qi as he departed, then at the lifeless body of Duan Sanping on the ground, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not expected Chen Qi to be so decisive in his actions. He would certainly not be a person of mere insignificance in the future. The patrons of the inn were still in a state of shock. They had believed that, with Duan Sanping bringing in members of the demon sect, Xiong Ba was doomed. Unexpectedly, Xiong Ba was also part of the demon sect, and his status was evidently very high. At that moment, an old man sitting in the corner of the inn stood up, bowing slightly to Xiong Ba, and asked, My lord, may I inquire about the realm above the martial god? Could you enlighten me? Xiong Ba glanced at the old man. In truth, this is no longer a secret. In a few days, the demon sect will announce the realms to the world. Seeing that the guests in the inn were all listening intently, Xiong Ba continued, in fact, there is no realm called martial god. In the higher realm, it is uniformly referred to as the transcendental realm, which has 10 levels in total. The martial god corresponds to the first 4 levels. Then may I ask what cultivation level the leader of the demon sect possesses? The old man asked, and the girl standing behind him tightly gripped the old man's clothing. Xiong Ba frowned and replied loudly, the cultivation level of the leader is not something you can know. Just understand that the leader is invincible in this world. In the extreme north, a city stands amidst the vast ice mountains, with the words Invincible City inscribed on its walls. This city was established a year ago by the demon sect created to access the ascension passage within. A year ago, Zhou Qiong exchanged for energy stones to reopen the passage. As for the energy stones, they are a universal currency from the upper realm and serve as the best item for cultivation. The exchange rate is 10 primary energy stones for 1 intermediate energy stone, 10 intermediate energy stones for 1 advanced energy stone, and 10 advanced energy stones for 1 supreme energy stone. Unfortunately, Zhou Qiong searched throughout the continent, but could not find a single energy stone. It is important to note that one must have pure spiritual energy supply to break through the mystical realm. Without Zhou Qiong using the system to create the 10,000 demon pool, the demon sect would not have so many mystical realm experts today. Inside Invincible City, a massive square hosts a stone tablet that emanates a green light. Standing beside the square are thousands of individuals clad in black, each exuding a terrifying aura. Anyone witnessing this scene would be struck with fear, for there are no individuals below the martial emperor realm present. In the sky above the square, a demonic dragon chariot hovers with Zhou Qiong, known as the Invincible One, standing atop it. His overwhelming aura is as fearsome as an ancient demon god, and a voice emanates from the chariot. Lian Sheng, how is the preparation going? In response, Lian Sheng, dressed in red robes, stands before the black-clad individuals, and bows to Zhou Qiong on the chariot, saying, Master, everything is prepared. For this ascension we have 2 individuals at the 5th stage of the mystical realm, 8 at the 4th stage, 500 below the 3rd stage, and 5,000 at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Good. This ascension is fraught with danger. Are you all willing to take the risk with me? We swear to follow the Master to the death. We swear to follow the Master to the death. We swear to follow the Master to the death. The members of the demon sect knelt on one knee, their faces filled with excitement, and the entire Invincible City echoed with their voices. Good. Li Chongqing. At your service. Li Chongqing, the leader of the Azure Dragon Hall, who was dressed in blue, replied with a displeased expression. Protect the demon sect well. After my ascension, I will close the passage for 3 years, after which it will reopen, allowing everyone to ascend. Yes, ascend. Zhou Qiong shouted loudly, and the black-clad individuals began to line up towards the stone tablet. The moment their hands touched the tablet, they vanished from the square. In the upper realm's Black King City, a square larger than that of Invincible City by hundreds of times continues to operate with various teleportation arrays in an orderly manner. A group of armored guards protects the area led by the Blue Rain clan, resembling enlarged blue elves. Outside the square, some individuals from other factions wait to take their own ascenders away. Among them stands a handsome young man with a long sword slung over his back, his brows sharp and defined. He stands next to an elder alongside a young woman. This man is Ximendi, who accidentally ascended previously. He was fortunate. He was originally supposed to become a slave for 5 years at the Blue Rain clan's mines, but on the way to the mines he encountered this elder named Yi Tian. Yi Tian recognized his swordsmanship talent and exchanged a large number of energy stones for his freedom, taking him as a disciple. The woman is Yi Tian's daughter Yi Qing, who is also his senior sister. Yi Tian is a disciple of the Sword Sect in Black King City, reportedly at the 5th stage of the mystical realm. In recent years, he has occasionally accompanied Yi Tian to the square to welcome the ascenders of the Sword Sect. Ximendi gazes towards a corner of the square, where a stone tablet emits a glow indicating it is a functional teleportation tablet. He knows that it is the tablet of Cangwu Continent from which he emerged, and its glow has been shining since a year ago. A year ago, when he suddenly noticed the tablet lighting up, he speculated that it might signify Zhou Qiong. After all, when he arrived in the upper realm, Zhou Qiong was already at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm, and now he must be at the early stage of Martial God, or should it be the first stage of mystical realm? As Ximendi pondered why Zhou Qiong had not ascended after a year, the tablet suddenly radiated brilliantly, and a figure in black emerged from it, possessing the cultivation of a peak martial emperor. "Oh, wait a minute!" Ximendi exclaimed in surprise as he watched the man emerge from the tablet. He did not recognize this person. It was not Zhou Qiong, nor a high-ranking member of the demon sect, nor an expert from any other sect. Could it be a hidden master from Cangwu Continent? Ximendi's exclamation caught the attention of Yi Tian and Yi Qing nearby. Yi Qing asked curiously, "What happened, junior brother?" Seeing them looking at him, Ximendi dared not hide the situation and explained to them. Yi Tian looked at Ximendi and said, "It might be a hidden master from your continent. Before he is taken away, you can ask him about the situation." "All right," Ximendi nodded. An armored guard, observing the black-clad figure emerging from the tablet, was about to approach to take the person away. However, he noticed that after the black-clad individual stepped out, he merely moved to the side, and the tablet continued to emit light as one after another black-clad figure emerged. Before the armored guard could react, over 100 black-clad individuals had already emerged from the tablet, and they kept coming out, each one at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. The armored leader realized that something was off, and quickly approached the tablet, asking the crowd of black-clad individuals, "Which faction do you belong to, and why are you ascending together?" The black-clad individuals did not respond. They continued to move aside to make space for those emerging. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone inside and outside the square. Even those waiting to take their own faction's ascenders halted to gaze towards the black-clad individuals. It is indeed rare to see over 100 people ascending at once. It would be more accurate to say that it was not just over 100 people. Just as everyone was puzzled, no less than 500 individuals had already emerged from the tablet, each one at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. Although this was not remarkable in Black King City, it was astonishing in the lower realm. How powerful must that continent be to have 500 peak Martial Emperor warriors? Even Yi Qing, standing beside them, was left speechless in shock, turning to Ximendi and asking, "Is this truly the continent you ascended from? Your continent is so powerful." At this moment, Ximendi's astonishment surpassed that of everyone in the square. He knew that for these years Cangwu Continent had not produced a single peak martial emperor, and only later did Zhou Qiong manage to barely break through to that level. The other two hadn't even reached the late martial emperor stage. But where did these 500 peak martial emperor warriors come from? The armored leader, seeing that the black-clad individuals were not answering him, and that the tablet continued to release more and more individuals, immediately extended his hand to strike at the black-clad figures. A massive hand descended from the sky towards them, carrying boundless pressure. He aimed to kill a few to establish authority, hoping that this way they might answer his questions obediently. Just as the giant hand was about to strike the black-clad individuals, a loud voice suddenly erupted from within the tablet. "How dare you!" A sword-light soared from within the tablet, slashing towards the giant hand. With a thunderous crash, the armored leader stumbled back 5 steps, his face filled with disbelief. He raised his hand, revealing a sword mark that traversed his entire palm. He glanced at the stone tablet as a figure in a red robe emerged, holding a long sword with a trace of blood, proving that the astonishing sword light just now was indeed struck by this person. The onlookers nearby stared in astonishment at the figure emerging from the stone tablet. If they were not mistaken, it was this redrobed figure who had injured the armored leader with a single sword strike. It should be noted that the armored leader was a 6th-level expert in the Shen realm. Although he was not considered a top figure in the Black King City, it was still impossible for someone from the lower realm to injure him. Yi Qing pointed at the redrobed man and curiously asked Shimendi, "Is this person also from your continent? How could he be so strong? Is he a hidden figure?" Even Yi Tian, who was beside them, wore a look of shock. A person who ascended from the lower realm had directly injured the leader of the upper realm's guards. This was something that had never happened in Black King City. This ascended individual was even stronger than Yi Tian. Shimendi looked at the redrobed man with disbelief in his eyes, muttering, "He is the Grand Commander of the Demon Sect Lian Sheng." Yi Qing immediately turned to Shimendi. "You know him?" Shimendi nodded yes. "He is the Grand Commander of the Demon Sect who forced my sect to disband," he said, pointing in astonishment at the numerous black-clad individuals continually emerging. "Are these people all from the Demon Sect?" The armored leader looked at the redrobed man with a dark expression. "Who are you to possess cultivation at the 5th level of the Shen realm? Did these black-clad individuals ascend with you?" The redrobed man stepped out of the stone tablet, curiously observing the surroundings of the plaza. Taking a deep breath, he said leisurely, "The words of the sect master were indeed correct. The spiritual energy in this upper realm is abundant, at least 10 times stronger than that of the lower realm." He then looked up at the armored leader and said in a deep voice, "I am Lian Sheng, the Grand Commander of the Demon Sect. This time my demon sect has ascended together. I hope you will not obstruct us." A hint of confusion flashed in the armored leader's eyes. He had never heard of the demon sect. It should be a force from the lower realm. He wondered what problem had occurred on that continent below, resulting in so many martial emperors appearing at once. There must be over 1,000, and they were still not stopping. As they continued to emerge, the armored leader's face darkened. He waved his hand, and immediately over 100 armored guards surrounded them, each an expert at least at the 2nd level of the Shen realm. "No matter where you ascended from to provoke my Blue Rain clan is to seek death. Surrender now and we may spare your lives, otherwise do not blame us for being merciless." Lian Sheng looked at the armored leader, knowing that today's matter could not end peacefully. He transformed his long sword into a shooting star that directly pierced towards the armored leader. The armored leader shouted loudly, conjuring 4 long knives from his 4 arms, slashing towards Lian Sheng. The two immediately engaged in battle. Perhaps due to the stability of the upper realm space, the plaza made of unknown materials remained undamaged, despite the clash of 2 6th-level experts in the Shen realm. Meanwhile, the armored guards also launched attacks on the black-clad individuals. However, in that brief moment, another group of individuals emerged from the stone tablet, and this time their cultivation was no longer at the peak of martial emperors, but had also reached the Shen realm. While battling the armored leader, Lian Sheng shouted, "The armored guards are enemies trying to prevent my demon sect from ascending. All demon sect high-level members attack with all your might." "Understood." Many high-level members of the demon sect who had already emerged from the stone tablet responded in unison. The burly demon tiger king shouted, "Blue brats, receive my demon tiger rending skyclaw, demon ape hammer of heaven, 9 hells dark heaven palm." The plaza erupted into chaos. Initially, the demon sect appeared to be at a disadvantage, but when an elderly swordsman stepped out from the stone tablet, the situation instantly turned around. The old man slowly wielded his long sword, and despite his movements being slow, he could slay an armored guard with a single strike. The armored leader gazed at the elderly swordsman, feeling an overwhelming disbelief. He initially thought he had the upper hand, but unexpectedly the enemy had ascended a group of experts in the Shen realm, and now another 5th-level expert had appeared. Could this lower realm really be so formidable? Wasn't it said that one must ascend upon reaching the 4th level of the Shen realm? How had they maintained their 5th level before ascending? The other forces in the plaza, who initially only looked on in surprise with expressions of anticipation, did not believe that this self-proclaimed demon sect from the lower realm could defeat the Blue Rain clan. After all, there was only one expert at the Shen realm. Even if he could hold his own against the armored leader, it was still quite unbelievable, but he was the only one. However, the demon sect shattered their understanding in a short time. The stone tablet continuously produced Shen realm martial artists, and now even 2 5th-level experts had ascended. Messages continuously emerged in the plaza as they reported the situation to their forces behind. Shimendi beside them was so frightened he could not speak. He did not recognize the initial ascended figures, but since Lian Shang ascended, many high-level members of the demon sect followed suit, and he recognized most of them, especially the Demon Tiger King and Demon Monkey King. If he was not mistaken, they had both reached the third level of the Shen realm, while he had only managed to cultivate to the peak of Martial Emperor, relying on the resources of the upper realm. This was something he found hard to accept. He recalled that a few years ago they couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. The armored leader grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. Although the redrobed commander before him was one level lower in cultivation, his sword techniques were incredibly swift, leaving him no room to relax. He had to respond with all his might. Yet, in the brief span of time, more than half of the armored guards had already been slain. If he did not find a way out soon, his entire force might be wiped out. The armored leader gritted his teeth and took out a jade pendant from his bosom, shattering it at once. Suddenly a powerful aura erupted 100 miles east of the plaza, and a figure appeared in an instant. The overwhelming aura pressed down on everyone in the plaza, making it difficult for them to move. How is this possible? Even the Blue Rain Marshal has been stirred. This is the second strongest of the Blue Rain clan, whose cultivation has reached the realm of ancient giants. Yi Tian exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the sudden appearance of the blue figure in the sky. Indeed, this Blue Rain Pavilion has truly been driven to desperation, even deploying the protective talisman given by the family. Unfortunately, though these ascended individuals have decent cultivation, it only takes 2 high-level Shen realm experts to handle them. Was it really necessary to waste a protective talisman to summon an ancient giant? The crowd in the plaza began to whisper quietly. The figure known as the second strongest of the Blue Rain clan, Blue Rain Marshal, hovered in the sky looking down at the Blue Rain Pavilion and the fallen armored guards below and asked sternly what happened. Lan Yuwu looked down at the Mo Jiao's ranks. By now several thousand had ascended and hundreds among them were of the Tongshan realm. Lan Yuwu thought that this continent would have to be explored one day. Undoubtedly it harbored profound secrets. For the moment he needed to seize some of the high-rankers and learn the specifics of that land. Lan Yuwu curled his hand into a claw and reached downward. The air seemed locked, and even Lianqing and Bai Haoyan strained at the edges of perception, unable to dodge. How dare you! A thunderous shout rose from the steely, the sound forming a vast wave that swept toward Lan Yuwu. Its momentum pressed even him as if death itself loomed, and everyone in the plaza was shaken by that voice. It seemed as if those 2 words filled everyone's ears. How dare you! How dare you! The sonic wave appeared, aimed at the Lan Yu clan. Lan Yuwu fared better, but Lan Yuding and other clansmen bled from the 7 orifices, clutching their heads and crying out in pain. A dragon's roar issued from the steel as a gigantic demonic dragon palanquin burst forth. The crowd turned to the flying carriage and read the inscription holding sun and moon plucking the stars. There is none like me in the world. At its center stood a man clad in demonic dragon battle robes, a silver-black lightning mark streaking his brow. Representatives of the gathered powers below gaped in astonishment. What colossal presence! What confidence to utter such a claim! Such an arrogant line! The lower realm truly contains such figures. The robed man aboard the palanquin radiated a mounting immense aura that suppressed everyone in the plaza. Even Lan Yuwu felt the heavy weight of that oppression. Everyone stared in unbelieving fear at the man on the carriage. Lan Yuwu cried, unable to believe it. How could it be? How could the lower realm produce a Cangwu realm master? By then the Mo Jiao within the steel had all finished ascending. The steel dimmed as over 5,000 cultists dropped to one knee and cried, "Hail the cult leader! Rise!" The man atop the palanquin glanced at Lan Yuwu, who still resisted his aura, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you to strike at my Mo Jiao's people? Are you courting death?" Those words, courting death, flooded Lan Yuwu's mind. He clutched his head and poured his energy into resisting them. Lan Yuding, crouched and bleeding from the 7 orifices, stared at the godlike figure on the palanquin as if dreaming. What had he seen? The lower realm had ascended someone of the Cangwu realm. Is this some kind of cruel joke? Yi Qing, his face drained by the oppressive aura, nudged the stunned Shimin Di and cried in alarm, "Junior brother, is this the Mo Jiao leader you mentioned? You said he was only at the Woody Peak, yet he is clearly of the Cangwu realm." Shimin Di was utterly bewildered. He began to doubt whether his memory had failed or whether some alteration in the lower realm's time had occurred. After all, countless years had already passed. Shimin Di's thoughts drifted momentarily. Lan Yuwu forced his head up and looked at Zhou Qiong. "You only just ascended from the lower realm and are already so overbearing. Do you think you can lord it over my Hei Wang city?" A booming laugh sounded from the sky. "Ha ha ha, Lan Yuwu is right. A strange being towering 8 zhang tall, dark-skinned. and bearing a single eye appeared in the plaza radiating such presence that it even checked Zhou Qiong's aura. Another of the same species below cried out, "It is our one-eyed clan chieftain Lord Long Qiong." Long Qiong glanced at Zhou Qiong and chuckled, "Such profound cultivation. You truly ascended from the lower realm." Zhou Qiong frowned and replied, "Whether so or not, what does it matter? When has my human clan ever needed to explain itself to you?" "Exactly. When has my human clan ever needed to explain itself to you?" With a crack through the air, a young man bearing a long sword on his back appeared on the plaza clad in a pure white robe and holding a folding fan like a graceful gentleman. Yi Qing cried out in surprise, "Senior brother." Yi Tian breathed a small sigh of relief. Shimin Di looked up at the man in white. Oh, he had heard from Yi Qing that the sword sect's senior brother had broken through to the Cangwu realm long ago. Many suspected his cultivation had even surpassed the old sect leader, making him the sword sect's foremost expert. The man closed his fan and bowed slightly to Zhou Qiong. "I am Shangguan Yun, a disciple of the sword sect." Zhou Qiong nodded. "I am Zhou Qiong, leader of Mo Jiao." Long Qiong frowned at Shangguan Yun and said, "These people all ascended from the lower realm. They must carry great secrets." Long Qiong asked Shangguan Yun, "Will your sword sect truly wade into these troubled waters?" Shangguan Yun replied, "I never said I intended to meddle. I only came to make acquaintances." Shangguan Yun twirled his fan and smiled softly, waving to Zhou Qiong. "Brother Zhou, when you have time, visit my sword sect. I will welcome you with the utmost hospitality." Zhou Qiong nodded. "I will come when I can. Do not find me tiresome." Shangguan Yun laughed aloud, swept his sleeve, and spirited Yi Tian, Yi Qing, and Shimin Di away from the plaza. From the sky, Shangguan Yun called, "Long Qiong, I hope to see you alive again." Long Qiong gazed toward where Shangguan Yun had vanished, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Shangguan Yun's remark had plainly implied he was no match for Zhou Qiong. Long Qiong said ominously, "Zhou Qiong, what secrets does your continent hide? If you divulge them, I will guarantee the safety of your Mo Jiao people." Zhou Qiong replied calmly, "What are you to me? The safety of my Mo Jiao needs no one like you." Long Qiong retorted, "If you are courting death, do not blame me." Long Qiong let out a feral cry and shot a divine beam from his lone eye. The light tore through the void and streaked toward Zhou Qiong. A slightly smaller one-eyed clansman below cried in admiration, "It's the silence-extinguishing divine beam, our clan's most potent attack. That Mo Jiao leader is surely done for, though to die by our beam might be something to take pride in." Zhou Qiong extended a massive hand from the palanquin. A black vortex formed before him. The silence-extinguishing beam vanished without trace upon entering, and the vortex surged forward, swallowing Long Qiong in an instant. The vortex trembled. Zhou Qiong slowly withdrew his hand, and it dissipated. Long Qiong reappeared kneeling on both knees, unrecognizable. His left arm gone, his body streaked with blood, his lone eye leaking as if blinded, he wailed in torment. Those below were struck mute with fear. The one-eyed clansmen who had shouted earlier lowered their heads, terrified of drawing Zhou Qiong's notice. Long Qiong knelt on the ground, looking up at Zhou Qiong in terror, saying, "How is this possible? We clearly both possess the cultivation of the 8th layer of the ancient realm. Why are you so powerful?" Zhou Qiong ignored Long Qiong and looked toward the east of Black King City, where he sensed a powerful aura soaring into the sky. A dark green figure instantly broke through the air and appeared before Lan Yuwu, who recognized that this person was also from the Lan Yu clan. The newcomer glanced at the severely injured Long Qiong and solemnly asked Lan Yuwu, "Lan Yuwu, what exactly happened here?" Lan Yuwu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomer and recounted the events that had just transpired in the square. When he mentioned that members of the demon sect had ascended from the lower realms, the clan leader of the Lan Yu clan cast a meaningful glance in the direction of the demon sect. Upon hearing that Zhou Qiong had severely injured Long Qiong, with just one move, the Lan Yu clan leader looked at the figure of Zhou Qiong on the demon dragon flying chariot with a serious expression. The Lan Yu clan leader thought to himself that being able to injure Long Qiong in one blow meant that Zhou Qiong's actual combat power definitely surpassed the 8th layer of the ancient realm and might even have reached the peak of the ancient realm. The Lan Yu clan leader cupped his hands toward Zhou Qiong and said amiably, "I am Lan Yukong, the clan leader of the Lan Yu clan. According to the regulations of Black King City, we the Lan Yu clan will guard the Ascension Square for the next 10 years. Any attacks on your sect members might have been due to some misunderstandings, and I hope you won't take offense." Then Lan Yukong continued, "May I ask if you could inform us about what is happening in your lower realm? I would be most grateful." Zhou Qiong glanced at Lan Yukong. Although the latter's attitude was friendly, he had just killed several members of the Lan Yu clan, and it was clear that Lan Yukong was wary of his strength. However, those who know their own strength, Zhou Qiong, although on the surface was at the 8th layer of the ancient realm and had severely injured Long Qiong with one move that was a result of taking a pill. Not to mention the fact that it could only be maintained for 3 years, and that he could only use 3 moves within that time, which troubled him somewhat. He originally wanted to directly injure Long Qiong of the Single-Eyed clan to quell the situation here, then take the members of the Demon Sect and leave Black King City, planning future schemes after understanding the upper realm circumstances. But judging by Lan Yukong's demeanor, it seemed unlikely he could leave easily. Just as Zhou Qiong was about to respond to Lan Yukong, he suddenly frowned, looking around, and said in a deep voice, "Since you have all arrived, why not come out and meet me? Such keen perception. I can hardly imagine you just ascended from the lower realm." Several figures appeared in the air, seemingly from different factions, yet they worked in unison to encircle Zhou Qiong, cutting off his escape route. Among them was a stout man in a yellow robe who had a short stature and was clearly human. He chuckled as those words had come from him. The others were not human. Among them were 2 female demon beings with foxtails, both exuding charm, and a tall minotaur with a human body. Notably, each of them exuded an aura around the 8th layer of the ancient realm. The onlookers below had become numb. Within a short time, 7 experts of the ancient realm had gathered in the square. This did not even include the already departed Gen Sects Shangguan Yun. 5 of the 8 major forces of Black King City had now arrived. The middle-aged human man looked at Zhou Qiong and said again, "Brother, I am Chen Sihai, the leader of the Zhang Gang in Black King City. I am also quite curious about the secrets of your lower realm. As fellow humans, if you are willing to share, I guarantee your safety." The others remained silent, but their gazes were fixed on Zhou Qiong, tacitly agreeing with Chen Sihai's words. After all, for them, the secrets of the lower realm were far more intriguing, and there was no need to make things difficult for Zhou Qiong. After all, Zhou Qiong was also a master at the 8th layer of the ancient realm. Unless absolutely necessary, there was no need to deal with him. However, if Zhou Qiong remained silent, they might not be so accommodating. Zhou Qiong knew that if he did not reveal the situation of the lower realm today, these people would not let him leave easily. System, open the shop. I want to purchase a great teleportation talisman. Understood, host. The shop is now open. The great teleportation talisman requires 300,000 villain points. Do you confirm the exchange? Confirm the exchange. Exchange successful, deducted 300,000 villain points, remaining villain points 80,000. Suddenly a talisman appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand, displaying a strange formation. Zhou Qiong looked at the crowd around him and said in a deep voice, "Our demon sect descended this time and does not wish to provoke any trouble. Once I have settled down, I will speak with you properly." The Minotaur shouted, "Do you think you can leave without clarifying things today?" A large hammer suddenly appeared in his hand, clearly signaling his intent to attack. Zhou Qiong ignored him, waved his hand, and crushed the great teleportation talisman. Space began to ripple, and in an instant it enveloped all members of the demon sect. Before the crowd in the square could react, all members of the demon sect had vanished without a trace. Chen Sihai was the first to react, looking at the direction where the demon sect had disappeared, and exclaimed, "That was a teleportation talisman. What grade of teleportation talisman is that? It can teleport so many people at once. It seems the lower realm still possesses such treasures." The others also cast their divine senses out, searching around. Chen Sihai sighed and said, "Don't waste your efforts. With a teleportation talisman of that grade, the person has definitely left Black King City." Chen Sihai's gaze turned toward Lan Yuting, knowing that she was the leader of the guards arranged by the Lan Yu clan at the square. He directly questioned, "Where did that group just now ascend from that stone tablet?" Lan Yuting looked at clan leader Lan Yukong, while the other faction leaders also turned to Lan Yukong. Finally, Lan Yukong gently nodded. After all, this was not a secret. Many people in the square had witnessed it. Chen Sihai's direct inquiry to Lan Yuting was merely to speed up the understanding, and he had no need to offend several major forces over this matter. Lan Yuting pointed to the dim stone tablet in a corner of the square, and Chen Sihai's expression darkened. "Are you joking with me? How could a dim stone tablet have sent anyone up?" Lan Yuting bowed respectfully to Chen Sihai, saying, "Leader Chen, I am not deceiving you. That group who claimed to be from the demon sect indeed ascended from the stone tablet, but the stone tablet became dim after their ascension. This was witnessed by many present." Chen Sihai and the others looked toward the crowd, and a chorus of agreement arose, stating that the demon sect had ascended from that stone tablet. Chen Sihai and the others turned their gazes toward the stone tablet, their expressions growing grim. Beyond the Black King City, on a desolate mountain, various animals frolicked. Suddenly a group of individuals dressed in black materialized amidst fluctuations in the air, and hovering above was a demonic dragon flying chariot, unmistakably the followers of the demonic sect who had teleported from the Black King City. Zhou Qiong atop the demonic dragon produced a model of a mountain which was none other than the upgraded version of the True Demon Protecting Mountain Array. The Great True Demon Protecting Mountain Array exchanged with 100,000 villain points. It was a true martial level formation which even experts at the true martial realm would find nearly impossible to breach. With a gentle wave of his hand, the formation instantly enveloped the entire desolate mountain. Gradually wisps of mist began to rise from the mountain, making it increasingly difficult to discern the internal situation from the outside. Zhou Qiong spoke aloud. Where are the 4 divisions of heaven and earth? A group of individuals wearing masks of gold, silver, and bronze stepped forward from the crowd and responded, "We are here. Gather information about the surroundings in the shortest time possible." Understood. The 4 divisions took their leave, soaring towards the mountain's outskirts. "The rest of you rest on the spot. This mountain will become the headquarters of our demonic sect in the upper realm." "Yes." The followers of the demonic sect replied in unison. Though it was a desolate mountain, its height was no less than that of the Tianma Peak in the lower realm, and perhaps even greater. The abundant spiritual energy of the upper realm contributed to the extraordinary height of the mountains, rendering this desolate mountain seemingly unremarkable. In an instant, various sounds echoed across the desolate mountain. Some began constructing palaces, others managed the rivers, while still others built roads. The cacophony was incessant. At the foot of the mountain stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with the words Tianma Peak, signifying that the demonic sect had officially established its territory in the upper realm. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, at the Tianma Peak of the Cangwu Continent, a large square was filled with young boys, each face expressing excitement, for they had passed the assessment and entered the continent's strongest force, the demonic sect. Hovering above the square was Li Chongqing, the master of the Qinglong Hall, draped in a black robe. He proclaimed, "You have all been selected through layers of scrutiny and will become the backbone of our demonic sect. You must remember the sect's rules and pledge your loyalty to our esteemed master." "Yes." The young boys below bowed in reverence. Li Chongqing briefly instructed those around him before leaving, eager to cultivate. He had heard that the cultivation environment in the upper realm was superior, and he was determined to double his efforts over the next 3 years, not wanting to fall too far behind the others. Below, a steward in a purple robe led a group of young boys away from the square to tour the various locations of the Tianma sect. Before long, they arrived at the demonic holy palace. The steward in purple said casually, "This is the sacred place for cultivation in our demonic sect. Entry is restricted to those who have made contributions." The young boys gazed in astonishment at the demonic holy palace, wondering how it could be deemed a sacred place for cultivation by the continent's strongest force. One boy in splendid attire whispered, "I know about this, as my clan uncle entered here for cultivation 2 years ago, and within just 2 months broke through from the peak of martial emperor to the late stage of martial sovereign. He has already ascended alongside the master." "Is that true?" To break through 3 levels in one go, what could possibly be inside the demonic holy palace? Are there abundant spiritual herbs and immortal grasses everywhere? The other boys looked at the splendidly dressed boy in surprise. The boy remained silent. He knew what was inside, as his uncle had told him, but he wasn't sure if he should disclose it, fearing it might upset the steward. The steward in purple cast a meaningful glance at the splendidly dressed boy. He had a good impression of this young man. Despite his flamboyance, he was courteous, knowing what to say and what not to say. A rare find at such a young age. As the group passed by the demonic holy palace, they observed several cultivation sites and secluded areas, eventually arriving at the Tianma Palace. Since the master Zhou Qiong and others had ascended, the Tianma Palace had remained in a semi-closed state, with the steward Li Chongqing issuing commands from his Qinglong Hall. The steward in purple led the group into the Tianma Palace. Inside the palace stood dozens of statues, with a towering statue at the center over 100 feet high, clad in demonic dragon battle robes. Its countenance was imposing, and a streak of silver-black lightning adorned its forehead, adding an air of mystery. The eyes emanated boundless darkness, gazing skyward as if regarding the world with indifference. As the young boys stepped into the grand hall, they felt an overwhelming sense of authority, as if an ancient demonic god was battling the entire world, leaving behind mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Suddenly the hall was filled with cries of anguish. More than half of the boys fainted on the spot, while the rest were sprawled on the ground wailing. Only 2 boys remained unaffected, the splendidly dressed boy and another boy carrying a long knife. Though their faces were pale, they remained silent throughout. At that moment, a guard beside the steward in purple whispered a few words to him before stepping back. After a quarter of an hour, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall dissipated, leaving only the two boys standing while the others were awakened by the guards. The steward in purple addressed the young boys. Do you all recognize the statue in the hall? Most of the boys in the crowd looked bewildered. Although the names of the high-ranking members of the demonic sect were well known throughout the continent, they were too young to have seen them, and even if they had heard the names, they had no idea what they looked like. Only the splendidly dressed boy and the boy with the knife appeared somewhat calm. The steward in purple regarded the splendidly dressed boy, having just learned from the guard that this person was the third prince of the Qian dynasty, while the boy with the knife was the young lord of the Yellow Sand Fortress. Third Prince Qian, you should be familiar to everyone. Please introduce yourself. The splendidly dressed boy bowed to the steward in purple and said, Steward, my name is Qian Yuqi. You can call me Third Qian. He then turned to the perplexed boys and continued, You may have heard of them before, but you haven't seen them. The figure in the center is our demonic sect's supreme master. Beside the master is our grand overseer Lord Lianxing clad in red robes. The first on the left in white robes is our grand protector Lord Bai Haoyan. The other 7 include Protector Ning Wu, Protector Wei Xiao, Protector Sun Hao, Protector Zhang Yuan, Protector Chu Tianhe, Protector Han Su, and Protector Yang Rong. On the right side, the 4 figures are Lord Li Chongxing, Master of the Qinglong Hall, Lord Wanli, Master of the Xuanwu Hall, Lord Chu Kaishan, Master of the Baihu Hall, and Lord Bingli, Master of the Zhuke Hall. At the forefront of the other 12 is the Rat Demon King Lord Chun Shu. The names of the other 11 remain unknown to me except for their titles. Qian San turned to bow to the steward in purple before stepping back into the crowd. In fact, he had yet to introduce 4 other figures hidden behind the master, each wearing a different mask. The steward in purple waved his hand. Very well, you should remember the names and appearances of these esteemed individuals. It will greatly benefit you after your ascension. In the upper realm atop the new Tianma Peak there stood a palace several times larger than the Tianma Hall in the lower realm. Zhou Qiong remained seated on the dragon throne, while below Xianyi, wearing a silver mask, knelt on one knee beside a figure adorned with a golden mask. The masked figure reported, Master, our sect's territory currently falls within the chaotic region of Heiwang. There are over 200 cities like Heiwang City in the chaotic area, with Heiwang City itself covering a vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles. Each major city governs itself, making the entire chaotic region much larger than the Cangwu Continent. Beyond this, there are several dynasties and sects with territories that are boundless. Due to their distance, the subordinates have yet to gather detailed information. Zhou Qiong nodded calmly. The system had previously mentioned that the upper realm was vast and limitless, a situation he had anticipated. Tell me about the situation in Heiwang City. Yes, the city lord of Heiwang City is called Mu Lao, said to be a tree spirit who has achieved true martial realm. He is the strongest in the entire Heiwang City, yet he is kind-hearted and does not involve himself in governance. Thus, Heiwang City is currently ruled jointly by the 8 major forces: the Lanyu clan, the Honghu clan, the Danyan clan, the Nyuto clan, the Sword Sect, the Dajiang Gang, the Ghost Sect, and the Hua clan. Every 10 years, these forces exchange control over the city square, allowing ascended warriors to work for them for free for a few years, while scouting for promising talents. Is there any other useful information? According to the city guards, Mu Lao will celebrate his 3,000th birthday in a month at the city lord's mansion, and a secret realm will be opened at that time, though the subordinates do not have more details yet. Zhou Qiong nodded, the 2 figures slowly fading away within the grand hall. He contemplated that he needed to seize Heiwang City within 3 years to ensure the safe ascension of the demonic sect members from the lower realm. Ding task generation in progress. Attend Mu Lao's birthday celebration. Obtain qualification to enter the secret realm. Successfully enter the secret realm and elevate the host's cultivation by 2 minor levels, earning 200,000 villain points. No penalties for failure. Does the host accept? Accept. Although Zhou Qiong did not understand how to obtain the qualification, he decided to accept first, and would find out during the birthday celebration. In the city lord's mansion within a vast courtyard, an elderly farmer was tending to vegetables in the ground, occasionally turning the soil and watering the plants. Beside him, a beautiful young girl in a fiery red dress kept chattering, but the old man never lifted his head, focused solely on his work. Oh dear Mu Lao, are you even listening to me? The fiery red girl stamped her foot in frustration. The old man looked up, a weary expression on his face, and said, I heard you. Aren't there just many people who ascended from the lower realm? Why are you so agitated? But Mu Lao, thousands of them ascended at once. And the leader is said to be exceptionally fierce, having severely injured that one-eyed monster from Longchong as soon as he arrived. You little girl, didn't you always dislike Longchong? Why aren't you happy that someone helped teach him a lesson? The old man helplessly brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Oh, it's just curiosity. Mu Lao, you mentioned that your birthday is in 2 days. Will that demonic sect leader come? What? Our Rose girl has grown up, starting to have youthful thoughts now. What are you talking about? I haven't even met him. I'm just curious. Now who in all of Haiwang City isn't curious? Mu Lao, what secrets could that lower realm possibly hold to produce such a legendary figure? Enough, the world is full of wonders. By the way, how has your cultivation been progressing? Suddenly Mu Lao changed the subject. The fiery red girl covered her ears, pretending not to listen, and quickly ran away. 2 days later, at the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere was filled with joy. The entire mansion bustled with people. Today was the 3000th birthday celebration of Mu Lao, the lord of Haiwang City. Although he never governed it, did not change the fact that he was the strongest in Haiwang City, and no one dared to disrespect him. All forces within the jurisdiction of Haiwang City, big and small, were present. At the entrance, 2 tray ants greeted guests, periodically calling out their names. Master Qian from the Dajiang gang has arrived. Leader Lan from the Lanyu clan has arrived. Sword Sect's Shangguan Yun has arrived. The Honghu clan. In the main hall, an elderly man sat in the high seat, the very lord of Haiwang City, Mu Lao. Beside him, a girl in red was pouring wine for him. On either side, 4 seats were already filled with people, the leaders of the 8 major forces of Haiwang City. Below there were over 100 scattered seats reserved for smaller forces or wandering cultivators. At the entrance, the 2 tray ants continued to call out. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before them. The leader was clad in a dragon war robe, exuding an imposing aura, while the 2 behind him were a handsome youth in a red robe and a figure in black with a silver mask. It was Zhou Qiong, Lian Shang, and Shen Yi. One of the tray ants cupped his hands towards Zhou Qiong and asked, "Do you have your invitation?" Zhou Qiong replied casually, "I do not have an invitation. I heard that the Lord of Haiwang City is celebrating his birthday today, so I came specifically to congratulate him. Is that not permitted?" As Zhou Qiong exuded an aura of dominance, the other tray ant hurriedly said, "It is allowed. May I ask which force you belong to? I shall report accordingly. I am the leader of the demonic sect." After speaking, Zhou Qiong did not wait for the tray ants to report, but directly led Lian Shang and Xianyi into the mansion, the tray ants too, intimidated by his aura, to stop them. Inside, the leaders of the major forces were chatting. Chen Sihai pointed at an empty seat across the hall and said loudly, "I think we should remove this seat. Long Chong doesn't even know where he is recuperating right now and won't be able to come." Opposite him, a figure in black with a black cloth covering his head slammed the table angrily. "I say that Long Chong is quite useless to be injured by someone who just ascended from the lower realm. In my opinion, the One-Eyed Clan is simply unworthy to be counted among the 8 major forces of Haiwang City." Beside him, a woman in pink, resembling a human, but with a fox tail, softly said, "I think so too. Long Chang's injuries probably won't heal well. They should just replace him with a new clan." At this moment, behind Chen Sihai stood a young man with a long sword on his back, his right hand adorned with a ring that occasionally emitted a blue light. Listening to the discussion regarding the demonic sect leader, his expression remained grim, filled with disbelief. He was none other than Zhao Li, who had vanished from the Cangwu Continent. "Fu Lao, do you think that demonic sect leader has really reached the eternal realm? He was able to severely injure the leader of the One-Eyed Clan at the 8th level of the eternal realm with a single strike." The ring emitted a faint glow, and a message appeared in Zhao Li's mind. "His cultivation speed is indeed astonishing, comparable to some imperial dynasty princes and saints, yet he is neither, unless he is a reincarnated great being." Zhao Li furrowed his brow tightly, when suddenly a loud voice shouted from outside, "The demonic sect leader has arrived." The congratulatory voices from outside instantly astonished everyone in the hall. "Wow, he actually dares to come to the city lord's residence. Doesn't he know that we are all here?" The bull-headed man touched his horns and said fiercely. The others also looked towards the 3 newcomers with gloomy expressions. Even Elder Mu, who sat at the head seat, turned to look at the newcomers, while the girl in red, who was pouring wine for him, glanced up, her eyes filled with curiosity. The leaders of numerous smaller factions below began to discuss among themselves. "These 3 are members of the demon sect who flew up from the lower realms. I heard this person severely injured Lord Longchong with a single strike. I wonder how high his cultivation must be. He actually dares to come here, or doesn't he fear for his life? Quiet. If he hears you, aren't you seeking death? Just by looking it's clear he's not a righteous person. He's someone we can't provoke." Zhou Qiong and the other 2 hurried into the hall, cupping their hands and saying, "I am Zhou Qiong, the leader of the demon sect. Today, hearing that Elder Mu is celebrating his birthday, I specially came to convey my congratulations. I wonder if Elder Mu welcomes me. Elder Mu chuckled and nodded. A guest is a guest, please take a seat. The bull-headed man mockingly said. There are no seats left up here, so please find a spot below sect leader Zhou. Others looked at Zhou Qiong and his companions with mocking expressions. Zhou Qiong didn't respond but led his two companions directly to the seat originally occupied by Long Chong and sat down with Lian Shangxian and the others standing behind him. After sitting down, he said in a deep voice, This should be the seat of that one-eyed monster, and from now on it belongs to me. Do you have any objections? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Zhou Qiong, surrounded by boundless demonic energy, as if an ancient demon god were seated there. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Ahem, Elder Mu at the head table lightly coughed, and the oppressive atmosphere in the hall dissipated instantly. Since sect leader Zhou wishes to sit there, then please do so. Seeing that Elder Mu had spoken, the others also ceased their discussions. To Zhou Qiong's left was Shangguanyun, whom he had met last time, and to his right was the leader of the Red Fox clan. Shangguanyun smiled and raised his cup of wine towards Zhou Qiong, who also picked up his cup, taking a sip and nodding with a smile. The girl in red who was pouring wine for Elder Mu stood up and said loudly, Since the guests have all arrived, let us begin the gift presentation. A member of the Blue Rain clan stepped forward and shouted, The Blue Rain clan presents one Xianyang Golden Dan, wishing Elder Mu boundless longevity. The Red Fox clan also shouted, The Red Fox clan presents a Wan Zai Kong Qing, wishing Elder Mu eternal youth. The bull-headed man offered the Sword Sect, presented the Great River Gang, contributed. First came the gifts from the 7 major factions, followed by various smaller factions, each offering rare treasures. However, Elder Mu maintained a smiling expression throughout. It seemed that nothing could capture his attention. At this moment, the ghostly leader of the Ghost Clan, exuding a chilling aura, sinisterly laughed. Does sect leader Zhou come to Elder Mu's birthday without bringing a gift? Are you looking down on Elder Mu? Upon hearing this, others turned their gazes towards Zhou Qiong. Some were eager to see him put in a difficult position. Zhou Qiong ignored everyone and instead looked up at Elder Mu. A silver-black lightning bolt in the center of his brow began to emit a faint glow which then disappeared. Elder Mu looked at Zhou Qiong in surprise. Just now, when Zhou Qiong glanced over, he felt as if he was being seen through. It should be noted that he was a true martial realm cultivator, and this demon sect leader seemed to have some skills. Zhou Qiong lowered his head in deep thought. Elder Mu's true form turned out to be a celestial peach tree radiating dazzling light, yet revealing an aura of confinement, indicating he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but unable to due to the limitations of his true form. System: Is there anything that can assist the celestial peach tree in breaking through its limitations? Yes, host, the celestial spirit essence is a treasure of the plant race. Just 1 drop can help him break through his limitations. 1 drop costs 100,000 villain points. System: How many villain points do I have left? The host currently has 80,000 villain points remaining. System: Help me exchange for half a drop of celestial spirit essence. Alright, half a drop of celestial spirit essence has been successfully exchanged, costing 50,000 villain points, leaving 30,000 villain points. Suddenly, a porcelain vial appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand, which he casually handed to Xian Yi with a few instructions. Xian Yi took the porcelain vial and walked to the center of the hall, facing Elder Mu, shouting loudly. The demon sect congratulates Elder Mu on his birthday, presenting half a drop of celestial spirit essence, wishing Elder Mu a significant advancement in cultivation, reaching a new level. What? The usually composed Elder Mu stood up directly. With a wave of his hand, the porcelain vial in Xian Yi's hand instantly appeared in his grasp. Slowly opening the vial, a fragrant aroma filled the hall instantly. While others were unaffected, the members of the plant race seemed to be drawn in by a fatal temptation, all looking at the vial with longing. Elder Mu capped the vial and waved his hand to disperse the fragrance in the hall, carefully storing the vial away. He turned to Zhou Qiong and cupped his hand, saying, Thank you for your thoughtful gift, sect leader Zhou. Although the crowd had never heard of the celestial spirit essence, they could tell from Elder Mu's reaction that it was certainly not an ordinary item. After all, after they presented their gifts, Elder Mu didn't even nod his head. Blue Rain Kong's gaze towards Zhou Qiong was even more filled with plundering intent. If it weren't for Elder Mu's birthday, he would have likely rushed over to seize everything from Zhou Qiong. But wanting to do it and being able to do it were two different things. The girl in red beside Elder Mu looked at Zhou Qiong deeply. She was even more interested in this mysterious leader of the demon sect. Just now, when Elder Mu opened the vial, she was closest to it, and just the aroma that wafted out made her own body feel on the verge of a breakthrough. She truly couldn't fathom what kind of treasure the celestial spirit essence was. The girl in red stood up saying, as usual, each major faction will send 2 participants at the Tongxian realm to compete, and finally select 8 individuals to gain entry into the Kongtong's secret realm. Each of the 8 major factions will select 1 person to directly advance to the finals. After glancing at Zhou Qiong, she added, the qualification of the former One-Eyed clan will be taken over by the Demon Sect. The competition officially begins. Let the banquet commence. Immediately, countless maidservants rushed in from both sides carrying trays adorned with various rare fruits, placing them on the tables of the leaders of each faction. 2 maidservants placed a fruit platter on Zhou Qiong's table, with one of them specifically pointing to a celestial peach placed alone in the tray, softly saying, this was specially prepared for sect leader Zhou by Elder Mu. Zhou Qiong looked at the celestial peach, which was shimmering with light, clearly different from the other fruits. He turned to look at Elder Mu and then chuckled, Elder Mu is indeed generous. Zhou Qiong took a bite of the celestial peach, which melted in his mouth. Instantly, he felt a surge of spiritual energy rushing into his abdomen, then spreading throughout his body, enhancing his physical strength. Zhou Qiong finished the celestial peach in just a few bites, and a sound of shattering echoed within him. His aura shifted slightly, then quickly dissipated. The events unfolded so swiftly that none of the onlookers noticed, and only a few caught a glimpse of the unusual nature of the peach Zhou Qiong consumed, mistaking it for an ordinary exotic fruit. Only Elder Mu's gaze towards Zhou Qiong revealed a hint of suspicion. In Zhou Qiong's mind, an attribute panel appeared. Character Zhou Qiong Zhou Wudi. Title Leader of the Demon Sect. Cultivation 9th layer of Tongxian, possessing the aura of the ancient 9th layer. Skills Demon God's Art, Celestial Life and Death Technique, Divine Devil I 2nd layer of Sky Swallowing Demon Art. Mount Demon Dragon, Flying Chariot. One peach had allowed Zhou Qiong to elevate a small tier. Had it not been for his overly solid foundation, he might have ascended further, showcasing the preciousness of this celestial peach. Zhou Qiong cast a deep glance at Elder Mu. This peach, along with the entire peach tree, must be acquired, as it would greatly enhance the power of the demon sect. Elder Mu, seated at the top, suddenly felt a chill running through his body, sensing that someone harbored ill intentions towards him, though he could not discern who it was. At this moment, 4 seed contestants had already emerged from the arena. A mysterious force seemed to control the cultivation levels of each participant, keeping them at the first stage of Tongxian. Moreover, a massive protective shield contained all residual waves of attacks within the arena. The girl in red proclaimed loudly, "All right, the preliminary rounds have concluded. Each major force will send their representatives to compete against the seed contestants, ultimately determining 6 victors who will gain entry into the secret realm." Every faction present sent out a participant, and Zhou Qiong sent Lian Sheng. 8 contestants from the major powers and 4 seed contestants began the draw for matchups, each fighting 3 rounds, with the 6 who won the most matches emerging victorious. At this moment, Xian Yi approached Zhou Qiong and whispered a few words. Zhou Qiong furrowed his brows and looked towards the arena, where a sword-wielding youth was battling a minotaur. The youth's swordplay was exceptionally exquisite, completely suppressing the minotaur. However, it was not this that caught Zhou Qiong's attention. Instead, he noticed the ring on his right hand. Had it not been for Xian Yi's reminder, he would have almost forgotten about Zhao Li. Originally, he had intended to eliminate him directly in Cangwu Continent, but unexpectedly, he had ascended to the upper realm ahead of time. Seeing that Zhao Li's cultivation had already risen to the 5th stage of Tongshuan, it was evident that he was indeed a protagonist favored by fate, leveling up rapidly. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to eliminate him as soon as possible. "Ah, you perverted bastard!" A sharp scream erupted from the arena as a girl with red clothes and a foxtail covered her face and cried out. A visible sword mark marred her face, which was bleeding profusely. Facing her was a man clad in a red robe, slowly retracting his long sword as he stepped out of the arena, coldly stating, "Had this been a normal situation, you would already be a corpse." Nearby, a tree person referee loudly announced, "Demon Sect's Lian Sheng wins." The competition continued, and the red-clad woman who had been pouring wine for Elder Mu also stepped into the arena to compete on behalf of the Flower Clan. Her true form was that of a red rose, and with her exquisite throwing knives she won 2 consecutive matches before narrowly losing to Zhao Li in the 3rd. The Sword Sect sent their participant, who was none other than Sister Yi Qing from the Shiman clan. Unfortunately, she faced Zhao Li and the Flower Rose in consecutive matches, resulting in immediate defeats. The seed contestants from the smaller factions were merely there to make an appearance, hoping to impress Elder Mu, and they would not dare to compete for the qualification to enter the secret realm. After 2 hours of dueling, 4 victors had already been selected from the Plaza Lan Yu clan's Lan Yu, Ting Flower clan's Flower, Rose Minotaur clan's Nyo Kue, and the Ghost clan's Ghost Cry. The tree-person referee announced loudly finally the demon sects Lianshang will duel against Zhao Li from the Dajiang gang. Regardless of the outcome, both will qualify for entry into the secret realm. The tree-person referee announced loudly finally the demon sects Lianshang will duel against Zhao Li from the Dajiang gang. Regardless of the outcome, both will qualify for entry into the secret realm. The two stood on opposite sides of the arena. Zhao Li glared at Lianshang with hatred. Do you remember your demon sect's destruction of the Yulong Sword Sect? I am a disciple of the Yulong Sword Sect. Today I will avenge them by first killing you and then Zhou Qiong until every last member of the demon sect is wiped out. Lianshang tapped the long sword in her hand and coldly replied, Yulong Sword Sect. Perhaps. My demon sect has been annihilated by many sects like stars in the sky. Who knows which one you refer to? You seek revenge on my demon sect. I doubt you will live to see the end of today. Without giving Zhao Li another chance to speak, Lianshang's long sword transformed into a streak of sword light, instantly slicing towards Zhao Li. The arena was filled with flashing sword light, and the speed of their strikes intensified, leaving only the sound of clashing swords in the air. Zhao Li found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Ever since obtaining the inheritance of the sword god, he had not met a rival of his level, even being able to battle across realms. Yet now against Lianshang, who was clearly at the same level, he could not gain the upper hand and was instead thrown into chaos by her reckless style. Seated in the audience, Shang Guanyun cast a deep gaze at Lianshang in the arena. What a ferocious sword technique devoid of any defense. Merciless to the enemy and equally merciless to oneself. A strange scene unfolded in the arena as Lianshang's reckless approach led both combatants to fight for their lives. Evil slaying sword technique 72 paths integrated. Sword slash of the celestial horizon. A tremendous wave of residual energy caused the protective shield of the arena to tremble. As the energy dissipated, the two fighters were revealed. The crowd looked on in shock as Lianshang stood drenched in blood, a long sword piercing through her chest, yet she remained standing in the arena. Lianshang slowly extracted the long sword from her chest and tossed it aside, turning to walk out of the arena and returning to Zhou Qiong's side. Meanwhile, Zhao Li lay on the ground, having been cut in half, blood pouring from his mouth. Though such injuries would not claim the life of a Tongshan cultivator, they were enough to damage his foundation. Moreover, the long sword that had pierced Lianshang's heart had clearly also inflicted severe damage. She was willing to sacrifice her own foundation to ruin another's. Lianshang was truly ruthless, and the onlookers began to regard her with a hint of fear. Those who glanced at Zhou Qiong, seated before Lianshang, felt an even greater sense of dread. To command such a fierce individual, the leader of the demon sect must be exceedingly ruthless, leading them to think it was best not to offend him. The trembling tree-person referee shouted, Demon sects Lianshang wins. The members of the Dajiang gang rushed to aid Zhao Li, continuously feeding him spiritual medicine and attempting to reconnect his severed body. The red-clothed girl said with a smile, the competition has ended, and the clans that have qualified to enter the secret realm are the Blue Rain clan, the Flower clan, the Bullhead clan, the Ghost clan, the Great River gang, and the Demon sect. The banquet continued until evening and many guests dispersed. Even the Red Fox clan and the Sword sect, who did not qualify, reluctantly left the city lord's mansion. Before leaving, Shang Guanyun specially greeted Zhou Qiong, inviting him once again to visit the Sword sect. At that moment, a girl in red walked up to Zhou Qiong and cheerfully said, Hello, my name is Hong Meigui. They say you ascended from the lower realm, is that true? Zhou Qiong coldly nodded. Is that Lianshang your subordinate? Impressive. Where is your demon sect? Is there a convenient time for me to visit? Do you have to be so dismissive? Do you dislike me? Zhou Qiong frowned at the girl who kept asking questions, saying, If you have nothing else, stop wandering around in front of me. The girl seemed incredulous at his words, biting her teeth in anger, and finally stomped her foot and ran away. Old Mu stood up from his seat and said softly, It's time, follow me. Everyone followed Old Mu to the back of the city lord's mansion, and after walking for half an hour, they finally reached a waterfall. Indeed, there was a waterfall within the city lord's mansion, which showed how grand the mansion was. Old Mu pointed at the waterfall and said, Behind this is the Kongtong secret realm. According to the rules, the 6 winning families will enter first, and the others can enter after 3 hours. The other families clearly were not participating for the first time and directly sent their disciples in. Even Zhao Li, who was still weak and heavily injured, flew into the waterfall. Lianshang bowed to Zhou Qiong and also turned to enter the waterfall. Once everyone entered the secret realm, the area in front of the waterfall became eerily silent, and Zhou Qiong began to meditate. Meanwhile, Qian Sihai and others were quietly communicating. Since Zhou Qiong has come forward, we must seize this opportunity. His world definitely holds great secrets. Indeed, I was wondering how long he would hide, but unexpectedly, he dared to appear on his own. This is surely seeking death. Alright, once we enter the secret realm, if we discover his whereabouts, notify me immediately. Don't think about monopolizing it. Zhou Qiong is not easy to deal with. Then it's settled. Whoever contributes more will get more treasures and secrets will be shared. If anyone breaks the rules, the others will punish them together. Alright. Zhou Qiong was unaware that the others were plotting how to deal with him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. 3 hours passed quickly, and Old Mu coughed lightly, prompting the leaders to swiftly fly into the waterfall. Old Mu looked at Zhou Qiong, who had not yet entered, and said softly, "There is a type of celestial stone inside the secret realm which is quite rare but greatly beneficial for cultivation. There are some barbaric beasts within which have no intelligence and will attack any intruders. The secret realm will close automatically after 3 days, so you must exit within this time." Zhou Qiong nodded. "Thank you for the information, Old Mu." After saying this, he strode into the waterfall. As soon as Zhou Qiong entered the waterfall, he felt a wave of spatial transfer. When the wave subsided, he found himself on top of a mountain peak, surrounded by mountains stretching for hundreds of miles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the entry task for the secret realm. Rewards are being... Suddenly Zhou Qiong's aura began to strengthen continuously, and within his body it felt as if some shackles were being unlocked. The momentum radiating from him began to destabilize the secret realm. Character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi. Position leader of the demon sect. Cultivation first layer of the ancient realm. His aura corresponds to the first layer of the true martial realm. Skills: Demon God's Art, Celestial Death Hand, Divine Demon Eye, second layer of the sky, Devouring Demon Art. Mount Demon Dragon Fein Yen. System: will my aura increase as I enhance my cultivation in the future? Know the pills you consume can only enhance your aura to the first layer of the true martial realm, while you can only execute 2 moves of the first layer of the true martial realm strength. Zhou Qiong silently nodded, knowing the effects of the pills would not last forever. On the peak, a barbaric beast resembling a lion or tiger stared at Zhou Qiong with blood-red eyes, but it was too intimidated by his demonic aura to approach. Instead, it kept growling. Zhou Qiong exclaimed, "A barbaric beast of the Kongxian realm dares not fear my true martial realm aura. This secret realm seems truly extraordinary." After killing the barbaric beast with a wave of his hand and intending to leave, Zhou Qiong's expression suddenly changed. A glowing light began to emanate from his brow, and a final black vertical pupil manifested, radiating countless beams of light. Where the vertical pupil gazed, a trace of black blood mist slowly emerged from the place where the barbaric beast died, sinking into the ground until it vanished. Zhou Qiong frowned. He seemed to have seen an ancient creature roaring beneath the ground, but he couldn't clearly make out what it was. Not lingering too long, Zhou Qiong took off towards the distance where he had just heard a sound. It wasn't long before he spotted a girl in red, Hong Meigui from the Flower Clan, holding a stone glowing with a white light which should be the celestial stone Old Mu mentioned. Hong Meigui also saw Zhou Qiong quickly stowing the celestial stone away and awkwardly smiled. "What a coincidence, Leader Zhou. Take out the celestial stone." A cold voice emanated from Zhou Qiong. "This was found by me. How can you steal it? Don't you know the principle of first come, first served? I'm saying, as a weak girl, how can you take it from me? Everything I see belongs to me. Hand it over or die." As he spoke, Zhou Qiong extended his right hand with demonic light radiating from it. Wait. I am Old Mu's granddaughter. If you kill me, he won't let you go." Seeing that softness was futile, Hong Meigui could only use Old Mu to intimidate Zhou Qiong. However, her palm did not stop. Hong Meigui felt a suffocating aura of death enveloping her. She knew that if she did not hand it over, he would really kill her. Ignoring her shock, she hurriedly took out the celestial stone and threw it to Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong caught the celestial stone and scrutinized it carefully. Meanwhile, Hong Meigui, seeing that Zhou Qiong no longer intended to attack her, breathed a sigh of relief. In that instant, she thought she was doomed. Zhou Qiong used his divine demon eye to examine the celestial stone and discovered that not only was there an astonishing amount of energy within, but there was also a trace of white mist swirling about, which should be the so-called celestial energy. This celestial stone is an essential item for cultivation in the Great Luo realm, and for those below the Great Luo, it is a treasure that can rapidly enhance cultivation levels, extremely rare. Zhou Qiong put away the celestial stone and glanced at Hong Meigui, coldly stating, "This time I'll spare you for Old Mu's sake. There won't be a next time." After saying this, Zhou Qiong turned and vanished before Hong Meigui. At that moment her face turned a terrifying red. It wasn't from fear of Zhou Qiong but from anger. She had just started to like him a bit when they first met, but she never expected that in his eyes she was nothing. This time Zhou Qiong had been flying for an entire day without encountering anyone else who had entered the secret realm, nor had he found any immortal stones. This secret realm was indeed terrifyingly vast. After a day of flying, he still had not seen an end. Zhou Qiong kept flying westward, feeling as though something was drawing him there, guiding him to that place. Meanwhile, 500 kilometers underground in front of Zhou Qiong, Zhao Lijing was exploring a cave with a pale face. Fu Lao, are you sure there is a powerful righteous inheritance inside here? The further I go, the more eerie and bloody it becomes, as if an extraordinary demon lurks within. My soul body has been severely damaged and my memories are quite hazy, but I do have some recollections of this place. There is definitely a righteous inheritance inside. Zhao Li remained silent and continued deeper into the cave. On the other side of the cave, Lian Shang, clad in red, was also exploring the cave. He had accidentally fallen into this cave, and initially wanted to leave immediately, but his intuition told him that there was an opportunity for him here. At this moment Zhao Li had entered a secret chamber which contained a bronze statue. Fu Lao, what do you think of this secret chamber? This should be a teleportation chamber. Try twisting the left hand of the bronze statue on the... After hearing this, Zhao Li moved the right hand of the bronze statue, and suddenly the entire secret chamber came to life. The ground was covered with intricate formations, and the eyes of the bronze statue shot out a beam of light that enveloped Zhao Li. Before he could react, he vanished from the secret chamber. Above the cave, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. It was Zhou Qiong. He frowned as he looked below, his intuition telling him that something was summoning him from below. Without hesitation, Zhou Qiong struck the ground, creating an unfathomable pit, and jumped into it. 100,000 meters below the cave, Zhao Li stared blankly at the scene before him. He found himself in a cave dwelling where a figure was seated cross-legged on a stone chair. The figure had a square face and a determined expression, wearing armor, and opened his eyes to look at Zhao Li. The figure spoke in a calm tone. You have the aura of the sword god on you. Who is he to you? Senior, I am the successor of the sword god, a disciple of his who passed the trials in his tomb and became his closed-door disciple. Ha ha ha. The seated figure laughed as if hearing a great joke. The sword god's tomb, a closed-door disciple. I bet he doesn't even know how many closed-door disciples he has, and besides, he isn't dead. Where would his tomb be? Zhao Li looked at the armored man with confusion and asked anxiously, You know my master. He's not dead. The armored man moved as if his body hadn't moved in a long time and said in a deep voice, I dare not speak much about him. You will find out later. Before Zhao Li could react, the man continued, I originally planned to find a successor, but unexpectedly someone else reserved it first. Listen well, young man, this general's avatar has been tasked to suppress the evil for 2,000 years. Now the time has come to disperse. Since you are here, I shall pass on a move to you. How much you can learn depends on your ability. With that, the armored man stood up, conjured a long spear in his hand, and shouted, The spear shakes the world. The spear shook rapidly, and although there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, it seemed as if a general was suppressing countless evil spirits, captivating Zhao Li's mind. The armored man watched Zhao Li, who appeared to be enlightened, nodded with a smile, then sighed, and his figure slowly disappeared. Just before he completely vanished, the armored man suddenly gazed westward, his eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. To the west, which was the place suppressing the evil, in a gigantic cave, a gaunt monster about 100 feet tall and covered in blood-red skin was continuously roaring. It was bound by countless iron chains, each adorned with a talisman. Whenever the monster tried to break free, the talismans emitted light, once again suppressing it. The monster suddenly stopped struggling. In front of it stood a man dressed in a dragon battle robe 100 feet tall. Finally, someone has come. I am Roar Ashura Bloodkey, waiting for you for a long time. The monster, calling itself Ashura, seemed to be accustomed to roaring, as if it hadn't spoken in a long time. The man in front of it was Zhou Qiong. After attacking the ground repeatedly, he fell into this cave. Looking at the monster that claimed to be from the Ashura clan, Zhou Qiong felt that the inexplicable attraction was emanating from it. Human, what do you want? Roar, I can satisfy you as long as you help me with a task. How about it? The monster stared at Zhou Qiong with its blood-red eyes, and a stream of invisible malevolent energy gradually seeped into its body. Zhou Qiong understood upon seeing the malevolent energy. It turned out that the beasts on the ground had become irrational due to this monster's influence, attacking only enemies. After they died, their malevolent energy would enter the monster's body. Judging by the monster's appearance, it had likely been suppressed for a long time, relying on absorbing the malevolent energy to survive. Zhou Qiong looked at the monster and calmly said, "What benefits can you give me?" The monster pondered for a moment. "I can help you enhance your cultivation. I see you are only at the first layer of the true martial realm. If you help me with a task, I will teach you the supreme secret technique of my Ashura clan, allowing you to enter the great Luo realm within 100 years. System: if the other party tries to seize my body, will they succeed? No matter who it is or what cultivation level, they cannot seize the host. Please rest assured." Zhou Qiong, hearing the system's affirmative response, looked at the monster and asked, "What do you need me to help?" The monster softly replied, "As long as you tear off the talisman on the third iron chain on the left, it will be fine. With your true martial realm cultivation, it should be no problem. I need to receive some benefits first. You must provide something enticing before I act. It's not a good habit to come empty-handed." "You?" The Ashura monster looked at Zhou Qiong with anger, reluctantly spitting out a blood-red orb pained as it offered it to Zhou Qiong. "This is the treasure of my Ashura clan, the Ashura Pearl. Using it can increase your cultivation speed 5-fold. Zhou Qiong picked up the orb, which contained boundless malevolent energy with countless vengeful souls roaring within. It was evident that it had been formed by killing countless races. Those with low willpower would easily fall into madness upon seeing this orb losing control of their minds. Zhou Qiong looked up at the monster and said, "You are plotting against me." The Ashura monster roared, "No, seeing the overwhelming demonic energy around you, you must have killed many. Moreover, with your true martial realm cultivation, your mind will not be affected." Zhou Qiong glanced at the Ashura, and a vortex appeared in his hand, directly devouring the orb. Instantly his aura surged with boundless killing intent swirling around him. Countless vengeful souls roared within, but they were all restrained by the vortex on Zhou Qiong, gradually calming down. For a moment, Zhou Qiong's aura intensified once again, accompanied by traces of killing intent and evil, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Character: Zhou Qiong. Zhou, invincible. Position: leader of the demonic sect. Cultivation: ancient realm level 3, aura at true martial realm level 1. Martial arts: demonic divine art, celestial life, and death hand, divine demon eye, second layer of heaven swallowing demonic art. Mount: demonic dragon flying chariot. An Ashura orb allowed Zhou Qiong's cultivation to rise by 2 small levels. "How is that possible?" roar. The Ashura blood strange widened his blood-red eyes. He had just lost contact with the Ashura orb, which he had painstakingly cultivated through the slaughter of billions of beings. He initially only wanted to stabilize Zhou Qiong, but unexpectedly it vanished. Given Zhou Qiong's state earlier, it was highly likely that he had already absorbed the orb. After a long time, the Ashura bloodstrange finally stabilized his mind and said to Zhou Qiong in a deep voice, "You took the item and used it. It's time to help me retrieve the talisman." Zhou Qiong did not hesitate upon hearing this, directly walking toward the chain designated by bloodstrange, gently lifting the talisman. The moment he uncovered the talisman, he felt something suddenly drill into his body. "Ha ha ha, I have finally broken free from my bondage. You all wait, dare to bind me. Once I restore my cultivation, I will tear you apart and grind your bones to dust, ha ha." Zhou Qiong's mind was filled with the swearing voice of bloodstrange. "And why does this body's cultivation feel off? The physique is sturdy enough, the foundation is impressive, but what is this spiritual energy? System, you handled it. You handled. Didn't leave me some memory fragments or anything. Completely annihilated, left nothing." Bloodstrange could not understand why he died. He had plotted for thousands of years, using secret techniques to separate his soul from his body onto a chain just to seize a rebirth. After successfully tricking a human, he never expected to be obliterated by the system without even a chance to plead for mercy. The Ashura body on the chain instantly lost its breath, transforming into an Ashura corpse. Just as Zhou Qiong was about to turn and leave, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He felt that pull still existed emanating from the Ashura corpse. The divine demon eye at his forehead constantly flickered, as if it wanted to manifest on its own. The eye transmitted a desire to Zhou Qiong, as if it wanted him to consume the Ashura. Without hesitation, Zhou Qiong fully activated the heaven, swallowing demonic art, forming a massive vortex that enveloped the Ashura corpse, which was slowly consumed. For a moment, Zhou Qiong's body was engulfed in blood flames swelling, as if about to explode. The divine demon eye at his forehead emitted a black light that enveloped Zhou Qiong, gradually restoring his body to normal. The divine demon eye at his forehead continued to emit light, and upon closer inspection, it could be seen that inside, besides the divine demon ring rotating slowly, There was also a long sword standing upright in the center with boundless blood light flowing along the blade. Item: Divine Demon Eye in fragments. Nurtured Divine, Weapon Divine Demon Ring, Divine Demon Sword. The Divine Demon Sword birthed from the Divine Demon Eye absorbs blood and souls as nourishment, and can unleash a Divine Demon strike with its power depending on the amount of blood and souls absorbed. Zhou Qiong pondered silently. It seems that the Divine Demon Eye can restore its damage through consumption, so he needs to pay attention to such items in the future. Another hidden method emerged, arriving at a very timely moment for Zhou Qiong. Moreover, after forcefully consuming the Azura just now, his heaven-swallowing demonic art unexpectedly broke through a layer, reaching the third layer, and his cultivation also rose to Ancient Realm level 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of devouring the Azura. Reward 200,000 villain points. With a bang, the stone wall on Zhou Qiong's left was suddenly smashed open, and a figure with a sword on his back walked out, mumbling, "This wall is really solid. I finally broke through." That roar just now came from inside here. Fu Lao, what do you think that armor-clad man who claimed to be a general's cultivation level is? At least a great Luo realm. Since he knows the sword god, you will meet him again someday. Just remember this good fate when the time comes. Zhou Qiong chuckled lightly as he watched the mumbling figure, and without hesitation unleashed a palm strike. What? How can he be here? Run! Fu Lao reacted the quickest, hurriedly shouting from within the ring. Zhao Li, hearing this, didn't bother to say anything and turned to flee into the cave. However, the speed of the palm far surpassed his fleeing speed. Just as he was about to be directly obliterated, a blue light enveloped Zhao Li, moving him 100 meters away, just in time to avoid the attack. The blue light flickered again, about to teleport Zhao Li out of there, but suddenly a black halo appeared above Zhao Li's head, slowly rotating. No matter how the blue light flickered, it could not break the space. Not good, Zhao Li, that halo has suppression and sealing effects. I cannot break the space. Fu Lao shouted helplessly from within the ring. Zhao Li looked at Zhou Qiong, who was smiling ominously before him, and said, "Zhou Demon Head, do you think killing me will eliminate future troubles? There are countless righteous people in this world. Can you kill them all?" What awaited Zhao Li was Zhou Qiong's immense hand, which struck directly toward him. In his current immobile state, his fate was undoubtedly sealed. At that moment, the ring in Zhao Li's hand suddenly began to spin, and a blue figure emerged from the ring. It was an old man with a long beard, looking kindly at Zhao Li. "Meeting you has been worth it." With that, he gently waved his hand, and the space around Zhao Li began to ripple, instantly disappearing. The old man looked at the descending black giant hand and laughed loudly. "This is perfect. Let the leader see my breaking magic palm." A blue giant hand met the black giant hand. The cave collapsed from the attacks of both sides, and the blue figure did not even let out a scream before being completely obliterated. At that moment, far from Black King City, in an unknown place, a disheveled figure appeared out of nowhere. The figure took off a broken ring from his right hand, tears streaming down his face. "Zhou Qiong, I Zhao Li swear that I will not become human until I tear your body into pieces." Zhou Qiong frowned at the vanishing Zhao Li, running away again. Having an external aid made a difference, but this time he had directly annihilated Zhao's grandfather, leaving him curious about what Zhao would use to defend himself next time. A figure in a red robe emerged from the hole opened by Zhao Li. It was Lian Shang, who bowed to Zhou Qiong and said, "Greetings, master." Zhou Qiong looked at Lian Shang, noticing that he was enveloped in a blood-red flame. Not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation had also ascended to the ancient realm, indicating that he must have encountered a fortuitous event in this cave. Lian Shang, sensing Zhou Qiong's gaze, quietly said, "I followed my intuition to this cave, and discovered a blood pool which allowed my cultivation to rise to the first tier of the ancient realm. Good, it seems you've gained enough benefits. Now it's time to go out and deal with those clowns." With that, Zhou Qiong waved his hand, and together with Lian Shang they vanished into the ground. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak, Qian Sihai and others were gathered together. "Where do you think that Zhou Qiong kid is hiding? Why hasn't he shown up at all? Could it be that he knows we have united and is afraid to show himself? No worries, the exit is right next to us. As long as Zhou Qiong doesn't want to be trapped here forever, he will definitely appear." A woman in white nearby coughed lightly, saying, "Our Hua clan will not interfere in your matters, nor will we leak any information." Qian Sihai replied in a deep voice, "We won't force you, clan leader, by he not to participate. We need to discuss specific matters now, so we hope clan leader by he will leave first." The white-clad woman nodded, waved her hand, and disappeared with the red rose. "How could you let her go? What if she goes and tells on us? What good will it do to stop her? If we really kill them, do you think old Mu will let you off?" Just as the argument continued, two figures suddenly appeared atop the mountain peak. one clad in a demonic dragon battle robe emanating overwhelming demonic energy, and the other in a red robe surrounded by blood light. It was Zhou Qiong and Lian Sheng. Upon seeing them, the crowd felt a rush of joy. The ghost clan leader chuckled ominously. Heaven won't let you escape hell, won't let you break into Zhou Qiong today, you cannot escape your fate. At that moment Chen Sihai's trembling voice came, impossible. How could he be in the true martial realm? Zhou Qiong, how can you possibly be in the true martial realm? The others also turned their sights to Zhou Qiong, seeing him engulfed in demonic flames. But upon closer inspection, they noticed a trace of martial intent, the distinctive mark of the true martial realm, causing their mouths to drop in disbelief. The true martial realm signifies a profound level of cultivation. Below this, all realms are referred to as mortal realms with a maximum lifespan of 200 years. The transcendent realm marks a departure from mortality, granting a lifespan of 500 years, while those who reach the ancient realm can be regarded as ancient giants with lifespans extending up to 3,000 years. In this chaotic land, they could easily establish a faction and call themselves a sect. Moreover, those in the true martial realm can control a region akin to Old Mu, who became the lord of a city, wielding power over the lives and deaths of countless beings with lifespans recorded in thousands of years. Weren't you all discussing how to kill me? Now that I'm here, why aren't you making a move? Chen Sihai and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. I'll give you an opportunity. Two of you can survive. Don't listen to him. He wants us to turn against each other. We should fight him together. You. Before the Oxhead clan leader could finish his sentence, he felt a hand reach from behind and pull out his heart. Turning around, he saw Chen Sihai wearing a sinister smile, and before the Oxhead could react, the ghost clan leader crushed his skull with a single claw. Remaining were Chen Sihai, the ghost clan leader, and Lan Yukong, who all began to eye each other warily, preparing for surprise attacks. Chen Sihai and the ghost clan leader nodded at each other, seemingly having reached an agreement, and together advanced on Lan Yukong. Furious, Lan Yukong shouted, "Do you really believe Zhou Qiong will spare you too? We would have a better chance of survival if the three of us fought back together." However, the two showed no reaction, instead attacking with even greater ferocity, leaving Lan Yukong unable to defend himself for a moment. Lan Yukong realized he could not escape his fate today. Even if he dodged the two's attacks, he would still fall into Zhou Qiong's hands. Yet his greatest hatred was not for Zhou Qiong but for Chen Sihai and the ghost clan leader. If those two had not attacked him, they could have jointly resisted Zhou Qiong. Even if they died, he would have accepted it, but dying at the hands of these two was something he could not tolerate. If that's the case, then no one will have it easy. A loud shout erupted from Lan Yukong's mouth, and his slender body rapidly expanded, growing larger in an instant. Not good. Chen Sihai and the others sensed something was wrong, just as Lan Yukong shouted, and quickly retreated, but Lan Yukong's self-detonation was too swift, leaving them no chance to react. With a thunderous boom, a shocking sound erupted from the battlefield, and the aftermath of the attack rapidly spread, even causing mountains harder than anything in the lower realm to shatter. In the distance, Zhou Qiong emerged enveloped in a protective shield, shielding himself and Lian Sheng. As the aftermath settled, two disheveled figures appeared. At that moment, a light gate suddenly appeared not far away, radiating brilliance. The 3 days had passed, and the exit of the Kongtong secret realm had opened. Without hesitation, the two flew toward the exit. With a bang, just as the two rushed to the light gate, it felt as if they had hit a wall. Looking up, they saw a black circular ring slowly rotating at the gate, emanating dark light that blocked their advance. The black light enveloped the two, emanating a sense of confinement from the black ring, rendering them unable to move. Lian Sheng, go kill them. As you command. Lian Sheng replied respectfully, picking up his long sword and walking towards the two. Zhou Qiong, you are untrustworthy. You promised to spare us. You scoundrel, you shouldn't be trusted. Zhou Qiong, Master Zhou, I am willing to submit, bringing my entire ghost clan to serve you, just spare me. My Zhang gang is also willing to serve you, just don't kill me. The two began to curse endlessly, then immediately pleaded for mercy, but Lian Sheng did not give them a chance to continue, swiftly killing them with his sword. Zhou Qiong looked towards the side of the light gate and coldly said, "Have you been watching for so long without showing yourselves?" Instantly, two figures appeared beside the light gate, one clad in white, the other in red. The two knelt on one knee. Master Zhou, our Hua clan is willing to submit to the demon sect. We did not participate in this action. If you truly wish to kill as the clan leader, I am willing to die, but I hope you spare the Hua clan a path to survival. Master, I, the Red Rose clan, am also willing to die, but please grant our Hua clan a path to survival. The leader of the Baihe clan and the Red Rose lowered their heads deeply after being frightened by the simple words used by Zhou Qiong to annihilate Qian Sihai and the others. Zhou Qiong's true martial realm cultivation shattered their spirits. It is known that there is only one true martial realm expert in the entire Black King City, which is Mu Lao, but he is only at the first level of true martial realm. As a plant, he is not suited for battle, so he generally ranks at the bottom among peers. Now that Zhou Qiong has broken through to true martial realm, he will surely become the new lord of Black King City. Zhou Qiong's personality is completely different from Mu Lao's. He clearly would not tolerate the existence of the 8 factions. Now he has directly killed the leaders of the 4 major factions. Moreover, adding the severely injured Longchong of the One-Eyed Clan, 5 leaders have already fallen to Zhou Qiong. The Heavenly Demon Peak of mine still lacks some floral embellishments. I wonder if your Flower Clan would be willing to assist. Hearing Zhou Qiong finally speak, the leader of the Baihe clan let out a sigh of relief. Master, my clan is willing. I am willing to lead my clan to reside on Heavenly Demon Peak. Good. Zhou Qiong nodded and entered the light gate with Lianxing, while Baihe and Red Rose quickly rose and followed into the light gate. At this moment, in a training room of the Lord's mansion, an old man in a white robe was cultivating. A gigantic peach tree emerged above his head, constantly flashing with light. The tree's body was growing larger, but it seemed to be restrained by something, as it would quickly shrink back after each growth. After repeating this several times, the old man slowly opened his eyes, looking at the empty porcelain bottle in his hand, with a sigh, a flicker of regret passing through his gaze, which soon turned to joy. This was Mu Lao, who had obtained the immortal spirit essence. After everyone entered the secret realm, he immediately began to cultivate, originally hoping to break through the limitations of his physical form with the immortal spirit essence. Unfortunately, there was too little essence and he failed. However, he had opened the door to breakthrough, and with methodical cultivation he would be able to break through in a couple of thousand years. Although it seemed like a long time for a true martial realm warrior, it was still acceptable, especially for a wood-type being who was inherently more long-lived than ordinary warriors. Suddenly, Mu Lao's gaze turned towards the waterfall, his eyes narrowing sharply, and his figure instantly disappeared from the training room. By the waterfall, 4 figures emerged from within it, while the other 4 factions, whether their leaders or disciples, were buried within the secret realm. Mu Lao's figure slowly appeared in front of the waterfall, looking at the 4 individuals, no, to be precise, only at Zhou Qiong, who was dressed in the dragon demon battle robe, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a long silence, Mu Lao cupped his hands towards Zhou Qiong, saying, "Congratulations, Master Zhou, on your significant advancement in cultivation, stepping into the true martial realm. From now on, the heavens and earth are yours to roam freely." Zhou Qiong nodded, surveying the surroundings. I wonder how long Mu Lao has been in Black King City, and how long he has been the Lord. Since I gained consciousness, I have been cultivating around Black King City. It was only 500 years ago that I broke through to the true martial realm and became the Lord. I really like this Black King City. I wonder if Mu Lao would be willing to cede it to me. Mu Lao's brows furrowed. Although Zhou Qiong had just inquired about his opinion, his tone was undeniably commanding. Zhou Qiong was indeed as domineering as the legends described. After pondering for a long time, Mu Lao seemed to have come to a conclusion, and he cupped his hands again towards Zhou Qiong, saying, "Since Master Zhou likes Black King City, I will naturally cede it with both hands. I have a vacancy for the position of protector in the demon sect. I wonder if Mu Lao is capable of fulfilling it." "What? Don't push your luck." Mu Lao glared with wide eyes. As a dignified true martial realm master, he might not be very strong in combat, but he could at most cede Black King City to the opponent. But what did it mean now? This was asking him to be a subordinate. Could it be that he couldn't fight back or escape? At worst, he could leave Black King City and go to another city to blend in. Even if he couldn't become a lord, he could at least be a leader of a faction, which was much better than being beneath others. Thinking of this, Mu Lao began to move, intending to break through the air and leave directly. "You haven't answered my question yet. Do you want to leave?" A cold voice echoed in Mu Lao's ears, and at the same time he felt an overwhelming blade intent locking onto him, as if the moment he took half a step away, he would be directly slain on the spot. Mu Lao did not doubt his instincts. He was born with extraordinary intuition, having avoided countless dangers through his keen perception. However, since he reached the true martial realm, he had rarely experienced such an instinct of The last time was 300 years ago, when an unparalleled great demon swiftly flew over Black King City, casting a glance at him that instilled the feeling of being an ant in the hands of the other, easily crushable. How could Zhou Qiong, who had just broken through to true martial realm, be so powerful? After a long silence, Mu Lao resignedly cupped his hand, saying, I am willing to submit to the demon sect and take on the role of protector. Upon saying this, Mu Lao felt the blade intent that had locked onto him dissipate, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, Chen Sihai and the others are dead. There is no need to keep their clansmen. Aside from the Flower Clan Sword sect, the rest should be exterminated. I'll leave this matter to you, Mu Lao. Yes, I will obey. Mu Lao bowed and performed a salute. By the time he straightened up, Zhou Qiong had already vanished with Lianxing. Not long after, a group of armored soldiers rushed out from the Lord's mansion, heading towards the major factions, causing immediate chaos in Black King City. What the hell is happening? Why are the soldiers from the Lord's mansion mobilizing? They haven't moved in over 100 years. Could it be that someone has offended the Lord, prompting the soldiers to arrest them? Oh no, why does it seem like they are heading towards the camp of my Blue Rain clan? A member of the Blue Rain clan seemed to have discovered something and quickly ran away. Did the Blue Rain clan offend the Lord? Are they seeking death? The Lord is a true martial realm expert. With a single word, he could annihilate the Blue Rain clan. At this moment, the camp of the Blue Rain clan was already tense, surrounded by soldiers from the Lord's mansion blocking all exits. At this time, the Blue Rain clan was still unaware of the death of their leader Lan Yukong. The responsible Lan Yuwu stepped out, and seeing the soldiers surrounding their camp, solemnly cupped his hands to the Treyant leader. I wonder what offense my Blue Rain clan has committed against the Lord's mansion, and I hope you can inform me. My clan will certainly make amends. No need. Mu Lao has issued a decree. The Blue Rain clan will be removed from the records starting today. After saying this, he waved his hand and shouted loudly, Mu Lao has decreed that the Blue Rain clan shall leave no chicken or dog alive. The battle did not last long, as the Lan Yu clan had only Lan Yuwu left, a master of the ancient realm, who could not possibly compare to the well-equipped soldiers of the city lord's mansion. The ground was littered with corpses, and Lan Yu's body was nailed to the courtyard wall. This formally announced the complete annihilation of the Lan Yu clan. For the entire upper realm, small forces like the Lan Yu clan are destroyed daily, while countless new forces rise. Once the soldiers retreated, the crowd outside erupted in chaos. What is going on? How could the city lord's mansion directly wipe out the Lan Yu clan? What did they do to provoke the city lord's mansion so much that even the uninvolved Elder Mu acted so ruthlessly? What the hell? Why are these soldiers heading towards the territory of the Ghost clan? In the evening, the entire Black King City was eerily quiet, as if the air was saturated with a hint of blood. In just one day, the city lord's mansion had deployed soldiers to eliminate the Lan Yu clan, Ghost clan, Bullhead clan, One-Eyed clan, and the Dajianggang 5 major forces. Apart from the severely wounded Long Chong from the One-Eyed clan, who managed to resist briefly before being crushed by the leader of the Lily clan, the other forces were annihilated with overwhelming ease. Now, among the 8 major forces in Black King City, apart from the Red Fox clan that had fled upon hearing the news, only the Sword Sect and the Flower clan remained. Inside and in, numerous guests were drinking, eating, and softly conversing. How could Elder Mu suddenly take action to eliminate the 5 major forces? Indeed, it seems the Red Fox clan fled quickly, or otherwise they would have been wiped out too. Do you think Elder Mu wants to regain control of Black King City, which is why he eliminated these forces? I have received some news. I wonder if you all want to hear it. A young man dressed in fine robes said softly, and everyone gathered around upon hearing he had news. Quick, tell us. Do you remember the demon sect that ascended recently? Of course, it stirred the entire Black King City. It is said that the demon sect's leader has a cultivation level of the Ancient 8, and with a single strike he severely injured Lord Long Chong. Not at all, you all guessed wrong. A few days ago, when the city lord celebrated his birthday, the demon sect's leader also attended. Guess what happened next? What happened? Don't keep us in suspense, oh, hurry up and tell us. Others, seeing him dragging it out, were getting impatient. I heard that the demon sect's leader is not at the ancient realm, but rather at the true martial realm. Now our city lord Elder Mu has already sworn allegiance to the demon sect, which is why he dispatched troops to eliminate several major forces. Don't speak carelessly. How could Elder Mu possibly submit to anyone? If this news spreads, you might be doomed. Similar messages continued to spread, some cursing the rumormongers, while others remained skeptical. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night in Black King City, with small forces unable to sleep, fearing that they would be wiped out by the soldiers of the city lord's mansion upon waking. Early the next morning, the city lord's mansion issued an announcement that detonated the entire Black King City. The notice stated City Lord Elder Mu has officially joined the demon sect, assuming the position of protector, and the entire Black King City is now officially under the command of the demon sect. Following that, the Flower Clan also released a message declaring their official allegiance to the demon sect. In an instant, all the cultivators and warriors of Black King City were dumbfounded. In one night, the entire city seemed to have turned upside down, changing its master to a force that had just ascended from the lower realm. At this moment, in the Sword Sect's location atop a straight mountain peak, many high-ranking members gathered in the main hall. The frail elder sitting at the head said solemnly, "Everyone express your thoughts. What should we do now? Why has the City Lord's mansion not acted against our Sword Sect? Exactly. They destroyed all except the Flower Clan. What does it mean to leave our Sword Sect alone?" A young man sitting beside the head elder coughed lightly. "I think I might understand some reasons." Everyone turned to look at the young man. Even though he was sitting next to the sect master, he radiated an irresistible brilliance that seemed to draw everyone's gaze. This person was the Sword Sect's senior brother Cangwu, who was also the sect's strongest expert, having reached the ancient Nine Realm. If it weren't for his disinterest in power, he would likely have become the sect master by now. Cangwu spoke slowly. "Originally I was uncertain yesterday, but after seeing the City Lord's announcement today, I began to understand some things." He then shared some details about his acquaintance with the leader of the demon sect. After hearing this, everyone looked pleased. "I wonder if we could ask that demon sect leader to allow us to continue our cultivation in Black King City." The sect master sitting at the head spoke softly. "That might be difficult. Zhou Qiong's character cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes, and besides, my relationship with him is not that deep." Cangwu replied helplessly, "Then what should we do?" The others wore worried expressions, unsure how to survive this calamity. Suddenly Cangwu expression tightened, and he looked down the mountain while the old sect master wore a serious expression. "Go ring the bell and hold the highest ceremony of our Sword Sect to welcome the guests." After Cangwu finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from the hall. Down the mountain, some Sword Sect disciples were practicing their swords, and among them a father and daughter were chatting. "Father, is the demon sect really that powerful, having just ascended from the lower realm? They directly dominated Black King City, making Elder Mu bow to them. I don't know, but if Elder Mu submitted, then the leader of the demon sect must be at the true martial realm. Father, didn't our junior brother Shiman also ascend from that place? His talent is also very high, but he is still inferior to the leader of the demon sect. Indeed, your junior brother Ximon's sword talent is exceptionally high, even comparable to Cangwu. A few days ago, he told me he had some enlightenment and has gone out to seek opportunities." While they were chatting, a bell suddenly rang from the mountain, followed by continuous ringing from above. A white jade staircase began to appear from the mountaintop, extending downwards. The disciples below began to discuss. "What is it? The opening of the heaven bell and the white jade staircase. Who are we welcoming? It has rung over 70 times. Why is it still ringing? The last time Elder Mu came, it only rang 81 times. Could it be that Elder Mu is coming again? No, it has already surpassed 81 rings. Why is it still ringing? Look, the senior brother has arrived and the sect master has come too." Many high-ranking members of the Sword Sect quickly flew down the mountain. At this point, the bell had rung a full 100 times before it finally stopped. The many disciples looked curiously down the mountain. Anyone who could prompt so many high-ranking members to come down to welcome them, and who had rung the unprecedented 100 bell tolls, was undoubtedly someone more important than Elder Mu. There a black figure stood at the foot of the mountain. As the high-ranking members of the Sword Sect arrived, they all bowed respectfully and exclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed leader of the demon sect. Brother Cangwu, there is no need for formality. I have come to the Sword Sect at your invitation," Zhou Qiong said with a gentle smile as he looked at Cangwu, who was bowing to him. "It is an honor for our Sword Sect to have you here, sect leader Zhou. Please," Cangwu said, while making a gesture of invitation. Zhou Qiong did not hold back and strode up the white jade steps toward the mountaintop, followed by many high-ranking members of the Sword Sect, all wearing forced smiles, as they introduced the various scenic spots of the sect. Seeing the group gradually disappearing at the mountaintop, the disciples of the Sword Sect instantly erupted in excitement. "Is that the legendary leader of the demon sect? So intimidating. Exactly, did you not see how our sect master and senior brothers were all following with forced smiles? I wish I could attain such formidable cultivation one day. What are you thinking? Hurry up and cultivate." On the mountain in the main hall of the sword sect, Zhou Qiong sat majestically at the head seat while the other high-ranking members sat below. Brother Shangguan, your sword sect truly has beautiful scenery. I quite like it. Shangguan Yun sitting below was startled by this remark. What does like it mean? Does he want the sword sect to submit to the demon sect like the flower clan? It's acceptable, it's acceptable. Shangguan Yun was at a loss for words and could only respond with a few simple phrases. All right, I am not one to keep you in suspense. I believe you are already aware of the situation in Black King City. What are your plans for the sword sect? Zhou Qiong gently sipped his tea and said with a smile. The high-ranking members of the sword sect immediately straightened their expressions, knowing that serious matters were at hand, and the upcoming conversation would determine the fate of their sect. Before Shangguan Yun could say anything, an elder of the sword sect spoke up first. Sect leader Zhou, our sword sect will not involve ourselves in any matters of the demon sect in the future. We hope you will not make things difficult for us. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other high-ranking members inwardly cursed. The entire hall was instantly enveloped in a dominating and bloody sword intent. The elder who spoke was further overwhelmed by the sword intent, spitting blood, and his gaze beginning to blur. Sect leader Zhou, Elder Yanqing, was just speaking out of turn, and does not represent the views of our sword sect. We hope you will understand. Shangguan Yun immediately bowed and spoke, braving the sword intent. Haha, Zhou Qiong chuckled and nodded, the sword intent within the hall gradually dissipating. Brother Shangguan, do not take offense. I merely saw that all of you are swordsmanship experts and was a bit too eager. The high-ranking members of the sword sect dared not refute this and could only echo his words while internally they were cursing. Oh, what eagerness. It was clearly an oppressive force that left no room for counterargument. Still looking for excuses, how shameless. Elder Yanqing, who had just managed to recover, rolled his eyes. He was nearly killed by Zhou Qiong's eagerness for just expressing an opinion. Shangguan Yun exchanged glances with the old master as if making a significant decision. He stood up and cupped his hands toward Zhou Qiong, solemnly stating, Our sword sect is willing to relocate from the area of Black King City and will never set foot there again. We hope sect leader Zhou will agree. Oh, relocating. This is your ancestral land. Are you truly planning to move? As he spoke, the previously dissipated oppressive sword intent surged again within the hall. Elder Yanqing, who had just managed to recover, did not even have the chance to roll his eyes again before fainting once more. He could only think, why is it always me who gets hurt? Shangguan Yun sensed that this sword intent was directed only at him. The furious and domineering sword intent surged layer upon layer toward him, making him feel as if he were in the battlefield of ancient demon gods. His eyes began to turn red, and his own sword intent trembled as if on the verge of collapse. The pressure grew heavier, and gradually his legs began to tremble, as if he would kneel before Zhou Qiong at any moment. Suddenly, the sword intent in the hall vanished again. Shangguan Yun slowly regained clarity, staring at Zhou Qiong with fear. Although it seemed a long time had passed, in reality only an instant had gone by. In that moment, he had nearly succumbed to the sword intent and been compelled to kneel before Zhou Qiong, even contemplating suicide. At this moment, a cold voice entered Shangguan Yun's ears. Shangguan Yun, you are the first person I have taken note of in the upper realm. I will give you this opportunity. 3 days from now, the sword sect must vacate the area of Black King City. The next time we meet, you will either submit or die. There is no third option. With that, Zhou Qiong's figure slowly vanished from the main hall of the sword sect. The many high-ranking members of the sword sect breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just gone through life and death in that brief moment. Shangguan Yun, however, seemed to be lost in thought, repeatedly recalling Zhou Qiong's words, next time, there will be a next time. Yuner, what are you thinking? I plan to move our sword sect to Tianhai City nearby. There is a force there that we have good relations with, the old master said softly, looking at Shangguan Yun. Shangguan Yun seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, No, we cannot go to Tianhai City. It's too close. We should go to Yang City. The other elders seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Yang City? How can we go to Yang City? That's too far. Besides, we have no allies there. Exactly, going to Tianhai City is pretty good. It's nearby, which makes the relocation easier. It would be too far for so many disciples to go to Yang City. However, in the end, due to Shangguan Yun's insistence, the sword sect decided to relocate to Yang City. After all, Shangguan Yun was the pillar of the sword sect, the strongest. Although he rarely spoke, once he did, even the sect master had to consider it carefully. Shangguan Yun did not offer any explanations, but he had a hunch that Zhou Qiong's intentions were clearly not satisfied with just Black King City. He wanted to expand his influence. If the Sword Sect moved to Tianhai City, they would likely encounter him again soon, and by then the Sword Sect would have no other choice. What he did not know was that his conjecture was entirely correct. Zhou Qiong would certainly not be content with a mere Black King City. His ambitions reached far beyond this chaotic realm. Regardless of how the Sword Sect deliberated over the relocation issue at this moment, earth-shattering changes were occurring at the headquarters of the Demon Sect. Zhou Qiong was seen holding a piece of soil above Tianma Peak and throwing it onto the ground. This was the soil that Zhou Qiong had obtained through the system lottery capable of altering the landforms of mountains. Instantly, the entire Tianma Peak surged, as if it had received a tonic, rapidly rising and expanding, surpassing the surrounding peaks in a short time, stabilizing only after half an hour. By now, the height of Tianma Peak had exceeded twice that of the surrounding peaks, clearly visible even from Black King City. Moreover, the entire mountain seemed to be alive, constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Part of the spiritual energy increased the energy within the mountain, while the rest was absorbed by the mountain itself, causing it to continue to expand gradually. At the summit of Tianma Peak within the Great Hall, the high-ranking members of the demonic sect stood on either side, while Zhou Qiong sat at the forefront, emanating an overwhelming aura. The redrobed Lian Sheng bowed towards Zhou Qiong, saying, "Master, the entire Black King City has now fallen under the command of our demonic sect. We have identified all the energy mines from the 8 major factions, totaling 11 high-grade energy mines and 50 mid-grade energy mines." Very good. Intensify the mining efforts. Our demonic sect needs to rapidly enhance its strength. Understood. Lian Sheng replied and stepped back to Zhou Qiong's side. At this moment, Huang Yi, wearing a bronze mask, knelt on one knee and said, "Report, Master, it has been confirmed that there are a total of 220 cities in the entire chaotic land, all comparable in size to Black King City. The city closest to Black King City is Tianhai City. What is the situation in Tianhai City?" "Report, Master, Tianhai City is controlled by the human race's Hong family, with the city lord being Hong Tu, the elder of the Hong family, who is over 10,000 years old and reached the true martial realm over 3,000 years ago. Currently, his exact realm is unknown. There are also over 20 individuals in the ancient realm and several thousand in the profound realm." Zhou Qiong fell into deep thought for a moment. With the current strength of the demonic sect, they could not seize Tianhai City. "Lian Sheng, Bai Haoyan, where are you?" "Here, Master." Lian Sheng and Bai Haoyan both bowed in response. "I give you 2 years to utilize all available resources. 2 years from now, our demonic sect will formally march on Tianhai City." "Understood." The two replied in unison. After the high-ranking members of the demonic sect withdrew, Zhou Qiong fell silent in contemplation within the hall. "Ding, the task of dominating the chaotic land has been initiated. The goal is to rule the entire chaotic land. This task is divided into 10 layers. Completing 1/10 by conquering 22 cities will reward the host with a level increase and 1 million villain points. There is no punishment for failure, no time limit. Does the host accept?" "Accept." "System, I still have some rewards left to draw. Let's draw them all now." "Okay." Meanwhile, news of Black King City being occupied by a demonic sect spread to the surrounding cities, but it did not cause much of a stir. Although it is not common for cities to change hands in this chaotic land, it does happen from time to time, and others merely sighed in response. In the back mountain of the demonic sect, a giant peach tree stood atop the peak, radiating a colorful glow indicating that it was no ordinary peach tree. At that moment, Bai Haoyan, dressed in white, was standing before the peach tree. Bai Haoyan cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Wood Guardian." The peach tree slowly transformed a face from its trunk and looked at Bai Haoyan, speaking gently. "By Guardian, there is no need for such formalities. You are the great guardian. I should be the one to pay my respects to you." As it spoke, the trunk gently swayed and bent. "There is no need for such formalities, Wood Guardian. I have come on the orders of the master to collect some peaches." "All right." The Wood Guardian responded and shook its trunk, causing over 1,000 peaches to fly towards Bai Haoyan. Bai Haoyan waved his hand to collect them, but he did not leave. "Does Bai Guardian have any other matters?" "Wood Guardian, these peaches are too few. Our demonic sect has a large number of people. Even if it's just for the elite disciples, these peaches are insufficient. By Guardian, you may not know, but my spirit peaches bear fruit only once every 10 years, and there is not much stock left." The Wood Guardian looked at Bai Haoyan with a helpless expression. "The master said you are already over 3,000 years old." Hearing this, the Wood Guardian almost choked, wondering how being 3,000 years old meant there should be more peaches. Wasn't this just bullying him? Looking at Bai Haoyan, who seemed determined to leave without the peaches, the Wood Guardian sighed deeply. After swaying again, over 1,000 more peaches flew towards Bai Haotian. Seeing Bai Haotian's expectant gaze, he hurriedly added, "That's it. I truly have no more left." Bai Haotian couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this and turned to leave. Just after taking a few steps, a voice called out to him from behind, "Bai Guardian, please wait." Bai Haotian turned to look at the Wood Guardian, only to see a crack opening in the trunk, and a peach glowing with white light was sent towards Bai Haotian. "Bai Guardian, this is a gift from me. I hope you will speak well of me to the master in the future." Bai Haotian picked up the peach and examined it. This peach was unlike the batch of spirit peaches from earlier and was clearly of a higher grade. Unbeknownst to him, the Wood Guardian had only gifted 2 of these celestial peaches, the other one having been given to Zhou Qiong at the last banquet. In the vast Tianma Hall, a black figure stood, within exuding a domineering and bloody aura, resembling an ancient demon god. Behind him knelt 4 individuals wearing different masks, seemingly intimidated by the aura, their heads bowed low. How is the development of the 4 divisions? Report Master, our Heavenly Division currently has 1 in the Ancient Realm and 50 in the Profound Realm. Report Master, our Earth Division currently has 1 in the Ancient Realm and 43 in the Profound Realm. Report Master, our Xian Division currently. Report Master, our Huang Division currently. Indeed, the leaders of the 4 divisions Tiandi, Xian, and Huang have all reached the Ancient Realm, meaning that among the current high-ranking members of the demonic sect, only Lianshang is their match. This is because shortly after ascending, Zhou Qiong drew a secret manual of a technique from the system named Dark Division, which was perfectly suited for the 4 divisions' cultivation. With the full supply of the demonic sect's resources, the 4 divisions have grown tremendously and will continue to become increasingly formidable due to this technique. You 4 divisions will investigate the conditions of the cities throughout the chaotic land in all directions. This will be the territory of our demonic sect in the future. Understood. The 4 responded in unison, their forms slowly disappearing from the hall. System, how many villain points do I have left? Currently the host has 200,000 villain points remaining. Open the marketplace. I want to exchange for techniques. Okay. Zhou Qiong browsed through the marketplace, eventually spotting an intriguing technique whose name consisted of a single character, Demon. Yet the exchange price was shockingly high at 500 million villain points. System, what's the deal with this technique? I clearly cannot afford it, yet it is highlighted and I can't open the description. Host, this technique can be exchanged in layers. The first layer requires only 100,000 villain points, and each subsequent layer doubles in price. The description can only be opened after completing the exchange. How many layers does this technique have? 13 layers. Although the system was quite shrewd, Zhou Qiong ultimately decided to exchange for it, as it was the most valuable item he could redeem from the system at that moment, even if it was only for the first layer. Zhou Qiong opened the introduction to the technique, Demon, and was instantly astonished, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. The introduction stated the technique MO is a peculiar book generated by the world itself at the time of the unknown great world's shattering. Indeed, it was this very sentence that left Zhou Qiong astonished. Although he was unaware of the prowess of that great world, the required villain points alone indicated its extraordinary nature. Zhou Qiong mused that this technique could easily bestow the status of a protagonist in any world. System, with the remaining 100,000 villain points, help me exchange for some cultivation herbs. Understood, host. Time flowed by and 2 years swiftly passed. For someone at the true martial realm, 2 years were nothing more than a fleeting moment, as their lifespan was remarkably long. Inside the main hall of Tianma Peak, many high-ranking members stood on either side, their faces brimming with excitement. These 2 years were the fastest-growing period for the demon sect, utilizing the resources of the entire Black King City for its cultivation, coupled with the techniques provided by the leader, allowing the sect's strength to rise several levels. Zhou Qiong, seated at the head, slowly opened his eyes. His gains during these 2 years were substantial. He had directly altered his primary technique to MO. In just 2 years, he broke through 2 realms, reaching the 7th layer of the Eternal Ancient Realm, yet his aura still only reflected the first layer of true martial. A light cough escaped from Liansheng's lips, instantly silencing the hall. Liansheng bowed to Zhou Qiong and reported, Master, our sect's strength has soared in the past 2 years. Currently we have 5 members in the Ancient Realm and over 30 at the peak of the Profound Realm, with more than 4,000 in the Profound Realm. Zhou Qiong nodded, inwardly acknowledging that this progress was indeed rapid. If given a few more years to develop, the demon sect could easily have over 100 members in the Ancient Realm. However, Zhou Qiong did not want to wait that long. He believed that the method to cultivate talent for the demon sect should be through battle, and he did not concern himself with potential losses along the way. Liansheng, at your command. Go deliver a notice to Tianhai City stating that our demon sect grants them 3 days to consider. If they submit to our demon sect, all will be well. If not, we shall slaughter the city and annihilate their clan. Understood. Zhou Qiong believed that to rapidly expand their influence, others must know of the demon sect's ruthlessness. Therefore, their first formal action must instill fear in others. At the city gates of Tianhai City, 2 rows of guards stood at attention watching the bustling crowd. Each guard possessed high-level, profound realm cultivation, showcasing the strength of the Hong family that ruled Tianhai City. Although the guards stood straight, their thoughts had long since wandered off. They did not believe anyone would dare cause trouble. After all, it had been over 1,000 years since someone made a scene at the gates of Tianhai City, and that individual was directly killed by the Hong family with a single palm strike, reportedly a master of the ancient realm. Suddenly, a stunning sword light shot towards the city gates. The long sword seemed to tear through space itself, and before the guards could react, it was already embedded in the city wall. The guard captain quickly looked around but saw no trace of an assailant. Turning to the long sword embedded in the wall, his eyes narrowed as he noticed a blood-red challenge letter affixed to it. The captain hurriedly drew the sword, glanced at the letter, and raced towards the city lord's mansion. The crowd entering the city were taken aback by this scene. What is happening? Someone actually dared to pin a sword to Tianhai City. Do they not fear the Hong family? I saw that the guard captain seemed to retrieve a red letter from the sword and ran towards the city lord's mansion. Who cares about the situation? With the Hong family in Tianhai City, nothing can change that. True. At the city lord's mansion, the guard captain hurried inside and handed the letter to the on-duty steward. After reading it, the steward's face darkened, and he quickly headed towards the main hall. The current head of the Hong family was not Hong too, as he was the family's ancestor and had been in seclusion for cultivation. He rarely handled affairs except for significant matters. The one currently in charge was his son Hong Biao. At this moment, Hong Biao was in the main hall sipping tea, while reviewing the account books below, pondering how to increase the family's wealth. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The steward, donning a steward's robe, hurried in and quickly handed the blood-red letter to Hong Biao, saying, Master, the demon sect from Black King City has delivered a challenge letter to us. Ha! Hong Biao felt as if he had misheard. Someone actually dared to challenge the Hong family. He quickly picked up the letter to read. The more he read, the angrier he became, with veins bulging in fury. With a loud bang, he slammed his palm down, shattering the table. The steward's words about a challenge letter were an understatement. It was clearly an insult, demanding that the Hong family surrender within 3 days or else face annihilation. This was a blatant disregard for the Hong family. Go summon the high-ranking members to the conference hall. Hong Biao said, his face dark as he looked at the steward. Half an hour later, in the Hong family's conference hall, many high-ranking members were seated with Hong Biao at the head, his expression grim. Elder brother, what is the reason for calling us here? Yes, I need to inspect a project in South City later. Hong Biao waved his hand, opened the letter, and tossed it to several individuals. Take a look, someone has issued a challenge to our Hong family. What? A challenge letter? The others looked at the letter in disbelief. This is too much. Has the demon sect gone mad? Indeed, do they think capturing an old wood is impressive? Compared to our ancestor, that old wood isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Don't they know that? This is not a challenge letter. It is an outright humiliation of our Hong family. If the demon sect does not come, we cannot let them off the hook. In an instant, the conference hall erupted with roars of indignation, as the contents of the envelope were infuriating and ostentatious. In the evening, Tianhai City remained lively, but a piece of news gradually spread throughout the city. Have you heard? The demon sect from Black King City declared war on us, issuing their challenge letter this morning. Not only that, but I heard they demanded the Hong family to surrender or else they would slaughter all living beings in the entire city. Is that true? I heard the demon sect intends to have all the high-ranking members of the Hong family commit suicide or else they would kill everyone. In an instant, everyone seemed to have their own version of the story, but the ultimate conclusion was that the Black King City would wage war against Tianhai City, and the news of the demon sect's intent to massacre the city spread throughout Tianhai City. However, very few believed that the demon sect could succeed, as the Hong family had ruled Tianhai City for far too long, to the point that no one thought anyone could threaten their position, especially not a newly risen demon sect. The 3 days have swiftly passed. Beneath the Tianma Peak, 100,000 members of the demon sect gathered together, with many high-ranking officials, including Elder Mu, and Bai He among them, while a gigantic demon dragon flying chariot hovers above. Zhou Qiong, clad in a demon dragon battle robe, and engulfed in a sea of demonic flames and blood stands atop the flying chariot. The many members of the demon sect below kneel on one knee and shout loudly, "We pay our respects to the sect master. Rise! Today our demon sect will officially commence the first battle against the upper realm. Do you have confidence?" "Yes, yes, yes." The enormous voice echoes throughout the entire Tianma Peak. "Let's depart." A mighty dragon roar resounds as the demon dragon flying chariot begins its flight towards Tianhai City, with many members of the demon sect following suit. At this moment, the city gate of Tianhai City is devoid of any passing beings except for the guarding soldiers. Numerous beings hide behind the city walls watching all of this unfold. Though they are uncertain whether the demon sect would indeed attack Tianhai City today, no one dares to take risks at the gate. After all, neither Tianhai City nor the demon sect are entities they can provoke. Offending either would lead to certain death. They're coming, they really are coming. A person atop the city wall points into the distance and shouts loudly. Sure enough, a massive demon dragon flying chariot approaches from afar, with countless figures in black trailing beneath. Although they had long anticipated their arrival, the sight still left the Hong family in disbelief. They truly did not understand where the demon sect found the confidence to attack Tianhai City. Hong Biao stands on the city wall, watching the approaching demon dragon flying chariot with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He finds the displayed couplet utterly ridiculous, holding the sun and moon plucking the stars. There is no one like me in this world. It's hard to imagine someone so arrogant could compose such words. He could hardly fathom how a true martial artist would dare to boast so grandly. A figure flies out beside the flying chariot dressed in a blood-red robe and looks at Hong Biao, saying loudly, 3 days have passed. It seems your Hong family has chosen to resist. Upon hearing this, Hong Biao bursts into laughter in anger. What are you? For your sect master to speak to me, I want to see what audacity he possesses to dare attack my Hong family. Bold. To insult the sect master. Lian Shang draws his long sword and instantly strikes towards Hong Biao. Hong Biao grins, clenching his fist and directly striking against the sword. With a resounding bang akin to the clash of metal, Hong Biao stands firm in the sky without retreating, while Lian Shang is sent flying backwards for several thousand meters. Just as Hong Biao intends to take advantage of the situation and finish off Lian Shang, a cane appears directly before him, striking him back into the city. Once again, atop the city wall, Hong Biao, with blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, glares at the elder before him. Elder Mu, you truly have become a lackey of the demon sect. How could a true martial artist like you so easily submit to others? Elder Mu looks at Hong Biao without replying, his brow furrowing as the cane in his hand radiates light and strikes towards Hong Biao. Although he has submitted to the demon sect, he is not a mere ancient realm warrior to be insulted casually. He is not without temper. It is merely that he lacked a strong backing before. Suddenly, a punch of light bursts forth from the city lord's residence, crashing towards Elder Mu. Elder Mu cannot afford to engage Hong Biao any longer and quickly uses his cane to block the attack, retreating rapidly until he reaches the side of the demon dragon flying chariot. A man as robust as a mountain appears above Tianhai City, gazing at Elder Mu beside the demon dragon flying chariot, and softly remarks, Elder Mu, you have indeed improved considerably over the years. Upon seeing the man's appearance, numerous members of the Hong family kneel and shout, we pay our respects to our ancestor. Good, you have not disgraced the ambition of our Hong family. Hong Biao, you have done well. Thank you for your praise, father. Hearing the man's commendation, Hong Biao instantly beams with joy. The man then shifts his gaze to the demon sect's flying chariot, sensing the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from within. Upon seeing the couplet, he furrows his brow and speaks in a deep voice, you must be the sect master of the demon sect. I am Hong Tu, the head of the Hong family in Tianhai City. No reply is heard as the heavy doors of the demon sect's flying chariot open, and a formidable figure steps out, looking up at Hong Tu and coldly stating, I have no interest in the names of the dead. If you can withstand one strike from me, then I shall spare Tianhai City, otherwise all beings in Tianhai City will face annihilation. The crowd in the city is struck with fear by Zhou Qiong's words. Even Elder Mu beside them is visibly alarmed. Having just engaged in brief combat, he can sense that Hong Tu's cultivation has reached at least the 5th level of true martial arts, yet Zhou Qiong dares to claim he will resolve it with one strike. The city is instantly abuzz with murmurs. What did that sect master of the demon sect just say? He wants Master Hong Tu to take on his strike. Does he not know how formidable Master Hong Tu is? Wow, this sect master of the demon sect is indeed as domineering as rumored, but this is just too frightening. He must be truly insane to think that our ancestor cannot withstand even a single strike from him. At this moment Hong Tu's expression grows increasingly cold as he glares at Zhou Qiong with fury. Since cultivating to the true martial realm, no one has dared to belittle him so. Does he think he is someone significant like the Heavenly King? Fine, you need not strike me. If you can withstand a punch from me, I will spare your life. Zhou Qiong does not respond, his pupils slightly glowing as a pitch-black long knife appears in his hand, slowly raising it. Instantly a bloodthirsty aura envelopes the surrounding area for 100 miles. Zhou Qiong shouts slash. An endless wave of malevolent energy and bloody aura surges towards Hong Tu so thick that it seems to manifest the shadow of a demon god. As the long knife emerges, Hong Tu feels that something is amiss. Looking at the knife, it seems like a peerless weapon of slaughter, as if countless vengeful souls are crying out from it. It is hard to imagine how many beings this knife has slain. Though the long knife is not coming swiftly, Hong Tu feels as if he has been locked onto and there is no way to evade it. Instantly, a look of determination crosses his face. A true martial artist is certainly not one to shy away from death. Huge fists emerge from Hong Tu, striking towards the long knife as he roars. Unmatched iron fist, invincible under heaven. With a tremendous collision, shockwaves erupt, shattering even the defensive array of Tianhai City, while those of lower cultivation within the city are directly killed by the aftermath. The elders of the demon sect quickly raised a protective shield to safeguard their members. As the aftermath gradually dissipates, the crowd seems to hear a gentle sound of flowing water. Following the sound, the crowd is instantly terrified and sits on the ground. What do they see? A massive knife pit 100 feet wide and unfathomably deep has appeared in front of Tianhai City. With a great river adjacent to Tianhai City, not much smaller than the ocean, the water from the river is slowly pouring into the deep pit, as if constructing a vast moat for Tianhai City. The crowd gazed up at the sky only to see Zhou Qiong slowly sheathing his sword, not casting a single glance at Hong Tu, and directly turning to walk into the magic dragon chariot. At that moment Hong Tu was already kneeling on one knee, looking at the Zhou Qiong, who vanished from sight, letting out a bitter smile. What a fine sword! After saying that, his body began to slowly dissipate. He was directly obliterated by Zhou Qiong's sword strike. How is that possible? The ancestor is dead. The ancestor has actually been killed. How could he be so powerful? This is impossible. A cold voice emanated from within the chariot. Slaughter the city. As you command. Lian Shang responded with a bow, shouting loudly towards the direction of A cold voice emanated from within the chariot. Slaughter the city. As you command. Lian Shang responded with a bow, shouting loudly towards the direction of Tianhai City. The Lord commands, slaughter the city. Yes. The members of the magic sect flew towards Tianhai City. Even Mu Lao joined the battle. Hong Biao looked at the already terrified Hong Tu, tears welling in his eyes. He knew the sky had fallen. With Hong Tu's death, it had already proven that the Hong family could not survive this calamity. Looking at the magic dragon chariot, his eyes filled with hatred. He saw the members of the magic sect attacking and stood on the city wall roaring. Where are the disciples of the Hong family? Here, here, here. The numerous disciples of the Hong family shouted with tears in their eyes. The Hong family has defended Tianhai City for over 8,000 years. Now it is a matter of life and death for us. If the disciples of the magic sect wish to kill our kin and destroy our homeland, what should we do? We swear to defend Tianhai City to the death. We swear to defend Tianhai City to the death. Disciples of the Hong family, follow me to resist the demon's kill. Kill, kill, kill. The Hong family, after thousands of years, is indeed a great clan, and their cohesion is terrifying. The clansmen charged fearlessly towards the members of the magic sect. Even if they had to die, they would take some of the magic sect members down with them. But who were the members of the magic sect? They were all vicious and wicked beings, and for a time both sides fought intensely. However, this could not change the fate of Tianhai City. The strength of the higher-ups was the key to deciding a battle. The Mu Lao of true martial realm was something that no one in Tianhai City could resist. Even if Hong Biao used secret methods to unleash his potential, he could only hold Mu Lao back for a short while. With Hong Biao's death, the Hong family immediately lost its backbone. A blood-red long sword flew above Tianhai City, emitting a red glow that enveloped the city. Instantly, the entire Tianhai City was filled with a strong stench of blood, and the members of the magic sect covered by the red light felt as if they had taken a great tonic, their combat power soaring. Terrifying screams echoed from within Tianhai City, filled with roars, pleas for mercy and hatred. At first it was the Hong family's people, followed by other beings including alien races, demon races, and humans. The entire Tianhai city seemed to have experienced an apocalypse. Countless bloody auras and vengeful souls continuously emerged from Tianhai city, absorbed by the long sword in the sky. The blood-red color of the sword grew heavier, and its red light became stronger, even causing some members of the magic sect to exhibit powers that surpassed several levels of their own realm. Meanwhile, other beings were engulfed by the red light, their strength instantly diminishing by several levels. Some with unsteady minds even went insane, attacking wildly. The cries of slaughter lasted for 2 full days, and the stench of blood in Tianhai city became thick as if it were tangible. However, oddly enough, besides the numerous dead bodies, there wasn't a single drop of blood in the entire city. A group of people in black emerged from within the city, each exuding an aura of blood and slaughter, as if they were messengers crawling out from hell. Anyone who encountered them would likely be scared to death. The crowd knelt beneath the magic dragon chariot. Lian Shang, clad in a blood-red battle robe, knelt at the front and said loudly, "Reporting to the Lord, Tianhai city has been completely slaughtered. No living being remains." "Very well," set off back to the headquarters. A heavy voice came from the chariot. "As you command." The magic dragon chariot turned towards Tianma Peak, and the blood-red long sword above Tianhai city quickly departed, disappearing within the chariot. At this moment, beside Tianhai city in the desolate mountain city, an elder of a human force looked at the information in his hand trembling, slightly shocked by the unbelievable news contained within. The magic sect has officially begun attacking Tianhai city. The leader of the magic sect directly killed the lord of Tianhai city, Hong Tu, and formed a massive city moat outside Tianhai city. The final piece of news was the hardest for him to accept. The entire Tianhai city was slaughtered by the magic sect. Regardless of race or type, not a single being remains. Now Tianhai city is a dead city filled with the corpses of millions of beings, and even those who went to scout the information were driven mad by the horrific scene inside. The elder glanced at the messenger side and said, "Go to Tianhong Tower to book a table and send invitations to the higher-ups of other forces in the desolate mountain city. Just tell them I invite them to gather." In fact, it wasn't just desolate mountain city. All the surrounding forces that received the news were shocked. If it weren't for the fact that there were indeed no living beings left in Tianhai city, they would have thought someone was joking. For a moment, the higher-ups of various nearby cities began to discuss incessantly, and the only topic was whether the magic sect would attack the next city. The consensus was that they definitely would. The magic sect had just ascended not long ago and had already occupied Black King City. Now they had slaughtered Tianhai city, clearly a person with grand ambitions, and it was impossible for them to be satisfied with their current power. For a time, the weaker cities were in a state of panic, with reports of some forces relocating, all moving to cities further away, and more powerful than the magic sect, fearing another slaughter. Those forces that did not relocate were also on edge, fearing a sudden attack from the magic sect. The news spread rapidly, even reaching some remote cities. The incident of the magic sect slaughtering a city officially broke the balance of the entire chaotic land. At this moment, within a mountain peak on the outskirts of Yang City, several elders with long swords at their waists were gathered together drinking tea. These were the members of the sword sect who had recently relocated. With their decent strength, they had taken over half a year to finally establish a foothold in Yang City. Although they were not a large force, no one dared to bully them easily. Elder Yan Qing sighed. "It seems that nephew Shangguan has insight. If my sword sect had relocated to Tianhai city, we would have likely been exterminated by now." "Yes." Other elders chimed in softly. "We still don't know how that leader of the magic sect trained. It is truly unbelievable that he could kill Hong Tu with a single strike." Shangguan Yun did not join in their discussion but wore a worried expression. Although they had relocated to Yang City, several cities away from Tianhai city, and the strength of Yang City was nowhere near that of Tianhai city, he still felt that the danger had not disappeared, as if it could descend at any moment. At the headquarters of the demon sect in the Grand Hall of Tianma Peak, many high-ranking members stood on both sides below. Standing beside Zhou Qiong, Lian Sheng bowed and said, "Reporting to the sect leader, this time our sect has had over 10,000 members directly break through their realms amidst the battles with those of exceptional talent, even breaking through several realms in succession." "Very well, how is the situation in Huangshan City and Lishui City?" A person wearing a black robe and a silver mask knelt on one knee and said, "Reporting to the sect leader, the overall strength of Huangshan City and Lishui City is far inferior to Tianhai City, and the city is managed by several major powers with no true martial realm experts present. Lian Shang by Haoyan, I give you both 1 year to capture Huangshan City and Lishui City." "Understood." The two responded in unison. At this moment in Huangshan City at Tianhong Tower, the leaders of the 5 major powers were sitting in a private room. A woman with a serpent tail gently shook her head and said, "You all should speak up. What should we do now? Is it possible that the demon sect will take over Tianhai City and then rest for a while? We should try to seek help from other cities during this time." A large frog-like creature quietly said, "There's no time left. I've received news that the demon sect's army has already set off towards Huangshan City." The one speaking was the elderly human who organized this meeting. "What? Really?" The others were immediately shocked. "What should we do? Should we surrender? Didn't they say the demon sect would give 3 days for surrender?" "Yes, why not just surrender proactively? At least we can save our lives." With a loud bang, a creature resembling a giant standing 8 feet tall slammed his hand on the table. "Surrender? If you want to surrender, go ahead, but my giant clan will never surrender." After speaking, he looked at the organizing elder Bai Xiu and said, "If you are here to discuss how to deal with the demon sect, I Meng Tu can still listen. But since you are discussing how to surrender, then I will take my leave." Ignoring the attempts of several people to stop him, he directly walked out of the private room. How can Meng Tu be so temperamental? He leaves just like that. Does he not regard us at all? Cough, you don't know that the family of Hong in Tianhai City once saved Meng Tu's life. Now that the demon sect has massacred the entire Tianhai City, how can you expect him to surrender? Stubborn fool. The discussion continued into the night, and when they left they all wore smiles, but their eyes revealed coldness and ruthlessness. As night fell and people were immersed in their dreams, a sudden cry of slaughter spread throughout half of Huangshan City. Numerous small factions quickly got up thinking that the demon sect was attacking. The bold ones dared to step outside to check the situation, while the timid ones were so frightened that they crouched down and began to cry. Outside at the residence of the giant clan, Meng Tu shouted, Why slaughter my kin and attack my ancestral land?" The woman with a serpent tail beside him softly said, "Of course it's to survive. Just because you have enmity with the demon sect, we shouldn't all die with you." "Exactly, Meng Tu. If I were you, for the peace of Huangshan City, you should just kill yourself." "Bah, dream on. You still consider yourselves the masters of Huangshan City, but I see you are all a bunch of spineless cowards." No one responded, and his answer was the fierce attacks of 4 individuals. The sound of slaughter in Huangshan City continued until dawn, and when the people in the city came out to see the situation, they discovered that the 5 major powers of Huangshan City had already become 4. The giant clan was exterminated overnight by the joint efforts of the other 4 powers, and the body of their leader Meng Tu was even hung on the city wall. Notices were hung throughout the city stating that the 4 major powers had decided to submit to the demons. To the delight of the 4 major powers, the beings in the city showed no signs of opposition, and every one of them had a smile on their face. They were genuinely happy about the 4 major powers' voluntary surrender, fearing that if the 4 resisted, the demon sect would come again to massacre the city, which would mean doom for everyone. At the same time, the 4 major powers also secretly rejoiced at the reaction of the beings in the city. If they truly wanted to resist, they might have been counterkilled by these people and sacrificed to the demon sect in exchange for their own lives. It should be noted that they had no true martial realm existence to suppress everything. The combined power of all the small factions in the city probably exceeded that of the 4 major powers. 100 miles outside Huangshan City, the members of the demon sect led by Lian Shang were flying toward the city. "Hey Chief Steward, why do I see a giant hanging on the city wall?" The Magic Tiger King, following Lian Shang, looked at the distant city wall in confusion. Lian Shang looked up at the city and indeed saw a giant corpse nailed to the wall. "Chief Steward, the 5 major powers of Huangshan City included the giant clan. I estimate this should be a member of the giant clan. I don't know what reason led to them being nailed to the wall." At the city gate of Huangshan City, the leaders of the 4 major powers stood on either side of the gate, with their high-ranking members, watching countless black-clad individuals flying towards them. At the same time, a thick bloodlust swept over them so intense that it shattered the minds of some individuals. Facing the approaching black-clad figures felt like facing messengers from hell, causing them to tremble and find it hard to believe how many people these members of the demon sect must have killed to gather such a massive aura of bloodlust. The members of the demon sect stopped at the city gate. Lian Shang frowned as he looked at the 4 major powers across from him, and then glanced at the corpse on the wall as if he understood something. Bai Xiu and the other 3 turned their gaze to Lian Shang, knowing he was the chief steward of the demon sect, and they all bowed and greeted him, saying, "The human race by family of Huangshan City welcomes the chief steward of the demon sect." The beautiful serpent clan of Huangshan City welcomes the chief steward of the demon sect. The Ghost Toad clan of Huangshan City welcomes the chief steward of the demon sect. The Scorpion clan of Huangshan City welcomes the chief steward of the demon sect. Lian Shang chuckled lightly, realizing that his guess was correct. Bai Xiu looked at Lian Shang and continued, "We, the four major powers, are willing to lead Huangshan City in submission to the demon sect." The other three hurriedly nodded in agreement. Lian Shang pointed to the corpse of Meng Tu on the wall. "What is the meaning of this?" "Chief Steward, this is the leader of the giant clan in Huangshan City, Meng Tu. This person is stubborn and refused to submit to the demon sect due to his old grievances with the Hong family of Tianhai City. He has been slain by us and hung on the wall." "Oh, very good." Lian Shang smiled, increasingly happily realizing that the sect leader's policy of city slaughter was indeed powerful. Look, without even lifting a finger, the opponent proactively came to submit, and those who disagreed were dealt with as well. In the desolate mountain city, the voluntary surrender of the two adjacent cities to the water city once again stirred up discussions among the surrounding cities. Fortunately, after the demonic cult captured the two cities, they entered a period of calm and did not take further action. At this moment, in the lower realm of the Cangwu Continent, within the Invincible City in the extreme north, many members of the demonic cult stood on the Ascension Square. Li Chongqing, dressed in a blue robe, stood at the forefront, followed by two young men with swords on their backs who were Qian Yuqi and Dao Qi, disciples of the demonic cult 3 years ago. With outstanding talent and the full support of the cult, they had both reached the peak of martial emperor in just 3 years. At this time, a group of people flew in from outside the square, stopping at the edge of the square to bow respectfully to Li Chongqing. "Fu Zongfu by greets you, Lord Chongqing. The great Qian dynasty Qian Tongshan greets you, Lord Chongqing. Huangsha Fort Dao." Li Chongqing slightly nodded and said solemnly, "By the order of the master, the ascension passage will open after 3 years, and all forces may ascend. Those who wish to ascend, please gather on the square." "Yes. Zi Xian, at your service." A figure in a purple robe at the square responded respectfully. "After we ascend, the passage will not be closed again. From now on, ascension will be possible every year." "Yes." At this moment, the ascension passage had already opened. Li Chongqing looked at the crowd and shouted, "Ascend." Everyone moved towards the stone tablet, slowly disappearing. Li Chongqing also approached the stone tablet while slowly accumulating strength within his body. Although the master and others had already ascended for 3 years, no one knew what the situation in the upper realm was like. At the Ascension Square of the Black King City, the stone tablets were still operating normally, continuously producing ascenders. However, the managers had changed to a group of people in black robes. A burly man sat in the middle of the square, meditating with a bloodthirsty aura surrounding him, making it difficult for anyone inside or outside the square to look directly at him. At this moment, a black-robed person quickly walked to the burly man and whispered, "Lord Hu Wei, the stone tablet in the ancestral land has lit up." The burly man opened his eyes, quickly stood up, and walked towards the newly lit stone tablet. At this time, a group of people had already emerged from the stone tablet, and as the burly man approached, a figure in green appeared before him. The burly man immediately bowed to the figure in green, which was Li Chongqing, who had just ascended. As he emerged from the stone tablet, before he could react, a voice entered his ears. "I am the Tiger Guard Xiong Ba, under the command of the Demon Tiger King. I greet you, Lord Chongqing." Li Chongqing glanced at the bowing Xiong Ba before him, feeling a flicker of recognition. He indeed remembered him as one of the previous ascenders of the demonic cult, and slowly let out a sigh of relief, lowering his guard. However, the bloodthirsty aura surrounding Xiong Ba made him a bit hesitant to look directly at him. His cultivation level was probably higher than his own. The other ascenders who had come up with him stared at Xiong Ba, their mouths agape in surprise. This figure, resembling a demonic god, was actually bowing to Li Chongqing. Had the demonic cult become so powerful in the upper realm? Qian Yuqi and Dao Qi, standing behind Li Chongqing, also looked curiously at Xiong Ba, feeling intimidated by the overwhelming presence he exuded. Li Chongqing looked around, observing the hundreds of stone tablets appearing in the square, realizing that this must be a common ascension point for many continents. After seeing the ascenders being taken away by the black-robed people, he inquired of Xiong Ba about what was happening. Others also looked at Xiong Ba with curiosity. "My lord, the city we are in now is the Black King City. This square is the Ascension Square, where the hundreds of ascenders from the lower continents will ascend. All ascenders must serve as slaves for 3 years to mine before they can gain their freedom." "Mining? Then we—" Qian Yuqi, standing behind Li Chongqing, asked in surprise. Xiong Ba smiled broadly. "Of course you won't have to. The mines they work in belong to my demonic cult, and they are also serving as slaves for 3 years to my cult. The master has said that all ascenders from the Cangwu Continent do not need to serve as slaves. What? Everyone was taken aback. Those who did not ascend with the demonic cult were relieved to be from the Cangwu Continent, otherwise they too would have to serve as slaves for 3 years. However, they thought to themselves that the demonic cult, having only ascended for 3 years, had gained such power. It was likely one of the most powerful forces in the Black King City. Before they could let their imaginations run wildly, Chongqing had already asked, "How is my demonic cult's influence in the upper realm now?" Lord Chongqing, let's discuss as we walk. The headquarters of the demonic cult is not in the Black King City, but at the Tianma Peak outside the city. The city beneath our feet is the Black King City, with a jurisdiction spanning millions of kilometers, comparable to most of the Cangwu Continent. Currently, my demonic cult possesses 4 cities like the Black King City. The others were left speechless. Even the usually composed Li Chongqing slightly opened his mouth, ultimately saying nothing. It was indeed difficult to accept this information. The demonic cult, having only ascended for 3 years, had already governed such a vast area in the upper realm. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the foot of Tianma Peak. Looking up at the towering peak, everyone had begun to feel numb. The demonic cult had become so powerful, having such a large mountain was hardly an exaggeration. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed down from the peak. "Ha ha ha, Master Li, you have finally arrived." Li Chongqing turned to the newcomer and smiled. "Had I known, I would have ascended with you all, and now I feel as if I am completely out of the loop." "Enough complaining. The master is still resting. Let me show you around Tianma Peak." The newcomer was none other than the Demon Tiger King. After speaking, he lightly waved to Xiongba, who bowed and withdrew. The other ascended disciples of the demonic cult were taken away to rest, leaving only Chen Yuqi and Dao Qi still standing behind Li Chongqing. The two looked at the Demon Tiger King with curiosity. They did not know Xiongba, but they recognized the appearance of the Demon Tiger King. His statue was in the Tianma Hall of the Lower Continent, a prominent figure in the demonic cult. The Demon Tiger King led Li Chongqing and the others around Tianma Peak. When they reached a flower bed filled with blooming flowers, Li Chongqing frowned. He actually sensed a threat from these flowers, as if they possessed the ability to kill him. As he spoke, a red rose in the flower bed suddenly transformed into a red figure and made a face at the Demon Tiger King. Then it vanished. The Demon Tiger King looked at Li Chongqing and chuckled softly. "These are the flowers raised by the master. They are all flower spirits, and their cultivation is not lacking." The Demon Tiger King led the 3 of them to the back mountain in front of a massive peach tree. He bowed his hands to the tree and said, "Would Guardian, this is Li Chongqing, the newly ascended leader of the Qinglong Hall of our demon sect." He then pointed at the peach tree and said, "This is the new guardian of the demon sect, elder." Slowly, an ancient human face materialized on the peach tree, gazing at Li Chongqing as it spoke. "I still need to enter seclusion for cultivation. I will apologize to you later, and this peach is a gift for you, Hall Master Li." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 peaches flew towards Li Chongqing and the others. The one in front of Li Chongqing radiated a celestial glow, while those in front of Chen Yuqi and Dao Qi emitted spiritual energy. The Demon Tiger King looked at Li Chongqing and said, "This is a sacred object for cultivation. After you eat it, your cultivation will rapidly advance." The group continued to explore Tianma Peak. At this moment, a white light shot up into the sky from over 100 miles away from Black King City, clearly visible throughout the chaotic land. Zhou Qiong opened his eyes and looked towards the distant white light. He gently tapped the armrest of his chair, and a figure instantly appeared before Zhou Qiong. "Quickly investigate the situation." "Yes, sir." The figure began to slowly fade away. Inside the main hall of Tianma Peak at the morning assembly, the high-ranking members of the demon sect stood on either side with an additional person present, Li Chongqing, who had just ascended. Zhou Qiong sat solemnly at the front and asked, "What have you found out about the white light?" One person knelt down and reported, "Reporting to the sect master, we have received news that a relic of a half-saint has been activated, and many forces have sent their own people to the relic site." Half-saint, the many high-ranking members of the demon sect gasped. They knew that in recent years the high-ranking members had begun to understand the levels of cultivation, the Tao of transcendence, the transcendence of true martial arts, and above true martial lies the half-saint. Currently, there wasn't even a true martial realm in the entire chaotic land, yet a half-saint relic suddenly appeared, which was truly astonishing. Ding task generation in progress. Explore the half-saint relic and become the greatest beneficiary. Completion rewards include 2 levels of cultivation, 500,000 villain points, and a mysterious gift pack. Failure incurs no penalties. Do you accept? Accept. Lian Shangning Wu Demon Mouse King, Demon Bull King, Demon Tiger King, Demon Dragon King, and Demon Snake King, where are you? We are here. The crowd responded in unison. You all follow me. The others will remain to guard the demon sect. During my absence, Bai Haoyan will temporarily manage the sect. Understood. Bai Haoyan bowed and replied. At this moment, the half-saint relic had already gathered a multitude of beings. Every mountain peak around was occupied by a major force, while the bases below were filled with small forces and scattered cultivators from nearby cities, all hoping to gain some benefits. The discussions erupted. I didn't expect that our chaotic land could have a half-saint relic. Yeah, if we could gain benefits inside, we would be rich. Don't think too much. Look at the forces on the surrounding peaks. This kind of relic is not something we can touch. Just being able to get a sip of soup would be good enough. On one of the mountain peaks, a pair of elegantly dressed man and woman conversed softly. Behind them stood several strong-looking guards along with a group of elderly men fawning around. I didn't expect there to be a half-saint relic in this remote place. A clear and cold voice came from the woman. The man curled his lip and muttered. What's so surprising about a half-saint relic? You never seemed astonished when seeing a living half-saint. What are you mumbling about? Nothing, sister, it really is quite astonishing. Elder, who please introduce the surrounding forces to us. The woman ignored the man and asked an elder behind her. The elder, upon hearing, immediately bowed and approached her, saying, I have seen Miss Li. Pointing to the mountain peak across, he said, that is the largest force in Yang City, the Yang family. The leader is Yang Liwu, a true martial 7th layer expert. The mountain peak on the left. The mountain peak on the south side. The man dressed like a wealthy young master suddenly became interested and curiously asked the elder, has the leader of the demon sect arrived? Ever since he came to this chaotic land, I've been hearing rumors about him and wonder what he's really like. The woman known as Miss Li also showed curiosity in her eyes. When she first heard the rumors of the demon sect leader, she was equally astonished. Although the vast world is full of wonders, it is hard to believe that someone could carve out such a territory just 3 years after ascending from the lower realms. I haven't seen him yet. He should not have arrived yet. The elder shook his head at the young man. Suddenly a dragon's roar echoed as a magic dragon flew in from the distance. The forces on the mountain peaks all looked up at the flying chariot, some showing disdain, while others expressed curiosity. The multitude of beings at the foot of the mountain also looked up at the magic dragon's flying chariot. Wow, it's really over the top. How did he come up with that couplet? The words are too bold. Not even my father would dare to say such things. Young Master Li gaped at the couplets on either side of the flying chariot. Even the usually cold Miss Li twitched her mouth, and the other forces on the peaks were even more astonished by the couplets on the flying chariot. Has the demon sect leader gone mad to dare say such bold words? Indeed, the higher one's cultivation, the more one understands the courage required to utter such statements. Many high-ranking members of the demon sect stood outside the flying carriage. In a red robe, Lian Sheng softly said to the interior of the carriage, Master, the surrounding peaks have already been occupied by various major forces. No sound came from inside the carriage. It simply flew toward the nearest peak, where the lord of the Yuang city, a member of the bear tribe from the demon race, stood. The others, seeing the carriage heading towards the bear tribe's territory, seemed to understand something and looked over with expressions of schadenfreude. The bear tribe on the peak saw the flying carriage coming towards them, and their expressions darkened. They knew this was an attempt to seize territory, as if they were being treated as soft persimmons. The great elder of the bear tribe, Xiong Tianhai, flew up and faced the demon sect's carriage, saying in a deep voice, I am Xiong Tianhai, the lord of Yuang City. You must be the master of the demon sect. May I ask what brings you to this peak? A cold voice came from inside the carriage. This peak belongs to my demon sect now. You can either leave or die. Xiong Tianhai looked at the demon dragon carriage with a face full of embarrassment. He did not expect that Zhou Qiong would be even more domineering than the legends suggested. Originally, he planned to speak a few words to negotiate and let the peak go to the demon sect. After all, Zhou Qiong's combat power was truly exaggerated, having killed Hong Tu with a single strike, while his own strength was only comparable to Hong Tu, making him no match for Zhou Qiong. However, now that Zhou Qiong had said this, the surrounding forces had all heard it. If they retreated now, how could they continue to survive in this chaotic land? The crowd surrounding them felt a mix of emotions upon hearing the words from inside the carriage. Zhou Qiong was indeed as domineering as the legends had said. They wondered how the bear tribe would respond. Xiong Tianhai's expression changed several times as he clenched his fists, staring at the demon sect's carriage, and said in a deep voice, Then I shall ask Master Zhou for guidance. No sound answered him. Suddenly the carriage door opened with a bang, and a surging intent of blade energy infused with a sense of bloodlust surged out directly aimed at Zhou Qiong. The heavy footsteps began to resonate, each step intensifying the blade intent and bloodlust. Finally Zhou Qiong, clad in a demon-dragon battle robe, stepped out of the carriage looking at Zhou Tianhai and coldly said, "Do you seek death?" With a soft sound, Zhou Tianhai opposite him spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee in midair, having been severely injured by the earlier bloodthirsty blade intent. Zhou Tianhai looked up at Zhou Qiong, his face filled with fear. The other party had not even attacked. Just relying on the blade intent had heavily injured him. It was unimaginable what would happen if the other party drew their blade. He might not even have a chance to escape. Zhou Tianhai did not dare to reply, turning to call his tribesmen, and directly flew away from the peak, heading downward. He was indeed conceding, as he feared that Zhou Qiong would kill him directly if he did not. The surrounding peaks looked at Zhou Tianhai and the others, who did not dare to say a harsh word and fled with deep frowns. Their gazes towards Zhou Qiong now held more caution. That earlier blade intent was too domineering, having directly injured Zhou Tianhai, and even they standing so far away felt a hint of danger. On the peak, where the Li siblings were, a man dressed as a guard said to the woman, "Young master, miss, if possible try not to conflict with the demon sect." Hearing this, the young master immediately grew unhappy. Who was he? He was the dignified. Oh, how could he let others bully him in this remote place? "I say, Ade, can I not deal with a mere small demon sect?" Ade looked at the young master and replied helplessly, "Young master, you do not know. Just now the master of the demon sect emitted blade intent that made me feel a sense of danger. If a conflict truly arises, I fear I may not be able to protect you and the miss." What? The young master was startled upon hearing this. Although he had snuck out with his sister this time, and had not brought any powerful guards, Ade was indeed at the peak of true martial realm, on the verge of the Great Luo realm, and with the high level of the martial arts he practiced, even ordinary Great Luo beings would probably not be able to deal with him in this remote area. Now he actually said that if a conflict arose, he might not be able to protect them. Was that master of the demon sect really that powerful? At this moment Zhou Qiong's gaze also fell on the Li siblings, specifically on Ade, who should be the strongest among everyone present. Without paying attention to others, he turned and walked back into the flying carriage. Currently the semi-holy secret realm had not yet opened, and there was no need for him to wait outside. Sitting in the demon sect's flying carriage, Zhou Qiong opened the attribute panel. Character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi. Position Master of the Demon Sect. Cultivation Ancient 7 layers, the aura of true martial first layer. Martial arts Demon God's secret art, Celestial Death Hand, Divine Demon Eye, and the 3rd layer of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Skill, Demon. Mount Demon Dragon Flying Carriage. Although Zhou Qiong's current cultivation is only at Ancient 7 layers, he is not worried about being threatened by anyone due to the heaven-defying demon blade. Since the last time he absorbed the blood and souls of all living beings in Tianhai City, he no longer knows how powerful the demon blade has become. However, it is estimated that he could probably slay ordinary Great Luo beings. Moreover, since Zhou Qiong practiced the demon technique, not only had his combat power greatly increased, but he also exuded an aura that made it difficult for others to perceive his realm. 3 days passed and some forces arrived again. One of them unfortunately attempted to seize the peak of the Li siblings, and was directly killed by Ade with a single palm strike. Sitting in the demon sect's flying carriage, Zhou Qiong suddenly opened his eyes, as he saw a swirling passage appear above the semi-holy relic, with many beings below eager to rush into the vortex. However, they were wary of the major forces on this peak and did not dare to act rashly. Zhou Qiong stepped out of the carriage, leading the members of the demon sect towards the vortex, where beings from various major forces had already filled the entrance of the swirling passage. The Li siblings were among them. The younger brother of the Li family looked at Zhou Qiong and whispered, "To see a hero like Master Zhou in this place is truly a stroke of luck. I am Li Gu, may I ask if we can become friends?" The older sister of the Li family looked at Li Gu with a puzzled expression. Why had he suddenly changed his approach? Shouldn't he have introduced himself and asked the other party to be his retainer? Now he had turned it into a request for friendship. Zhou Qiong looked at Li Gu without speaking and gazed at the swirling passage, saying in a deep voice, "Since the passage has opened, I shall enter first." After finishing, he waved his hand and led the members of the demon sect into the passage. Other forces saw Zhou Qiong enter first and immediately followed him into the passage. Li Gu watched Zhou Qiong disappear into the passage, his face filled with frustration. Zhou Qiong had not even acknowledged him. He was indeed enough of a show-off, even more so than himself. Beside him, the older sister of the Li family softly said, "It is better for you to have less contact with such a person. You know how our father is. If he knows you are getting close to a demon figure, he might directly take action to cripple you." As the world spun around him, when Zhou Qiong opened his eyes again, he found himself completely alone. It seemed that the vortex passage was randomly transporting individuals, placing each in different locations. Zhou Qiong looked around and discovered he was in a subterranean palace surrounded by a maze of passageways. He frowned slightly and walked into one of the tunnels. The half-saint's secret realm is essentially the resting place and inheritance ground of a deceased half-saint. Within it, one generally finds various treasures and techniques used by the half-saint during their lifetime, and it may even contain a half-saint's legacy. Meanwhile, as the Li siblings and Ade entered the passage, a jade pendant in the elder sister's hand suddenly emitted a glow, forming a protective barrier around them, which only faded once they had completely entered the secret realm. Li Gu glanced at the entrance of the passage and disdainfully remarked, "A mere passage created by a half-saint thinks it can separate us. Delusional." He then turned to his sister Li Weiner, saying, "Sister Weiner, what are we doing in this wretched secret realm? I felt uncomfortable the moment I stepped in." Li Weiner did not respond, but instead began exploring the surroundings. At this moment, countless beings had already entered the secret realm. The spiritual energy within was several times stronger than outside, and with no one having mined or damaged it for countless years, spirit herbs and celestial grasses were abundant. Inside the secret realm, an old man was leading two young disciples in continuous exploration, occasionally harvesting a bunch of spirit herbs, all with expressions of delight. One of the disciples looked at the old man and said, "Master, this half-saint's secret realm truly is filled with treasures. Once we exit, we can exchange these spirit herbs for resources. At that point, I believe you can step into the ancient realm, and our Tianjin sect will then be considered a significant power." "Indeed, but we can only gather these spirit herbs here. The real treasures will be beyond our reach," the other disciple said gloomily. The old man looked at his two disciples and chuckled softly. "One must learn to be content. Being able to obtain these spirit herbs makes me very satisfied." After speaking, they continued to gather spirit herbs. In a place where no one was watching, a shadow slowly materialized and directly entered the body of the disciple who had just spoken. Suddenly, countless shadows appeared throughout the secret realm. These shadows seemed to possess intelligence and began to attach themselves to weaker beings, remaining hidden so that no one noticed. Everyone continued to explore the secret realm, and the rewards were quite good, as there were indeed many treasures inside. A faint light suddenly emanated from one direction of the secret realm. Upon seeing the light, all factions halted their explorations and flew toward it. Even a fool could guess that the legacy of the half-saint was about to manifest. The source of the light was a vast open space which had gathered hundreds of thousands of beings. However, the glowing area was guarded by a few of the most powerful factions, preventing others from approaching. In the center of the light, four factions were vying for dominance: the Yang family of Yang City, the Tungsha clan of Wind City, the Li siblings, and the Demon Sect. At this moment, the Demon Sect was the weakest because their leader Zhou Qiong had yet to appear, and the only one in charge was Lian Shang from the ancient realm. However, due to everyone's fear of Zhou Qiong's strength, the other three factions tacitly allowed the Demon Sect to enter this core circle. But if the legacy truly appeared, then there would be nothing to consider. Even if Zhou Qiong did show up, no one would give him face. The members of the Demon Sect gathered together and discussed their findings. Only the Demon Bull King spoke briefly and with a slightly stiff tone. The others did not notice anything amiss. After all, the Demon Bull King was not known for being talkative. Only Lian Shang sensed something was off, but he could not pinpoint what it was. At this moment, Zhou Qiong had just emerged from the subterranean palace, his expression dark. He had been trapped in the subterranean palace for a full 3 days, endlessly wandering inside. Aside from a few images, there was nothing else in the palace, meaning that since entering the secret realm, Zhou Qiong had gained nothing. Upon exiting the subterranean palace, Zhou Qiong glanced in the direction of the white light and flew toward it. Just as the members of the Demon Sect felt increasingly pressured, a shadow appeared beside the white light. It was none other than the leader of the Demon Sect, Zhou Qiong. The members of the Demon Sect immediately bowed and greeted him, calling out, "Leader!" Li Gu looked at the suddenly appearing Zhou Qiong and curiously asked, "Leader Zhou, why did you arrive so late? The half-saint legacy is about to open, and if you don't hurry, it might be snatched away by others." Zhou Qiong did not reply. He genuinely had no idea how to respond. Should he say that he had been trapped in a subterranean palace for 3 days after just entering the secret realm? Would that not undermine his reputation as the leader of the Demon Sect? Suddenly Zhou Qiong furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the demon bull king. A silver-black lightning bolt flickered at his brow, and he struck out with a palm. The surrounding people were immediately alarmed. Did the leader of the demon sect lose his mind and suddenly attack his own subordinate? Even the members of the demon sect looked at Zhou Qiong in confusion, except for Lianshang, who seemed to have discovered something. Zhou Qiong's massive palm struck the demon bull king's body, yet he did not fly away as everyone expected, nor did he die instantly. Instead, he remained motionless, but a shadow was forcibly expelled from within his body. The shadow looked at Zhou Qiong and let out a series of sinister laughs before dashing toward a nearby minotaur. Once possessed, the minotaur picked up the axe on its back and struck down at a fellow companion, who died with a look of disbelief. Instantly, the entire open space was filled with countless screams as numerous beings seemed to be controlled by something and began attacking their companions. In an instant, chaos erupted in the open space with shouts and cries filling the air. It seemed like a long time, but from Zhou Qiong's attack to the chaos breaking out took only the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, more than a third of the beings had already perished. No one could believe that their companions, whom they had spent daily life with, would suddenly turn their weapons against them. As everyone began to realize that their opponents had been possessed by something, they started to fight back. However, what filled them with despair was that even if they killed one, the shadow would not disappear but would instead enter another person's body and continue attacking. Fortunately, the shadows seemed to have limited control abilities, as no ancient realm warriors had yet been possessed. However, as time passed, the shadows appeared to grow stronger, and even masters of the ancient realm began to be taken over. The major factions began to feel restless. Initially, they had thought the threat was minor, merely some evil entities. Now, seeing the situation, they feared that if it continued like this, the shadows would be able to possess true martial realm warriors, which would be a major crisis. Li Gus stared at the continually manifesting dark shadows, and the beings controlled by them, softly asking Li Weiner, "Sister Weiner, what is this dark shadow? And how could such a thing exist in the half-saint's secret realm?" "I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems to be a type of ghostly entity. Clearly, this half-saint is not a righteous person." The strength of the dark shadows began to increase continuously, and only a few factions remained stable. The Li siblings took out a talisman, forming a massive protective shield to safeguard themselves and assist some others. The Yang family produced a stone that emitted a fierce heat, deterring the ghostly entities from approaching. Other factions also revealed secret treasures to protect those around them. As for the members of the demon sect, they were enveloped by the light radiating from Zhou Qiong's forehead, preventing the ghostly entities from nearing. The ghostly entities continued to rampage, and the entire secret realm began to change gradually. The sky darkened, white bones started to emerge from the ground, and the air was filled with a chilling, damp scent of decay. Even the places emitting light turned into dark energy, releasing waves of deathly aura. A massive dark shadow surged out from the source of light. "Ha ha ha, I am alive again, ha ha. Wait for me, old man." The dark shadow wore a crown and royal garments, had a square face, and held a book in hand. Upon seeing this figure, Zhou Qiong recalled a character from mythology, the King of Hell. Since his appearance, the surrounding dark shadows rapidly flew into his body, merging with him, and his aura steadily grew stronger. The dark shadow looked around and said in a sinister voice, "Welcome to my netherworld. I am the master here, King Guangyo. All of you here are my saviors. To repay you, those who survive will become the first batch of my subordinates." Countless factions sensed the dire situation as King Guangyo appeared secretly using teleportation talismans, but despair washed over them when they found all their talismans ineffective. Looking at the now fully restored King Guangyo, who kept growing stronger, and infinite fear gripped their hearts. "It really is King Guangyo. He hasn't died," exclaimed Ade, standing next to the Li siblings. "You know him?" Li Weiner asked Ade. "Miss, I once accidentally came across records about him. King Guangyo was once a loose cultivator, but I don't know what inheritance he obtained to practice the hellish arts. He once transformed an entire city into a ghost realm for his cultivation, and was later killed by the grand tutor of that dynasty with a strike from afar. I never thought he would come back to life after thousands of years. Ha ha ha, that old man. Humph. I merely used his hands to achieve a resurrection. Now that I have comprehended the technique, once I am fully restored, I will annihilate his entire dynasty." King Guangyo cackled ominously as the surrounding dark shadows continued to enter his body, and black energy seeped from the depths of the secret realm, absorbed by him. "This is bad. He is stalling for time. We cannot let him recover any further. At this rate, we will all die." Li Weiner shouted loudly. "Everyone attack together and break this secret realm." The others seemed to understand that they could no longer wait and rushed to attack King Guangyo. Everyone knew this was a moment of life and death, and they unleashed their strongest techniques. The entire secret realm shook as a result, and the deafening roars echoed. Sounds of spitting blood resonated as those who had just attacked King Guangyo were sent flying back with a single strike, collapsing to the ground and bleeding profusely, while those of lower cultivation were killed on the spot. Looking up at the unscathed King Guangyo, despair sunk deep into their hearts. They could neither fight nor escape, realizing they were truly going to die here. By now, only 1 in 10 of the beings in the secret realm had survived. Even Ada was forced back to the Li siblings, spitting blood, and told Li Weiner, "No good, miss. King Guangyo has already restored his cultivation to above the 7th layer of Great Luo. We cannot wait any longer. We must use the talismans now." Hearing this, Li Weiner manifested a golden talisman in her hand, biting her silver teeth. She knew that as long as she crushed this talisman, someone would come to rescue them. At that point, even if King Guangyo restored to half-saint, they would not be in danger. However, after that, she could no longer roam outside and would have to return to fulfill that ridiculous marriage alone. Li Weiner turned to look at Li Gu, seeming to make a decision. If it were just her, she would rather die here than use the talisman, but she could not let Li Gu die here as well. Just when everyone had fallen into despair, and Li Weiner was about to use the talisman, King Guangyo in the sky looked at Zhou Qiong with a strange smile, and said, "Very good, you didn't attack me just now. What is your name? You shall be my first general under King Guangyo." The others then recalled that when everyone had attacked King Guangyo together, Zhou Qiong had not lifted a finger, remaining motionless in place. Li Gu also turned to look at Zhou Qiong, secretly cursing, realizing that Zhou Qiong was also a coward. He hadn't even had the courage to strike just now, despite Li Gu having admired him in the past. Zhou Qiong gazed at King Guangyo in the sky and coldly stated, "I am Zhou Qiong, the leader of the demon sect. You want to recruit me as a subordinate? Of course. You will accompany me in conquering the world, and this will be your great honor for 3 lifetimes. As for those who dared to attack me, they all deserve to die." King Guangyo glanced at the others, a sinister expression on his face. Li Weiner tightened her grip on the talisman, as if she was about to crush it at any moment. "All right, if you can withstand one of my strikes without dying, I might consider it," Zhou Qiong said disdainfully to King. At this, everyone was astonished. What did he just say? He actually challenged King Guangyo to take one of his strikes. Has Zhou Qiong become so arrogant, or was he scared silly just now to dare say such things? Does he not know that King Guangyo has restored to a high level of Great Luo cultivation? Isn't this seeking death? Li Gu stared at Zhou Qiong in disbelief. He had seen countless geniuses since childhood, many of whom were arrogant and proud, but there was truly no one as domineering as Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong could not even be called domineering. It felt as if he couldn't tell the situation. Moreover, he had deliberately refrained from making a move earlier, as if he was just waiting to put on an act now. Li Gu looked at Zhou Qiong as if realizing something. "King Guangyo, I hope you can withstand one of my strikes." Zhou Qiong ceased his chatter. A silver-black lightning flashed from his forehead, and the divine demon blade slowly manifested in his hand. To be honest, ever since the last time the blade absorbed the blood and souls of countless beings, Zhou Qiong himself was uncertain about the true extent of its power. However, this did not hinder his intent to strike. Zhou Qiong slowly approached the King of Guangyo in the sky, with each step amplifying the malevolent aura around him. The momentum of the divine demon blade grew stronger, and gradually the entire secret realm seemed to be influenced by Zhou Qiong and the bloodthirsty energy of the blade, with the dark sky slowly transforming into a blood-red hue. At first, the King of Guangyo did not pay much attention to Zhou Qiong, but when the divine demon blade appeared, he furrowed his brow, deeply sensing a life-threatening presence emanating from the blade. Facing the King of Guangyo, Zhou Qiong raised the divine demon blade, slashing towards him. Instantly, the bloodthirsty energy in the air surged tenfold, and a crimson blade aura shot towards the King of Guangyo. As he watched the incoming blade, a hint of fear surged within the King of Guangyo, as if he could not escape this blade no matter what. With no choice, he could only brace himself to take the hit. "Yuming Fudi!" The King of Guangyo shouted, releasing boundless black light from his body, as he unleashed a flurry of attacks against the long blade. Boom! The sounds of collision erupted, magnified at least 10 times compared to before, causing the entire secret realm to shake violently. Countless peaks crumbled, and the plains began to collapse, as if the secret realm were experiencing an apocalyptic event. Before anyone could react, a beam of light suddenly shot into their midst. Everyone looked up to see a massive gash torn in the sky of the secret realm, allowing sunlight from the outside world to pour in. Everyone turned their gaze towards the two battling in the sky, witnessing Zhou Qiong slowly sheathing his blade. He looked at the king of Guangzhou and coldly remarked, "If you can withstand my blow without dying, you have every right to be proud." The king of Guangzhou looked up at Zhou Qiong, shock filling his eyes. The onlookers noticed that he appeared to be in a split state, desperately trying to merge, yet seemingly hindered by a foul energy. A black beam shot towards the outside world. It was the king of Guangzhou who dared not utter another word and fled in haste. Though he did not believe Zhou Qiong could unleash the divine demon blade again, he was unwilling to gamble. After thousands of years of hard work to survive, he certainly did not wish to perish at the outset. Zhou Qiong waved his hand, leading the members of the demon sect into the sky. That last strike was too powerful, having directly cleaved through the secret realm. The realm was on the brink of explosion, so it was best to leave quickly. In the outside world, numerous surviving beings rushed out. This treasure-hunting expedition in the secret realm had been devastating, with barely 1/10 of the participants making it out alive. The survivors clasped their hands towards Zhou Qiong in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sect Master Zhou, for saving us." Zhou Qiong nodded slightly, solemnly stating, "I hope you will not obstruct my path in the future. Otherwise my blade shall also turn against you." Everyone thought, "Is he not aware we are expressing our gratitude? Why is he suddenly threatened?" Zhou Qiong ignored the thoughts of others and led the demon sect members towards the flying carriage. "Sect Master Zhou, wait a moment." A voice suddenly called out from behind the members of the demon sect, revealing Li Gu dressed in elaborate robes standing before Zhou Qiong. "Sect Master Zhou, thank you for saving my life. Here is my personal jade pendant. Should you ever visit my De Wu dynasty, feel free to come to the Wu Wang mansion, and I shall receive you with great honor." Zhou Qiong accepted the jade pendant without uttering a word, and led his followers into the flying carriage, disappearing among the peaks. Li Gu shouted at the departing carriage, "Do not forget." Not long after Zhou Qiong left, Li Weiner and her brother led their group to roam towards the next location. Suddenly an elderly figure appeared before them, standing there, as if the entire world revolved around him. If the king of Guangzhou had been present, he would likely have been terrified, for this person had achieved the realm he had long coveted. Li Weiner gazed at the newcomer with a bitter expression, a thread of despair forming in her heart. The old man looked towards Li Weiner, and Li Gu, bowing slightly and softly, said, "Old servant, seize the princess and the young prince." In the flying carriage, Zhou Qiong sat upright in his demon dragon chair, taking a deep breath. The expenditure from that last strike had been immense, and the aura of the divine demon blade had also dimmed. Although it absorbed some of the king of Guangzhou's blood, its power had diminished significantly, likely only sufficient to deal with an average De Luo realm opponent. "System, have I completed this task?" Zhou Qiong asked, feeling somewhat lost. He remembered the system stating he was to be the greatest beneficiary, yet aside from driving away the king of Guangzhou, he had gained nothing. Ding! The system is currently assessing. Due to the host's incomplete execution, the reward is being reduced. Reduction complete. The host receives a gift package. Zhou Qiong fell silent. In other words, he had lost the chance to increase his cultivation level by 2 tiers, and his villain points were gone. At least he received a mysterious gift package. Uncertain of its contents, Zhou Qiong opened it, and 2 items flew out: a tower-like structure and an egg. Yes, an egg. Examining the description of the structure, he read, "Demon Dao Tower, which contains various Demon Dao techniques from different worlds. Each time one successfully clears a level, they can randomly receive a Demon Dao technique." Zhou Qiong nodded inwardly. This Demon Dao Tower would be immensely beneficial for the current demon sect. The foundational cultivation techniques were acceptable, but the higher-level techniques, aside from Lianxing and the 4 sect heads, were generally not very high tier. Zhou Qiong had always wanted to exchange techniques for them, but his villain points had been insufficient. While Zhou Qiong pondered over the Demon Dao Tower, a crisp voice suddenly reached his ears from the side. He turned to see the egg from the gift package cracking open, revealing a black head peeking out. Slowly, the entire body crawled out of the egg, turning around to devour the eggshell. Zhou Qiong watched in disbelief as the black creature emerged from the egg. After consuming the eggshell, its body began to swell, expanding to a size that nearly filled the flying carriage before rapidly shrinking to half Zhou Qiong's size. It had a pitch-black pointed head, a slender body, and its limbs on the ground, with a tail that swayed continuously as it let out 2 calls towards Zhou Qiong. The black creature across from Zhou Qiong barked twice. Zhou Qiong looked utterly bewildered. Wasn't this a dog? How could it hatch from an egg? Was this a pet provided for him, or a mount? The thought of riding a dog into battle sent chills down Zhou Qiong's spine. He glanced at the black dog, then at himself, and asked the system speechlessly, "System, do you know Wuxia?" "I don't know. What about Yang Jian?" After a long while, Zhou Qiong finally accepted the fact that a dog had hatched from the egg and opened the dog's magic dog, unknown world, heavenly beast. Yes, that was the only line in the profile and everything else was blank. However, seeing the title Heavenly Beast written there, it seemed to indeed be a formidable pet. What should he name it? Black Emperor? No, that could lead to copyright issues. How about Zhou Qiong Dog? That sounds a bit dull. Then let's call it Defy. Defy bark a couple of times. Zhou Qiong called to the black dog. The dog rolled its eyes and barked twice reluctantly. After all, its master was right in front of it. The flying carriage slowly arrived at the headquarters of the demon sect. Zhou Qiong stepped out of the carriage standing atop Tianma Peak, accompanied by a black dog, holding a small black tower in his hand, which he gently tossed toward the back mountain of the demon sect. The small tower grew larger in the air, and by the time it landed in the back mountain, it was already towering 10,000 feet high, landing right next to Elder Mu, who was taken by surprise at the sudden appearance of the massive tower. A voice appeared in Elder Mu's ear. "This is my sect's sacred artifact. Take good care of it. I shall obey the sect master's orders." In the main hall of Tianma Peak during the morning assembly, as usual, all the high-ranking members stood on either side with Zhou Qiong seated above and Lianqing standing to his right. However, today there was an additional presence, a black dog lying beside Zhou Qiong on his left. Zhou Qiong pointed at the black dog and said in a deep voice, "This is my new pet Defy." The members of the demon sect were left speechless. Lianqing remained silent. Everyone wore a dumbfounded expression. Naming a black dog Defy was just too incongruous. It didn't even have a single white spot on it, yet it was called Defy. The sect master's naming skills were quite remarkable. "How is the development of our sect going?" A cold voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Reporting to the sect master, "Our sect is rapidly developing, quickly absorbing disciples. We currently have 53 at the ancient realm and over 30,000 at the mystical realm." Lianqing bowed as he replied, "Our demon sect's strength is still insufficient. Starting today, we will fully supply resources and actively recruit disciples. I hope that in 10 years, the only voice in this chaotic land will be that of our demon sect." "Understood." The high-ranking members of the demon sect responded in unison. Time flew by, and next to the massive tower in the back mountain of the demon sect, a group of people gathered and chatted. "That blade fool has been inside for half an hour and hasn't come out. He must have passed the 9th level by now." "I think so. The blade fool is indeed favored by Lord Chongqing. In just a few years, not only has his strength reached the 9th level of the mystical realm, but now he can also conquer the 9th level of the demon tower. Indeed, among the rising stars of our demon sect, the blade fool can be considered a prominent figure. His future is limitless." Just then a figure with a long sword walked out from the giant tower, exuding a cold aura as if keeping strangers at bay. It was the blade fool. A figure in a brocade robe suddenly appeared beside him, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, and softly asked, "So how far did you get this time?" The blade fool grinned awkwardly and replied stiffly, "The 10th level, and I obtained a strange technique." "I knew it. You're lucky. You should head back to cultivate. I must also challenge the tower. I can't let you surpass me." As he spoke, the figure in brocade walked toward the giant tower and softly said to the old man lying in a rocking chair at the tower's entrance, "Elder Mu, I'm going to challenge the tower." The old man slowly opened his eyes, glanced at him, and said, "You Kiki, go ahead." Outside, the onlookers watched Chen Yuqi enter the giant tower and resumed their conversation. "I bet he can also pass the 9th level. He should be able to. Both the Blade Fool and he are Lord Changsheng's right-hand men, and their strengths are quite similar. If the Blade Fool can do it, he surely can as well." Such scenes occurred daily at the Demon Tower. Ever since they learned that challenging this tower could yield techniques, a multitude of people came to test themselves almost every day. Eventually, due to the overwhelming number of challengers, they had to set limits on how many times each person could challenge the tower each year. Since the Half-Saint Secret Realm incident, 8 years have passed. During these 8 years, the demon sect has been continuously recruiting disciples, and combined with those ascending from the lower realms each year, the number of disciples in the demon sect has reached over 1 million and continues to grow. In these 8 years, the demon sect has not attacked other forces, but everyone knows that the demon sect may launch a war at any moment. Yet despite knowing this might happen, no one dares to make the first move against the demon sect. After all, during the Secret Realm battle, Zhou Qiong's combat power was spread by the surviving beings. Over time, the tales have become increasingly exaggerated. Some even claim that Zhou Qiong has already broken through to the Half-Saint Realm. Of course, not many believe this news, but if asked who is the strongest in the chaotic land, without a doubt everyone would answer that it is the demon sect's master Zhou Qiong. After 8 years of seclusion, Zhou Qiong slowly opened his eyes. At his level of cultivation, secluding for 80 years is quite normal, but Zhou Qiong did not want to waste time in seclusion as it simply wasn't worth it for him. Thus, he set a timer with the system to wake him up after 8 years. During these 8 years, he had organized all the techniques he had learned, and it could be said that he reaped significant rewards. Zhou Qiong opened his attribute panel. Character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi, Position Master of the Demon Sect, Cultivation True Martial Level 1, Martial Arts, Demon God Technique, Celestial Life and Death Hand, Divine Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven Demon Technique Level 3, Demon Mount, Demon Dragon, Flying Carriage, Pet, Divine Beast, Dabai. Other attributes remain unchanged except for the cultivation level, which has risen to True Martial Level 1, and a new pet page has been added. Speaking of Dabai, during the years of his seclusion, Dabai had been wandering outside. No one knew where it went, but it would return periodically to check if Zhou Qiong had come out of seclusion before disappearing again. At first, the members of the demon sect were worried it would get lost and tried to find ways to keep it from wandering off. However, after an incident where Dabai managed to steal Elder Mu's peaches, and Elder Mu attempted to teach it a lesson, he ended up being chased and bitten by Dabai around Tianma Mountain. If it weren't for Lianxing stepping in to mediate, Elder Mu might have lost quite a bit of weight. At that moment, everyone understood that the pet the sect master had taken in was indeed extraordinary. It wasn't just a lost animal. It seemed to be someone no one dared to provoke. Little by shamelessly requests a wave of good reviews and updates. In a chaotic land within an inn of a city, the guests were drinking and conversing with one another. Have you heard? The Devil Sect has recently begun recruiting disciples. What's going on? Why are they recruiting disciples? It can't be that they want to. Exactly, it seems that the chaotic land is about to erupt in battle again. I wonder if the city will be affected. I think we should head to Yang City. After all, that city is the farthest from the Devil Sect. The Devil Sect's sudden recruitment of disciples sent the entire chaotic land into a frenzy. Some cities near the Devil Sect were terrified, with some planning to surrender directly to the sect, while others resolved to resist until the end. Previously, the entire chaotic land was mostly independent and large-scale wars were rare. The overthrow of a city was already considered a significant event. However, ever since the arrival of the Devil Sect, the chaotic land erupted into turmoil once again. At the residence of the Celestial Witch clan in the Sealed City, a group of leaders was discussing strategies inside the Great Hall. Big brother, what should we do? Why is the Devil Sect choosing this moment to go to war? If they waited a bit longer, we could just hand over the Sealed City. But now? Yes, big brother, we absolutely cannot let the Devil Sect's people occupy the Sealed City. Otherwise, this secret. Exactly. The hall was filled with anxious voices. The leader of the Celestial Witch clan, sitting at the head of the table, waved his hand darkly. Silence. Send someone to observe the Devil Sect's progress. If our plan is completed before they arrive, we will give them the city. Once we obtain that item, the chaotic land will no longer be under the Devil Sect's control. Understood. In Yuwang City, the closest city to the Sealed City, a group of people sat in the Great Hall. At the head of the table sat a man in a red robe, whose cultivation was clearly at the ancient realm, yet he was accompanied by many experts, including some at the true martial realm. The man at the head was none other than Lian Shang, the Grand Manager of the Devil Sect. A year ago, the Devil Sect officially began its conquest of the chaotic land, seizing over 20 cities. If not for the lack of manpower, their pace would have been even faster. Currently, the Devil Sect's strategy involved both capturing cities and training their disciples' combat abilities. After all, the fighting strength of the higher-ups in the sect was still somewhat lacking. Besides Zhou Qiong, Mu Lao, and a few others who had submitted to them, there wasn't even one expert at the true martial realm, with the strongest Lian Shang only at the 8th level of the ancient realm. Grand Manager Yu Wang City will formally submit to the Devil Sect. I hope the Grand Manager can speak favorably on my behalf to the Sect Master, said Yu Wang, dressed in a white python robe, flattering the man in red. I have already conveyed the news of Yu Wang City to the Sect Master. You will be appointed as an outer sect protector. Thank you, Sect Master. Yu Wang felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. The position of outer sect protector was a newly established role granted to any true martial realm leader who surrendered to the Devil Sect. Those at the ancient realm would receive managerial positions. Although Yu Wang had already guessed his position, he felt reassured after Lian Shang confirmed it. Lian Shang looked at the delighted Yu Wang, feeling even more admiration for Zhou Qiong. Over the past year, the main reason for seizing so many cities was Zhou Qiong's formidable reputation. Many cities, upon hearing the Devil Sect was coming, did not dare to resist and directly opened their gates to surrender. The few remaining cities that did resist were easily overthrown from within. Thus, although over 20 cities were conquered in the last Halfyear, the total number of lives lost didn't even approach that of the previous city slaughter. Yu Wang, how much do you know about the Celestial Witch clan in the Sealed City? Lian Shang asked Yu Wang softly, as his true objective for this visit was the Celestial Witch clan, a task assigned by the Sect Master. This clan is shrouded in mystery, with many legends surrounding them. Moreover, their clansmen rarely venture outside. Even during the recent commotion in the Semi-Saint's secret realm, they did not participate. After pondering for a moment, Yu Wang slowly replied, Grand Manager, speaking of the Sealed City, it is indeed very mysterious. Over 3,000 years ago, they suddenly appeared in the chaotic land and took over the then sealed city. They even drove all living beings out of the city, and for the past 3,000 years their clansmen have hardly left their home. Moreover, they resemble humans closely. If they didn't call themselves the Celestial Witch clan, others would still think they are human beings. Do you know what experts exist within their clan? Lian Shang asked, frowning. I don't know much, only that 3,000 years ago, a single person from their clan subdued the Lord of the Sealed City at that time. There's probably more than one expert at the true martial realm among them. Yu Wang replied with some caution. Lian Shang waved his hand and a shadow guard appeared before him. Send the information to the Sect Master, and also ask Mu Lao and a few outer sect protectors to come. The shadow guard nodded and vanished from the great hall. Lian Shang felt a sense of wariness towards the mysterious Celestial Witch clan. His instincts told him that this clan was definitely not simple. At this moment, behind the Heavenly Demon Peak, a gigantic peach tree emanated a terrifying aura as countless streams of spiritual energy flowed into its body, making its momentum grow stronger, causing the entire peach tree to glow with celestial light. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky and boundless lightning began to brew. Zhou Qiong, seated in the great hall, looked up at the sky and muttered, "Tribulation," glancing at the peach tree on the back mountain with a complex expression. It seemed this peach tree was not an ordinary variety, as merely breaking through its own limitations had attracted the tribulation. One must know that tribulations appear only when a true martial cultivator breaks through to the great Luo realm, but now Mu Lao was still merely at the first level of the true martial realm. The members of the Devil Sect, upon realizing the situation, all rushed toward the back mountain. The dark clouds in the sky became increasingly violent and the lightning grew more urgent. Finally, a massive bolt of lightning struck the peach tree, and without pause two even larger bolts followed. When the members of the Devil Sect arrived at the site of the lightning strike, they found that the dark clouds had already dispersed. The once gigantic peach tree was now reduced to just its roots, charred black like charcoal. Just as the members of the Devil Sect were discussing this, a new branch suddenly sprouted from the charcoal, quickly budding and growing. In less than a few breaths, the new branch transformed back into a towering peach tree larger. Just as the members of the Devil Sect were discussing this, a new branch suddenly sprouted from the charcoal, quickly budding and growing. In less than a few breaths, the new branch transformed back into a towering peach tree larger than before. The aura emanating from it continued to strengthen, and a sweet peach fragrance began to waft through the entire Heavenly Demon Mountain as the gigantic peach tree once again bore fruit. The peach tree gently shook its body, sending a multitude of peaches flying towards the cult members, which then slowly shrank until they transformed into the human form of Mu Lao. With a beaming smile, Mu Lao said, "Everyone, these peaches are a gift for you all. Thank you for your concern." He was genuinely happy, as the constraints of his original form that had troubled him for so long had finally vanished. A voice reached Mu Lao's ears, causing him to shiver in fright. Lowering his head, he saw a black dog standing across from him. Looking at the black dog baring its teeth at him, Mu Lao felt a wave of fear, as this dog had left a significant shadow over him. Initially, he wanted to teach it a lesson for stealing his peaches, but to his surprise, the dog was unafraid of attacks, whether physical or magical, and was completely unharmed. It had sharp teeth that had bitten off 2 tails of his flesh, and for some reason he couldn't recover for a long time, suffering immense pain. He truly didn't know where the cult leader had gotten this dog, and even gave it a name, Defy. With no other options, Mu Lao took out another peach and tossed it towards Defy, who did not catch it, but instead crushed it underfoot. Looking at Mu Lao with an angry expression, Defy barked loudly twice, revealing its sharp teeth, sending chills down the spines of Mu Lao and the other cult members who feared it might bite them. Mu Lao's face turned pale, and ultimately, with great reluctance, he retrieved a glowing peach which was noticeably different from the ones he had distributed earlier. He threw it to Defy, who swallowed it in one bite and then looked back at Mu Lao. At that moment, a figure clad in a demonic dragon robe appeared before everyone. Upon seeing this person, Defy immediately retracted its teeth and wagged its tail at the newcomer. Upon seeing the figure, everyone bowed deeply, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the cult leader. They simultaneously looked at Da by their expressions shifting continuously, realizing it was a dog that bullied the weak but feared the strong. Mu Hufa, you have made a breakthrough, Zhou Qiong said to Mu Lao in a solemn tone. Thank you for the spiritual medicine from the cult leader, which allowed me to break through, Mu Lao replied with excitement while bowing. Now Lian Shang needs your assistance, go. Zhou Qiong said, waving his hand, and with that Da Bai disappeared. Inside the Tianma Hall, Zhou Qiong and Da Bai exchanged glances, and finally Da Bai could not withstand Zhou Qiong's gaze and lay down with a whimper. Zhou Qiong observed Da Bai deep in thought. After exiting his retreat, the Tianbu reported some matters regarding Da Bai to him, including the fact that Da Bai was unafraid of any physical or magical attacks. Zhou Qiong reached out and slapped Da Bai with his hand. A loud bang echoed as he looked down at Da Bai, who met his gaze with an innocent expression, seemingly confused about why Zhou Qiong had hit it. Its black fur shone brilliantly, showing no signs of injury. Zhou Qiong pondered quietly. It seemed he had underestimated Da Bai. As a divine beast of creation, it must possess special traits. Is it invulnerable to all methods? Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, a shadow swiftly darted by, and the patrolling guards failed to react. Even those at the Cangwu realm were completely oblivious. The shadow paused outside a room, glanced inside, and then vanished quickly. Inside, a man lying down opened his eyes. After checking his surroundings with divine sense, he found nothing and lightly frowned, as he had just felt as if someone was peering at him. The shadow continued to move rapidly within the city lord's mansion before slowly disappearing from it. Just as the shadow vanished, the door of a room in the city lord's mansion opened and 5 or 6 figures emerged, each exuding a presence above the Zhanwu realm. If the shadow had seen this, it would have been unable to accept the surprise, for it had just checked that room and found no one inside. Tribe leader, he really did not discover us, but this young man is quite impressive. Even Lao Wu and the others failed to notice him. Indeed, it's surprising that someone with only Cangwu realm cultivation could evade Lao Wu's divine sense. The magic sect indeed has some tricks. Why didn't the tribe leader capture him earlier? No need. Let him discover some false information. This way he won't come with too much force. As long as the cult leader doesn't arrive, we can buy more time. The few people who had emerged from the house conversed softly. In Yuang City, within a council hall, many high-ranking members of the magic sect were discussing how to take down Feng City. I say we should just attack directly. Are we afraid he won't be able to defend Feng City? The Magic Tiger King exclaimed loudly as he slammed the table. All right, sit down for now. This is not the Cangwu Continent. Our magic sect is not yet invincible in the world, and we haven't fully investigated the details of Feng City. Rushing in directly may not be wise, said the Magic Rat King Chanshu, shaking his fan. Then what do you suggest? Can we just sit here? The cult leader said we must take the chaotic lands within 10 years, and there's only a little over a year left. Coughing lightly, Lian Shang looked at the arguing members of the magic sect, causing everyone to stop and turn their attention to him. Someone has already gone to Feng City to gather information. Please wait a little longer. Half an hour later, just as everyone was becoming impatient, a shadow appeared before them wearing a golden mask. It was DE from the Earth Department. The external protectors who had been sitting silently looked at DE in shock. They hadn't felt him enter despite being true martial realm cultivators. This person had managed to deceive their divine sense. DE cupped his hands towards Lian Shang and said, there are 5 true martial realm cultivators within the Feng City Lord's Mansion and over 400 in the Cangwu realm. After speaking as if recalling something, he added, the City Lord's Mansion gives me a very strange feeling, as if there is something that I cannot explore. The chief steward must be extra careful. With that, DE vanished from the council hall. What? The magic sect members who had regained their senses were shocked. They were not surprised by the strength of Feng City. After all, Feng City was quite mysterious, and 5 true martial cultivators were within their expectations. What astonished them was that DE had directly gone to the Feng City Lord's Mansion to gather intelligence, not only obtaining the specific strength of the mansion, but also returning safely right under the noses of many true martial cultivators. How powerful must DE's abilities, or rather his stealth capabilities, be? The external protectors were equally astonished. Since joining the magic sect, they had heard of the 4 dark divisions, thinking they were merely guards and information gatherers. Now it seemed that these 4 divisions were much more formidable than they had imagined. Even Lian Shang was quite surprised. He had thought that having DE help gather information would only allow him to explore the situation within the city, yet he had not expected that DE would directly uncover the specific strength of Feng City. A Upon hearing the news brought by the crowd began to discuss how to deal with Feng Qiong. Lian Shang said in a deep voice, "Underlings at your service." The crowd replied in unison, "Tomorrow we will set out for Feng Qiong to test the true nature of his defenses." Feng Qiong also received news of the demon sect's attack. "Big brother, the demon sect is coming. Should we not just take them all down directly?" "No need for that. The demon sect's leader has not yet made a move, and we are at a crucial moment in our plan. If we can delay, we shall delay. Lao will take some people to handle it, but remember not to pressure them too hard. Just apply some pressure to make them feel it." "Understood," a burly man responded. Outside Fengcheng city gates, two groups stood opposed. One was the demon sect's members, and the other was the Tianwu clan of Fengcheng. "I am Wu Shan, honored to meet the Grand Supervisor. May I ask why you have come to Fengcheng?" The stoutly built Lao Wu of the Tianwu clan spoke loudly to Lian Shang of the demon sect. Lian Shang looked at Wu Shan across from him, realizing that the other party indeed bore a striking resemblance to the human race, being only slightly taller and more robust, and what he saw was their true form, not an illusion. "Wu Shan, you should know the purpose of my demon sect. If you surrender and offer the city, then the demon sect will grant you the position of protector, or otherwise do not blame us for being ruthless." Lian Shang said coldly. "The Tianwu clan is willing to surrender." Wu Shan's sudden willingness to surrender disrupted Lian Shang's rhythm. "Shouldn't you have rejected outright and fought back fiercely? What is this sudden willingness to surrender? Why are you standing against me with so many people?" Before Lian Shang could fully react to this statement, the other party continued, "However, our Tianwu clan has 3 conditions." "What conditions?" Lian Shang's gaze sharpened as he looked grimly at Wu Shan, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. "First, we want 5 protector positions. As you know, we have 5 true martial realm clan members. Second, our Tianwu clan's disciples in the demon sect should be treated equally to the regular disciples. Third, Fengcheng shall still be governed by our Tianwu clan in the future." Wu Shan said seriously, as if they would immediately submit if the demon sect agreed to these 3 conditions. Lian Shang noticed Wu Shan's expression as he contemplated. The first 2 conditions were hardly conditions at all. Only the third one could barely be considered a condition. As soon as the third condition was stated, Wu Shan looked up at him, trying to conceal something, but a trace of seriousness in his eyes caught Lian Shang's attention. The Tianwu clan was adamant about not relinquishing control of Fengcheng, even having driven away all living beings after seizing it initially. There must be some great secret hidden within Fengcheng, a secret of immense importance to the Tianwu clan. "All right, my demon sect agrees to your demands. Quickly open the city gates and let us in," Lian Shang said with a cold smile at Wu Shan. Upon hearing this, Wu Shan's expression changed. Clenching his fists, he looked at Lian Shang and said, "It seems the demon sect does not agree to our conditions, so let us see what your demon sect can do." Lian Shang wasted no words. The other party had no intention of surrendering. He waved his hand, and immediately the demon sect members charged forward. This time 6 outer protector experts came along with an old man named Mu, totaling 7 true martial realm experts, while the Tianwu clan had only 5. Old Mu did not directly intervene but guarded Lian Shang's side. After all, 6 against 5 and all were at the lower true martial realm, the demon sect clearly had the upper hand. However, things did not unfold as they had anticipated. Wu Shan directly engaged 2 outer protectors, clearly not at a disadvantage. His technique was quite unique as he stomped the ground, emanating a continuous yellow light from his body with a powerful aura that seemed inexhaustible. In other combat areas, the demon sect also began to fall into a disadvantage. The Tianwu clan seemed unconcerned about exhaustion, attacking with full force, leaving the demon sect members struggling to keep up. Old Mu, observing the situation on the field, quietly said to Lian Shang, "Grand Supervisor, I will go lend a hand." "Go ahead," Lian Shang said in a deep voice, looking at the several true martial realm experts of the Tianwu clan across from him, frowning deeply. He felt that the other party seemed not to be using their full strength at all, especially Wu Shan, who, although he single-handedly held 2 true martial realm experts, seemed to be deliberately avoiding lethal strikes. Others might not notice, and even the 2 true martial experts engaged with Wu Shan did not react, thinking that the 2 of them simply could not subdue the opponent. Little did they know that had the other party not been holding back, they might have already perished. Only Lian Shang, due to his cultivation of the sunflower magic tome, could see more clearly than ordinary people, discerning that the Tianwu clan was holding back. "Retreat!" A loud shout interrupted Lian Shang's thoughts. Wu Shan, upon seeing Old Mu make a move, ceased resistance entirely, directly leading the Tianwu clan back into Fengcheng, leaving himself behind to hold the rear. After taking 2 hits from Old Mu, he too retreated into the city. As the Cangwu clan entered Fengcheng, a massive protective shield appeared within the city. No matter how the demon sect attacked or insulted, they could not exit. The shield was exceptionally sturdy. Even several true martial realm experts attacking together failed to shake it, and ultimately they had no choice but to retreat. Wu Shan returned to the city lord's council hall and shouted loudly before even entering, "Big brother, that demon sect is nothing special. If you hadn't ordered me to hold back, I could have wiped them all out today." As Wu Shan entered the council hall, he found that no one paid any heed to his words. Instead, everyone wore expressions of grave concern. He looked up and suddenly noticed that the person sitting in the chief position was not his big brother, but an old man whose complexion was pale with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and a pool of fresh blood on the ground in front of him. Clearly, he had just coughed up blood. Wu Shan looked at the old man in shock and shouted, "Grand Priest, why are you out? Who injured you? Watch me." Wu Shan will not let them off. Wu Li, the big brother he called out, cleared his throat and said, "Stop shouting. No one has injured the Grand Priest. He merely performed a divination on a certain individual." "What individual?" Wu Shan asked curiously, thinking that someone powerful enough to make the Grand Priest cough up blood must be incredibly strong. The Grand Priest just divined the demon sect's leader Zhou Qiong. What? Wu Li's words immediately startled Wu Shan. Last time the High Priest divined a semi-holy powerhouse, the person only turned slightly pale. Now, after divining the leader of the demon sect Zhou Qiong, he actually spat blood directly. How powerful must that demon sect leader be? "High Priest, what did you divine?" Wu Li quietly asked from the side. The High Priest had just finished divining when Wu Shan entered, so the High Priest hadn't had time to speak about the results of the divination. The High Priest coughed twice and said, "I didn't divine anything." It seemed as if the other party was shrouded in something. Just as I was about to glimpse the truth, I was directly backlashed and gravely injured. If I hadn't withdrawn in time, I might have lost my life. What? The High Priest's words stunned all the Cangwu clan members. They originally thought that the High Priest's spitting blood indicated that Zhou Qiong was formidable, but now the High Priest said he hadn't divined anything at all. "High Priest, why couldn't you divine anything? Is Zhou Qiong really that strong?" Wu Li asked earnestly. "It should not be due to his strength. There are 3 reasons for this situation. The first is that the other party is powerful, the second is that a great being is blocking the heavenly secrets for him, and the third is that he is the child of destiny. He should be the third reason, as there are very few great beings capable of blocking the heavenly secrets." "What is the child of destiny?" The experts of the Cangwu clan looked at the High Priest in confusion. The child of destiny is one favored by heaven. Such individuals not only cultivate at an astonishing speed, but their luck is also terrifyingly good. They can be said to find treasures in the mountains and gather spirit stones in the water. Opposing such individuals leads to a dire fate. The High Priest said enviously. However, after hearing this, the members of the Cangwu clan felt a chill run through them. This essentially meant that they would definitely face a grim fate if they opposed the demon sect. Then what's the point of resisting? They might as well surrender directly. Zhou Qiong had no idea that the High Priest regarded him as the child of destiny, otherwise, he would probably laugh himself to death. With the system's existence, not to mention the High Priest, even the most powerful individuals couldn't foresee him. As if guessing the thoughts of the crowd, the High Priest said, "In this vast world, there are countless beings, and the children of destiny are not few. Only those who grow to maturity can be considered true children of destiny. Many perish before their time. There's no need to be so disheartened. Are we of the Cangwu clan so easy to bully? The High Priest is right." Wu Li suddenly waved his hand to set up a barrier in the room, then looked at the High Priest with a serious expression. Even when discussing the child of destiny earlier, Wu Li hadn't been this serious. "High Priest, how is the plan progressing? When will the blood pool be ready?" "Soon, it should be completed this month," the High Priest said with a solemn expression. After hearing this, the other experts of the Cangwu clan revealed expressions of joy. They had been waiting for this moment for 3,000 years. Once the plan is completed, their Cangwu clan will undergo a complete transformation. At that time, not to mention this small sealed city, even the chaotic lands will be beneath their notice. In Yu Wang City, the members of the demon sect sat in the Great Hall with gloomy expressions. Their failure in this sealing operation was difficult for them to accept. Since arriving in the upper realm, the demon sect had been smooth sailing, and this sudden setback left them feeling very uncomfortable. "Damn it! Great Chief, why not summon all the outer sect guardians from the main altar?" I don't believe 7 true martial experts can't break open that sealed city. Even 17 should be able to. The Demon Tiger King slammed the table and exclaimed angrily. With his words, chaos broke out in the entire Great Hall, with some suggesting to completely encircle the sealed city, some calling for aid from the main altar, and even others suggesting that the leader should take action directly. For a moment, the scene was in uproar. The failure had left the members of the demon sect's mentality completely unsettled. With a loud crash, everyone turned to see that Lian Shang had smashed a nearby table with his palm. Everyone sit down quietly. The members of the demon sect saw Lian Shang's cold expression and immediately stopped arguing, sitting down in silence. It seems you all have become quite arrogant lately. Our demon sect has been developing rapidly, but that is all due to the leader's reputation. Do you think you are someone special? Not practicing diligently but being blindly arrogant. Do you have the capital to be arrogant? Lian Shang scolded the many high-ranking members of the demon sect across from him. He suddenly felt that this failure of the demon sect was not necessarily a bad thing. At least it could help these high-ranking members recognize themselves. The rapid development of the demon sect in recent years had suddenly bestowed a large amount of resources upon many of the higher-ups. Some were fine diligently cultivating with the resources, but some began to slack off. They believed that with their status everyone would give them a bit of face, but in this world what is most valued is strength. You all know the leader's ambitions. The chaotic lands cannot limit the demon sect's steps. In the future, the demon sect will have a larger territory and more powerful experts will join. At that time, do you think you can still maintain your positions? The many high-ranking members of the demon sect immediately sank into despair, especially the Demon Tiger King. Given his position and the leader's affection for him, the resources he received were immense, yet his current cultivation was only at the 4th level of the ancient realm. Not to mention other high-ranking members of the demon sect, even some rising stars were nearly catching up to him. The only reason he could stand on equal footing with many true martial experts was because of his status. This was not because of his poor aptitude, but rather because he had become overly arrogant too quickly and had no heart for cultivation. Hearing the great chief say this today, he suddenly realized. Recently, other high-ranking members of the demon sect had more or less adopted similar attitudes. After hearing the great chief's words, they all stood up, bowed to Lian Shang, and said in unison, "Great chief, rest assured. We will strive to cultivate diligently in the future and will not disgrace the reputation of our demon sect." Lian Shang nodded, his expression improving considerably. He turned to the shadow guards beside him and said in a deep voice, "Report the news here to the leader. Tell the leader that there is a great secret hidden within that sealed city." In the great hall of the Tianma Peak of the Demon Sect, Zhou Qiong sat in the magic dragon chair, meditating with his eyes closed while a black dog lay beside him, yawning repeatedly. Suddenly the black dog opened its eyes and stared in a certain direction, then closed its eyes again and continued yawning. A shadow emerged from the place where the black dog was looking, kneeling on one knee. Subordinate Xian Si greets the leader. The great chief has sent word that the sealed city hides a great secret. The great chief and the others attempted to attack the city but failed and returned. You may go." An icy voice echoed in the hall, and after hearing the voice, Xian Si slowly disappeared. Zhou Qiong opened his eyes and murmured softly, "It seems the secret of this sealed city is quite significant." Zhou Qiong opened the system panel, where a task was pinned at the top. The task is to investigate the secrets within the sealed city. A successful completion rewards a mysterious technique, while failure incurs no penalty. The task status was marked as accepted. It had been a task Zhou Qiong accepted 6 months ago. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, as he was no longer in need of techniques, and the reward held little allure for him. Unexpectedly, the task suddenly turned red, and the reward section now boasted an additional 1 million villain points. It seemed the system held a high regard for the secrets of this sealed city. On the other side, several high-ranking members of the demon sect were cursing at the entrance of the sealed city, among them the Demon Tiger King, whose curses were the harshest. However, the Tianwu clan inside made no move to come out, and news of the demon sect's prolonged siege on the Tianwu clan had spread throughout the chaotic lands. A crowd had gathered around the sealed city, whispering among themselves. You'd think after a month of attacking the sealed city, the demon sect would have taken it by now. It seems they're not as fearsome as rumored. Should keep it down. Haven't you seen that the Tianwu clan is hiding inside and won't come out? They're merely relying on that protective barrier. Indeed, I heard the demon sect sent more experts over. It seems this sealed city won't hold for long, especially since the sect's leader has yet to make a move. Back at the demon sect, the Demon Tiger King, finally tired of cursing, and returned to Lian Shang's side hoarsely saying, "Are the Tianwu clan turtles or something? No matter how much we curse, they don't react at all." Lian Shang did not respond, his brows furrowing deeper. The demon sect had been attacking the sealed city every 2 days recently. A few days prior, the Tianwu clan had come out to fight, but for the past few days, no matter how they cursed, no one would emerge. "When will the people from the main headquarters arrive?" Lian Shang asked an undercover guard. "The Grand Supervisor, the outer door protectors sent by the main headquarters will arrive today." After waiting for about half an hour, 7 or 8 figures flew in from the distance, each exuding a terrifying aura, clearly experts at the true martial realm. The newcomers landed before the members of the demon sect and bowed to Lian Shang saying, "We pay our respects to the Grand Supervisor. We have come at the command of the sect leader to await your orders." The surrounding crowd immediately began to murmur, "Isn't that Wan Likong, the Lord of Haiku City? He has actually submitted to the demon sect. And that is Ghost Hand Azura, a notorious demon who fears nothing. I can't believe he has also joined the demon sect." In the chaotic lands, every expert at the true martial realm has their own legend. It can be said that anyone who reaches the true martial realm is no ordinary individual, each having a remarkably legendary background. Hearing the discussions around them, the newcomers felt no shame. Instead, they were quite proud. Initially, they had only joined the demon sect out of necessity. However, upon joining the demon sect, they saw the demon tower and reaped numerous benefits. Techniques that they could never obtain from the outside were as abundant as cabbages inside. They had gained tremendous advantages in the demon sect, and now, even if someone were to drive them away with a whip, they would not leave. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lian Shang's gaze turned towards the sealed city. Although he knew not what secrets lay within, he understood that waiting any longer was not an option. Everyone attack the sealed city together and break its protective barrier. Understood. The members of the demon sect responded in unison. In an instant, countless terrifying attacks rained down upon the sealed city like snowflakes. Along with the later arriving protectors of the demon sect, the number of true martial realm experts taking action had already reached 15. The previously stable protective barrier began to shake violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Inside the sealed city, the numerous experts of the Tianwu clan had surprisingly vanished from the city lord's mansion. Deep underground, 5,000 meters beneath the city lord's mansion, a massive cavern housed a gigantic formation in operation, the air thick with the scent of blood. In the center of the formation was a vast blood pool. Above, a black beast was slowly dripping blood into the blood pool, which bubbled continuously with countless blood droplets evaporating as if impurities were being refined. Surrounding the blood pool stood numerous experts of the Tianwu clan. "High Priest, is it almost ready?" asked Wu Li, standing anxiously beside the High Priest. The other experts of the Tianwu clan looked on with urgency, gazing at the blood pool with intense eagerness, as if they were about to jump in. "Not yet. There are still some impurities inside, but it should be ready soon, probably today." Just as the High Priest finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to tremble, and the entire cavern started to shake. "Not good, the protective barrier is about to break. We must not let the demon sect discover what's happening here." Wu Li's face was filled with anger and anxiety as he hurriedly signaled to the others to rush out of the cavern and return to the city lord's mansion. As Wu Li and the others returned to the surface, the yellow protective barrier above the sealed city suddenly shattered with a loud bang. The entire sealed city began to tremble, massive cracks appearing in the ground, and numerous buildings inside collapsed as if the end of the world had come. At this moment, Wu Li's expression darkened. They were just 1 day away. The demon sect had come today of all days. At this time, Lian Shang, accompanied by many high-ranking members of the demon sect, flew into the sealed city, and the onlookers began to crowd around it. Upon entering the sealed city, Lian Shang's eyes narrowed as he saw a group of Tianwu clan members standing opposite him, each exuding an aura that rivaled those of the true martial realm. There were as many as 9 of them, and the leader was no longer the previous Wu Shan, but a much larger individual. The onlookers who arrived at this scene were astonished. Did I just see that correctly? The Tianwu clan actually has 9 true martial realm experts. The strength of the Tianwu clan may not be inferior to that of Yang City. They have hidden so deeply for so many years. The demon sect is in for a tough time. I can tell that the leader of the Tianwu clan is clearly not an ordinary true martial realm expert. The members of the demon sect were equally surprised to see the Tianwu clan experts, having not anticipated that the clan had kept such strength hidden. Lian Shang looked at Wu Li across from him and coldly said, "It seems the secrets of your sealed city are quite significant. You must be the leader of the Tianwu clan." Wu Li's face darkened as he gazed at Lian Shang. He knew that the other party had uncovered the secret of the sealed city, and today they could not be allowed to leave. As for the reprisal from the demon sect's leader in the future, he was not afraid. As long as they got through today, their plan would be complete. At that time, without the demon sect having to trouble them, he would directly lead his clan to annihilate the demon sect and kill Zhou Qiong, who called himself the strongest in the chaotic lands. Wu Li waved his hand, and suddenly a large number of Tianwu clan members surged forth, each with cultivation levels exceeding the ancient realm. Since you have come, then you shall not leave alive. The Tianwu clan surrounded the ancient boundary of the demon sect, which was roughly twice their number. However, the members of the demon sect were not ordinary. They were individuals who had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a group of reckless warriors. Coupled with the continuous battles they had fought recently, their bloodlust had reached its peak. At this moment, facing even double the enemies, they would not feel fear, let alone 10 times. Without further ado, both sides engaged directly in battle. The strongest among the demon sect, Elder Mu, faced off against Wu Li, while the other high-ranking members confronted the elites of the Tianwu clan. Since Elder Mu broke through the limitations of his true form, his cultivation had surged to the 5th level of true martial, dramatically increasing his combat power, making him a match even for ordinary 7th level true martial practitioners. However, Wu Li was a master at the 8th level of true martial, and his strength was extraordinary, with a cultivation that was terrifyingly profound. As soon as they clashed, Elder Mu found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded on the battlefield. The demon sect members fighting desperately managed to suppress the Tianwu clan, yet their faces showed no signs of relief. This was because, surprisingly, not a single member of the Tianwu clan had fallen. Each of them possessed an astonishing defensive power, and no matter how the demon sect attacked, they could not inflict any substantial harm. Instead, in a short period, dozens of members of the demon sect were killed in retaliation. If this continued, the chances of victory for the demon sect were slim. However, this only ignited their killing intent further. After all, they were the strongest disciples of the Chaos Lands. Could they possibly lose to a mere Tianwu clan? While the demon sect was locked in a brutal battle with the Tianwu clan, above, a shadow suddenly appeared at the cave entrance below. Looking at the blood pool before him and the Grand Priest praying fervently at its edge, the shadow furrowed his brows. The Grand Priest kneeling by the blood pool seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned his head, and to his astonishment, a figure stood behind him clad in a dragon-demon robe, surrounded by a raging demonic flame with a silver-black lightning bolt at his brow, accompanied by a black dog that bared its teeth at him. Shock filled the Grand Priest's eyes. He hadn't realized when this man and dog had appeared. "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" The Grand Priest questioned the shadow with evident wariness. The shadow glanced at him and coldly replied, "This seat is the sect master of the demon sect, Zhou Qiong. It seems this blood pool is the secret you Tianwu clan have guarded for 3,000 years. What? You are Zhou Qiong?" The Grand Priest looked at Zhou Qiong in utter shock. He had not expected Zhou Qiong to arrive. The Tianwu clan had deliberately shown weakness to the demon sect to avoid drawing Zhou Qiong's attention. Otherwise, how could the members of the demon sect have had the chance to wait for rescue? Yet he never imagined the opponent would still come. The Grand Priest ceased speaking and began to form hand seals rapidly. Instantly, a large yellow bell enveloped Zhou Qiong, and the light emitted from it was far stronger than the protective barrier outside the sealed city they had initially set up. The Grand Priest did not believe this bell would be able to contain Zhou Qiong for long, but as long as it could hold him for an hour, it would suffice. The blood pool was about to be completed, and all he needed to do was absorb the blood pool and leave quickly. Once the Tianwu clan absorbed the energy from the blood pool, this small demon sect would be easily destroyed. Before the Grand Priest could continue envisioning a bright future, he suddenly saw a black dog standing opposite him, the same one that had appeared with Zhou Qiong. But if he remembered correctly, the large bell had trapped both him and Zhou Qiong inside. Now Zhou Qiong was still trapped within the bell. How had this dog managed to get out? Before the Grand Priest could react, the black dog began to gnaw at the bell, as if it were a cookie, quickly biting a hole through it. The bell shattered with a loud noise, and Zhou Qiong slowly walked out, extending a massive hand to seize the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest was not adept at combat. Although he had reached the true martial realm, he had no ability to resist under Zhou Qiong's grasp. "Speak of the secret of this blood pool, and I shall grant you a swift death." Zhou Qiong coldly stared at the Grand Priest. "Humph, Zhou Qiong, you will never know in this lifetime." The Grand Priest shouted defiantly at Zhou Qiong and suddenly lost all breath. Zhou Qiong frowned as he looked at the Grand Priest who had chosen to take his own life. There was indeed some spirit in him, but did he think that his death would stop Zhou Qiong? If it were the old Zhou Qiong, he would have had no way to deal with this, but ever since he practiced the demon technique, he had learned an array of bizarre spells. Returning to the source, restoring memory, Zhou Qiong waved his hand at the Grand Priest's corpse, and instantly a wave of black energy enveloped it as Zhou Qiong slowly closed his eyes. Half an hour later, Zhou Qiong slowly opened his eyes, a glint of surprise flashing across them as he gazed at the blood pool with curiosity. Just now, Zhou Qiong had seen all of the Grand Priest's memories. The Cangwu clan was a branch of a massive clan that had been expelled due to mistakes. After a long migration, they finally arrived in this chaotic land. However, just when they intended to continue their migration, the Grand Priest suddenly discovered something unusual about the sealed city. Through divination and bloodline sensing, he speculated that a great witch of their clan had fallen here and her blood had seeped underground. It is known that she was a great witch. Even at that time, their entire clan had only one great witch. If they could obtain her blood to enhance and elevate their bloodline, their branch's strength would surge dramatically. At that point, even returning to their roots would not be impossible. Thus, they occupied the sealed city, driving out everyone within, and set up a massive blood-gathering formation underground to collect the Great Witch's blood. However, due to the impurities in the blood and its dispersal, they could only keep gathering and refining it. After 3,000 years, they finally purified the blood. However, just as they were on the verge of success, Zhou Qiong appeared and seized their opportunity. Looking at the blood pool before him, a smile spread across Zhou Qiong's face. His trip had not been in vain. This blood pool could be utilized not only by the Cangwu clan but also by other races. With this blood pool, the strength of the demon sect would surge to a terrifying degree once again. As for the sudden self-sacrifice of the high priest, it was indeed not so simple. The final step of the blood pool had not been completed. The blood used now would not enhance strength. Instead, due to its violent energy, it could cause one to explode and perish. However, the high priest never expected that Zhou Qiong would possess a secret technique to search memories, turning his death into a joke. Following the memories, Zhou Qiong quickly formed seals with both hands, continuously striking at the blood pool, which began to thicken and gradually stabilized. Mission accomplished. Zhou Qiong slowly walked into the blood pool. He was determined to enjoy such a good thing first. As for the battle situation outside, Zhou Qiong was aware. Recently, the members of the demon sect were overly confident, and it was a good opportunity to refine themselves using the Cangwu clan's might. Only those who survive can follow him to conquer the world. As for those who have died throughout history, it has always been the case where one general success is built upon the corpses of countless soldiers. Zhou Qiong slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the energy within the blood, while Daba at this moment also jumped into the blood pool. Both man and dog were diligently cultivating. After an hour, Zhou Qiong's aura began to rise, continuously reaching the 3rd layer of true martial, then the 4th, and finally stopping at the 7th layer of true martial, slowly opening his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The effects of this blood pool were even more terrifying than he had imagined. His solid foundation had directly elevated 5 small levels. Others might even break through a major realm directly. Moreover, this blood actually had the effect of enhancing physical strength. With his current physical strength, he could probably withstand weapons without being harmed. Opening the attribute panel, character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi, position demon, sect leader, cultivation, 7th layer of true martial skills, demon gods, nerve, celestial life, and death hand, divine demon eye, 3rd layer of sky swallowing, demon art, demon, mount, demon dragon chariot, pet, demon dog, Daba. Zhou Qiong stepped out of the blood pool, glancing at Daba still within. At this moment, Daba also opened its eyes and slowly walked out. Aren't you going to soak a bit more? The effects are quite good. Zhou Qiong smiled at Daba. Daba slowly shook its head. After soaking for so long, it only seemed to have gotten a bit darker in fur without any noticeable increase in aura. As for Daba, it was clear that its cultivation was not inferior to the true martial realm, yet it couldn't transform or even speak. Last time Zhou Qiong had specifically communicated with it, and only after a series of gestures did he understand that its cultivation was still too low. It needed to reach at least the Deluo level to speak. Zhou Qiong waved his hand to store the blood pool and exited the cave. Outside, the sounds of battle were deafening with the bloodthirsty aura, solidifying, terrifyingly frightening the onlookers in the distance, making them shudder and dare not approach. The demon sect is truly ferocious. Clearly, they are outnumbered by the Cangwu clan, yet they have not fallen behind until now. Indeed, are they all mad? Don't they fear death? Why are they all fighting recklessly? From now on, I will definitely avoid anyone from the demon sect. They are just too terrifying. At this moment, the city was already littered with corpses, including those of the demon sect, as well as the Cangwu. The number of members of the demon sect had decreased by 1/3, but the remaining two-thirds were even more terrifying, each one resembling those who had just crawled out of hell. And the Cangwu clan, although their defense was astonishing, their combat experience was indeed average. Under the reckless fighting methods of the demon sect, they had also lost a third of their clan. Both sides were currently engaged in a battle of attrition, as if they were testing who had more people to survive until the end. While the fighting continued below, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky accompanied by a black dog. Upon seeing the newcomer, the members of the demon sect were instantly filled with joy, bowing and greetings. The members of the Cangwu clan, however, looked at the newcomer with worry. Wu Li, gazing at Zhou Qiong in the sky, felt a heavy sinking in his heart. He had not even noticed how the other party had appeared, indicating that the other's cultivation was absolutely beyond his reach. Wu Li signaled to Wu Shan beside him, conveying, "Go check on the high priest's condition. If it's good, we'll leave immediately. Let this city be for them first, we'll take it back later." Wu Shan quickly turned and rushed towards the city lord's mansion, but before he could enter, he heard Wu Li's anguished roar from behind. Wu Shan turned to look and saw Zhou Qiong in the sky, waving his hand as an elderly head fell from the sky, its eyes wide open in death. Instantly, the entire Cangwu clan erupted in cries. "No, how could the high priest be dead? It cannot be. The high priest would not die. Zhou Qiong, Wu Shan will definitely tear you to pieces." Wu Shan knelt on the ground, holding the high priest's head and shouting in anger, tears streaming down his face. All the members of the Cangwu clan began to weep. Everyone knew how important the high priest was to their clan. When their branch was expelled from the tribe, the high priest, who held a significant position in the clan, chose to follow them. He did not need to. With his talent, no one would dare expel him. Yet he willingly chose to be exiled with them. The high priest led them in constant migration, seeking a place to settle, and relied on his divination skills to guide them through dangers. Over the past few thousand years, the high priest had completely become the spiritual pillar of the Cangwu clan. With him, there was hope for the clan. His importance to the Cangwu clan even surpassed that of the blood pool. But now he was dead, killed by Zhou Qiong of the demon sect, and it was likely that the blood pool they had plotted for thousands of years had also been taken by Zhou Qiong. Wu Shan looked up at Zhou Qiong, shouting in anger, "Why? My Cangwu clan has never sought trouble. Our clan rarely leaves the city. Why does the demon sect attack us?" Zhou Qiong sneered at Wu Shan, saying, "If you want a reason, I'll give you one. It's because you are too weak, yet you dared to obstruct my path, so you deserve to die." The members of the Cangwu clan below shouted angrily, "How could Zhou Qiong be so tyrannical? Why must they die just for blocking his path? Was it just because he was strong?" Wu Li looked up at Zhou Qiong, his eyes bloodshot, and let out a loud roar. "Zhou Qiong, you will pay the price for your words. Great Witch War God, arise." Wu Li's body began to swell rapidly, reaching 5 zhang in height before stopping, and his aura surged to the 10th layer of true martial. "Big brother, I come to assist you. We must avenge the high priest." Wu Shan shouted from the side, rushing towards Wu Li, directly merging into him. Then Wu Li's body swelled again. "Big brother, I'm coming. We must avenge our high priest. Clan leader, I'm coming. We must avenge our high priest." The members of the Cangwu clan all rushed towards Wu Li, merging into his body, causing Wu Li's form to swell even larger. It seemed like a long time, but in reality, from the moment Wu Li unleashed his great witch form to the Cangwu clan merging into him, it was merely an instant. The others had not even had time to react. Once everyone reacted, the entire Cangwu clan merged into Wu Li's body, which had now grown to several hundred zhang in height, and his cultivation had reached the Great Luo's 7th layer. Wu Li looked at Zhou Qiong with bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. He knew that from the moment the Grand Priest died, their Cangwu clan was doomed. Now the Great Witch War God he was using had absorbed all the clan members. This Great Witch War God was a secret technique of their clan, usable only at the semi-saint realm. Otherwise, there would be severe repercussions, causing all the clan members integrated within to perish upon disintegration. All the clan members were aware of this, yet, for the sake of avenging the Grand Priest, they charged forward without a second thought. "Zhou Qiong, didn't you say that the one who is stronger has the reason? Let me show you who is truly strong." With a roar, Wu Li threw a punch at Zhou Qiong. As his fist struck, the surrounding spiritual energy was compressed, creating sharp explosive sounds, the space itself tearing apart in a terrifying scene. If Zhou Qiong hadn't entered the blood pool before, he might have hesitated to take this blow heed. Now, however, he was curious to test just how strong he had become. Zhou Qiong also unleashed a punch, causing no ripples, yet it felt as if it fixed the surrounding world, and neither used magical power. They relied solely on pure physical strength. As their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse, and the members of the demon sect hurriedly fled towards the outskirts of the city. Even those watching from the sidelines quickly retreated several dozen li before halting. As the shockwaves dissipated, the two figures became visible. Zhou Qiong stood calmly in the sky while the terrifying giant opposite him staggered back several li, his right arm trembling, clearly injured. How is this possible? How can your physical strength be so overwhelming? Wu Li stared at Zhou Qiong in disbelief, knowing that their Tianwu clan's natural physique was stronger than that of other races. Now he had fused with all the clan members, making his body strength terrifying. Suddenly Wu Li seemed to think of something and shouted, "You absorbed the blood of the great witch, it must be. That clearly belongs to my Tianwu clan." Wu Li shouted furiously, "Die! Tremor of the Heaven Witch Fist." Originally their Tianwu clan's great witch blood was meant for them, but now it empowered Zhou Qiong, which he found hard to accept. Zhou Qiong threw another punch, and at the same time a silver-black lightning flashed from his brow, forming a ring that rapidly enlarged and was hurled towards Wu Li. Boom! Another loud sound erupted, and Wu Li was knocked back several li. Before he could charge forward, he was ensnared by a black ring, unable to escape no matter how hard he struggled. It was Zhou Qiong's demon ring. This demon ring had once trapped a mysterious fallen angel in the lower realm. Zhou Qiong had rarely used it, but after the last upgrade of the demon eye, its function had improved. It not only restrained but also had suppressive capabilities now. To be honest, ever since Zhou Qiong arrived in this world, he had been effortlessly annihilating his opponents, almost forgetting what a real battle felt like. Seeing Wu Li trapped, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Qiong's eyes. He clenched his fists and quickly struck at Wu Li, sending him soaring into the sky with a loud bang. Before Wu Li could naturally fall, Zhou Qiong appeared in the sky again, kicking out. Wu Li was sent flying like a ball, continuously spitting blood in midair. The members of the demon sect watched Zhou Qiong fight with growing excitement, puzzled. What's wrong with the sect master? How can he be so addicted to fighting? I don't know, but I didn't expect the sect master to have a violent streak. Lower your voice. If the sect master hears you, do you still want to live? Onlookers observed the battle in the sky, stunned that both sides were fighting evenly, contrary to expectations of one side dominating. This demon sect master is too strong. Wu Li's cultivation is clearly at the high level of Great Luo, yet he shows no ability to resist. Indeed, weren't they saying he was skilled with the sword? How does he also wield a ring weapon? After Wu Li was ensnared by that ring, he immediately lost all capacity to resist. It's truly terrifying. Yes, and he hasn't even drawn his sword. Some onlookers were astonished, while others quickly took out communication devices to report back to their factions. Zhou Qiong's display had astonished everyone. Zhou Qiong looked at Wu Li falling from the sky and softly said, "It's over." He unleashed a punch that was clearly more powerful than the previous ones. Wu Li, falling through the air, looked at the incoming fist with despair. He had let down all his clan members. Not only did he fail to kill Zhou Qiong, but he was also brutally killed instead, and he roared in fury. "I refuse to accept this." Boom! This time it wasn't the sound of collision. It was Zhou Qiong directly exploding Wu Li's body, with a single punch scattering his remains across the sky like a rain of flesh. Zhou Qiong slowly walked out of the city, accompanied by Dai Bai, who was noticeably keeping a bit of distance from him, clearly intimidated by Zhou Qiong's earlier violence. He could have ended it in one blow, yet he opted to deliver so many punches instead. Wu Li was truly unfortunate. His strength shouldn't have been this lacking, but before he could fully unleash it, he was trapped by the demon ring and brutally killed, making it utterly frustrating. The members of the demon sect quickly flew to Zhou Qiong's side, bowing in respect. "Well done. You haven't disappointed me this time. You have spirit. This is how disciples of my demon sect should behave," Zhou Qiong said solemnly. "Thank you for the praise, sect master. All right, let's return to the headquarters." After Zhou Qiong finished speaking, he soared into the sky. In the distance, a magic dragon flying chariot rushed towards him. Zhou Qiong and Da Bai approached the chariot, and the magic dragon roared before soaring into the distance. Seated in the flying chariot, Zhou Qiong wore a smile. This complete annihilation of Wu Li not only alleviated his frustrations from crossing over, but also clarified his current strength. Now he didn't even need the demon sword. His combat power had already reached the 8th or 9th layer of Great Luo. He could be considered the undisputed strongest in the chaotic realm. Once he unifies the chaotic realm, his strength would surge again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of investigating the sealed city. Reward: a mysterious technique is being distributed. Zhou Qiong paid no mind. He didn't lack techniques now. He was already satisfied with acquiring the blood pool, and he was indifferent to whatever technique he might receive. Suddenly a technique appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand. He glanced at it and his eyes narrowed. The technique's name contained only a single character. The name written above the technique is Yen. Zhou Qiong opened the introduction, which contained only 4 sentences. When a word is spoken, the world is set. When a word is said, all laws follow. My word is the decree of heaven, my word is the truth. Wow, isn't this just an upgraded version of the Golden Mouth and Jade Words technique? Zhou Qiong thought to himself. This technique is incredibly practical for him, truly the ultimate artifact for showing off. In the Grand Hall of Tianma Peak, all the high-ranking officials stood on either side. Zhou Qiong was seated at the top, and 3 days had passed since the Tianwu clan was exterminated. You have not disappointed me this time. A merit deserves reward. Lian Shang by Haoyan Muhufa, where are you? Here. The 3 of them immediately stepped forward. You 3 have done well in your tasks. I reward you with 10 energy mines and a day of cultivation in the Holy Blood Hall. Thank you, Master. The 2 bowed in gratitude. Though they were unsure what the Holy Blood Hall was, they knew that since the Master offered it as a reward, it must be something beneficial for them. The others will each receive 1 energy mine as well. Thank you, Master. The high-ranking members of the demon cult immediately bowed in thanks. Half an hour later, the meeting dispersed. Lian Shang and the 3 gathered together and headed towards the location of the Holy Blood Hall, which had been established 2 days prior, right beside the demon cult's rear mountain and the Demon Dao Tower. I wonder what good things are inside the Holy Blood Hall that the Master mentioned. Old Mu said softly. It should be something very helpful for cultivation. Otherwise, the Master wouldn't have made it a reward for us. That's right, Bai Haoyan replied from the side. It is important to note that Zhou Qiong has always been very generous with the high-ranking members of the demon cult. Previously, both the Wanma Pool and the Great Wanma Pool were directly open to all high-ranking members. This time, however, only the 3 of them received it as a reward, indicating that it must be something extraordinary. As the 3 reached the rear mountain, they found the Demon Dao Tower, or rather the Holy Blood Hall, surrounded by high-ranking members and disciples of the demon cult, all of whom were very curious about this newly appeared Holy Blood Hall. It is known that even the Demon Dao Tower is open to everyone, but the Holy Blood Hall is clearly not. Even though it seems that the high-ranking members do not earn merits to enter, everyone in the demon cult is curious about what is inside. Without hesitation, Lian Shang and the 3 walked over. At that moment, 2 dark guards from the Xuanbu stood at the entrance of the Holy Blood Hall. Upon seeing the 3, they performed a salute and slowly opened the grand doors. As the 3 entered, they were greeted by a massive blood pool, which appeared rather ordinary yet exuded a sense of heaviness. The 3 walked directly into the blood pool. As soon as they entered, torrents of violent energy surged into their bodies. They were too shocked to care and quickly began to operate their techniques to absorb the energy. A full day passed, and outside, the members of the demon cult were still waiting, frequently glancing towards the entrance, their curiosity about what was happening inside overwhelming. Bang! The doors of the grand hall opened from the inside, and a figure in a red robe quickly flew out, hovering in midair, exuding a powerful aura as his cultivation level continuously rose. From the ancient 9th layer to the ancient 10th layer, without pausing, he directly broke through the barrier of the true martial realm, stopping only at the 6th layer of the true martial realm. My goodness, this is just too amazing! The Demon Tiger King exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, the surrounding members of the demon cult looked at Lian Shang with astonishment. If they had not seen incorrectly, he had broken through 8 realms in just 1 day, including the barrier from the ancient realm to the true martial realm. It is known that many ancient realm cultivators in the chaotic land spend their entire lives without breaking through to the true martial realm, ultimately dying with regret. If breaking through to the true martial realm were that easy, it wouldn't hold such a high status. Before the crowd could react, Bai Haoyan, dressed in white, also flew out, his aura climbing until he reached the 9th layer of the true martial realm. Old Mu also slowly emerged, his cultivation visibly having broken through to the 10th layer of the true martial realm, directly surpassing 5 levels. The external guards who had joined the demon cult stood with their mouths agape. This was truly shocking. Just a day ago, the 3 of them were 2 ancient realm cultivators and 1 mid-level true martial realm cultivator. Now 3 experts above the 6th layer of the true martial realm stood before them. If the Demon Dao Tower made them willingly stay in the demon cult, then the emergence of the Holy Blood Hall made them utterly devoted. Countless true martial realm cultivators in the chaotic lands have struggled for thousands of years to break through a small realm, and some even fail to break through in tens of thousands of years due to insufficient talent. Yet the demon cult now possesses a Holy Blood Hall that can directly enhance one's true martial realm cultivation. In just a short time, it could elevate one's true martial realm by several layers. If the ancient realm and true martial realm cultivators who have suffered for so long knew of this, they would surely risk their lives to join the demon cult. The members of the demon cult looked at the three with envy, and then at the Holy Blood Hall with longing, desperately wishing they could enter and cultivate for a day. Ahem. Lian Shang cleared his throat and said solemnly, I believe everyone is aware of the benefits of the Holy Blood Hall. Next, our demon cult will quickly seize control of the entire chaotic land. As long as you can achieve merit, the Master will reward you with the opportunity to cultivate here. Of course, it all depends on how much merit you can earn. Thank you for the guidance, Grand Supervisor. We will certainly devote ourselves to the demon cult and serve the Master until our last breath. The members of the demon cult shouted excitedly. At that moment, they wished they could set off immediately. It would be best if those cities did not surrender but instead resisted, so they could earn more merit for the demon cult. At this moment, Zhou Qiong had no idea that, because of the Holy Blood Hall, another storm of blood and violence was about to rise outside. He was currently diligently cultivating the Yen technique, which had now become his top priority. With the emergence of the Sacred Blood Palace, the demonic cult suddenly erupted with a frenzy, attacking the surrounding cities with wild abandon. Many cities that initially considered a stern defense to secure favorable positions were swiftly met with the cult's ruthless assault, as they wasted no time and directly besieged those who refused to surrender. In an instant, the chaos spread throughout the cities of the tumultuous land, with only a handful determined to resist, while the rest met the cult's forces at the city gates, welcoming them 10 miles outside. With broad smiles and flattery, the cult members found no opportunity to turn against the cities, only to accept them with gloomy expressions. Those cities that dared to resist became treasures in their eyes. Internally, fierce arguments broke out over the conquest of cities. Outside Lihua City, the Zhang family, the most powerful faction within the city, stood atop the city walls, gravely observing the approaching cult members. They feared the cult, but Lihua City had been guarded by the Zhang family for 8,000 years, and they could not let it go, not even to the demonic cult. What puzzled them was why the cult had yet to launch an attack after encircling them for so long. Meanwhile, discord arose among the cult members as the leader of the Xuanwu Hall, Wan Li, glared at the Demon Tiger King, saying, "This Lihua City is clearly within the territory of my Xuanwu Hall. What are you doing here?" Wan Li's expression was dark as he understood that the other party was there to steal credit. As time passed, fewer and fewer cities remained, and those still resisting dwindled even further. Having stumbled upon an opportunity, Wan Li was unwilling to yield easily. "Master Wan, you've already entered the sacred blood pool once," the master said. "The second time would yield little effect. Could you let me have this city?" "Demon Tiger King, didn't you enter it as well? Why are you competing with me for this city?" Wan Li replied coldly. That's because Demon Monkey King is just too unlucky. Every city he attacked surrendered without resistance, so he hasn't accumulated enough credit, has he? How about this? Consider it a favor owed by me, the Demon Tiger King," he said earnestly, causing Wan Li to furrow his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a large group approached from the distance, led by the Demon Mouse King Chan Shu, accompanied by the other 10 Demon Kings. Chan Shu stood before Wan Li and solemnly said, "Let this matter be considered a shared favor owed by all 12 Demon Kings. Is that agreeable?" After a moment of thought, Wan Li nodded. A favor from all 12 Demon Kings in exchange for a city that was currently of little importance to him was quite advantageous. Since the cult had grown larger, although they were all loyal to Zhou Qiong, a phenomenon of factionalism was currently within the entire cult. Grand Administrator Lian Shang and Grand Protector Bai Haoyan operated independently, while the 4 major hall masters formed one faction, and the 12 Demon Kings formed another, with the inner and outer sect protectors each having their own groups. They secretly competed against each other, each refusing to yield. Zhou Qiong found joy in this, as competition breeds motivation, and the cult did not require a stagnant atmosphere. The Demon Monkey King cast a grateful glance at the other Demon Kings, and with his subordinates excitedly rushed towards Lihua City. If he could capture this rebellious city, he would be able to enter the Sacred Blood Palace and enhance his cultivation, living up to his reputation as one of the 12 Demon Kings. Chan Shu glanced at the Demon Tiger King and said, "You should support the Monkey King. After all, he still possesses the cultivation of the ancient realm. All right, big brother, I'm on it." The Demon Tiger King responded and soared towards Lihua City, exuding a formidable aura, clearly having reached the realm of true martial level 5. At that moment, in the Great Hall of Tianma Peak, Zhou Qiong sat in his chair as system notifications rang out continuously. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing 1/10 of the domination of the tumultuous land. Reward 1 level increase in cultivation. Current cultivation true martial level 8. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing 3/10 of the domination of the tumultuous land. Reward 1 level increase in cultivation, current cultivation, true martial level 9. Ding. Congratulations host for completing 4/10 of the domination of the tumultuous land. Reward 1 level increase in cultivation, current cultivation, true martial level 10. Ding. Congratulations host for reaching the first layer of the Deluo realm. Friendly reminder, the heavenly tribulation is approaching. Suddenly a massive gathering of dark clouds formed above the entire cult, much larger than the clouds that appeared when Mu Lao faced his tribulation, with faint purple lightning flickering within. Far away, more than 1,000 miles from the cult headquarters, an old man was slowly flying with a young man. The young man looked at the old man and asked, "Master, where are we going?" That group of cult members was too brutal. Even when their opponents surrendered, they still killed them. "We are seeking the master of the cult. I never expected that in just 50 years of my absence from this tumultuous land, such a strange sect as the cult would emerge," the old man replied, his tone somewhat dark. "Yes, when I last came with you, this tumultuous land was still divided into factions. It hasn't even been 50 years, and now most of it has likely fallen into the hands of the cult. Master, what should we do? Originally I intended to unify this tumultuous land, but it seems the cult has already done so for me. They've truly helped me a great deal. As long as I take down the cult leader, won't the cult serve as a wedding dress for my disciple and me?" the old man said with a mocking smile. Hearing this, the young man smiled, but soon expressed concern, saying, "Master, I've heard that the cult leader's cultivation is unfathomable. Won't it be dangerous for us to go?" "Nonsense. I am a master of the Deluo level 10, just one step away from reaching the semi-holy realm. How can a mere cult leader compare?" the old man replied angrily. While they were conversing, the old man suddenly frowned, looking towards Tianma Peak, where black clouds loomed heavily, blocking out the sun. Even from such a distance, he could clearly see the terror of the tribulation clouds. "Master, someone is facing a tribulation over there. Is it the half-holy tribulation? Why does it look so terrifying?" the young man exclaimed, gazing at Tianma Peak. "No, this is the Deluo tribulation, the most formidable 9-9 annihilation tribulation, one that only an extraordinary prodigy can face. This cult leader is indeed extraordinary." The old man gazed at the distant tribulation clouds, secretly astonished. "It seems the cult leader surpasses my expectations. Even royal princes from some dynasties rarely face such a tribulation. What a pity he has crossed paths with me. Even if he survives the tribulation, he will be severely injured, and I can then reap the benefits." The more the old man thought, the happier he became, as if he had already killed Zhou Qiong, seized the cult, and become the lord of the tumultuous land. Most importantly, the thought of torturing a prodigy like Zhou Qiong thrilled him. Unconsciously, he began to chuckle to himself, while the young man beside him observed the old man, wondering why he was smiling so lewdly, fearing he had lost his mind. Unbeknownst to the old man, had he known his disciple's thoughts, he would have likely struck him down in a single blow. He waved his hand and quickly flew towards Tianma Peak with his disciple. At this moment at Tianma Peak, the members of the demon sect looked up at the calamity clouds in the sky with faces filled with fear, for the terrifying aura emanating from within was overwhelming, as if the entire Tianma Peak would be destroyed the moment the thunder tribulation struck. Outside Tianma Peak, in a corner, stood a man dressed in a brocade robe, who had also been drawn in by the calamity clouds. The man murmured softly, surprised that such a demonic prodigy existed in this small, chaotic place. 50 miles away, an old man and a young man stood side by side, completely unaware of the brocade-robed man, both of them gravely gazing at the calamity clouds above Tianma Peak. Even the old man looked on with curiosity. He had only heard of such calamity clouds before, and this was the first time he had truly witnessed them. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged in midair, above Tianma Peak, clad in a demonic dragon battle robe, surrounded by raging demonic flames, slowly raising his head to gaze at the calamity clouds above. The members of the demon sect below fell silent upon seeing this person appear, for they had come to believe that their leader was invincible. Even if this terrifying calamity struck, they were certain their leader would remain unharmed. As if the calamity clouds had finished brewing, a massive thunder tribulation struck towards Zhou Qiong, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Zhou Qiong extended a hand, and a giant black vortex formed above it, swallowing the entire thunder tribulation before slowly disappearing. The young man watching from below gaped, exclaiming, "Master, where did the thunder tribulation go? Was it swallowed? What kind of technique is that able to consume even the thunder tribulation?" The old man remained silent, as he too was unaware that there could be a technique capable of swallowing thunder tribulations. The brocade-robed man furrowed his brows at the vanishing vortex. This technique was indeed strange, capable of absorbing the thunder tribulation to nourish itself. The calamity clouds seemed to become enraged and quickly shot out a thunder tribulation which was evidently much stronger than the last. Without pause, a third thunder tribulation also struck down from the calamity clouds. Zhou Qiong did not hesitate. A silver-black lightning bolt emitted light from his brow, and the divine demon ring appeared in his hand, quickly hurling it towards the two bolts of lightning. With a loud bang, the second thunder tribulation was instantly obliterated by the divine demon ring, which then charged towards the third thunder tribulation. However, this time it failed, being directly blasted away by the thunder tribulation, though the power of the third thunder tribulation was significantly reduced as a result. Zhou Qiong extended his hand again, forming a black vortex that swallowed the thunder tribulation. It could be said that these three thunder tribulations caused no harm to Zhou Qiong. Instead, he utilized the technique of swallowing the heavens to absorb them, replenishing himself. The young man beside him was astonished, gaping in disbelief. He had been present when his master faced the Great Luo Tribulation, which consisted of only 3 thunder tribulations, and was far weaker than those faced by Zhou Qiong. His master had nearly been struck dead by the thunder tribulation, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. Yet now Zhou Qiong faced 3 even stronger thunder tribulations without suffering any harm at all. The brocade-robed man observed Zhou Qiong with an even deeper frown. It was within his expectations that Zhou Qiong could overcome 3 layers of thunder tribulations, but a character capable of triggering the 9-9 extinction tribulation could not possibly perish beneath the first 3 layers. What surprised him was the lightning emanating from Zhou Qiong's brow. He sensed that the lightning contained something bizarre, something he could not quite identify. As the crowd awaited the 4th thunder tribulation to descend, Zhou Qiong slowly turned his neck and looked up at the calamity clouds. In a deep voice he said, "This is truly boring. It has no power at all. I'm done with the tribulation. You can leave." The members of the demon sect below were all dumbfounded, not understanding what their leader meant by not undergoing tribulation anymore. Could one simply choose not to? The 2 elders also looked up at Zhou Qiong with expressions of disbelief, thinking to themselves that Zhou Qiong could not have been stunned by the thunder strike. How could he dismiss the thunder tribulation, as if it were a personal possession that could be sent away at will? As everyone stood in confusion, the calamity clouds in the sky slowly began to contract, the lightning within gradually dispersing, showing no signs of striking down again. The crowd was still trying to grasp the situation, when Zhou Qiong frowned and said again, "Hurry up and leave, don't dawdle." The dark clouds, as if startled, swiftly fled into the distance, disappearing from view in the blink of an. Then Zhou Qiong's aura began to escalate continuously from the first layer of Great Luo to the second, all the way to the 5th layer, demonstrating that 9/10 of the chaotic land was now under the control of the demon sect. Upon seeing the calamity clouds retreat, the old man immediately crushed a large teleportation talisman, knowing that it was a life-saving object. But he could not afford to hesitate now. Zhou Qiong's single command that had scared off the dark clouds was too shocking. What in the world is happening? To command the thunder tribulation directly? Why not ascend to heaven with such power? What trouble is he stirring in this small, chaotic place? If I were to attack the demon sect, wouldn't he annihilate me directly? The brocade-robed man, however, did not leave. His expression was filled with shock. What had he just witnessed? The golden-mouthed jade words technique. But wasn't that something only emperors could cultivate? Clearly he was not. How could there be such an eerie technique that allowed one to cultivate the golden-mouthed jade words without following the imperial path? Moreover, he had never heard of the golden-mouthed jade words being able to command thunder tribulations. Could it be an even more terrifying technique? Lost in thought, the brocade-robed man suddenly looked up at Zhou Qiong, who also glanced over. The man was once again astonished that the other could detect him. Although he had not intentionally concealed himself, an average semi-saint would struggle to notice him. The man slowly rose and flew towards Zhou Qiong, softly saying, "I didn't expect such a prodigy to be hidden in this small, chaotic place." Zhou Qiong looked at the man and replied in a deep voice, "I also did not expect a strong figure like you to appear in this chaotic land." The man laughed heartily in response. "I am not from this chaotic land. I am merely passing through. You are strong enough to earn a spot." Zhou Qiong frowned, asking, "A spot for what?" He felt that there was more to the man's words. The man did not reply. Instead, he took out a black token from his bosom and threw it to Zhou Qiong, saying, "This is a token of the demonic path. Take it. You will understand in the future." After speaking, the man vanished before Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong looked at the token, which had the character for demon inscribed on the front, and a dark silhouette etched on the back, obscuring its features. At this moment, the members of the demonic sect gazed at the sky above, their faces filled with fervor and adoration. To scare away the tribulation with a single word. What an extraordinary existence. They all bowed deeply and shouted, "Congratulations, sect leader, on your tremendous cultivation. Increase invincible under heaven." The event of Zhou Qiong scaring away the tribulation quickly spread throughout the chaotic land. The cities that had originally planned to resist stubbornly now completely gave up. After all, if even the tribulation feared him, how could we continue to oppose him? Currently, except for Yang City and a few surrounding towns, the entire chaotic land had fallen under the control of the demonic sect. At this moment in Yang City, in the Yang family mansion, an old man sat gloomily sipping tea, while 6 or 7 imposing figures sat below, each wearing a face of anxiety. "City Lord Yang, you must make a decision. How should we deal with the demonic sect? Should we surrender or resist?" An anxious man clad in sturdy attire spoke up. He was the lord of a city surrounding Yang City. The 6 or 7 people sitting below were the lords of the surrounding cities, who had always looked up to Yang Liwu, the lord of Yang City. Seeing that the demonic sect was about to unify the entire chaotic land, they could no longer sit still and rushed to Yang City for answers. Yang Liwu, sitting above, also wore a face of gloom. He never expected that the demonic sect would conquer so quickly. It shouldn't have progressed this rapidly, and he wondered where all these people came from to control everything. He initially planned to move the entire Yang family out of the city in 10 or 8 years to join the main family of the great martial dynasty. Indeed, their Yang family in Yang City was just a branch of the true Yang family. For years, they had been striving to return to the family, and finally a talented child had emerged from their branch last year. According to the rules, they could officially return to the family after 3 years. However, the demonic sect had not given him any opportunity. Yang Liwu glanced at the anxious crowd below and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think we should do?" The sturdy man replied again, "I think we should surrender. The demonic sect's unification of the chaotic land is unstoppable. Moreover, the sect leader once saved us in the semi-holy secret realm. We can't be ungrateful and oppose him. Furthermore, the demonic sect treats surrendered factions very well." The man's voice grew softer the more he spoke, fully aware of how shameless his words were. The notion of being ungrateful and the demonic sect's favorable treatment were merely excuses. He was simply afraid for his life. Strangely, no one interrupted him, nor did anyone refute his words. They all lowered their heads as if tacitly agreeing. Yang Liwu realized that these people had long wanted to surrender. They were merely seeking his opinion. If he were to say that they should resist the demonic sect, they probably wouldn't listen and might even turn against him to establish their loyalty to the demonic sect. Yang Liwu sighed. "Since it has come to this, let's surrender. In the next few days, Yang City will formally submit a letter of surrender to the demonic sect." Everyone responded with joy and agreed, chatting briefly before leaving with smiles. However, as soon as they exited the hall, disappointment appeared on their faces. After a few had left, Yang Liwu's expression darkened, and a figure resembling him stepped out from behind. "Elder brother, are we really going to surrender to the demonic sect?" the newcomer asked in astonishment. "Of course not. Immediately summon all the clan members in secret. Tonight we leave Yang City and head for the great martial dynasty," Yang Liwu said in a low voice. "Then why did you deceive them just now?" The newcomer looked confused. "Humph, do you really think they came to ask for my opinion? They merely wanted to take credit for me. If I were to utter a word of resistance by tonight, they would probably bring people to attack Yang City and present my head to the demonic sect," Yang Liwu said with a cold smile. The newcomer broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, and hurriedly ran off to gather the clan members. The next day, news of the sudden mysterious disappearance of the Yang family, the largest family in Yang City, caught everyone's attention. Some said it was because they feared the demonic sect and fled overnight, while others claimed that the sect leader had directly descended upon the Yang family and killed everyone. In any case, opinions varied widely. Subsequently, the surrounding cities of Yang City announced their surrender and pledged loyalty to the demonic sect. In 10 years, the demonic sect officially unified the chaotic land, and Zhou Qiong became the king of the chaotic land. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the unification task of the chaotic land. Rewards are being distributed. Zhou Qiong's aura surged once again. Open the attribute panel. Character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi, position sect leader of the demonic sect, cultivation 6th layer of the great Luo martial realm, martial arts, demonic divine technique, celestial life, and death hand, divine demonic eye, 3rd layer of the sky swallowing demonic technique, demon, word, mount, demonic dragon, flying chariot, pet, demonic dog. Zhou Qiong tapped his chair, and the masked Tiani slowly appeared, kneeling on one knee in the great hall. "How is the investigation going?" Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice. Report sect leader: the chaotic land is bordered by the Great Martial Dynasty, and the Qingqiu Kingdom ruled by the Fox clan of the human and demon races. It is said that both the martial emperor of the Great Martial Dynasty and the ruler of the Qingqiu Kingdom have reached the peak of semi-holy cultivation. Zhou Qiong frowned. Beyond the Great Luo realm lies the semi-holy realm, which is divided into 10 layers. Each layer's breakthrough is comparable to a major realm. A typical semi-holy of the second layer is enough to rival 10 semi-holies of the first layer. Moreover, every 3 layers represent a watershed, meaning that a semi-holy of the fourth layer is sufficient to surpass 100 semi-holies of the third layer, equivalent to the fourth layer being able to easily defeat the third layer. As for the peak of semi-holy, that is someone who is on the verge of becoming a holy figure. Even if I can challenge beyond my rank, it is impossible to cross such layers. I wonder if the demonic blade which absorbed the blood of all the resisting beings in the chaotic land can cause harm to such a figure. By the way, the Martial King Mansion that you asked me to keep an eye on is indeed part of the Great Martial Dynasty. It belongs to the younger brother of the current Martial Emperor, and his cultivation is said to have reached the 9th layer of semi-holy, just 1 step away from the peak of semi-holy. Li Gu is the heir of the Martial King Mansion. Tianyi slowly stated. Good. Notify everyone that all senior members are to gather at the Tian Mo Hall for a morning meeting tomorrow. Understood. On the second day during the morning assembly at Demon Peak, many high-ranking members of the Demon Sect, including some newly joined protectors, stood on both sides below. Zhou Qiong sat in his chair with Lian Shang in a red robe still standing on his right, while Dabai lay at his feet, exuding demonic flames that made him appear as a mighty deity. It took us 10 years to unify this chaotic land. I am pleased, but I am not satisfied, Zhou Qiong said coldly. The crowd below looked at their leader in confusion. It had only been 10 years since they united the chaotic land, yet he was still not satisfied. They needed to remember that this chaotic land had 220 cities, each comparable in size to a continent below. If it weren't for their continuous improvement in cultivation over the years, it would have been quite a challenge to traverse all these cities, let alone conquer them. Tian Bu, please report on the external forces. Yes, Sect Master. Tian Yi, wearing a diamond mask, stepped out from the crowd and addressed the high-ranking members of the Demon Sect loudly. There are 2 major forces bordering our chaotic land. One is the Great Martial Dynasty, and the other is the Qingqiu Kingdom. The Great Martial Dynasty has a total of 1,350 cities, with each city's lord at least at the Great Luo realm, and some even at the peak of the Great Luo realm. This does not include the strength of various families and sects within the dynasty, nor the power of the royal martial family. These words immediately stunned the members of the Demon Sect below. Aside from a few protectors who were already aware of these matters, the others were left in shock. Although their sect occupied 220 cities, their strength was vastly inferior. The Great Martial Dynasty alone had over 1,000 lords at the Great Luo realm, not to mention family and sect members, while in the Demon Sect there was only the sect master at the Great Luo realm, and the strongest among them was merely the chief of operations at the 8th level of True Martial. The Demon Tiger King slapped his forehead somewhat numb and asked, "How strong is the royal family?" Tianyi leisurely replied, "In the royal family, not to mention the Great Luo realm, there are dozens of individuals at the half-saint realm, and with some offerings there are probably no less than 100. The martial emperor is a peak half-saint figure." Upon hearing this, the crowd's hearts instantly calmed down. The pride generated from unifying the chaotic land was momentarily silenced, only to be replaced by an overwhelming fighting spirit. No matter how strong the Great Martial Dynasty is, the strongest sect master of their demon sect was merely at the ancient boundary when they first ascended. They had few even at the profound boundary, but now in just over a decade the sect master had already reached the high level of Great Luo with unfathomable battle prowess, and everyone else had also reached the high level of True Martial. If they were given another 10 years or even 100 or 1,000 years under the leadership of their all-powerful sect master, the strength of the demon sect would surely soar again, and they would eventually surpass the Great Martial Dynasty. Having thought this through, the crowd looked at Zhou Qiong with determination. Even if Zhou Qiong were to directly order an attack on the Great Martial Dynasty, they probably would not oppose it. Zhou Qiong smiled. "All right, as long as you have the will to fight, there's no need to fear the strength of others. My demon sect is also continuously growing stronger, and I want to see where the peak of this upper world truly lies. Do you wish to follow me to see it?" Lian Sheng vows to follow the sect master to the peak. Demon Tiger King vows to follow the sect master to the peak. Mu Protector. The high-ranking members of the demon sect shouted in excitement. Even the outer sect protectors who had only recently pledged allegiance were awed by Zhou Qiong's charisma. With such a sect master, it would be difficult for the demon sect not to develop rapidly. Good, our demon sect is currently short of talents. In half a month, we will hold a martial arts competition. Anyone from the chaotic land can participate. The top 10,000 can qualify to join the demon sect, and the top 100 will receive the position of a helmsman, while the top 3 will be rewarded with a day of cultivation in the Holy Blood Hall. Zhou Qiong said solemnly. Understood. After the assembly, the members of the demon sect left the grand hall one after another with only Lian Shang remaining by Zhou Qiong's side. Do you have confidence in breaking through? Zhou Qiong asked softly. Lian Shang bowed slightly. I still have some of the Azura blood from the last absorption in the cave that hasn't been fully digested. After entering the Holy Blood Hall last time, it was all triggered. If I close myself off for another month this time, I am confident I can break through. Good if needed, you can cultivate in the Holy Blood Hall for another day. Thank you, Sect Master. At this moment, the entire chaotic land was shaken by the news released by the demon sect. The demon sect was actually going to hold a competition. The top 10,000 could join the demon sect and they would directly have the status of elite disciples. The top 100 could even obtain the position of a helmsman, while the top 3 were rewards that they couldn't even dare to imagine. In a large courtyard, a young man was practicing his sword techniques, continuously exuding an overwhelming aura. Beside him stood a beautiful girl who gently called out, "Brother, stop practicing, don't wear yourself out, quickly take a break." Upon hearing the girl's voice, the young man immediately stopped sheathing his sword and looking at the girl with a smile. How could I, your brother, who just broke through to the ancient boundary, possibly wear myself out? Brother, are you really going to participate in the demon sect's competition? Won't it be dangerous? Don't worry, no one can harm me. I will definitely secure a spot as an elite disciple this time, and then we will see who dares to bully us. In a large mansion within a city, a group of elders sat, each exuding a remarkable presence, clearly masters of the ancient boundary. In the center stood a middle-aged man who, despite looking the youngest, emanated the strongest aura, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the true martial realm. An elder at the forefront spoke solemnly. It is settled then. This time, with Zhong'er participating in the demon sect's competition, he must secure a helmsman position. Regardless of which city Zhong'er is assigned to as helmsman, our family must relocate there. This is crucial for the family's hope, and it all depends on you, Zhong'er. Rest assured, Father, I will not disappoint your expectations. Such scenes were unfolding continuously across the chaotic land, with some hidden families and figures emerging, some vying for the position of helmsman and others for the mysterious Holy Blood Hall. In Haiwang City, a massive square was newly constructed specifically for the martial arts competition, with the location of the contest officially set within Haiwang City, closest to Demon Peak. In the past few days, Haiwang City had been bustling with activity, and within a short span the entire city was on the verge of bursting at the seams, with the prices of rooms in all-in skyrocketing. Not many came to compete in Haiwang City due to the demon sect's requirements, which stated that one's cultivation must exceed the 9th level of the profound boundary, instantly filtering out a large number of people. However, this did not stop everyone from coming to watch the spectacle. Such a large-scale competition was unlikely to be seen for thousands of years, and more people squeezed into Haiwang City, making it impossible to find accommodation in the inns. Nevertheless, it didn't matter who, everyone was a cultivator, and they could simply sleep on the ground. If that didn't work, they could sit cross-legged at the edge of the road. After all, no one wanted to miss this grand event. Inside an inn in Haiwang City, the hall was already filled to capacity, patrons exchanging animated conversation. Have you heard? By Wu Dao, the 10,000 demon hand has arrived. A fearsome figure indeed. Legend says that 1,000 years ago, over a trivial matter, he slaughtered an entire noble clan. Hundreds of thousands slain, not a single soul spared. And Wan Kuei, the Slaughterfinger, is here too. Rumor has it he recently broke through to the true martial realm. Yet he still deigns to compete in this martial arena. And more names poured from their lips. Each once a legendary sovereign of the chaotic lands. Now all had emerged from obscurity for this single martial contest. Would you like to know why such masters have gathered? A man dressed as an innkeeper approached quietly. Why? Do you know? Tell us at once. At his words, the surrounding crowd leaned in, eager and impatient. The innkeeper smiled faintly. My establishment has just unveiled a new spirit wine. Would any care to sample it, though its price is rather steep? How tedious you are, innkeeper. Here, a top-grade energy stone. Is that enough to buy your wine? Now speak. What's the real news? A burly man tossed the stone forward, his impatience plain on his face. The innkeeper pocketed the stone without haste, then lowered his voice. You all know the prizes for the top 3 victors, the rank of sect captain, and 1 opportunity to cultivate within the sacred blood hall. Of course we know. Didn't the demon sect announce it publicly long ago? The burly man glared, his temper flaring. If the innkeeper withheld further truth, he might well snatch back the stone. But do you know what the sacred blood hall truly is? It is the demon sect's most hallowed cultivation sanctuary. Every senior sect elder you see today trained there. Everyone now a peerless master of the true martial realm. It is said that even a single day's cultivation within its walls can propel one through 5 or 6 cultivation layers, and even shatter the ancient barrier between the thousand-age realm and the true martial realm. What? You speak true? The burly man asked, stunned. It must be true. Once I glimpsed Mo Hu Wang from afar. He was formidable, yes, but only at the 7th layer of the thousand-age realm. Yet 2 days later, when I saw him again, he had already ascended to the 4th layer of the true martial realm. At the time I assumed he'd been concealing his true strength. Now it's clear, that leap could only be the effect of the sacred blood hall, added a young man nearby. A slow, fervent smile spread across the burly man's face. He'd come merely for spectacle, never intending to join the demon sect. Now, however, the sacred blood hall had seized his ambition. He would not only join, but claim one of the top 3 positions. Time flowed swiftly toward the day of the martial arena. Countless spectators surged toward the arena grounds. Demon sect disciples were already stationed to maintain order. Above the central platform stood 5 ornate chairs, 1 in the center, 2 on each side, and below no fewer than 500 individual combat platforms. Contestants had gathered densely around the arena, well over 1 million souls, and murmured among themselves. Truly the demon sect commands awe. Even the disciples assigned to crowd control stand at the 9th layer of the enlightened mystery realm, and many have reached the thousand-age realm. Indeed, outside these lands a thousand-age realm cultivator could found their own minor sect, yet here they serve only as marshals. Look, the 5 thrones above. Do you suppose the sect master himself will attend? Don't dream so high. The Grand Steward Lian Shang would be a marvel if he appeared. Voices rose and swirled, growing ever more fervent as the tournament drew near. Across the square in a teahouse's 5th-floor private chamber the window stood open, offering a crystal-clear vantage of the entire arena unburdened by the crush of crowds below. Many had coveted that chamber, until a mysterious patron secured it for 10,000 top-grade energy stones. The innkeeper nearly lost his wits. The entire teahouse wasn't worth half that sum, let alone a few nights lodging in one room. At the window stood 2 young women, one clad in azure robes, her features delicate and refined, the other round-faced and charming. Several guards stood silently behind them. Young mistress, what fascination lies in watching a provincial martial contest? Not even a single great Luo realm cultivator is present, murmured the round-faced girl softly. We have nothing else to occupy us. Watching this contest is as good a pastime as any, replied the elder girl, her tone calm and measured. Suddenly a figure streaked across the square, a torrent of overwhelming aura surging forth. As he landed upon the 2nd chair to the left of the central throne, the demon monkey king. At his arrival 3 more torrents of aura erupted from the heavens. 3 figures descending in unison to take the remaining 3 thrones. Below, demon sect disciples bowed deeply and intoned, "Hail Elder" by Elder Mu Hall Master Wan and Demon Monkey King. Contestants hurried to bow in turn, whispering among themselves, "The demon sect is truly formidable. Elder Bai's aura feels like it surpasses the 8th layer of the true martial realm." Indeed, even the Demon Monkey King, reputedly the weakest among them, stands at the 6th layer of the true martial realm. And remember, 12 others hold rank equal to his within the sect. From the tea house across the square the round-faced girl scoffed, "Only true martial realm cultivators. Yet they posture like nascent half-saints." "Enough! In the chaotic lands such cultivation is indeed sovereignty or power," said the elder girl quietly, though the faint disdain curling at her lips betrayed her own quiet contempt. Only the central throne remained vacant, until a crimson-robed figure materialized upon it, his aura crashing down upon the assembly like a tidal wave. It surged with unstoppable force, blood-tinged killing intent blanketing the sky, suffocating every soul beneath. 1 million contestants stood paralyzed, heads bowed, unable even to lift their eyes. Is this the demon sect master? Great Luo realm cultivation, impressive speed, and undeniable authority. Truly a remarkable figure, observed the azure-robed girl, her voice low and steady. Before she could continue, the entire demon sect assembly bowed deeply and thundered, "Hail Grand Steward!" Even Elders Bai and Mu, along with Hall Master Wan and the Demon Monkey King, rose to bow respectfully before resuming their seats. Realizing her error, the azure-robed girl flushed faintly and offered a small, awkward smile. Still impressive. Quite impressive. Yet inwardly her curiosity had ignited. If even Grand Steward Lien Sheng bowed so deeply, then the true demon sect master must be a being of extraordinary, unfathomable power. Miss, if this cult of demons dares to bear such a name, could it possibly? Asked the round-faced maiden curiously. Impossible. A figure of that stature would never deign to set foot in this chaotic realm. This is mere ignorance, replied the azure-robed maiden with a dismissive flick of her lips. Miss, I noticed those martial arenas are newly erected and the materials seem rather crude. What if they collapse mid-contest? The azure-robed maiden furrowed her brows. She could not fathom what scheme the cult of demons was brewing. Why spare no effort to construct sturdy arenas? If cost were a concern, fewer platforms would suffice. There was no justification for such shoddy workmanship. Should one truly crumble, it would be an unforgivable disgrace. More crucially, the cult's legendary exploits had spread far and wide. Only a decade earlier its members had ascended from the lower realms. Even Lianqing himself had then been but at the Tongxin realm. Yet now he stood at Deluo. Surely joining the cult would... More crucially, the cult's legendary exploits had spread far and wide. Only a decade earlier its members had ascended from the lower realms. Even Lianqing himself had then been but at the Tongxin realm. Yet now he stood at Deluo. Surely joining the cult would grant them exponential power growth. Upon the central arena stood Lianqing clad in crimson robes. He withdrew a scroll from his sleeve and proclaimed aloud, by decree of the cult lord, these martial arenas shall stand unbroken for 3 days, impervious to all destruction. With that he cast the scroll lightly into the air. It blazed with radiant light, and an ineffable aura enveloped every arena before the scroll folded inward and returned seamlessly to his palm. Martial contestants across the square exchanged bewildered glances. What had Lord Lianqing just done? Cast forth a decree declaring the arenas indestructible by order of the cult lord. Lianqing offered no explanation. Instead he struck one arena with a single palm strike, boom. Yet the platform remained utterly intact. Below, onlookers gaped in stunned silence, jaws slack with disbelief. Even the cult's own disciples were flabbergasted, for they themselves had built those arenas. They knew full well their shoddy craftsmanship. At best they could withstand combat at the Cangwu realm. Yet now, by the cult lord's mere decree, even Deluo force could not breach them. Inwardly they marveled. The cult lord was truly terrifying in his might, omnipotent beyond comprehension. Their reverence for Zhou Qiong deepened into fervent devotion. Contestants recovering from their shock now regarded the legendary cult lord with profound awe. Across the way in the private viewing chamber, the azure-robed maiden's mouth remained agape ever since Lianqing cast the decree. Her knowledge only magnified her astonishment at its sheer profundity. A single decree had rewritten the very laws of this place. Even with a 3-day limit, such power defied belief. Even her father, the sovereign's golden edict art, could scarcely rival its effect. Her gaze drifted toward Tianma Peak, curiosity intensifying. Gently clapping her hands, she declared, "Let us go meet this cult lord Zhou Qiong. I wish to see just how formidable he truly is." As the group moved to depart, a faint vibration stirred within a guard's robe. He immediately bowed low and announced, "My lady, His Majesty the Sovereign commands your immediate return. No delay permitted." She frowned slightly, nodded once, and vanished from the tavern with her guards in tow. On the arena square, Lianqing's voice rang out deep and commanding, "The Cult of Demons Martial Arena Tournament commences now. Victory or death." The crowd affirmed with solemn nods. Senior outer sect guardians materialized along the arena perimeters, assuming the role of arbiters. Fueled by the earlier miracle, contestants fought with manic desperation. Determined to secure entry into the cult, they refused surrender until their final breath. Blood spilled freely across the arenas. Some withdrew in terror, while others grew only more ferocious. This was precisely what the cult desired. It was no orthodox sect preaching restraint. It sought ruthless warriors, the fiercer the better. Outside, the cult's tournament raged on. While Zhou Qiong had already departed from Tianma Peak, before the imperial capital of the Dawu, imperial dynasty, Zhou Qiong lifted his eyes to the colossal golden dragon, soaring across the heavens, a thoughtful smile playing upon his lips. Behind him, Mo Huang chuckled, "Cult lord, this dynasty is formidable indeed. I see even the gate sentinels stand at the Cangwu realm." "Indeed. So we proceed with patience. Let us first visit an old friend." Within the capital rose a vast manor standing adjacent to the imperial palace. Its grounds spanned over 1,000 li, rivaling the palace itself in grandeur. Before its gates stood 2 rows of sentinels, each radiating the profound essence of martial cultivation. Everyone a master of the Zhanwu realm. To employ Zhenwu masters as gatekeepers revealed the manor's staggering might. Above the entrance loomed 3 characters Wu Wangfu, their script exuding overwhelming majesty, compelling even the boldest to avert their gaze. At that moment 2 figures appeared, one clad in a Dragonimo war robe, the other in black robes, bald and austere. The sentry captain narrowed his eyes at the pair. They bore no trace of orthodoxy. Throughout the Dawu imperial dynasty, whether royal house cultivation clans or sects, all upheld the righteous path. The imperial house itself walked the path of upright virtue. Thus demonic cultivators rarely dared appear openly within the capital. When they did, it was always furtive. Yet here stood 2 brazenly confronting the Wu Wangfu gate, the first time in living memory. The sentry captain strode forward and demanded sternly, "Demonic cultivators dare approach the Wu Wangfu gate? Do you seek death? Dare you speak so disrespectfully to our cult lord? You seek death?" Roared Mo Hu Wang, for whom no being, however mighty, was permitted to slight the cult lord. The sentry captain's fury erupted. He had not endured such insolence in decades. Since ascending to command the Wu Wangfu gate, all bowed and smiled before him. Even C2 clan's half-sage had shown deference. His hand flew to his sword, but before the blade cleared its scabbard, the man in the Dragonimo war robe merely glanced at him. Instantly cold dread seized his body, and the world dissolved into shifting space. He found himself plunged into a primordial battlefield, an ancient demon god locked in brutal combat, corpses and mangled limbs strewn across the earth, rivers of blood, surging beneath skies choked with malevolent bloodkey. No matter how he fled, escape proved impossible. Outside, the other sentries watched their captain in bafflement. Why had he frozen mid-step, motionless, after merely approaching to question them? One gasped. Why are his legs trembling? Ah! Water's seeping from his trousers. Could it be? The crowd noticed something was amiss with the leader of the guards, and quickly surrounded Zhou Qiong and his companion. The leader of the guards suddenly collapsed to the ground, his gaze gradually clearing as he looked toward Zhou Qiong with eyes filled with fear, haunted by the severe psychological trauma of the recent events. What he did not know was that his Dao foundation had just been shattered by Zhou Qiong, making it impossible for him to break through to the Great Luo stage no matter how he trained in the future, and he risked falling into madness and death during cultivation. "Master Zhou, what brings you here?" A burly man emerged from the Martial King's mansion, joyfully calling out to Zhou Qiong. It was none other than a Da who had previously followed Li Gan and Li Weiner. "I came to see young Master Li, but now I have no interest in that," Zhou Qiong replied coldly, and after speaking he turned and left with the Demon Tiger King. The guards were intimidated by Zhou Qiong's imposing aura and dared not obstruct him no matter how much Ada shouted from behind. Seeing the situation, Ada hurriedly ran into the Martial King's mansion. At this moment, in a large courtyard within the Martial King's mansion, Li Weiner, dressed in elegant attire, sat in the yard with a worried expression, unaffected by any antics from Li Gan across from her. Li Weiner turned to Li Gan and softly asked, "Li Gan, how is the matter? I asked you to investigate." "Sister, that Zhao Wujie truly cannot change his ways. He has been idling around lately, neglecting his training, and even went to. As Li Gan spoke, his voice grew quieter. "Where did he go?" Li Weiner questioned angrily. Though she had an inkling of the possibility, it was still hard to believe. "To the Tinglang Pavilion." Li Gan sighed, explaining that while the name sounded pleasant, it was merely an elegant term for a brothel. "How dare he? Doesn't he know he is to be married in a few months?" Li Weiner said irritably, her eyes filled with disappointment. The Zhao Wujie they spoke of was the only son of the northern king of the great Martial dynasty, living up to the saying that the hero's son is a softy. The northern king, once a companion of the Martial emperor and Martial king in their quest for dominance, was known as one of the 3 heroes of the great Martial. After the dynasty was established, he was granted the title of northern king, and had achieved the 9th layer of half-saint, making him one of the most powerful figures in the great Martial dynasty, second only to the Martial emperor. The northern king had 3 sons. The first 2 tragically passed away before reaching adulthood, leaving only the youngest Zhao Wujie, who survived but lacked martial talent, managing to barely cultivate to the eternal realm with the resources of the Northern King's mansion. This was not the worst part. He was infatuated with pleasures, indulging in debauchery and mischief, but he also had a frustrating engagement with Li Weiner, the daughter of the Martial King. Li Weiner was known as one of the most beautiful women of the great Martial dynasty, yet she had been betrothed to Zhao Wujie since childhood. This predicament caused her great distress. From the moment she learned of the engagement, she had been resisting it, but her parents never consented to her breaking off the engagement, leading her to run away only to be captured and brought back. Now she had resigned herself to her fate, and she heard that Zhao Wujie had suddenly changed his ways a year ago, no longer indulging in pleasures, but instead diligently training at home. Although everyone believed he would not achieve anything. Li Weiner felt somewhat reassured. However, she never expected that just as the wedding approached, Zhou Wujie would revert to his old ways. Did he not realize his appearance? Did he not care about her feelings at all? Outside, Ada softly knocked on the door and whispered a few words to Li Gan, who then turned and left the small courtyard with Ada. As they exited the courtyard, Li Gan asked in a stern voice, "What's the status of the matter I asked you to handle? Why have I not heard anything?" Ada's expression changed slightly as he replied, "Young master, I specifically sought out a sinister figure with great luo cultivation, but it has been 3 days with no response from them. It seems the plan has failed. But rest assured, the Northern King's mansion will not find out about us." Li Gan scolded, "Useless. You can't even deal with a mere eternal realm practitioner. What use are you to me?" With a dark expression, Li Gan seemed to think of something and ordered, "Go find out where Zhou Qiong is staying." Ada hurriedly agreed and ran off. At this moment, Zhou Qiong was at the entrance of a courtyard within the city with the name Zhou Mansion written above. The gate opened and a man in a black robe and mask emerged, greeting Zhou Qiong with, "ID San, have come to pay my respects to the master." Zhou Qiong strode into the courtyard. His visit to the great martial dynasty was not without preparation. 6 months prior, he had sent 4 departments to procure items, and this courtyard was one of them, even establishing an inn to gather information. Entering the main hall of the courtyard, Zhou Qiong sat at the head and asked solemnly, "What is the situation in the imperial city?" Reporting to the master, the relationships in the imperial city are quite complex. First, the strongest is the royal family, the Li clan, which is currently divided into 2 branches, one supporting the emperor, and the other associated with the martial king's mansion. Additionally, there are the Northern King, the Great Martial Academy, the Jixia Academy, and other factions, all housing masters above the 9th layer of Half-Saint, along with various smaller forces. Zhou Qiong frowned slightly. It seemed that taking control of the Great Martial Dynasty would require some time. Currently, we have established several branches of the demon cult in the Great Martial Dynasty as per your orders. The heads of each division have also assassinated a few city lords, causing some unrest. But there seems to be another force stirring the pot, also targeting the city lords for assassination. The heads are investigating, and all we know is that they seem to be called the Blood Lotus Cult. Is there any other important news? Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice. Master, there is one more thing. 3 days ago, the head of the Shen department inadvertently discovered an assassination plot against Zhou Wujie, the Northern King's son, who had always been called a waste. Unexpectedly, he suddenly unleashed his great luo cultivation and countered the assassins. After this, more details about Zhou Wujie's background were reported. Zhou Qiong waved his hand and Di San withdrew, disappearing from the hall. Sitting there, Zhou Qiong thought to himself, a prince of the royal mansion born waste indulges in pleasures. The fiancé wants to break off the engagement, lays low for a year, suddenly erupts. This is yet another protagonist template. Indeed, in this vast world, there are many with the protagonist template, but unfortunately, he has also obstructed his own path. It is destined that he will not go far. System: has the lottery section been upgraded? Host: the upgrade is successful, and you currently possess an ultimate lottery template. System: execute all premium lottery draws. Ding! Exchanging for premium lottery tickets. 2 tickets acquired. Commencing draw now. Ding! Congratulations, cultivator. You have drawn the Demon Guard gift pack. Before Zhou Qiong could react, 11 figures clad in obsidian black armor materialized before him and knelt in unison. We pay homage to our sect master. Zhou Qiong opened the item's description, which read Demon Guards. Elite personal retainers bound to the cultivator. Their lives are tethered to his. If he perishes, they fall as well. Their base cultivation realm was half-sage level 1. The Demon Guard captain stood at half-sage level 5. Zhou Qiong fixed his gaze upon the captain and demanded in a low, resonant voice, "Do you bear names?" "We possess none, master. We humbly beg you to bestow names upon us." "Very well. From this day forth you shall be named Mo Wu Dao. The rest shall be numbered sequentially, Moe through Mo Sure. We thank the sect master for granting us names." All 11 rose as one and replied. Zhou Qiong's furrowed brow relaxed considerably. He had just been lamenting the demon sect's lack of elite combat strength. Now 11 formidable warriors stood before him. Though they could not single-handedly raise the great Wu imperial dynasty, their presence fortified his confidence immensely. Ding! Congratulations, cultivator. You have drawn the Pill Grand gift pack. Rewards now being dispensed. Instantly 3 pill vials appeared before Zhou Qiong, each inscribed with the name Tongtian Pill, Wuhan Pill, and Sure Xian Pill. The Tongtian Pill enhanced cultivation. capable of elevating Zhou Qiong's realm by 1 or 2 levels. The Wu Hun Pill strengthened soul force. This pill grand gift pack held little allure for Zhou Qiong. Another squad of demon guards would have been far more valuable. Yet such hopes were mere fantasy. The heavens rarely favored any man twice. After all, he was no protagonist. What truly caught Zhou Qiong's attention was the Sure Xian pill, a subjugation elixir. Once ingested, its consumer would obey Zhou Qiong without hesitation. Even self-annihilation would be carried out without pause. Its limitation, the target's cultivation, must not exceed half-sage level 3. Its advantage, no external observer could ever detect its influence regardless of who consumed it. Zhou Qiong solemnly sealed away the Sure Xian pill. This elixir would prove pivotal in the days ahead. Scarcely had he secured it when a shadow burst through the door. A voice boomed, "Boss! Boss! Look what I've brought you!" Baida dashed into the hall, dropped a fruit into Zhou Qiong's palm, and wagged his tail eagerly. It's an immortal fruit that enhances physical fortitude. Rare indeed. Boss, eat it quickly. Zhou Qiong stared at the fruit in his hand. Its surface exuded corpse chi. He recognized it instantly. Tian Sure fruit. It truly augmented corporeal resilience, but grew only upon the corpses of mighty cultivators. Whose ancestral tomb did you just excavate? Zhou Qiong scoffed. Easiest thing in the world. No living souls remained inside. No one will claim it. No trouble arises. Perfect. Baida grinned toothily. Born with innate formation-piercing abilities, no grand formation could bar his passage. Immune to ordinary physical and arcane assaults, he was, by any honest measure, a master grave robber, or rather a tomb explorer. Over the years, Zhou Qiong had long ceased counting how many tombs Baida had plundered. Zhou Qiong tossed the fruit back to Baida. He simply could not bring himself to consume it. Not out of superstition about fruits sprouting from cadavers, but because if memory served, it had just emerged from Baida's mouth slick with unmistakable moisture. No need to ask. Call it due. He simply lacked the stomach for it. Next time you bring me something, use a box. Not your mouth. Understood? Zhou Qiong snapped, delivering a sharp kick to Baida's flank. Baida rolled his eyes, flopped down at Zhou Qiong's feet, and fell silent. What a blow to canine morale. A little saliva. Just wipe it off. Such fussiness was absurd. A knock sounded at the door. Mo Huang entered, pausing in mild astonishment at the 11 demon guards now filling the hall. He had no recollection of so many strangers entering unnoticed. He bowed deeply to Zhou Qiong. Sect Master the Marquis of Wu's heir has sent an invitation. He requests your presence at Sky Pavilion for a banquet, to welcome you and cleanse away your journey's dust. Very well. Inform him I shall attend. Zhou Qiong replied gravely, then gestured toward the 11 guards. These are my newly appointed personal retainers. Mo Huang grinned and nodded. To him, the Sect Master's miracles were unsurprising. Acquiring 11 elite retainers was trivial. Should the great Wu imperial dynasty declare fealty to the demon sect tomorrow, he would believe it without hesitation. Sky Pavilion was the largest and most prestigious tavern in the imperial capital. A single meal there cost as much as an ordinary person's entire year of cultivation expenses, and only the highest echelons of the great Wu imperial dynasty dined within. At that moment, the doors of the pavilion's premier private chamber, the Tianzi House Suite, swung open. Securing this room required not merely spirit stones, but also unassailable status. Guests below craned their necks, curiously bombarding the innkeeper with questions. Who dares dine here? The innkeeper dared utter nothing concrete. Only vague, evasive replies. Half an hour later, a man in a dragon-embroidered brocade robe strode in. Instantly, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Ah, the Marquis of Wu's heir. Of course, it is only fitting. With his rank, he could reside here for a full year, and none would dare object. Guests rose and greeted him warmly. He acknowledged them with a casual nod. Once he vanished into the private chamber, hushed speculation erupted. Who is he expecting? Why reserve the Tianzi House Suite? What of it? Haven't you noticed? The heir arrived early, yet his guest remains absent. This must be someone extraordinary. Extraordinary. Who outranks the heir in this dynasty? Prince. But even princes do not command such deference. Why would he wait so patiently? Truly beyond comprehension. Whispers multiplied. As time stretched on and the guest failed to appear, curiosity deepened. Who is this figure bold enough to keep the heir waiting so long, without provoking a single word of reproach? Many guests lingered long after finishing their meals, merely to glimpse the enigmatic guest. Another half hour passed. Then, Two silhouettes cloaked in absolute black entered accompanied by a black hound. At their head strode a man draped in a grandmaster battle robe, radiating overwhelming demonic energy. Like a primordial demon sovereign descended from the abyss. Behind him marched a man armored as a royal guard. Led by the innkeeper, the trio advanced slowly into the private chamber. The moment its doors closed, every guest drew a sharp collective breath. Those seated here were no commoners. They were scholars, generals, elders, and sect heads versed in countless arts and realms. Yet none could discern the lead figure's cultivation level. An invisible veil obscured him completely. But the armored retainer behind him, his aura was unmistakable, half-sage and unquestionably above level 4. Though the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty boasted hundreds of half-sages, most hovered only at level 1. Fewer than 100 surpassed level 4, and across the dynasty's vast territories those hundreds were thinly scattered. Only in the imperial capital did half-sages gather in greater numbers. Yet even their level 1 half-sages were apex figures, clan patriarchs or sect masters. Those above level 4 were cosmic anchors capable of commanding entire provinces. Entry into imperial service would grant immediate marquisate. And yet, here stood one such paragon clad as a mere retainer trailing obediently behind another. What unfathomable power, or what staggering authority, did his master wield? Had he truly come from a realm surpassing even the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty? All the guests outside the private room were astonished and unable to close their mouths. Some hurriedly left to convey the news to their family factions, while others stayed in the tavern eager to continue watching as the heir of the Wuong mansion invited a mysterious powerhouse for a meal who was actually a figure from the demonic path. This was indeed a major event. Inside the private room, Li Guo looked at the two people and one dog who entered his mouth agape. With his discerning eye he could naturally recognize the cultivation level of Mo Wudao, but he couldn't discern the cultivation of Zhou Qiong. After all, he was the heir of the Wuong mansion. He soon calmed down, stood up, and walked toward Zhou Qiong, saying, "It's truly a great honor for me to see you, Sect Master Zhou. Last time, thanks to your rescue, I am forever grateful. My sister often asks about you, saying she wants to find a chance to repay you." He hastily invited Zhou Qiong and the others to sit down and called the shopkeeper to hurry with the dishes. Zhou Qiong took a seat, but Mo Wudao remained standing behind him, not glancing aside. It was evident that he was a professionally trained bodyguard. Li Guo felt a chill in his heart. He had initially thought the other party was a friend, at worst a superior-subordinate relationship. But now it was clear that the other party was merely a bodyguard, and a professionally trained one at that. That was a half-saint. Who could train a half-saint to be a bodyguard? Could it be that the other party was truly not an ordinary person? But it was said that he had ascended from the lower realms. Was the legend false? Zhou Qiong was likely a disciple from some ancient family or a large sacred place merely out for training. Li Guo became increasingly certain. He was enthusiastic toward Zhou Qiong, yet Zhou Qiong remained indifferent, responding with simple remarks here and there. Li Guo would inadvertently bring up his sister, mentioning how she wanted to repay Zhou Qiong, and how sad she was to be marrying the incompetent Zhao Wujie. Zhou Qiong, however, discerned Li Guo's intentions. The other party was trying to incite conflict between himself and Zhao Wujie, hoping he would take action against Zhao Wujie. It seemed that Li Guo truly cared about his sister. He probably arranged the previous assassination attempt on Zhao Wujie, but he was destined to fail. Dealing with a protagonist template like Zhao Wujie, an ordinary person, could only become his stepping stone, unable to inflict any harm on Zhao Wujie, and would only serve to bolster Zhao Wujie's rise. It's been a long time since we last parted. Why not go out for a stroll together someday? Zhou Qiong teasingly said, looking at Li Guo. Li Guo was dumbfounded, wondering why, during a casual chat, Zhou Qiong suddenly wanted to meet his sister. Surely he couldn't be serious about his sister. It was impossible for his sister to get along with him, or otherwise his father would directly kill him. Before Li Guo could figure out how to refuse Zhou Qiong, a loud and arrogant voice came from outside. "I don't care who is inside. I want this room now. Get the people inside to roll out." Li Guo's face instantly darkened. He looked at Zhou Qiong and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, Sect Master Zhou. I need to go resolve something. I'll be back soon." With that, Li Guo left the private room. Zhou Qiong furrowed his brow. Although Li Guo's expression was gloomy, he noticed the hidden smile. Clearly, the other party was not only unbothered by the interruption, but was quite pleased. Then, as if he thought of something, he smiled slightly, and under the confused gaze of Bai extended 3 fingers, whispering 3, 2, 1. Bang! Just as Zhou Qiong counted to 1, the door of the private room shattered, and a figure instantly crashed to Zhou Qiong's side. It was Li Guo with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A few people entered the private room led by a man in a python robe, his face full of arrogance, followed by several bodyguards. One of the bodyguards looked at his hand, confused. The man in the python robe laughed heartily. Big brother-in-law, your cultivation hasn't improved lately, has it? My bodyguard just tossed you aside with one move. He then turned to Zhou Qiong, pointing at him, and said, you must be the guest invited by Li Gu. This son is Zhao Wujie, the heir of the northern town king. Take this and go eat elsewhere. I've reserved this place, he said, tossing a spirit stone to Zhou Qiong, wearing a smug expression, as if giving him the stone was a favor, expecting gratitude in return. The guests outside were murmuring, the heir of the northern town king is indeed as arrogant as rumored, even daring to confront the heir of the Wuwang mansion. Indeed, but that figure from the demonic path is in trouble. If he complies and leaves, it might be fine, but if he dares to resist, it will be disastrous. Not necessarily. Don't forget that he has a half-saint bodyguard. So what? Can he be stronger than the northern town king? He's infamous for protecting his own. Over the years, have you seen anyone who dares to provoke Zhao Wujie? Zhou Qiong couldn't help but smile. He had indeed not misjudged. Li Gu had used this foolish method to invite him for a meal, then brought Zhao Wujie here. He knew Zhao Wujie's character would definitely offend him, and his own nature would not allow him to back down. It was best if he directly killed Zhao Wujie. Li Gu raised his head and looked at Zhou Qiong, fearing that Zhou Qiong would suddenly back down, rendering his plan futile and his earlier beating pointless. Zhou Qiong did not disappoint him. He looked at Zhao Wujie and said in a deep voice, who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Mo Wudao, break his arm. As soon as Zhou Qiong's words fell, Mo Wudao's figure shot out, arriving beside Zhao Wujie and directly yanking off Zhao Wujie's left arm. With a scream, Zhao Wujie clutched the spot where his arm had been severed, his face contorted in pain, glaring at Zhou Qiong as if he wanted to devour him. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a calmness deep within his eyes, as if he felt no pain at all. The guests were now terrified, looking at Zhou Qiong in fear. Is he insane? He actually dared to cripple Zhao Wujie's arm. Doesn't he fear retaliation from the northern town king? Indeed, figures from the demonic path are all madmen, acting without regard for the consequences. They only care about the present. From now on, if you see such people, definitely keep your distance. At this moment, a loud shout echoed from the sky. Bold. Who dares to harm the heir of my northern town king? An elderly figure quickly appeared beside Zhao Wujie, glaring angrily at the two in front of him. Zhou Qiong sighed and said leisurely, indeed, when you hit the young, the old will show up. Mo Wudao, go and deal with him. Indeed, young master, son from the Jixia Academy, and young master, I have also arrived, and several disciples. Isn't that the steward of the Northern King Manor? Why is he fighting with someone? Who is he fighting against? How can he hold his ground? You don't know it's Zhao Wujie who got into a conflict and had his arm crippled. The steward of the manor came directly, but didn't expect the opponent to be so formidable. I don't think that steward can handle this person. The crowd nodded in agreement, especially when they heard that Zhao Wujie had his arm crippled. Their faces lit up with smiles. He had done too many bad deeds, and his evil actions were notorious throughout the imperial city. Now a fierce person has finally emerged to teach Zhao Wujie a lesson. It truly seems like heaven has eyes. But that person will likely not escape the Northern King Manor's revenge, and may not see the sunrise tomorrow. More and more people gathered around to watch. Even half-saint level figures began to appear, as encounters between half-saint level experts are rare. In the sky, Mo Wudao manifested a blood-red spear, enveloping the old man in an endless aura of blood and slaughter, while the old man continuously resisted with a long knife. Spear unleashed, demon dragon. Mo Wudao shouted loudly, thrusting the spear towards the old man. The spear roared like an ancient demon dragon, locking the surrounding space and preventing the old man from escaping, leaving him no choice but to take it heeding. With a loud bang, the old man was sent flying, continuously spitting blood in midair, severely injured, likely unable to heal for several hundred years. The crowd below was immediately horrified, staring in shock at Mo Wudao in the sky. This steward is not an ordinary person. He is one who followed the Northern King in battles. Later, due to his military achievements, the emperor wanted to confer him the title of Blood Cloak Marquis, but he insisted on becoming the steward of the Northern King Manor. The old man looked at Mo Wudao with astonishment. He had fought countless battles and killed numerous foes, rarely facing a rival of his level. Yet this opponent, clearly at the same level, had incapacitated him in just half an hour. What the hell, he is just a guard. What kind of person has this young master provoked to be so terrifying? There have been no reports of such powerful demon cultivators in the great martial dynasty. Could he be from the Blood Lotus sect? Even the old steward has been defeated. This person is too strong. When did our great martial dynasty have such a demon cultivator? Aren't we supposed to restrict demon cultivation? Seeing the steward being sent flying, Zhao Wuji shattered a jade pendant, and Zhou Qiong didn't stop him, nor was there any need to stop him, for the opponent had already arrived before Zhao Wuji shattered the pendant. Before Zhou Qiong appeared a vast space within which a colossal mountain pressed down upon him, an overwhelming pressure, as if it could crush not just him but the entire space. Humph! Zhou Qiong snorted coldly. A domineering and bloody sword intent began to emanate from Zhou Qiong, directly slicing towards the mountain, which shattered with a resounding crash. Zhou Qiong returned to reality as a voice entered his ears. You are very strong. Zhou Qiong smirked and replied, you are average. The confrontation between their realms occurred in an instant, and aside from a few half-saint level experts, who seemed to sense something, the others were completely unaware that the Northern King had appeared and had a clash with Zhou Qiong. It was still inconclusive. The steward in the sky seemed to have heard something, slowly nodded, and flew over to Zhao Wuji, intending to take. Did I say you could leave? Do you think it will be that easy? Zhou Qiong said coldly. The steward looked angrily at Zhou Qiong, then helplessly said, what do you want? Kneel. A cold voice escaped Zhou Qiong's lips, and before the steward could react, Zhao Wuji had already kneeled down with a thud. At that moment, the calm gaze of Zhao Wuji had vanished, replaced with shock and anger. Even when the steward was defeated, he didn't react much. At this moment, he exhausted all his means but could not rise. He even used some forbidden techniques that should not exist in this dynasty, yet there was no response. Zhou Qiong slowly stood up, looking at Zhao Wuji coldly, saying, stay kneeling until dark. He then left with Mo Wudao and Debai, and the crowd quickly parted to make way. The kneeling Zhao Wuji roared in rage, no matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. After Zhou Qiong and the others completely disappeared, the surrounding people began to murmur softly, what's going on? Why did he kneel down at just one word from him? Yeah, could it be the golden mouth jade word technique? Quiet. That's a divine ability only the royal family can use, and even they can only use it on their own territory. Also, why hasn't the Northern King shown up? This is a slap in the face of the Northern King man. Some hidden experts gazed at the departing Zhou Qiong in shock, for only they knew that the Northern King had already been here and the two had even clashed. Though they didn't know who won or lost, it was clear that Zhou Qiong had not lost, otherwise how could he make Zhao Wuji kneel? Meanwhile, the steward was anxious, but no matter what method he tried, he could not help Zhao Wuji up, as if he were fixed in place. Even when no one was paying attention, a shadow appeared before Zhao Wuji and sighed before leaving after a few minutes. Zhao Wuji stubbornly knelt in the box until dusk before finally standing up to leave. The events of that day quickly spread throughout the imperial city, with various versions emerging. Ordinary people just found it amusing and would secretly curse Zhao Wuji, saying he deserves it. However, the reactions from various forces were vastly different. Various factions speculated about Zhou Qiong's identity, dispatching countless spies, and warning their disciples not to provoke Zhou Qiong or no one could save them. Didn't they see that the heir of the king had knelt all afternoon, and even the Northern King's intervention was useless? At this moment in the palace, a figure sat on the dragon throne, dressed in a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, radiating a golden light that made it hard to look directly at him, while a shadow slowly emerged beside him. At this moment in the study of the North Town King's residence, two individuals were speaking in hushed tones. It was none other than the father and son of the North Town King. Father, why didn't you take action to subdue that person today? It is not yet the right time, and I do not have complete confidence. Is he really that strong? Zhao Wuji said darkly. I'm not certain, but he possesses a blade whose power poses a threat to me. Even if I were to subdue him, I would be injured. Currently, I cannot afford to be injured. Endure for now, or in due time I will make him pay. All right, I understand, father. I will return to rest for now. Zhao Tie frowned as he watched Zhao Wuji leave. Could it be that he is genuinely biding his time? Ever since his son's sudden change in character a year ago, it had frightened him. He even suspected that his son had been possessed. After various checks confirmed that he had not been possessed, Zhao Tie finally sighed in relief. After all, this was his last son. He did not want to cut off his lineage. However, over the past year, not only had his son's character changed drastically, but he also began to connect with other factions while concealing it from him. Though he did not know which faction it was, it should not be a righteous one. While he was not overly rigid, he was loyal to the throne and loved his country. He did not want his son to commit any outrageous acts. While Zhao Tie was deep in thought, the steward slowly approached him. My lord, we have investigated and found that the person is named Zhou Qiong, who emerged from the chaotic lands and established a demonic sect currently unifying the chaotic lands. His cultivation level is unknown, and today the Crown Prince specifically lured Wuji over. It seems he intends to use Zhou Qiong to eliminate young Master Wuji. Zhao Tai's expression grew grim. The unification of the chaotic lands did not concern him as it was merely a remote area. However, to dare name it a demonic sect, could this person truly be related to that figure? It seemed unlikely, the disparity was too great. However, a person with such cultivation and bodyguards certainly could not be an ordinary individual. They were likely disciples from ancient family sanctuaries. At this moment, Zhao Wuji back in his room wore a grim expression. Since regaining his memories a year ago, he had never been so humiliated as he was today. Someone had actually dared to make him kneel. How outrageous. He was determined to tear Zhou Qiong apart. A blood-red figure appeared before Zhao Wuji, his cultivation astonishingly reaching the 5th level of the semi-holy realm. The newcomer knelt on one knee and solemnly said, "Subordinate pays respects to the Lord. We have confirmed that the person is from the chaotic lands and has established a demonic sect. Oh, he is its leader. A demonic sect, truly daring to name themselves so. Set that aside for now. How is the formation arranged and when can it be used?" Zhao Wuji said darkly. "Due to the emergence of a new faction disrupting some of our plans, it will certainly be completed in 3 months. Please rest assured, my lord." Zhao Wuji nodded solemnly. "Recently the royal family may be investigating you, so be cautious and do not expose yourselves. We will discuss everything after the plan is completed. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will certainly be careful." After speaking, the figure in blood slowly vanished. "Humph, Zhou Qiong, I care not whether you are a disciple of a sacred land or a descendant of an esteemed family. Once I complete my plan, you are doomed." Zhao Wuji growled lowly. Although his voice was youthful, it carried a weight of experience. He was not Zhao Wuji at all, but someone who had taken over his body. As for why the North Town King could not detect it, it was because he had taken over before Zhao Wuji was even born, and his soul had not changed at all, so of course, he could not be discovered. Unfortunately, a small error had occurred, causing him to regain his memories only last year. In just one day since Zhou Qiong's arrival, the entire Great Wu dynasty seemed to have stirred rapidly, as if this dynasty established for over 1,000,000 years was beginning to show signs of collapse. At Zhou's residence, various spies surrounded the area. Today, Zhou Qiong's exploits had solidified the Zhou family's status, and many believed that his cultivation was absolutely on par with the North Town King and the Crown Prince, marking him as a supreme master at the pinnacle of the semi-holy realm. Were it not for Zhou Qiong offending the North Town King and being a figure of the demonic sect, the gates of Zhou's residence would have likely been trampled by visitors by now. At this moment, within Zhou's residence, Zhou Qiong was deep in thought as he gazed at the system's attribute panel. When Zhao Wuji first appeared at the tavern, the system suddenly began to upgrade, and it had just completed the upgrade. At the top of the system page, a crimson task was pinned. Due to the host encountering the second child of destiny, a hidden extermination task has been generated. For every child of destiny you eliminate, you will randomly receive a mysterious gift package and can draw from the fortune of destiny to bestow upon others. Zhou Qiong understood after some contemplation. The fortune of destiny must refer to the good fortune of these protagonists. As long as he kills one, he can obtain a portion of the fortune. He could then bestow it upon others. Who would he gift it to? Naturally, his subordinates. Imagining a future where hundreds or thousands of individuals with protagonist-level luck followed him, Zhou Qiong felt a surge of excitement. He wondered how many protagonists there were to kill in this world. After the tavern incident, the entire imperial city fell silent for 2 days before quickly becoming lively again, as the century-old competition between the Jixia Academy and the Great Wu Academy was approaching. During this time, whether from the 2 academies or from other family sects, the talented youths would take the stage. As long as they achieved a good ranking in the competition, they would undoubtedly gain fame and fortune, and there was even a chance to be directly recruited as a son-in-law by the marquis or noble houses. In any case, as long as one could shine in the competition, they could walk straight to the pinnacle of life. It was truly a shortcut among shortcuts. Bang, bang, bang. The Demon Tiger King knocked on the door and called out, "Leader, the Great Wu Academy has sent an invitation inviting you to watch the competition." Understood. Receiving an invitation to participate in the competition was certainly not something to miss. Generally, such exchange events would feature protagonists stepping on various stones to take the stage. He wondered whether Zhao Wuji would take action. What was his protagonist template? Had he obtained ancient inheritances, or had a strong individual taken over his body, or was he like Zhao Li, having an elder behind him? Zhou Qiong thought no more, regardless of the protagonist's halo, that the other party possessed they must die. As time slowly passed, the day of the martial arts exchange finally arrived, held at the Great Martial Academy, where a massive arena was filled with people. Around the periphery stood individuals dressed in luxurious robes, watching intently. They were from various noble houses and aristocratic families, ready to seize any promising young talents. The time for the competition had not yet arrived, but discussions began below. Have you heard? Young Lord Zheng is also participating. He is a remarkable figure who reached the Great Luo realm in less than a century. Indeed, young Master Sun from the Jixia Academy and young Master Bai have also arrived, and several disciples of the Great Martial Academy have left their seclusion. And there are also the hidden heirs of various families. This time there are far more experts than 100 years ago. Our great martial dynasty is indeed growing stronger. It's truly a battle of dragons and tigers. We can only enjoy the spectacle. Alas, will Zhao Wuji, a disciple of the academy head, also participate? Just a few days ago, he offended a major figure and lost an arm. Who would dare to show up again? Besides, if he comes to compete, isn't he just asking for trouble? What? You don't know about this? Have you not been out recently? The discussions around continued, with glances occasionally directed at a few reserved seats above meant for significant figures such as the vice head of the Great Martial Academy, the deputy head of the Jixia Academy, and the top individuals of the Great Martial Dynasty. Of course, these people would not appear today. The competition would last for a week, and only during the finals would these prominent figures make their entrance. A loud voice suddenly called out from the back. Make way. This young master is here for the competition. A group of guards pushed through the crowd, and Zhao Wuji, dressed in a python robe, stepped out and jumped onto one of the platforms. He shouted, "This young master will guard the platform now. Who dares to challenge me?" According to the rules of the martial competition, each participant only needed to win 10 matches to claim victory. The crowd had not yet reacted when a guard directly stepped up to challenge, immediately conceding. 10 guards came up in succession, and the whole process took less than a minute. Zhao Wuji laughed wildly. This young master has advanced today. I'm leaving. With a wave of his hand, he took his guards and walked away while the crowd looked on in anger at Zhao Wuji's retreating figure. Zhao Wuji is utterly shameless using such a method. Does he not feel embarrassed? Given his character, this is not surprising at all. Truly, why didn't that major figure just kill him that day? Countless people cursed Zhao Wuji, and yet after he left, his expression was not good. Initially, he did not want to participate in the competition, but unexpectedly, the first prize was a gathering source stone, precisely what he needed. Moreover, after being silent for so many years, it was time for him to make a comeback, or otherwise everyone would still think of him as just a useless young master. And then there's Li Weiner. His obsession with her is quite deep. The preliminary martial arts competition lasted 6 days, selecting 500 victors, each of whom gained fame and fortune, except for one notable exception, Zhao Wuji, whose advancement was something everyone dared not speak against. Today marks the day of the finals, with several viewing chairs placed above the arena reserved for the significant figures attending today. At this moment, 2 or 3 individuals were already seated. Look, that's Lord Dongfang, a master at the 7th level of semi-holy. His presence is indeed extraordinary. Yes, and next to him is the first vice head of our Great Martial Academy, who has a cultivation level at the 8th level of semi-holy. Who do you think will sit in the other chairs? Who else could it be but the heads and leaders of various families and sects? More and more individuals arrived, including the arrogant Zhao Wuji, whose surroundings were cleared by guards, as he leisurely sat on a chair. At this moment, the siblings from the Li family also arrived, sitting in the spectators' area. Li Weiner looked at the relaxed Zhao Wuji, her face darkened. She really couldn't understand why this person had such thick skin. The competition was about to start, and the chairs above the arena were fully occupied, with 8 chairs in total, except for one that remained empty, causing murmurs among the crowd. Lord, do you know who this chair is reserved for? An elder sitting in one of the chairs inquired. Patriarch Tang, I do not know either. Others nodded slowly. Only the vice head of the Great Martial Academy seemed to know a bit more, but before he could speak, a massive demonic dragon flying carriage suddenly appeared from the distance. This flying carriage was quite extraordinary. Zhou Qiong had struck it lucky with a lottery, directly upgrading it, which not only increased the durability of the carriage, but also raised the demonic dragon's cultivation to the 1st level of semi-holy, and now 3 demonic dragons were pulling the carriage. Who is this? Using semi-holy dragons to pull a carriage. This is too impressive. This is so infuriating. Who is so ruthless? It's a waste to use semi-holy dragons for this. Even 3 of them would be considered guardian deities in any family. Only the Li siblings looked at the flying carriage in surprise. They of course recognized it, and the person inside, but last time there was only one demonic dragon, and its cultivation was only at the true martial realm. How did it become semi-holy this time? Could it be a different one? However, there was clearly a black dog, standing on the head of the middle demonic dragon, which Li Gu recognized as the one beside Zhou Qiong. At this moment the flying carriage stopped above the arena, the door opened and 10 guards in black armor stepped out, standing at both sides. A man dressed in demonic cult battle attire slowly appeared before everyone. He exuded a domineering aura akin to a demonic god, as he and his 11 guards flew to the seating area, drawing curious gazes from others. Although nobody recognized him, everyone knew the recent legends surrounding the imperial city. This person was not weaker than the Northern King. Only the deputy head of the Jisha Academy looked at him with disdain as they practiced Confucian Tao, which was fundamentally opposed to the demonic path, yet they refrained from acting against him due to Zhou Qiong's strength and unknown identity. Master Zhou, your aura is truly impressive. Semi-holy guards, and even semi-holy demonic dragons pulling the carriage is truly admirable. Patriarch Tang said in a deep voice from the side. Zhou Qiong did not respond, merely snorting softly. The others in the chairs also fell silent. If they previously only had suspicions, they were now certain that the other party was undoubtedly a disciple of an ancient family or a holy ground. Otherwise, who would dare to have semi-holy figures as guards? It was likely that the demonic cult was merely something he could easily manipulate, as these semi-holy figures were his true foundation. The crowd below was completely stunned. Am I dreaming? Those 10 guards look like they are at the semi-holy realm. A member of a small family murmured. Smack! A slap interrupted his thoughts, and he glared angrily at the person beside him who had hit him. Are you crazy? Why did you hit me? The person beside him looked at his hand and said casually, It seems to be real. My hand is a bit numb from the shock. You have quite a thick face. You hit me and now your hand is numb. Do you think you're justified? My face is thick because I'm willing to not, because I'm eating your family's rice. Isn't this just bullying? Others also wore expressions of shock. 10 guards at the semi-holy realm. Even the royal family wouldn't be able to produce such a force. It's not that they couldn't, but they wouldn't waste semi-holy experts as guards. At least they would be made generals. Having them as guards is just too wasteful, especially 10 of them. Who exactly is this person? I know. This person is a major figure from the demon path who just arrived in the imperial city. It is said his name is Zhou Qiong, and his cultivation level is said to be on par with the Northern King. I see that is indeed a big shot. I think he is even more formidable than the Northern King. At least the Northern King doesn't have such powerful guards. At this moment Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with hatred when Zhou Qiong appeared, but he quickly concealed it. He knew that he could not fight against Zhou Qiong at present, even if he used hidden means. He could only proceed cautiously. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiong was also watching him. Since the system upgrade, it was the first time he had seen Zhao Wuji. In Zhou Qiong's eyes, a golden light was emanating from above Zhao Wuji's head, soaring towards the heavens. The system page displayed Destiny 153. The aura of destiny is not fixed. It changes gradually with time and experiences, but generally the fluctuations are not too large. Moreover, those with destiny are protected by the heavenly Tao, making them extremely difficult to kill. They will always encounter good fortune from misfortune, and will obtain greater opportunities. Of course, it is not impossible to kill them. If the gap in strength is too great, it is still possible. However, whoever kills them will affect their own fate, deepening their bad luck. System, are you kidding me? If I kill him, my bad luck will deepen. Why would I want to kill him? Host, you can consume the opponent's aura of destiny, such as continuously making them experience misfortune, seizing their opportunities. As long as their aura of destiny drops below 100, killing them will not trigger the backlash of the heavenly Tao, nor will it deepen your bad luck. System, do you have a problem? You've contradicted yourself. His aura of destiny is already below 100. What am I supposed to seize? If he has any, killing him will only trigger backlash. No matter what I do, it's a thankless task. You can't be experiencing a bug, right? Zhou Qiong thought coldly to himself. Ding, a system error has occurred and is currently being repaired. Ding. Bang. Zhou Qiong cursed under his breath. Is this system going to crash directly? That would be ridiculous. Outside, the competition had already begun. One of the referees shouted on Arena 120, Zhao Wuji faces off against Zhang Tianyi. The crowd below began to discuss. Zhao Wuji is in trouble now. Zhang Tianyi is the direct disciple of the deputy master of the Grand Martial Academy, and he won't go easy on him. I wonder how he will win this time. Yes, he's finally going to be eliminated. A waste like him standing up there is simply a disgrace to our Grand Martial dynasty. On Arena 120, Zhang Tianyi looked at Zhao Wuji with a cold smile. Your Highness, I suggest you admit defeat. If I injure you later, it won't be good. Zhao Wuji didn't respond but drew a long sword, slashing forward. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bang! A figure was directly sent flying from the arena, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena, spitting out blood. It was Zhang Tianyi. What? How is it possible? How could Zhao Wuji defeat Zhang Tianyi with a single strike? Absolutely impossible. Zhao Wuji must have used some underhanded trick. Zhang Tianyi is the top disciple of our academy. Although he may not be the strongest, he cannot be defeated by this waste in one strike. The crowd erupted in shouts, with some even accusing Zhao Wuji of cheating. The referee, however, was astonished. He had just seen clearly that Zhao Wuji definitely did not cheat. Zhao Wuji wins. The referee announced in surprise. The several big shots sitting above also turned to look at Zhao Wuji. Just now Zhao Wuji had suddenly unleashed the cultivation of the great Luo realm, truly shocking them. It seems the Northern King is indeed cunning. He has kept his son hidden for so many years, accepting the label of waste for so long without rebuttal. Is he afraid that the royal family would harm his last son? But why reveal Zhao Wuji now? Everyone seemed to have thought of something, their eyes filled with shock. The royal family has always been wary of the Northern King's military prestige, which is known to all top-tier figures. The Northern King has kept a low profile over the years, never showing up except regarding Zhao Wuji. He even allowed his son to pretend to be a waste for so many years to show weakness to the royal family. Now that he suddenly stops pretending, there must be a reason. The Northern King must not fear the royal family anymore. He has probably broken through and become a peak semi-holy figure. At this moment, however, the Northern King was secretly sneezing in his mansion. He had no idea that someone had already imagined him as a peak semi-holy figure, with even some thinking he was about to raise an army to rebel. Zhou Qiong, on the other hand, wore a calm expression. After all, with this protagonist template, it's not surprising to defeat an opponent of the same realm in one strike. It's quite normal for him to fight beyond 3 or 5 levels. Which protagonist doesn't fight above their realm? If they don't, they lose the protagonist's halo. Sister, how did Zhao Wuji become so powerful? Li Gu, sitting in the audience, exclaimed in shock. He was the most astonished person in the arena. Ever since he learned about his sister's engagement to Zhao Wuji, he had been looking for trouble with Zhao Wuji, paying attention to everything about him. It can be said that he knew Zhao Wuji better than the Northern King, yet today his worldview was completely shattered. How could Zhao Wuji, who was clearly at the ancient realm, suddenly become a great Luo-level fighter with such formidable combat power? Did the person he sent to assassinate him end up being killed by Zhao Wuji himself? Li Gu felt more and more headache as he thought about it. Meanwhile, Li Weiner beside him was deep in thought. She realized that Zhao Wuji must have been exceptionally talented since childhood, but had hidden his cultivation due to the tragic deaths of his 2 brothers. He must have lived lavishly to deceive others and make everyone lower their guard. Was he afraid of the royal family? Then why reveal himself now? It must be for me. Zhao Wuji always had a silly grin on his face whenever he saw me. I used to think he was frivolous, but now it seems he must really like me. Now exposing his cultivation must also be because of me. He wants to prove that he is not waste and is worthy of marrying me, allowing me to live a happy life instead of bearing the name of marrying a waste. Speaking of which, the protagonist's luck is indeed exceptional and women's imagination is amazing. Originally, Li Weiner, who had a strong aversion to Zhao Wuji, now looked at him with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Ding, system repair completed. Ding. The system generates a talisman, the sky-covering talisman, which can temporarily obscure the heavenly Tao. During this time, one can kill those with heavenly fate without the Tao being able to investigate or impose punishment. Since the host discovered a loophole, a level 1 sky-covering talisman is rewarded, capable of concealing individuals with heavenly fate below 500. Zhou Qiong nodded secretly. It seemed the system had fixed the loophole. The sky-covering talisman was quite good, but why were there levels? Zhou Qiong opened the marketplace and searched for the talisman section, where the first item was the sky-covering talisman, which was labeled above. Level 1 sky-covering talisman can conceal individuals with heavenly fate below 500, priced at 1 million villain points. Level 2 Sky-Covering Talisman can conceal individuals with heavenly fate below 1,000, priced at 2 million villain points. Zhou Qiong did not continue reading. The prices of these two items stunned him. This was too expensive. Fortunately, the system rewarded him one, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford even one. Ding. A task is generated. Investigate the secret of Zhao Wuji. Completion rewards include an increase in cultivation level, a set of holy level demon god battle robes, and 5,000,000 villain points. There is no penalty for failure. Do you accept? Accept. The matches below had already progressed through 2 more rounds. Without a doubt, Zhao Wuji once again eliminated his opponents in seconds. The crowd had already accepted this fact, and some even began to praise him. I said it, how could the son of the Northern King be useless? It seems he was probably just too lazy to show his abilities before pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fortunately, he hadn't offended him before. Who would have thought he was hiding so deeply? Meanwhile, in the audience, Li Weiner's gaze turned soft and gentle. Only Zhou Qiong frowned in contemplation. He noticed that Zhao Wuji's heavenly fate points had changed, increasing from 153 to 158. It seemed that heavenly fate would grow with the person's explosive power. I must not waste this opportunity. Zhao Wuji's current points are still a bit low. When it rises to over 400, that will be his moment of demise. Of course, it's not that Zhou Qiong doesn't want to kill him now, but his current cultivation level is not as impressive as others perceive. Open Attributes Panel. Character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wuji. Position Leader of the Demon Sect. Cultivation 8th Layer of Great Luo. Skills Demon Gods Techniques Celestial Life and Death Hands Divine Demon Eye 3rd Layer of Devouring Heaven Demon Art Demon Words. Weapons Divine Demon Ring Divine Demon Blade. Mount Demon Dragon Fian. Pet Demon Dog Big White. Others regarded him as a peak half-saint, but that was merely due to the aura of the Divine Demon Blade, which could only strike once before returning to normal. With his 8th layer of Great Luo cultivation, he was still no match for the Northern King and others. However, as long as he didn't kill Zhao Wuji, no one else dared to provoke him. He could only pretend to be humble for now and gradually develop. At this moment, the arena had entered the finals, and Zhao Wuji could no longer eliminate his opponents in seconds. His current opponent was Bai Xiu from the Jixia Academy. Bai Xiu had reached a terrifying 5th layer of Great Luo, a prodigy, who had emerged in the Great Martial Dynasty over the past century, with his Confucian skills being extraordinarily profound. Zhao Wuji, I don't care what you've hidden before. It means nothing to me. I just hope you can withdraw your engagement with Weiner. Consider it a favor owed to me by Xiu, if you will. Bai Xiu asked sincerely. He had liked Li Weiner since childhood, and after his hard work, he was finally accepted as a disciple by the head of the Jixia Academy. However, before he could confess to Li Weiner, he heard about the marriage alliance with the Martial King and the Northern King. Now he only hoped that Zhao Wuji would regret the marriage, so that he could be with Li Weiner. Bai Xiu, do you think you can defeat me? And who do you think you are to call Weiner by her name? Li Weiner is my Zhao Wuji's wife. You are unworthy. Zhao Wuji spoke each word with fierce conviction. Although his current cultivation was only at the 1st layer of Great Luo, with his means he could still defeat Bai Xiu. Li Weiner in the audience, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's domineering remarks, surprisingly felt no aversion. Instead, there was even a hint of joy in her heart. Bai Xiu's face turned pale with anger. He instantly flicked open a folding fan and recited, "The wind blows with bone-chilling cold, all things wither away." A surge of blinding white light burst forth, radiating righteousness. A cold air directly froze Zhao Wuji. But before Bai Xiu could rejoice, Zhao Wuji broke free from the seal and attacked with a long sword. Zhou Qiong watched the two fight, especially Bai Xiu frowning. This Confucian technique was indeed miraculous, seemingly restraining the demonic path. It seems the Confucians cannot be left alive. In 1,000 miles, no one can be seen. A sword's glow chills 19 continents. With Bai Xiu's loud shout, a massive sword aura slashed towards Zhao Wuji. This was Bai Xiu's strongest technique, and he did not believe that Zhao Wuji at the 1st layer of Great Luo could withstand it. The vice president seated above was about to intervene. If Bai Xiu killed Zhao Wuji, the Northern King would surely dismantle the Jixia Academy. However, Dongfang Ho shook his head and said softly, "No rush." Zhao Wuji appeared completely calm. He threw down his long sword, clenched his fists, and boundless spiritual energy surged towards his fists, striking directly at the long sword. He shouted, "Seal heaven." Bang! A tremendous explosion rang out, and the entire arena began to crack from the shockwave, with the onlookers retreating several steps to avoid the wave of impact. Fortunately, the arena was inscribed with formations, otherwise this attack could have destroyed the entire competition venue. As the shockwave dissipated, two figures appeared. Bai Xiu lay on the ground spitting blood and twitching, while Zhao Wuji not only remained uninjured, but his aura intensified continuously. Endless spiritual energy surged into his body and bang. He even directly broke through to the second layer of Great Luo. In Zhou Qiong's eyes, his heavenly fate points increased again, stopping at 200. Is this for real? He just fought and can break through. Is Zhao Wuji a peerless genius? Even the former Northern King didn't achieve such a feat. Could it be that the Zhao family is about to produce another Northern King? It's not that easy. Once one reaches the half-saint realm, breakthroughs become much harder. However, based on his current performance, he can already be considered a monstrous figure. The seated Dongfang Ho laughed heartily. Zhao Wuji is indeed a talent. The Northern King has a good son. He was once a member of the military and was quite close to the Northern King. Seeing Zhao Wuji's strength, how could he not be happy? He truly has been patient. He can be considered a person of significance. What do you think, sect leader Zhou? The vice president of Jixia Academy turned to Zhou Qiong and asked. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, a small trickster destined to never amount to anything. Just a useless person. Zhou Qiong said coldly, his voice loud enough for everyone in the competition arena to hear, including Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji turned his head and glared angrily at Zhou Qiong, his teeth clenched tightly. He could no longer tolerate Zhou Qiong's attitude. The faintly pretentious insult was more infuriating than a direct insult. Zhou Qiong looked down at Zhao Wuji, whose eyes were filled with rage, and sneered. What are you dissatisfied? Zhou Qiong, do not go too far. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Are you daring enough to make a bet with me? In 30 years we shall fight to the death in the great martial dynasty. Do you dare? Zhao Wuji shouted angrily. The people nearby were all astonished. Has Zhao Wuji gone mad? Does he not know the strength of his opponent? Even if his cultivation improves rapidly, it is impossible for him to reach the peak of half-saint in 30 years. Isn't he looking for death? He must be enraged to the point of losing his mind. He will definitely regret this later. Sitting nearby, Dongfang Ho heard Zhao Wuji shout, and inwardly cursed, quickly saying, Master Zhou, please be magnanimous. The prince of the northern defense was simply momentarily confused and did not mean to provoke you. Zhou Qiong calmly looked at Zhao Wuji, yet inwardly cursed. Damn, is this phrase universal for protagonists? I cannot believe I am hearing it here, it's truly bizarre. However, Zhao Wuji's momentum was lacking. Others were making bets of 3 years, yet he proposed 30. It seemed he lacked confidence in himself. Zhao Wuji was unaware of his thoughts. He believed Zhou Qiong was a top-tier half-saint, which is why he set the bet for 30 years. If he knew Zhou Qiong was only at the Great Luo realm, he would probably have fought him immediately instead of waiting for 30 years. But who would have thought that there were still people pretending to be stronger than they were? Zhou Qiong, are you afraid to accept my challenge? Seeing Zhou Qiong remain silent, Zhao Wuji shouted again. Kneel. A cold voice escaped from Zhou Qiong's lips. Zhao Wuji inwardly cursed, hastily employing a secret method to resist, but his legs didn't respond in time, and he collapsed to his knees. Damn, can't you hold on a bit longer? Zhao Wuji quickly formed seals with his hands, attempting to strike his legs. But his thighs remained unmoved, still unresponsive, and even trembling slightly. It was as if they were telling him that holding on longer was futile. He was simply incapable, and could not blame his thighs. Zhao Wuji glared angrily at Zhou Qiong. Since his last return, he had specifically trained to resist the Jade Word technique, yet he never expected it to be utterly ineffective. What kind of sinister technique has Zhou Qiong cultivated? Dongfang Ho attempted to activate his abilities several times, but ultimately gave up. He could feel a terrifying blade intent suppressing him. If he struck, there would definitely be no good outcome. Besides, Zhao Wuji was only being forced to kneel. It wasn't as if he was going to be killed. If he acted and Zhou Qiong directly killed Zhao Wuji, he would be the sinner. Remaining still was the best option. Dongfang Ho constantly justified himself in his mind, closing his eyes in a pretense of seeing nothing and adopting a look of indifference. Zhao Wuji was speechless. His earlier rashness was because Dongfang Ho was present, yet he never expected that he wouldn't dare to stand up for him. With you a mere waste, how dare you challenge me? Out of consideration for the Prince of the Northern Defense, I shall spare you this time. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to ensure the prince has no descendants. Alright, the show is over. This child's play has no interest for me. I shall take my leave. Zhou Qiong waved his hand, and with his guards slowly flew towards the flying chariot. 3 demon dragons roared, pulling the flying chariot away. It was only after the chariot completely disappeared from sight that Zhao Wuji's legs gradually regained feeling. Zhao Wuji stood up, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour someone. After a while, he finally calmed down and jumped onto the arena shouting, "In this competition, I Zhao Wuji shall take first place. Anyone who dares to oppose me, come forth." A genius from a small family, unable to bear it any longer, jumped onto the platform and shouted, "Zhao Wuji, don't vent your anger on others. I Tong Hai will face you." In response, a cold sword energy struck, and by the time everyone reacted, they found a blood seam had appeared on Tong Hai's body, slowly splitting him in half. Zhao Wuji had instantly killed him, leaving no trace of his soul. "Zhao Wuji, you are ruthless, actually killing someone," the surrounding crowd exclaimed. However, when Zhao Wuji looked in their direction, they all instinctively took a few steps back. At that moment, Zhao Wuji was beyond caring about killing or not. He was so furious that he felt like his lungs were going to explode, only wanting to vent his anger. Others quickly realized this and dared not confront him. After all, if Zhao Wuji killed them, nothing would happen to him. But if they attempted to kill Zhao Wuji, it would be like seeking death. Not to mention the retaliation from the Prince of the Northern Defense. Even Dongfang Ho, who was seated above, would not allow Zhao Wuji to come to harm. As for earlier, that was an exception. They certainly did not possess Zhou Qiong's cultivation. The rest of the competition was without suspense. Zhao Wuji took first place, finding some comfort as he at least obtained what he wanted. "Zhou Qiong, just wait. I will not let you have it easy." Zhou Qiong was not present, or he would have noticed that Zhao Wuji's fate points had surged once again, reaching an astonishing 250 points. What an impressive number. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiong, sitting in the flying chariot, was quite pleased. This time, playing with Zhao Wuji, the destined protagonist, brought him unexpected joy. The last time, Zhao Li had escaped too quickly, leaving Zhou Qiong without any sense of fulfillment. Back in the main hall of the Zhou residence, a figure appeared behind Zhou Qiong, kneeling on one knee. Subordinate Xianyi pays respects to the master. "How is the development going?" Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice. "Reporting to the master, our sect has established 34 branches in the Great Martial Dynasty and has gained control over 2 cities. The Great Martial Dynasty appears powerful on the surface, but internally it is already quite decayed. We have assassinated 2 city lords, and through resource expenditure and bribing officials, we have placed our own people in charge of the cities." Good. What about the forces that are muddling the waters? Have you investigated them? Reporting to the master, we have discovered that they seem to be plotting something. All surrounding cities have their people, but they are few in number, as if completing some plan. Lord Lianshang has already gone to investigate. Results should be available soon. Good, I understand. Xianyi bowed and gradually disappeared before Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong said solemnly to the outside, "Go to the Martial King's mansion and send a message saying that I invite Li Weiner to take a stroll by the river tomorrow." "Understood. Zhao Wuji, oh Zhao Wuji, who told you that killing you comes with rewards?" At this moment, in the Wang family of the Martial Kings, Li Weiner sat in her chamber, occasionally gazing at the sky with a silly smile. Although today Zhao Wujin was severely beaten by Zhou Qiong, who was no less formidable than her father. Even facing a master like Zhou Qiong, Zhao Wujin dared to rise in rebellion, boldly declaring such grand words for 30 years. 30 years. One can hardly imagine how confident he must be. Only someone of his caliber could be worthy of her, but alas, what was she thinking? She hadn't even gotten married yet and was already swooning. Li Weiner continually daydreamed, overjoyed by Zhao Wujin's transformation. She had resigned herself to marrying a useless man, yet unexpectedly, that useless man had washed himself up and turned into a diamond. Isn't that miraculous? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. "Sister, may I come in?" "Come in." Upon hearing Li Guest's voice, Li Weiner responded. Li Go walked in and looked at Li Weiner, speaking in a serious tone. "Sister Zhou Qiong, sent someone to deliver a message inviting you to take a stroll by the river tomorrow." Li Go, feeling a bit confused, added, "Sister, do you think Zhou Qiong might like you? Although he is from the dark path with his cultivation, I believe father might approve. Then you can be rid of Zhao Wujin." "Pa, what are you talking about? I am to marry into the North Town Wang family. You help me refuse." Li Weiner shot Li Gu a furious glance. All right. Although Li Gu had always held a poor impression of Zhao Wujin, he had changed his view somewhat due to the martial contest. Just as he was about to leave, Li Weiner suddenly called him back. "Reply to Zhou Qiong and tell him I will go tomorrow." "Ah!" Li Gu was a bit speechless. She had just refused, and now she wanted to go. Could it be that she truly had feelings for Zhou Qiong? Indeed, women are often contradictory. However, he dared not ask more. Having been dominated by his sister since childhood, he obediently agreed and rushed out. Li Weiner, however, did not think too much. After the martial event, she had already considered herself Zhao Wujin's wife. Accepting Zhou Qiong's invitation was because she thought of the conflict between Zhao Wujin and Zhou Qiong. She thought that tomorrow she might be able to resolve the conflict, or after all, although Zhou Qiong was domineering, he couldn't be unreasonable, right? What she didn't know was that Zhou Qiong was never reasonable. The next day, Li Weiner deliberately put on a beautiful makeup and headed straight to the South River. The South River was the largest river in the imperial city, and the scenery along the river was quite pleasant. Many young couples from the dynasty would meet here to enhance their feelings. At this moment, a man dressed in a dragon battle robe stood by the river, hands behind his back, gazing quietly at the river before him. His expression was calm, drawing curious glances from the men and women passing by. Full of indignation, he thought to himself, "What are you doing standing around by the river? Don't you know that your position is quite hidden? This is one of the few holy places by the South River. Haven't you seen so many men and women pass by you? They want you to leave. If it weren't for Zhou Qiong's terrifying aura, someone would have probably chased him away by now." At this moment, a stunning figure approached from afar, attracting all the surrounding attention. "Oh, isn't that Princess Weiner? What brings her to the river? Could it be? What are you thinking? Princess Weiner is pure and innocent. How could it be? She's probably just out for some fun with friends. Oh, why is she walking toward that man in black robes?" A beautiful figure stood beside Zhou Qiong, curiously asking, "This young lady has come for the appointment. I wonder what matters you wish to discuss, Master Zhou." "Nothing much, just boredom," Zhou Qiong said flatly. Li Weiner bit her silver teeth. "Are you sick? Why invite me out if you're bored? Even if you said you liked me, I would accept that, but what does boredom mean? Do you think of me as a companion? May I ask why Master Zhou is so hostile toward Zhao Wujin? If Zhao Wujin has done something wrong, I can apologize on his behalf." Li Weiner directly shifted to the main topic, as this was her purpose for coming today. Zhou Qiong chuckled mockingly. The aura of the protagonist truly was inexplicably powerful. Just a few days ago he despised Zhao Wujin, and now he had directly bowed down at that useless man's feet. Why hadn't he done that himself? No, he had, and it had turned him into a joke. "Follow me." A cold voice echoed in Li Weiner's ears, causing her body to move uncontrollably as she followed Zhou Qiong into a concealed space behind. She was terrified and wanted to scream, but she couldn't do anything. In her heart, she wondered what Zhou Qiong intended to do, bringing her to the riverside and then controlling her to enter a closed space. Could it be? She no longer dared to think further. At this moment, everyone by the river looked on in shock at the two. "I can't believe it, the princess really went in with that man. This must be for some important discussion." A weak voice tried to justify. Ignoring the outside voices after isolating themselves from everyone's sight, Li Weiner suddenly found she could speak again. She hurriedly said, "What do you want? My father is the martial king and my future father-in-law is the northern town Wang. If you dare to be rude to me, they will not let you go." Zhou Qiong looked at Li Weiner. It must be said that Li Weiner was indeed a renowned beauty of the great martial dynasty, and she was quite stunning. Unfortunately, he was not in the mood for that right now. She was an important piece in Zhou Qiong's game. He directly took out a pill and coldly said, "Open your mouth." Li Weiner immediately opened her mouth wide as Zhou Qiong tossed the pill into her mouth. As the pill entered her mouth, it slowly melted away. Li Weiner's initially anxious expression gradually calmed, and she finally looked at Zhou Qiong with a face full of respect. She bowed and saluted Zhou Qiong, saying, "I greet my master." Zhou Qiong nodded, and the heart-corroding pill indeed worked well. Its effects took effect quickly. "Return to the Wang family of the martial kings, act as usual and await my orders." "Yes, master." Li Weiner replied, turned and left. The onlookers saw Li Weiner come out after only a few minutes, and she was well-dressed. They all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had been thinking too much. How could the princess engage in such behavior with someone else in a secluded grove? Zhou Qiong returned to the Zhou residence, sitting in a chair and slowly sorting through Li Weiner's memories. Yes, the heart-corroding pill had another important function. It could replicate the memories of the user, directly transmitting them to Zhou Qiong without harming the user. In Li Weiner's memories, Zhou Qiong discovered some secrets of this world that ordinary people did not know. However, Li Weiner, having been born in the Wang family of the martial kings and frequently visiting the royal library, understood much more than the average person. Currently, the Dark Sect did not have much understanding of this world. According to Li Weiner's memory, this vast world is boundless, interconnected with countless small worlds, hence, it is commonly referred to as the upper realm. Within this world, myriad races coexist, and approximately 100 billion years ago, a prolonged war lasting several million years broke out among the various races. At that time, the major clans suffered heavy casualties, leading to a truce agreement that barely halted the conflict. However, so much time has passed that many clans have completely forgotten about the agreement. Friction occurs from time to time. The power divisions among the major clans are categorized as true martial realm forces, de luo level forces, semi-holy level forces, and holy level forces. The holy level forces are further divided into many smaller tiers. However, according to Li Weiner's memory, there are no holy level forces within dozens of billions of miles surrounding the great martial dynasty. The strongest are only at the semi-holy level. Moreover, most of them are led by the human and demon races. Zhou Qiong frowned slightly. Based on the power divisions, if excluding his personal guard, the demon sect could be considered a de luo level force. Yet the demon sect is situated right next to the great martial dynasty and the Qingqiu kingdom, both of which are peak semi-holy forces, effectively blocking any development. It seems there is no other option. A figure clad in black and wearing a mask appeared before Zhou Qiong, kneeling on one knee. Reporting to the master, the chief steward has sent word that some intelligence regarding the Blood Lotus sect has been uncovered. The Blood Lotus sect is currently setting up a large formation among the major cities in the south, and the chief steward has already located the formation's position. I understand, Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice, and the black-clad figure slowly vanished. About half an hour later, a demon dragon carriage slowly ascended from the sky, leaving the imperial city and flying outward. The news of Zhou Qiong's departure brought a sigh of relief to the various forces of the dynasty. Having such an unpredictable figure from the demon path within the dynasty with such formidable cultivation made it truly difficult for them to feel at ease. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiong, sitting in the flying carriage, turned back to gaze at the imperial city, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The pieces on the chessboard were already in place, and staying in the imperial city was no longer necessary. It was just the right opportunity to seek out the secrets of the Blood Lotus sect. If he wasn't mistaken, the secrets of the Blood Lotus sect should be closely tied to Zhao Wuji. The demon dragon carriage flew all the way to a massive empty mountain before halting. A figure clad in a red robe flew into the carriage. Subordinate Lian Shang reporting to the master. It was indeed the chief steward of the demon sect, Lian Shang. Your cultivation has improved recently, Zhou Qiong said as he looked at Lian Shang. Lian Shang had remarkably reached the second level of Deluo, which was astonishingly fast. Zhou Qiong was curious to see how Lian Shang would develop if he were to bestow upon him the fortune of heaven. Thank you for your praise, master. In the past 2 days, I captured a high-ranking member of the Blood Lotus sect. Through soul-searching, I learned that they are arranging formations in over 100 surrounding cities, with the core formation located in the nearby Qingyang city. Zhou Qiong lightly nodded. It seemed that the secrets of Zhao Wuji were indeed hidden within Qingyang. The flying carriage took off toward Qingyang city. Halfway through, Zhou Qiong let out a soft and stepped out of the carriage to look at a massive mountain in the distance. The mountain was surrounded by celestial energy, with immortal cranes flying about resembling a divine abode. Yet Zhou Qiong was not concerned with that. What caught his attention was a faint light emanating from the mountain, which was unmistakably the aura of heavenly fortune. Another destined individual had appeared, and they were a wild card. Which force occupies that mountain? Zhou Qiong asked in a low voice. Reporting to the master, it belongs to the Tianheng sect. The strongest member of the sect is a semi-holy level elder in the 3rd stage, but he has been in closed-door training for quite some time. The acting leader is at the 1st stage of semi-holy. Lian Shang hurriedly replied. Since arriving at the great martial dynasty, he had been tirelessly investigating all the surrounding forces. What a pure wild card with no strong background. Interesting, this trip has yielded an unexpected gain. Zhou Qiong waved his hand. Let's go, we shall visit the Tianheng sect. Although Lian Shang was surprised, he said nothing further. As a subordinate, he merely needed to obey. At this moment in the Tianheng sect, a large number of disciples were diligently practicing in the plaza. Among them, a blue-clad man with white hair was slowly practicing with a long spear, his imposing aura piercing through the air. With his white hair, he appeared exceptionally handsome and elegant. The surrounding crowd was abuzz with discussion. Senior Brother Luo is indeed impressive. His spear technique is truly extraordinary. I am sure that in the upcoming competition among the 3 sects, he will surely rank among the top and become a true disciple. Indeed, Senior Brother Luo is the second unparalleled genius in our Tianheng sect in nearly 1,000. How fortunate our Tianheng sect is. It's a pity that Senior Brother Luo Tong and Senior Brother Qin, you were born in the same era, or otherwise, he would surely be a direct disciple of the sect leader by now. The white-haired youth practicing with the spear changed expression upon hearing Qin Ye's name. He slowly sheathed his spear and walked towards his residence. He softly muttered, "Qin Yu, I won't let you have it easy. In this competition I will defeat you and see if the sect leader will still favor you then." At this moment a graceful girl in a white long dress appeared beside him. "Brother Luo here, this is a fruit I picked from Tianlong Peak. It's very sweet." She handed Luo Tong a green fruit. Luo Tong took a bite and found it sweet. Truly sweet. He almost lost his teeth to its sweetness. Seeing the girl's sly smile, he swallowed the fruit and smiled back at her. The girl noticed Luo Tong's reaction and snorted lightly, "No reaction at all. You'll be souring yourself to death." Luo Tong did not respond but looked at the girl earnestly and said, "Mu Li, in a couple of days when I rank in the sect competition, I will definitely ask Elder Mu for your hand in marriage." Upon hearing this, the girl's face instantly flushed, and she stomped her feet in place, covering her face as she ran away quickly. Mu Li is the most beautiful girl in the Tianheng sect, admired by many, and with a father who is an elder she attracts suitors daily. Yet she unexpectedly fell for Luo Tong. After Mu Li ran far away, Luo Tong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing had changed. Mu Li still liked him. As long as he won against Qin Feng in the competition, he would propose to Elder Mu and he could surely change his fate. Thinking of this, a broad smile spread across Luo Tong's face. He had waited 3 years for this moment, and his wish was about to come true. He harbored a secret that no one knew. He had been reborn 3 years ago. Heaven knows how he survived those 3 years, being ever so cautious, fearing any impact on the future. Fortunately, everything remained unchanged. In his previous life, Luo Tong also loved Mu Li. Although he was not known as an unparalleled genius, he was still quite talented. At that time, he planned to cultivate diligently to the true martial realm after the competition and propose to Elder Mu. But reality played a cruel joke on him. Just after the competition, the Tianheng sect's top genius Qin Feng directly proposed to Elder Mu. A direct disciple of the sect leader, a peerless genius at the 7th level of true martial, was a far cry from a mere outstanding disciple like him, and Elder Mu readily accepted Qin Feng's proposal. In the end, Luo Tong had no choice but to elope with Mu Li on their wedding day. As one could imagine, their elopement left the entire Tianheng sect in an awkward situation. Invitations had just been sent out, the prominent guests had all arrived, and the bride had run away. Wasn't that a slap in the face? The leader of the Tianheng sect immediately issued a bounty. Whoever captures the two would be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones from the sect, regardless of their life or death. As a result, Luo Tong and Mu Li began a life on the run. Not long after they were cornered, and to save him, Mu Li blocked a sword for him, dying on the spot. He endured the heartbreak and barely managed to escape, hiding all the way until he left the Great Wu Empire, and he would not return for several hundred years. After experiencing various adventures and hardening his heart, he upgraded his killing skills. When he finally returned after achieving his cultivation, he found that the Great Wu Empire had completely changed. Even the emperor had been replaced by someone named Zhao Wuji. Moreover, the Tianheng sect had been destroyed for having chosen the wrong side back then. With a heart like ashes, he began a life of wandering the world. Eventually, in a secret realm, he obtained a map of mountains and rivers, only to have the realm suddenly collapse. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back in the present, holding that very map. Luo Tong returned to his residence, slowly rubbing the tip of his spear, knowing that everything would change with the grand competition in 2 days. In 2 days, the entire Tianheng Peak was filled with voices, as today marked the day of the grand competition among the Tianheng sect, the Wan Beast sect, and the Tian Sword sect, held every 10 years. Moreover, it was said that the leader of the Tianheng sect would take on a direct disciple from this batch of disciples. What does it mean to be a direct disciple of the leader? That is the future leader who will dominate the world. Well, that might be an exaggeration, but at least they would be a significant figure. Thus, many small families and sects near the Tianheng sect came to observe the ceremony. As long as they could identify the future leader, they would flatter them to no end, as establishing a good relationship with them would surely lead to great fortunes. Many women dressed in colorful outfits, hoping to catch the eye of the future leader. If that didn't work, they would settle for a true disciple. The competition square was packed with people. At that moment, a massive sword flew across the sky, its sword intent radiating everywhere. Following that, a gigantic tiger charged from the horizon with people standing atop it. Wow, the Tian Sword Sect and the Wan Beast Sect have arrived. Their presence is indeed grand. Yes, look at that massive tiger. It possesses the cultivation of the great Luo realm. That giant sword looks like it's an extraordinary treasure. I heard that the Wan Beast Sect mobilized even half-saint level cultivators to capture this tiger. At that moment, a figure in white slowly appeared on Tianheng Peak, loudly proclaiming, "Welcome Elder Bai and Brother Zhang to our gathering." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the mountain gate formation opened, allowing the giant sword and the tiger to descend to the square, with the tiger shrinking several times in size, lying on one side of the square. At that moment, there were 3 chairs in the square. The figure in white who had just spoken sat in the center. He was Song Yi, the leader of the Tianheng sect. The man he referred to as Brother Zhang sat on his left, and he was Zhang Jiwei, the leader of the Wan Beast sect. To his right sat Elder Bai, who was surprisingly a female sword cultivator, the first elder of the Tian Sword Sect. Bai Yuyan. All 3 of them were at the first level of half-saint. Wei Wei, your broken cat hasn't even reached the peak of the great Luo realm. By the time it breaks through to half-saint, you'll probably be dead already. What use is it? You might as well roast it and eat it. You Bai Med woman, what does my tiger's cultivation level have to do with you? And don't call me Wei Wei from now on. Zhang Jiwei retorted angrily. In the middle, Song Yi quickly intervened, reminding them that the 3 sects had supported each other for tens of thousands of years, and they shouldn't let such small matters cause conflict. Elder Bai was great in every way except for having a bit of a sharp tongue. At this moment, the disciples of the 3 major sects had gathered. The competition was about to begin. Who do you think will take first place in this competition? I say it will definitely be Bai Yan from my sect. She is the first female sword immortal after Elder Bai in the Tian Sword Sect, and she's stunningly beautiful. I don't think so. My senior brother Qin Feng from the Tianheng sect has already mastered the Tianheng fist, and he will definitely take first place. I think that my Wan Beast sect. At this moment, the seed disciples of each sect had already secured their spots in the... Meanwhile, Luo Tong held his spear, his face filled with excitement. Indeed, nothing had changed. Today was the day for my Luo Tong to shine among the 3 sects. Qin Feng, just wait. I will ensure Mu Li's happiness. Standing in front of the disciples of the Tianheng sect was Qin Feng, who looked radiant. All the surrounding disciples were fawning over him, and even the heads and masters of some small families and sects attending the ceremony surrounded him, calling him a child of destiny, complimenting him endlessly. At this moment, Song Yi stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is the grand competition held once every 10 years among our 3 sects, and I will be accepting the first place as my closed-door disciple today." After a brief pause, he waved his hand and shouted, "Let the competition begin." However, before the disciples could take the stage, a dragon roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Following that, the sounds of dragon roars continued as a massive flying chariot approached from the horizon, being pulled by 3 magic dragons. As the flying chariot drew closer, everyone looked up. Wow, why do I feel like those 3 dragons pulling the chariot are even more powerful than the Wan Beast Sect's tiger? Those 3 magic dragons can't possibly possess half-saint level cultivation, can they? How is that possible? The 3 leaders also looked up at the rapidly approaching magic dragon chariot. To think they used 3 half-saint level magic dragons to pull the chariot. Who exactly is this influential figure? Zhang Jiwei exclaimed in fear. Why do I feel like they are heading straight for Tianheng Peak? No, it should just be passing by. How could our Tianheng sect attract such a person? As the flying chariot approached, the terrifying pressure from the 3 magic dragons grew stronger. Suddenly, a terrified voice echoed from the crowd. What is that smell? Why is it so stinky? Oh no, that tiger is... A disciple pointed at the tiger nearby and yelled, then hurriedly ran away a few steps. Others turned to look, seeing the once proud giant tiger, now curled up in a ball, its paws tightly covering its head, filled with fear in its eyes. At that moment, liquid was continuously oozing from behind it, splattering onto its tail, as it had been scared so badly by the magic dragon's imposing aura that it had lost control of its bowels. The surrounding crowd hurriedly covered their mouths and noses, and Zhang Jiwei's face turned ashen. This was truly embarrassing. The guardian spirit beast of the Wan Beast sect had been scared so badly that it had lost control. If word got out, he would be the laughingstock. It seemed he would have to find a new spirit beast in the future, or otherwise Zhang Jiwei could not afford to lose face. Zhang Jiwei quickly summoned his magical power to gather a large amount of water, swiftly washing the tiger's body, and then waved his hand to disperse the foul odor in the square before tossing the stunned giant tiger into the nearby woods, truly out of sight, out of mind. At this moment, the flying chariot had slowly stopped in midair above Tianheng Peak. The sect leader Song Yi turned pale as he recalled whether he had offended anyone during this time, yet he couldn't think of anything. Without time to react, he hurriedly flew into the sky. As Song Yi flew to the opposite side of the flying chariot, he saw couplets inscribed on both sides of the chariot: slaying gods, slaying immortals, and slaying Buddhas, the greatest demon of all time. Song Yi's heart sank at once. Such arrogant words and domineering intent. How significant must this figure be? Moreover, they belong to the demonic path. One must know that those from the demonic path are often unpredictable, or how could Tianheng Peak summon such a person? He dared not think further, and could only bow deeply, saying, "I am Song Yi, the sect leader of Tianheng sect. I greet the esteemed guest inside, and do not know what commands the guest has for my Tianheng sect." After speaking, Song Yi quickly lowered his head, feeling the overwhelming aura from within the chariot, which made him feel as if even a breath from the occupant could crush him. The great door of the flying chariot slowly opened, and 10 men clad in black armor stepped out, bloodlust radiating from them, each one possessing the cultivation of a half-saint. The 10 men stood on either side after emerging. A heavy sound of footsteps approached, and 3 more figures emerged from the flying chariot. The leader wore a demonic dragon battle robe, surrounded by raging demonic flames with a silver-black lightning bolt on his forehead. 2 others followed, one in a red robe exuding malevolence, and the other in armor whose cultivation had clearly reached the 5th layer of half-saint. Cold sweat streamed down Song Yi's forehead. The opposing figures were even more terrifying than he had imagined. What kind of people were these? 10 half-saint level guards and 1 half-saint 5th layer bodyguard. This was overwhelmingly powerful. Let alone coming to their small sect, even if they went to the imperial city, they would be considered a top-tier force. If they wanted to annihilate Tianheng sect, wouldn't it be as easy as waving their hands? "Are you the leader of this sect?" The man in the red robe, Lian Sheng, pointed at Song Yi and questioned. "Yes, esteemed guest, I am the leader of this sect. Yes, our sect is Tianheng sect. We have always kept to ourselves and never caused trouble." Song Yi responded quickly. Although the aura surrounding Lian Sheng was weak, far inferior to his own, he was standing among this group of people and saw that his status was not low. He dared not be negligent and hurriedly mentioned his sect, hoping to remind them that they might have come to the wrong place. "You are holding a contest, right? Our leader wishes to watch," Lian Sheng said, and Zhou Qiong directly took the group flying toward Tianheng Peak. It was only then that Song Yi reacted quickly, following behind and shouting, "Esteemed guests, coming is a great honor for our Tianheng sect. Please, please." Before Song Yi could finish his words, Zhou Qiong and the others had already stood in the square above. Lian Sheng took out a demonic dragon seat and placed it above, waving his hand to shatter the original 3 seats. How could others sit in the place where their leader Zhou Qiong would sit? Song Yi stood beside Zhang Jiwei, watching the domineering Lian Sheng, his heart racing, uncertain of what the other party intended. He could only pray to serve them well and let them leave quickly. Zhou Qiong sat on the demonic dragon seat, looking down at the crowd below. Everyone bowed their heads, no one daring to meet his gaze except for a young man holding a spear, who looked up in surprise at him before quickly lowering his head again. Zhou Qiong glanced at him. This person was precisely the target Zhou Qiong had come for, and to this day he was the 3rd person of Tianyun that he had seen. The Tianyun points on his head were only at 105. Indeed, a rare few. However, this number could increase. Based on his previous observation of Zhao Wuji's experience, as long as he experienced some major events, the Tianyun points would increase, such as the contest before him. Meanwhile, Luo Tong, bowing his head below, wore a look of astonishment with a hint of fear in his eyes. Indeed, he had no memory of Zhou Qiong. Originally, Zhou Qiong should not appear, but why was he here now? His memory could not possibly be wrong. Could it be that his rebirth altered certain events, causing Zhou Qiong to appear? Luo Tong turned his head to glance at Mu Li, who was standing beside an old woman at the edge of the square. He quickly calmed down. No matter who it was, they could not stop him from marrying Mu Li. Besides, how could someone as significant as Zhou Qiong care about the affairs of a person like him? As long as he did not provoke the other party, everything would be fine. With this thought, Luo Tong relaxed a lot. "Esteemed guests, this contest." Song Yi walked to Zhou Qiong's side and quietly asked, "Shall we start the contest now? I enjoy watching such fighting scenes." Zhou Qiong replied coldly. If following the common development path of protagonists, today should be the day of this protagonist's rise, directly taking the first place in the contest. It shouldn't be this simple. Generally, there would also be antagonists appearing to obstruct them, ultimately leading to the protagonist turning against the sect. Zhou Qiong was looking forward to the development that lay ahead. After all, he would ultimately benefit from it. He just hoped that during this process the protagonist's Tianyun points could increase a bit more. Song Yi, relieved by Zhou Qiong's response, thought to himself that perhaps this great figure really did just have a penchant for watching contests. He hoped that after watching the other party could leave quickly and not cause trouble for their Tianheng sect. Tianheng sect had developed for thousands of years, and it was not easy to achieve such a status. Well, it should be said that Song Yi had climbed to the position of sect leader after years of hard work. He had not enjoyed it enough yet. Settling his mind, Song Yi stood in the square and proclaimed loudly, "Today, the presence of esteemed guests at our Tianheng sect's contest is a great honor for our sect. You should also take pride in this and showcase your true abilities for the esteemed guests to see. The contest begins now." Beside him, Bai Yuyan rolled her eyes, thinking, great honor. Take pride in this. He probably dreams of having them leave quickly. How hypocritical. Flatterer. Suddenly Zhou Qiong was astonished as he noticed that Luo Tong's Tianyun points had surged by 50, jumping directly to 153. And this was before the contest had even started. How could this increase be so vast? At this moment Luo Tong was even more astonished. A voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Finally awake, kid, you are the new master of the map of mountains and rivers. Quite weak, really. Only at the true martial realm. Luo Tong asked in panic, quickly covering his mouth and looking around to see if anyone was paying attention to him before he finally relaxed. Kid, don't worry, I am the spirit of the Shanha map. You just need to silently think and you can communicate with me. A voice echoed again in Luo Tong's mind, and a white dragon appeared. Luo Tong felt a bit relieved. This Shanha map had been reborn with him, but for 3 years after his rebirth, it had remained dormant in his dantian, unresponsive, no matter how he tried to communicate with it. He never expected a spirit to emerge today. What is your name and why haven't you spoken all these years? Kid, there's no need to test me. I truly am the spirit of the Shanha map. You can call me Lord Bai. You must have traveled through the river of time, right? This Shanha map is a treasure of space and time, but unfortunately it is broken. After taking you through the river of time, it has lost its energy. I have also been in slumber for 3 years, and only now have I barely regained consciousness. Luo Tong felt completely at ease upon hearing this. His rebirth was his greatest secret, and since the spirit knew it couldn't be deceiving him. So what can you help me with? I need to compete now. I urgently require some foundation. I am quite formidable indeed. Zhou Qiong looked at Luo Tong, who stood still below as the silver-black lightning in his forehead emitted a faint glow before slowly disappearing, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. He had just seen the image of a white dragon manifesting within Luo Tong's body, and it seemed to be his golden finger. Was it a newly appeared golden finger or perhaps another old man? At this moment, the spirit communicating with Luo Tong suddenly stopped, its body trembling, and only when Zhou Qiong's gaze shifted away did it slowly regain its composure. Lord Bai, what happened? Luo Tong asked curiously. The spirit had just been so arrogant, boasting about how great it was, but suddenly it began trembling. Could it be having a seizure? The white dragon spirit looked at Zhou Qiong and quietly asked, "Who is that person sitting above? Is he a senior from your sect?" If one listened closely, they could detect a hint of fear in its voice. No, this person suddenly came to observe today, and according to my memory, he did not appear last time. Upon hearing this, the white dragon fell into deep thought and firmly told Luo Tong, "You must not provoke this person. Unless necessary, it is best not to participate in this competition. Just withdraw and leave with me. With me, Lord, by training you is far better than anything from the Tianheng sect." As it spoke, the white dragon cautiously glanced at Zhou Qiong above. As the spirit of the Shanha map, which contained the laws of space and time, it possessed a certain predictive ability for the future. Although not strong, it could help avoid calamity. Just now, when Zhou Qiong's gaze swept over, it sensed great danger, as if a fatal event could occur at any moment. Therefore, it wanted to advise Luo Tong to see if they could leave this place. To be precise, to leave the terrifying figure of Zhou Qiong. No way, I must participate in this competition, Luo Tong said decisively. He had planned for 3 years, and after waiting so long, success was finally within reach. There was no way he would leave, absolutely not. Hearing Luo Tong's tone, the white dragon sighed, knowing it couldn't persuade him. All right, just try not to attract his attention. He feels too terrifying to me. I can't understand why someone like him would come to this shabby place to watch the competition. Okay, Luo Tong replied. He was also quite worried about Zhou Qiong's unexpected appearance, but that wasn't a reason to deter him. No matter what, he absolutely could not give up on Mu Li in this lifetime. At this point, the competition in the plaza had already begun. First, the ordinary disciples competed, and gradually it was time for the elite disciples. Dressed in combat gear, Luo Tong stood on the competition stage with a spear in hand, facing an elite disciple from the Wanshou sect. Beside him stood a gray giant wolf. Luo Tong's spear transformed into a sea of silver light, immediately piercing the gray giant wolf, leaving it covered in blood. A truly tragic sight. Luo Tong did not give the opponent a chance to react at all. With a strike of his spear, he sent both the opponent and the beast off the stage, slowly raising his spear, his white hair dancing in the wind. It must be said that at this moment he was incredibly charming, having directly secured a year of priority mate selection rights from the Tianheng sect. Mu Li, standing beside the plaza, looked at the man who had just won above, unable to hide her smile, clapping her hands rapidly and cheering loudly. The old woman beside her looked at Mu Li's expression and realized that her daughter had taken a liking to him. He truly was a genius, and if he could grow, he could establish himself. But what could be done? He happened to be in the same generation as Qin Feng. The small families and sects below did not care about these matters, all remembering Luo Tong's figure. Given his displayed talent, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the Tianheng sect in the future. Moreover, some women began to approach Luo Tong, constantly throwing flirtatious glances, hoping to engage in a long-term romantic relationship. At this moment, Lian Shang above frowned and bent down to transmit a message to Zhou Qiong, saying, "This person does have decent talent. I can see that he seems to be hiding his strength, but he is not decisive enough. Is the master planning to recruit him into the demon sect?" Lian Shang's tone was somewhat curious. He had observed that the master had been staring at this person. Was it a case of cherishing talent, wanting to recruit him into the sect? However, this person was fine as a righteous figure, but far from suitable for the demon path. He could have defeated his opponent faster just now, yet he was afraid of seriously injuring them and chose to waste time attacking. With such a personality, entering the demon path may leave him as nothing but scraps. Zhou Qiong smiled mockingly, thinking that recruiting him into the demon sect could be plausible, but not for him. Rather, just to seize his good fortune. The competition continued, and Zhou Qiong found it exceedingly boring. Had it not been for the fact that every victory by Luo Tong below increased the luck points, he would have long given up waiting. At this moment, Luo Tong began to shine brilliantly, his cultivation level continuously revealing itself. True Martial Stage 7. For a sect like there's a disciple at True Martial Stage 7 was undeniably among the elite. Younger disciples with exceptional talent are often nurtured as potential successors. In a corner, Song Yi and two others finally took notice of Luo Tong's existence. "Congratulations, Brother Song. Your Tianheng sect has produced another peerless genius. Truly enviable," Zhang Jiwei said enviously from the side. "Indeed, I see that Luo Tong's talent is extraordinary, rivaling even Qin Feng's. Your Tianheng sect truly has good fortune." Bai Yan chimed in from the side. Disciples like Luo Tong and Qin Feng are rare finds in a millennium, and talented disciples are usually recruited by more powerful forces ahead of time, leaving behind only those that others have overlooked. Of course, some lesser geniuses that they do not want are nurtured as treasures by smaller forces and sects below. This is the state of the human race in this world. The strong become stronger while the weak struggle to develop. Song Yi quietly agreed with the two's praises and envy, contemplating Luo Tong standing on the arena. He had some impression of Luo Tong's rise in this sect over the past 3 years. He knew Luo Tong was talented, but it seemed he had always been hiding something. Now, although he was still a bit behind Qin Feng, he was not far off. Originally, he intended for an elder of the sect to take Luo Tong as a disciple, hoping that when Qin Feng became the sect leader, he could become a great asset. However, now Luo Tong seemed to pose a threat to Qin Feng's position. A hint of gloom appeared in Song Yi's eyes. After continuous battles, 5 disciples had been selected, comprising the seed candidates advancing directly from the 3 major sects, along with Tianheng sects Luo Tong and Sun Hao. It must be said that this year's Tianheng sect truly had an abundance of talent. Sun Hao was also an emerging figure in recent years, though not on par with Luo Tong and Qin Feng. He was still considered a genius, otherwise he wouldn't have made it to the finals. However, Zhang Jiwei and the others looked somewhat grim. Out of the 5 disciples, Tianheng sect occupied 3 spots. It should be noted that this decade's competition was not just a contest among disciples, but also concerned the resource distribution among the 3 sects for the next 10 years. The 5 disciples were to draw lots for the matches. A Tianheng sect elder brought out 5 round balls and approached everyone. Qin Feng directly picked one, and the others also took their turns. As they opened their lots, Bai Yan of the Tianjin sect let out a silver bell-like laugh. It turned out the ball she held was empty, indicating she had a Bai Yuyan and Zhang Jiwei sighed in relief. They were worried that Tianheng sect might play tricks during the draw, but it seemed there was none. 3 out of 5 odds for the 3 of them, and surprisingly they did not draw the Bai. It was just Tianheng sect's bad luck. Among the 5, Qin Feng faced a disciple from the Wanshou sect, while Luo Tong squared off against Sun Hao. The 2 battles commenced simultaneously, and the clashes were imminent. However, Sun Hao paused briefly before stepping onto the stage, quickly resuming his pace. No one noticed anything amiss. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and the disciple from the Wanshou sect had already begun their battle. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that neither side was going all out, seemingly wary of each other, as if there was something else at play. In contrast, Luo Tong's situation was entirely different. Sun Hao began by apologizing, then produced a large blade that he swung wildly at Luo Tong. This was apparent even to some ordinary disciples below. Sun Hao was disregarding his stamina and attacking with full force, exhibiting a reckless style. Luo Tong was bewildered. Although he could handle Sun Hao with such an approach, he would undoubtedly expend some energy. However, he might have 2 more matches waiting for him afterward. Sun Hao, however, gave him no time to think. He swung his blade more frantically, and Luo Tong could no longer hold back. He had to quickly take down Sun Hao to conserve his stamina. Zhou Qiong, sitting above, wore an increasingly amused expression. Indeed, the path of the protagonist could not be smooth. Adversity had arrived. Half an hour later, Luo Tong knocked Sun Hao unconscious with a spear, marking the end of the battle. He took a moment to catch his breath. Sun Hao had been quite a tough opponent. Even when injured, Sun Hao refused to concede. Luo Tong had no choice but to knock him out, but he had expended some of his own energy. On the other hand, the battle between Qin Feng and his opponent was already over. Unlike Luo Tong, this match had been conducted under the principle of friendship first and competition second. The 2 had engaged in friendly sparring for a while, hardly unleashing any powerful techniques, and the disciple from the Wanshou sect surrendered outright. Although everyone knew he was no match for Qin Feng, there should have been some fierce competition. This was just too friendly. Look at that kid next to them. His fight was way more intense. Kid, why do I feel like something is off? The white dragon in Luo Tong's mind exclaimed. Luo Tong began to ponder as well. He noticed something was amiss. Although he had no animosity with Sun Hao, they were not friends either. There was no reason for Sun Hao to come at him so fiercely. What could be the reason? The elder of Tianheng sect produced 3 round balls once again. Qin Feng, Bai Yan, and Luo Tong each stepped forward and picked one, with Qin Feng going first. As the 3 slowly opened their balls, Luo Tong's expression darkened. The ball in Qin Feng's hand was empty, meaning his next opponent would be Bai Yan. Zhang Jiwei and the others seemed to have noticed something but said nothing. After all, this was an internal matter for their sect unrelated to them, and it did not affect them. On the competition stage, Luo Tong faced Bai Yan, who was the most outstanding disciple of the Tianjin sect in nearly a century, possessing a cultivation level even higher than Luo Tong's. True martial stage 8. Moreover, sword cultivators excel at fighting beyond their level. Although Luo Tong felt confident about defeating Bai Yan, it would undoubtedly not be an easy task. After several intense battles, winning against Qin Feng would be no simple feat. Were these arrangements made in advance? Luo Tong cast a deep glance at Song Yi in the corner, realizing that the other side seemed to prioritize Qin Feng even more. If he was not mistaken, Sun Hao's performance was also under Song Yi's instructions. Well, no amount of obstruction would stop me. When I defeat Qin Feng, will you still care about him more? Luo Tong gripped his spear and lunged at Bai Yan, urgently asking amidst their clash, Lady Bai, do you have any ideas? Don't worry, just defeat her first. I will use the laws of time and space to accelerate the area around you, allowing you to at least recover to 80% of your cultivation and stamina. Upon hearing the White Dragon's response, Luo Tong felt relieved and began to unleash his full power against Bai Yan. What he did not know was that the White Dragon was wearing a worried expression, muttering incessantly, Make sure you don't attract that lattice attention. Why do I always feel this is so dangerous? Why do I feel such a sense of danger even though we are not in the sacred realm? The battle between Luo Tong and Bai Yan lasted for half an hour, and in the end Luo Tong pierced Bai Yan's shoulder with his spear, achieving victory. Now only Luo Tong and Qin Feng remained on the field, and according to previous discussions, the winner between the two would become the direct disciple of the sect leader. They would also become the next sect leader of Tianheng sect. At this moment, ripples began to appear around Luo Tong, and if someone were to come within a centimeter of him, they would notice that time around him was noticeably speeding up, yet no one realized it. Only Zhou Qiong looked at Luo Tong with a peculiar expression. Controlling the flow of time was such a domineering ability. If developed further, it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Unfortunately, he encountered a supervillain like myself in the early stages. At this moment, Song Yi, who had been standing in the corner, stepped forward, walked toward the square, and first bowed to Zhou. Looking at Luo Tong, he spoke in a deep voice. I never expected you, Luo Tong, to possess such talent. In our Tianheng sect, you are probably only inferior to Qin Feng. In that case, I see that you are greatly exhausted, so let's call off the duel between you two. As disciples of Tianheng sect, there is no need for this. He then turned to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you are the most talented disciple of our Tianheng sect. Today, I will take you as my direct disciple, and Luo Tong can also become a disciple under the law elder. Qin Feng hurriedly bowed. Disciple greets master. Wait, Luo Tong interrupted Qin Feng before he could finish. What's going on? I haven't even spoken yet, and they're about to settle this matter. If this is how it ends, I've essentially been reborn for nothing. This is ridiculous. Sect leader, I want to challenge Qin Feng. Only the strongest can be a direct disciple of our Tianheng sect. This is a rule left by our ancestors. Luo Tong said solemnly to Song Yi. Song Yi's expression changed, but he could not say anything, slowly nodding his head and retreating back into the corner. He had only wanted to play it safe. Now, seeing Luo Tong's attitude, it was clear he would never agree. Even mentioning the rules meant they would have to fight. He could not believe that the severely exhausted Luo Tong could be a match for Qin Feng. Luo Tong had calmed down considerably. His stamina had already recovered to 80%. Looking at Qin Feng opposite him, if the latter's combat strength was still the same as in his previous life, victory was assured. Luo Tong tightened his grip on the spear and thrust it directly at Qin Feng with an aura of breaking through the army slowly emerging, causing ripples in the surrounding space. What? He actually has spear intent. Luo Tong has mastered spear intent, which is something only genius-level prodigies can achieve. How could he have mastered spear intent? How is this possible? Could it be that our Tianheng sect is also producing extraordinary... In the corner, Zhang Jiwei and Bai Yuyan showed heavy expressions. Those who can cultivate an intent in true martial realm are all exceptional prodigies. As long as such individuals do not die prematurely, they will surely reach the half-saint realm or even higher. At that time, the harmonious state of our three sects might change. However, Song Yi, who was standing beside them, did not show the expected smile. Instead, his expression turned to anger, and his right hand slowly extended as if ready to strike at any moment. Qin Feng did not expect Luo Tong to have mastered spear intent either. In a panic, he unleashed a palm strike. With a loud bang, Qin Feng was forced back 10 steps, almost falling off the stage. Yet Luo Tong attacked again, determined to win against Qin Feng, with a powerful attitude, letting Song Yi know who was truly the strongest disciple of Tianheng sect, and showing Elder Mu who could truly bring happiness to her daughter. Zhou Qiong, sitting above, revealed a hint of surprise. Indeed, only under pressure is there motivation. Luo Tong's luck points had risen to over 180. It seemed he needed to apply more pressure. Zhou Qiong slowly extended his right hand, and an invisible black aura surged into Qin Feng. Suddenly, a glimmer of black light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes before disappearing. He struck out again with a palm against the oncoming spear, and to everyone's astonishment, an intent appeared atop Qin Feng's palm. He directly pushed Luo Tong back. Everyone gasped in shock, including Song Yi. Did they see it wrong? Qin Feng had also mastered palm intent. What is this situation? Our Tianheng sect has simultaneously produced two extraordinary prodigies. What incredible fortune! Is it possible that our ancestral grave has begun to smoke? Song Yi's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, for indeed Qin Feng had not disappointed him, even exceeding his expectations. Luo Tong was also taken aback and charged forward with his spear again. The two true martial realm warriors, utilizing these two forms of intent, had unleashed the power of the great Luo realm. Even the fighting stage began to show cracks, looking as if it would shatter. Unstoppable, the momentum surges to the heavens. A loud shout came from the stage as a tremendous spear intent surged from Luo Tong's weapon. With a loud boom, the entire stage could no longer withstand the impact and exploded, a figure flying out from within. With a thud, he fell to the ground, spitting blood. Following that, Luo Tong, holding the spear, slowly emerged from the dust, looking at Song Yi, whose face was dark, and solemnly said, "Sect leader, I have won this duel. Although I do not understand why Qin Feng is so much stronger than in my previous life, I still won." Song Yi's expression darkened further, and he gazed deeply at Luo Tong, slowly saying, in this duel Luo Tong is the victor. However, our Tianheng sect has produced 2 disciples with intent, which is a monumental matter, so the issue of the sect leader's disciple will be discussed later. Upon hearing this, Luo Tong tightened his grip on the spear. Why was that? It was clearly stated that the winner would take the place, yet they were changing their minds now. The crowd below looked at Song Yi with puzzled expressions. With consecutive events unfolding, even they could see that the sect leader was targeting Luo Tong, or perhaps especially favoring Qin Feng. But this is too biased. Luo Tong's expression slowly calmed. He was not too concerned about the position of the sect leader's disciple. With his memories from his rebirth, the help from the river map, he didn't even regard Tianheng sect highly. He just wanted to stand up for himself. Now he had another important matter to attend to. Luo Tong turned to Elder Mu standing beside Mu Li, and softly said, Elder Mu, I have been with Mu Li day and night over the past few years, developing mutual feelings. I, Luo Tong, wish to take Mu Li as my wife. I promise to protect her for a lifetime. Whether I live or die, we will share our fates together. I hope Elder Mu can grant this. The crowd below looked at Luo Tong, especially the girls, with expressions of infatuation. Wow, Luo Tong is so handsome, saying such moving words. Elder Mu's sudden rebuttal shocked everyone. Although Luo Tong has not yet been accepted as a disciple by the head of Tianheng sect Song Yi, he has already showcased extraordinary talent, and it seems inevitable that he will become a half-saint in the future. Even though Mu Li could be considered a small genius with an elder as her mother, marrying Luo Tong would still be seen as an elevation for her given his talent. Yet Elder Mu unhesitatingly refused. What could be hidden behind this? Luo Tong looked at Elder Mu with a bewildered expression, wondering what was happening. He had calculated everything perfectly, had defeated Qin Feng, and become the #1 genius, yet Elder Mu still opposed his proposal. Mu Li gazed at her mother in astonishment. She had been the happiest when Luo Tong defeated Qin Feng. When he proposed to her mother, she had even imagined having several children with him in the future. How could her mother refuse? Above, Zhou Qiong watched with increasing delight. This was far more entertaining than reading a novel. It was pure real-life drama. According to the plot, the protagonist Luo Tong should encounter difficulties, ultimately overcoming them to become the biggest winner. The points of luck must increase, then the rewards would be richer. While everyone was astonished, Qin Feng, who was recovering nearby, slowly stood up, chuckling with pride in his eyes. Qin Feng walked toward Elder Mu and gently bowed. I am Qin Feng. Since childhood, I have admired junior sister Mu Li, but have never confessed. However, given today's circumstances, I must stand up. I also propose to Elder Mu to marry junior sister Mu Li and promise to love her for a lifetime. He implored Elder Mu for approval. The onlookers watched this scene as if it were a play, wondering what was happening. Was today truly an auspicious day for proposals? How could Mu Li possess such charm? I am far more beautiful than her. Why aren't these two proposing to me? They truly lack vision. The freckled girl said angrily. The people nearby moved away from her, fearing her shamelessness would be contagious. Elder Mu nodded solemnly. Qin Feng, I acknowledge your excellence, and I have no worries about Mu Li marrying you. What? Elder Mu's words stirred up a storm, leaving everyone below bewildered. How could she refuse the proposal from the most talented Luo Tong, but agree to Qin Feng, who was clearly less capable? The onlookers like Lian Shang were equally speechless, while only Zhou Qiong remained calm. Mu Fengyu, what do you mean by this? Luo Tong gripped his spear tightly, nearly drawing blood, no longer bothering to call her Elder Mu, and directly addressing her by name. Mu Li looked at her mother in disappointment. She had clearly hinted to her mother that she liked Luo Tong, yet her mother insisted on marrying her off to Qin Feng against her wishes. Just as Mu Li was about to say something, Elder Mu directly slapped her, freezing her in place. Qin Feng looked at Luo Tong with disdain. Junior brother Luo, please mind your words. Elder Mu is our sect's elder, and my future mother-in-law, not someone you can address casually. You are seeking death. Luo Tong glared at the smug Qin Feng, his eyes bloodshot with. He knew Qin Feng was deliberately provoking him, yet he could no longer endure it. Having been reborn, he could not tolerate such humiliation. If worst came to worst, he would leave the sect and elope with Mu Li. He thrust his spear towards Qin Feng with a fierce intent even more powerful than before. Although Qin Feng anticipated it, he did not expect Luo Tong to hide his true strength, and he quickly countered. With a loud bang, Qin Feng was sent flying several miles away, his vision fading to darkness. Fenger! Song Yi let out a sorrowful cry, rushing to Qin Feng's side, conjuring various healing herbs. and desperately feeding them to Qin Feng until his breathing stabilized, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He turned his face filled with anger as he glared at Luo Tong. Luo Tong, you dare to attempt to kill your fellow disciple. Do you know what crime that is? He isn't dead, I held back. Luo Tong replied to Song Yi calmly. You dare to argue. I see you have ill intentions. If you go out, you will surely bring disaster to the world. Saying this, Song Yi struck out at Luo Tong with a palm infused with half-saint energy, clearly using full force. If that palm landed, Luo Tong would have no chance of survival. Not good run. Just as Song Yi's palm was about to rise, the roar of the white dragon echoed in Luo Tong's mind. Luo Tong hurriedly shifted aside, a distortion of time appearing around him. With a bang, a massive pit formed where he had just stood. Though he had moved in time, the aftermath of Song Yi's palm was not something that could be easily endured, causing him to spit blood continuously. He was clearly severely injured. From Luo Tong attacking Qin Feng to Song Yi gravely wounding Luo Tong, it seemed lengthy, but it was merely a matter of seconds. It was only when Luo Tong lay on the ground, gravely injured, that others began to react. What the hell? Is Headmaster Song Yi insane? Although Luo Tong's actions were wrong, it shouldn't have led to this. Not to mention, I saw that Song Yi's palm earlier was clearly meant to kill Luo Tong. This is truly perplexing. Zhang Jiwei and his companions wore strange expressions. What was wrong with Song Yi? The sect had finally produced a genius like Luo Tong, yet he not only failed to protect him but seemed intent on killing him. Why? What is the reason? Kneeling on the ground, Luo Tong shouted at Song Yi, filled with emotion. He had always respected Song Yi, even hoping to be accepted as his disciple upon his rebirth. Why did he want to kill him? Why must you harm your fellow disciple? Such a disciple cannot be kept. Song Yi looked at Luo Tong with a calm expression, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He struck out at Luo Tong once more. Given Luo Tong's current state, he would surely be unable to withstand this blow. This was clearly meant to kill him. This is getting interesting. Zhou Qiong, sitting above, noted that Luo Tong's luck points had skyrocketed to over 260, whispering with a smile. As for whether Song Yi could kill Luo Tong, he wasn't worried at all. The child of destiny was no easy target. It seemed that Luo Tong's luck points would soon break through to 400, and that would be his time of demise. Song Yi's massive palm was about to strike the severely injured Luo Tong. Beside him, Mu Li bit her teeth tightly, but her body was under the control of Elder Mu, rendering her unable to move, tears welling up in her eyes. Elder Mu calmly watched this scene. Ever since Luo Tong had severely injured Qin Feng, he had anticipated such a result. She knew a secret that no one else did. Qin Feng's surname was not Qin but Song. He was the illegitimate child of Song Yi, as there was a rule in Tianheng sect that the position of the sect leader could not be passed on to one son. Thus Song Yi deliberately changed his son's surname and sent him out to be raised elsewhere, later bringing him back at the age of 10, claiming to have discovered an outstanding disciple. This way, when Qin Feng grew up, he could seamlessly take over the position of sect leader. Everything was initially going smoothly, but then an anomaly appeared in the form of Luo Tong. In fact, even if he had defeated Qin Feng, Song Yi would have been at a loss, but now that he had severely injured Qin Feng, it broke the sect rules. Even if Song Yi killed him, it would merely be seen as cleaning up the sect. At most, an apology would suffice. Who could challenge him, the dignified sect leader? Just when everyone thought Luo Tong was doomed, Zhou Qiong suddenly raised his head and softly said, "It's coming." Next to him, Lian Shang had a face full of questions, wondering what was coming. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from Tianheng Peak, striking out with a palm towards Song Yi. With a loud bang, the entire competition arena shook, and Song Yi was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. An elderly figure appeared beside Luo Tong, gazing at Song Yi with fury, shouting, "Song Yi, if it weren't for your position as sect leader, I would have struck you dead just now." The disciples of Tianheng sect immediately bowed in respect upon seeing the arrival of the elder, saying, "We pay our respects to the elder." Song Yi's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected the elder, who had been in seclusion, to appear. Now it would be difficult to eliminate Luo Tong. What he didn't know was that the elder had awakened when Zhou Qiong and the others appeared, but had been pretending to be in seclusion simply because he didn't want to come out. In seclusion, he was the elder. Once he came out, it would be dire for him, given how strong Zhou Qiong and the others were. The elder bowed deeply to Zhou Qiong, saying, "I am Yu Yang from Tianheng sect. I apologize for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival. You should deal with your sect's affairs first," Zhou Qiong said with a teasing tone. "Thank you, my lord." Yu Yang once again bowed deeply. Turning to face Song Yi, Yu Yang spoke solemnly. How can you as the sect leader act against a disciple of such talent as Luo Tong? You must provide an explanation. Song Yi's expression slowly calmed, saying, Elder, this person has acted ruthlessly against fellow disciples. I am merely following the sect rules. Rules? What a fine set of rules. Do you think I don't know that Qin Feng also killed a fellow disciple in the past? Why didn't you seek to eliminate Qin Feng then? Yu Yang said, coldly looking at Song Yi. Song Yi's face turned pale. He thought this matter was unknown, but unexpectedly, he couldn't hide it from this old man. Just as he was about to refute, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was Yu Yang on the opposite side. Song Yi, do you think I don't know that Qin Feng is your illegitimate son? In the past, I let it go due to Qin Feng's talent, but now you want to eliminate Luo Tong, who has even better talent. Do you still care about the sect? Song Yi's heart sank. He hadn't expected that the secret he thought only he and Elder Mu knew would also be known by Yu Yang, and that he had known for a long time. But thinking it over, since Yu Yang hadn't brought it up directly, he probably didn't want to break their relationship and wanted to leave himself an out. He could only lower his head and say to Yu Yang, it was a moment of folly on my part. I hope the elder will forgive me. Yu Yang nodded subtly, as the sect leader Song Yi was the only other half-saint expert aside from him. Unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't afford to alienate him. He spoke in a deep voice, Sect leader Song Yi has acted unfairly. He will be punished by having his salary confiscated for 100 years. Qin Feng, having mistakenly killed a fellow disciple, will be punished with 50 years of wall sitting in the back mountain. Although Luo Tong has mistakenly injured a fellow disciple, there were reasons for it. He will be punished to clean the library for 30 years. Do you have any objections? Though Song Yi looked unwilling, he could only nod in agreement. With Qin Feng unconscious, he had no chance to refute. Yu Yang then turned to Luo Tong. He held a high regard for Luo Tong, believing he could potentially reach the level of a half-saint or even the pinnacle in the future. At that time, Tianheng's sect would ascend to new heights, so he couldn't let Luo Tong harbor resentment towards the sect. Since Yu Yang's arrival, Luo Tong's expression had eased significantly, especially upon hearing the punishments handed down to the three, bringing him some comfort. Even though he was also punished to clean the library for 30 years, what did that matter? The library was a place of knowledge. Such a punishment was more like a reward. I am willing to accept the elder's punishment. However, Luo Tong has one matter he wishes to clarify. Before Luo Tong could continue, Yu Yang waved his hand, knowing what Luo Tong wanted to ask, but this matter couldn't be disclosed. Yu Yang turned to Elder Mu, silently beginning to transmit his voice while saying, I see that Luo Tong has extraordinary talent and is well matched with Mu Li. I propose that this elder acts as a matchmaker, allowing them to marry in the near future. What does Elder Mu think? Elder Mu's expression changed several times, mainly because Yu Yang's voice transmission eased his worries. He gently nodded, saying, I leave it to the elder's discretion. Then he released his control over Mu Li. At this moment, Mu Li's eyes were red, filled with excitement. She originally thought Luo Tong was doomed, but unexpectedly, the elder had suddenly appeared. Not only was Luo Tong unharmed, but her mother had also changed her mind and agreed to their marriage. Luo Tong was equally excited, having been reborn for 3 years despite today's tumultuous experience. The final outcome was what he had desired. He bowed to the smiling Yu Yang above and excitedly said, Thank you, Elder. At this moment, Zhou Qiong, sitting at the top, wore a cold smile. Was this truly a happy ending after experiencing hardships, enduring dangers, and receiving help from benefactors? Unfortunately, Luo Tong's fortune hadn't yet surpassed 400. It was merely 365. It seemed he needed to face something harsher. Just when everyone thought the matter had settled in the square, a cold voice echoed in their ears. You've all finished your performance. Now it's my turn to play. Not good, kid, run. This demon is coming for you. A panicked shout of Bai Long filled Luo Tong's mind, his tone filled with fear and terror. Before Luo Tong could react, the white dragon within him directly took control of the mountain river map, emitting a white light that enveloped Luo Tong, causing him to vanish from the square. Bang! Just as Luo Tong disappeared, a massive explosion erupted at his previous location. A deep, bottomless pit was blasted into the ground, and countless onlookers around suffered casualties, leaving a scene strewn with corpses and the cries of the severely injured. The survivors in the square looked up at Zhou Qiong with faces filled with terror, for the terrifying attack just now had been unleashed by this man. My lord, why have you attacked us? After regaining his composure, Yu Yang asked Zhou Qiong, his eyes filled with resentment. That single strike alone had resulted in over 100 casualties among the disciples of the Tianheng sect, not counting those who came to observe. These were all elite disciples. I find it amusing. Do you have any objections? Zhou Qiong said coldly. Before Yu Yang could respond, Mo Wudao, who stood behind Zhou Qiong, threw a punch directly at Yu Yang. Yu Yang didn't have time to react. He barely managed to raise a palm to defend himself. Boom! With an explosion, Yu Yang's entire body was obliterated, reduced to ashes. A once great elder of the Tianheng sect perished just like that. The entire square fell into silence in an instant. Even the severely injured lying on the ground quickly covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound for fear of attracting Zhou Qiong's attention. At that moment, Luo Tong was standing above the mountain, yet no one could detect him as time around him was frozen in a state a minute into the future. A white light radiated from Luo Tong, but it was gradually fading, indicating that he could not maintain this state. The white light enveloped Luo Tong, trying to pull him away from here, but the entire mountain was shrouded in a faint black light like a barrier that prevented him from leaving. If one looked closely, they would see a circular ring slowly rotating above the mountain, the black light emanating from it. This was Zhou Qiong's demonic ring. The white dragon within Luo Tong roared incessantly. What should we do? I told you it was a great danger. We should have left long ago. This demon is too powerful. We are no match for him. Ah, we're doomed. What is that black ring? Can even seal time? Luo Tong's face was filled with anxiety and anger. He did not understand why Zhou Qiong targeted him. After 3 years of planning and finally achieving everything, Zhou Qiong had destroyed it all. Was it simply because of his outstanding talent? Let's do it, Luo Tong. I will use a secret method to break this seal and get you out. But you must find more immortal artifacts to repair the mountain river map later, or otherwise it will collapse. The white dragon spoke, resolutely, sensing that if he fell into Zhou Qiong's hands there would be no good ending. He even suspected that Zhou Qiong was targeting Luo Tong because he had discovered the secret of the mountain river map. No, we can't leave. Mu Li is still in the square. We must take her with us. Luo Tong shouted anxiously. He could not abandon Mu Li. This demon is clearly targeting you. Going out now is a dead end. The white dragon exclaimed, filled with extreme fear. But Luo Tong did not listen at all. He was determined to rescue Mu Li. Just as the two were arguing, the sound of Yu Yang being blasted apart reached their ears. As the ashes rained down, Luo Tong roared, "No!" His gaze suddenly caught sight of a man in a red robe beside Zhou Qiong, holding a struggling figure, none other than Mu Li. Zhou Qiong sat in his chair looking above, knowing that Luo Tong was watching nearby. Truly the child of destiny. He hid so well that even his demonic eye could not sense him. But so what? Setting aside whether Luo Tong could escape the demonic ring's confinement, as long as Mu Li existed, he would never leave. This was a common flaw of protagonists. They cannot abandon their loved ones to save themselves. Zhou Qiong slowly nodded, and Lian Sheng immediately grabbed Mu Li's hand, releasing a wave of demonic energy that enveloped her. Instantly, a pain like needles descended upon Mu Li. Ah! Mu Li screamed in agony. Luo Tong, hidden above the mountain, had veins bulging on his forehead. Had it not been for the white dragon coiling around him, desperately holding him back, he would have charged out to fight Zhou Qiong. Let me go. I want to kill him, kill him. Luo Tong roared incessantly. Luo Tong, calm down. If you go out like this, you won't save her and you will die. I don't care. Even if I die, I will die with Mu Li. I can't leave her behind again in this life. Luo Tong's eyes were filled with determination. This is the common flaw of protagonists. They always believe they are right, sacrificing everyone else for the ones they love. For example, the white dragon within the mountain river map. Luo Tong knew that saving Mu Li could bring disaster to it, but he did not care at all. In his mind, this was the right thing to do. If the white dragon truly sacrificed itself, he would remember its goodness. All right, I will help you save her, but you need to give me a little time to prepare. The white dragon said fiercely, knowing that if Mu Li was not rescued, Luo Tong would not leave. The final result would be that none of them would have a good ending, so they had to take a gamble. The white dragon began to emanate colorful lights, chanting a multitude of spells. Below, Zhou Qiong wore a cold smile, finding Luo Tong surprisingly calm. However, he would eventually have to come out. After half a stick of incense, Luo Tong had completely lost his sanity, desperately rushing towards Zhou Qiong, with the white dragon coiling around him, nearly unable to hold on. The incantations from the white dragon suddenly stopped, and it quickly said, "Ready?" Upon hearing the words of the white dragon, Luo Tong barely regained his senses. The white dragon took out a jade talisman and solemnly said to Luo Tong, I will use a secret technique to swap your position with Mu Li. You must crush the Jade Talisman immediately to return to the map of mountains and rivers. Then I will break through the space with the map of mountains and rivers and rush out. Although it sounds simple, both of them knew the difficulties involved. Relying on the strength of Zhou Qiong and others after swapping out Mu Li, Luotong would likely have no time to crush the Jade Talisman. However, Luotong did not hesitate. He was willing to take this risk. As long as he could save Mu Li, he was ready to pay any price. Moreover, there was still a chance of success by catching them off guard. Let's do it quickly, Luotong said decisively. Just as the two were about to make their move, Zhou Qiong, sitting in his chair, revealed a strange smile with silver-black lightning slowly emanating from his brow. At this moment, Mu Li was completely unable to resist in Lian Shang's hands. Her gaze was becoming a bit hazy, and suddenly she felt her body go limp and lost control. By the time she reacted, the evil Lian Shang was no longer in front of her. Instead, it was a giant white dragon enveloping both of them in a white light. The white dragon's gaze towards Zhou Qiong and the others revealed a sense of urgency. At this time, Lian Shang felt something unusual in his hands. Upon closer inspection, the grotesque Mu Li in his hands had instantly transformed into Luotong. Luotong quickly squeezed the Jade Talisman with force. Bang! The sound of something being crushed echoed, yet his body did not leave still under Lian Shang's control. Looking at his hand, he realized that what he had crushed was not the Jade Talisman but had turned into a stone. Interesting. A cold voice entered Luotong's ears. He turned to look and was shocked to find Zhou Qiong, who had been sitting in the chair playing with a Jade Talisman. Zhou Qiong looked at him with a deep expression. Not good. Luotong instantly realized that their plan had been discovered by the opponent and hurriedly yelled anxiously towards the sky. Lord Bai, quickly take Mu Li away. Hurry! Luotong's voice was filled with the white dragon in the sky's expression changed, eventually growing dim. It had already done enough to save Mu Li. Thinking this way, it grasped the continuously shouting Mu Li and was about to break through the space to leave. The black ring slowly rotating in the sky suddenly expanded by double. The time around Tianheng Peak began to solidify, and even the map of mountains and rivers was instantly squeezed out of the time gap. A white dragon appeared before everyone in the sky, clutching Mu Li in its claws with a face full of confusion and disbelief. In his heart, he cursed continuously, wondering what this ring weapon was. Even if the map of mountains and rivers was flawed, it was still an unparalleled immortal treasure capable of controlling time. This ring actually broke the laws of the map of mountains and rivers. Stepping out from behind, Zhou Qiong Mo Wudao directly moved in front of the white dragon, extending one hand to grasp the white dragon's neck, while the other controlled Mu Li. Under the pressure of the ring, the white dragon was completely unable to resist. From the moment Luotong began to swap out Mu Li until all three were captured, it seemed long, but in reality it took less than a second. At this moment, Luotong looked at the captured Mu Li with a face full of shock, turning to Zhou Qiong above and anxiously shouted, "My lord, spare Mu Li. I will do anything you ask." Zhou Qiong's expression changed. "Damn it, as if I want to force someone into prostitution." He waved his hand gently, and Mo Wudao understood, waving his hand to turn Mu Li into flying ash. Luotong's eyes instantly filled with disbelief, turning crimson as his features twisted. Looking at Zhou Qiong, who appeared calm, he roared in anger. Why is this happening?" Zhou Qiong's lips curled into a cold smile. "Why? Because your luck points have risen to 450. A talisman slowly appeared in his hand, which was the sky-covering talisman gifted by the system, and he crushed it directly. He originally thought this talisman would be used on Zhao Wujin, but unexpectedly it was first used on Luo. An invisible wave emanated from the sky-covering talisman, enveloping the entire Tianheng Peak. The others felt nothing, but Luotong felt as if he had lost something in an instant. However, he had no time to think. He felt a chill throughout his body and suddenly lost consciousness. In the sky, the white dragon controlled by Mo Wudao flashed a hint of fear as he saw Zhou Qiong's hand conjure a black vortex that directly swallowed Luotong. Could it be that he has been eaten? In fact, it was pretty much as he thought. Luotong was directly swallowed by Zhou Qiong using the sky-devouring magic. After all, as the protagonist, who knows if Luotong might have some resurrection treasure or something, swallowing and refining him directly, not even leaving behind bones, would be safe and worry-free. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Zhou Qiong's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for exterminating the Son of Destiny Luotong. You have received a mysterious gift pack and one Destiny Pearl. Since this is the host's first extermination of the Son of Destiny, an additional reward of 500,000 villain points has been granted. A golden glowing pearl appeared before Zhou Qiong's eyes with the number 450 written prominently on it. This was the luck energy stripped from Luotong which could be transferred to others. This means that whoever consumes this pearl will become a new son of destiny. System: if I give this pearl to someone to consume, and they become the son of destiny, if I kill them again, will I still receive a mysterious gift pack? Not possible. Regardless of who consumes the destiny pearl, the host's subsequent kill will not yield any effect. Zhou Qiong sighed, secretly feeling disappointed that he had discovered a new bug, but couldn't exploit it. System: if I eat this destiny pearl, will it have any effect? Useless. The host, due to being parasitized by the system, cannot consume the destiny pearl, otherwise, it would not only fail to have a good effect, but would instead provoke heavenly punishment. Since this won't work and that won't work either, it seems he can only let his subordinates consume it. Zhou Qiong retracted his thoughts and looked up at the white dragon. This should be Luotong's golden finger controlling time, right? The white dragon trembled continuously when Zhou Qiong looked over ominous signs constantly surfacing in his heart. Tears welled up in his eyes as he shouted tragically, my lord, it was all that Luotong who forced me. I didn't want to, but he hit me. I was coerced, my lord." After Bai Long spoke, he felt a flush of embarrassment, but there was no choice. After all, the other party was a mercurial and murderous fiend. A dragon must bow its head beneath the eaves. If Luotong were still alive, he would surely rise from the dead to berate him. "Who forced you? It was merely your own cowardice and fear. Now you blame it on me. Bullying the dead who cannot speak, aren't you?" Zhou Qiong had no mind to care about the truth of Bai Long's words. He directly reached out to collect the Shanha map, and Bai Long was also drawn into the map. He slowly stood up from the demon dragon throne and flew towards the demon dragon flying chariot in the sky. Lian Shang and the demon guards followed suit, soaring towards the flying chariot. Below, the surviving crowd secretly rejoiced, and even Song Yi had a hint of joy on his face. Now that the stubborn old elder was dead, he was the strongest in the entire Tianheng sect. From now on, everyone will completely respect him. Just as everyone on the peak was silently rejoicing at their survival, the spear in Mo Wideo's hand slowly expanded, and with one strike it directly attacked the peak. Boom! The Tianheng sect's foundation was already weak, and there were not many defensive formations on the peak. Mo Wideo's full-powered strike directly collapsed half of Tianheng Mountain, and the surviving crowd on the mountain could only imagine just moments ago they were celebrating, and in an instant they began to perish. The Tianheng sect, which had stood for over 10,000 years, was utterly destroyed from this day forward. This is the cruel reality of the upper realm. 3 demon dragons roared quickly, pulling the flying chariot away from this place. Inside the flying chariot, Zhou Qiong held the Shanha map, slowly probing his senses into it. At this moment, Bai Long was cowering in a corner of the Shanha map, trembling. It wasn't until half an hour later that he slowly opened his eyes, excitement flashing in his gaze. Although he had anticipated it, he did not expect that Luotong's golden finger was truly so formidable. The internal space of the Shanha map is vast, comparable to that of the Great Wu Imperial City, and it has its own ecosystem. The spiritual energy inside is several times denser than the outside world, making cultivation inside much faster than outside. Of course, this is not the most important aspect. The most crucial point is that it possesses the laws of time, allowing time to flow faster. Although the current state of the Shanha map is quite poor, it can still create a 10-fold time difference. In other words, while 1 day passes outside, 10 days pass inside. Coupled with the rich spiritual energy cultivating inside is dozens of times faster than outside. It must be known that what the demon sect lacks the most right now is time. Ever since the demon sect unified, the chaotic land's resources have been abundant, but time is still insufficient. The higher the realm, the longer it takes to break through. This has always been a dilemma for Zhou Qiong. He has the system's assistance to rapidly enhance his cultivation, but the members of the demon sect can only rely on themselves. Even if Zhou Qiong wanted to use the heavenly luck pearl to enhance their talents and increase their fortune, the heavenly luck sun is not something that can be found everywhere. This may take a long time. However, the emergence of the Shanha map has indeed solved part of his troubles. As long as the members of the demon sect cultivate using accelerated time coupled with ample resources, they can at least catch up quickly and not fall too far behind. Zhou Qiong put away the Shanha map, and in his hand appeared a large mysterious gift bag obtained from killing the heavenly luck sun. Zhou Qiong was also curious about what it would contain. When he asked the system, it replied that the items obtained were random, possibly top-tier miraculous items, or even a pile of dog waste. In short, it was very mysterious. Slowly opening the gift bag, Zhou Qiong's mind instantly resonated with the system's voice. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Holy Realm experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bag of fragrant dog food. Zhou Qiong was almost choked with anger. He could understand the Holy Realm experience card, as its literal meaning was quite clear. Sure enough, when he clicked to view the description, it stated that the Holy Realm experience card, when used, allows the host to unleash the power of the Holy Realm for 1 day, after which they return to normal with no harm to the body. This experience card is very helpful for Zhou Qiong at the moment. At least he now has a significant trump. However, what is this fragrant dog food? Confirming that it indeed came from the mysterious gift bag, Zhou Qiong opened the description with a puzzled mind. It read, fragrant dog food, the finest among dog food, an irresistible delicacy. Characteristics, fragrant, effects, none. Zhou Qiong was somewhat confused. If he understood it correctly, it should be effective in terms of fragrance, but nothing else. A bag of dog food appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand. As he slowly opened it, a fragrant aroma wafted out as if there were exquisite delicacies inside. Looking inside, he saw that it consisted of individual pieces quite similar to the dog food from his previous life. He reached out slowly to take one, and upon smelling it, it indeed had an astonishing fragrance. Zhou Qiong secretly swallowed. If he remembered correctly, people could also eat dog food in his previous life. Zhou Qiong glanced around and slowly brought the piece of dog food to his mouth, unable to resist the temptation. Woof! A black figure suddenly dashed into the flying chariot, appearing before Zhou Qiong, drooling at the dog food in his hand. The appearance of Devouring made Zhou Qiong quickly retract his hand and hurriedly throw the dog food to Devouring, awkwardly saying, You've been doing well lately. This dog food is a reward for you. Go eat it over there. Devouring caught the dog food in his mouth and quickly ran to a corner, muttering, Thank you, boss. You are too good to me. If there's a next life, it'll still be your dog. Hearing his mumbling, Zhou Qiong's embarrassment diminished significantly. He lightly curled his lips, thankful that he was quick just now, otherwise if this silly dog saw him eating dog food, wouldn't his image be ruined? Calming himself down, Zhou Qiong lightly tapped his chair, and a figure in a red robe slowly appeared beside him. It was Lian Shang. I pay my respects to the Sect master. Zhou Qiong produced a glowing golden bead, the heavenly luck pearl, and handed it to Lian Shang. Of course, the benefits should first go to those closest to him. Lian Shang took the heavenly luck pearl, looking bewildered. Swallow it, Zhou Qiong pointed at the heavenly luck pearl. Lian Shang did not ask further and swallowed the bead without hesitation. As soon as Lian Shang swallowed the heavenly luck pearl, a violent radiance began to emanate from him, and his aura continuously increased. Bang! He broke through to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers of Deluo in succession before finally stopping. The golden light subsided and a flicker of realization appeared in Lian Shang's eyes. He felt as if his talent had improved. What he didn't realize was that the improvement in talent and increase in cultivation were merely the perks associated with the heavenly luck pearl. Its most powerful function is to enhance the luck of the user. In other words, from now on, Lian Shang can also be considered a child of heavenly luck, finding treasures when he encounters mountains, pulling gold out of rivers, and turning misfortune into good fortune. It is extremely difficult to kill him. Zhou Qiong looked up at Lian Shang only to see that the heavenly luck aura on him was a striking 500 points. System, what is going on here? The host explained. Every individual possesses some degree of heavenly luck, though seldom exceeding 100. Once it surpasses 100, it will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, which will then offer its blessings, leading to an extraordinary future. Then, if we seize the blessings of the heavenly Tao, will it eventually discover us? Zhou Qiong inquired with curiosity. This world is vast beyond measure, and there are numerous individuals endowed with heavenly luck. Furthermore, with your use of the concealment talisman, the heavenly Tao will not detect us. Zhou Qiong nodded, relieved that the heavenly Tao would remain unaware. He had no desire to attract its attention so soon. Next to him, Lian Shang, having absorbed the heavenly luck pearl, bowed to Zhou Qiong, saying, Thank you for your generosity, master. Zhou Qiong replied, Enough of that. Send a message immediately for the higher-ups of the demon sect to come here in batches. It's time for them to rapidly enhance their cultivation. Understood. Lian Shang responded, slowly vanishing from the grand hall. Woof, is there any left? Devouring lamented, crouching at Zhou Qiong's feet, revealing that he had already devoured an entire bag of dog food. None left. Zhou Qiong replied irritably. Devouring went to the side and lay down, muttering softly, So stingy. Sitting in his chair, Zhou Qiong slowly opened his attribute page. Character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudiwu, position master of the demon sect, cultivation 9th layer of the Great Luo skills demonic divine technique, celestial death hand, divine demon eye 3rd layer of the devouring demon art, demon, and words, O weapons divine demon ring divine demon sword mount demon dragon chariot, pet demon dog Debai. Although being at the 9th layer of the Great Luo is not low, it does not classify him as a powerhouse in the Great Martial Dynasty. Currently Zhou Qiong relied solely on the might of the divine demon sword to intimidate others. However, this is not a long-term solution. He must enhance his cultivation as soon as possible. It seems he must first uncover Zhao Wuji's secret, complete the task, elevate his cultivation to the 10th layer of the Great Luo, and then swiftly break through to semi-saint. Half a day later Zhou Qiong and his companions appeared within Qingyang City, the heart of the Blood Lotus Sect schemes. They entered a mansion where a figure wearing a bronze mask materialized before Zhou Qiong. I am your subordinate Huang Yi, paying my respects to the master. Do you have any updates? Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the master, the disciples of the Blood Lotus Sect are spread throughout Qingyang City. It has been confirmed that this city is their base. According to the information I gathered, they seem to be preparing to set up a large formation below, a formation of particularly grand scale. Zhou Qiong pondered. Could this formation be similar to that of the Celestial Witch clans? No, it must be far more powerful, as it is orchestrated by the main character, so it certainly is extraordinary. Zhou Qiong thought to himself. Since entering this city, he had felt a peculiar sensation, as if this place lacked vitality, yet the people within lived well. As he contemplated, Zhou Qiong looked at the ground and noticed the soil appeared dull, seemingly devoid of any. The vertical eye on Zhou Qiong's forehead began to slowly open, emitting a faint glow. He saw wisps of hazy yellow gas flowing downwards from the ground, gradually disappearing. This phenomenon was not isolated, it appeared to affect the soil throughout the entire city. Have you located the Blood Lotus Sect base? Zhou Qiong asked solemnly. Reporting to the master, not yet, but we have discovered some clues. Within 3 days we will surely find it. Huang Yi immediately replied. 2 days? We must find it within 2 days. Zhou Qiong said decisively, his instincts telling him that this grand formation was nearing completion, and he could not afford to waste time in investigation. Understood. Huang Yi replied and quickly disappeared. He needed to hurry to complete the challenging task assigned by the master. After Huang Yi left, Zhou Qiong turned to Lian Shang and asked, Is the Blood Lotus Sect distributed across many cities? Yes, but to be precise, they are distributed in the southern cities of the Great Martial Dynasty, though there aren't many people. Most are concentrated in Qingyang City. Lian Shang replied hastily. Zhou Qiong frowned. Send someone to investigate, bring back a sample of soil from every city where the Blood Lotus Sect has a presence. Understood. 2 days later, several hundred samples of soil from various cities of the Great Martial Dynasty were placed before Zhou Qiong. Lian Shang stood below, looking perplexed, unsure of what the master intended to do with the soil. Zhou Qiong gazed at the soil, a glimmer of light emanating from his forehead before fading away as a speculation formed in his mind. In the cultivation technique he practiced, demon, there exists an ancient secret technique, which can also be termed a formation called Dutian Demon Domain Formation. This formation has a peculiar function. It does not serve an offensive purpose nor offers defense, yet it can rapidly elevate a person's strength without any side effects. However, there are many restrictive conditions for setting up the formation. First, it requires the absorption of earth vein qi, and the more the better. Second, when the formation is activated, all living beings within the main city will perish. It can be considered a genuine demonic technique. Actually, if it were only these 2 conditions, Zhou Qiong would have already set it up. However, there is one more stringent condition. The main formation requires a piece of dragon head bone. One must know that to be called a dragon, it must possess the cultivation of the Holy Realm. Yet within a radius of several billion miles in the Great Martial Dynasty, there are no beings of Holy Realm cultivation, let alone the rare dragon. So Zhou Qiong had given up on using this method to enhance the cultivation of the demon sect. However, it is indeed true that after searching high and low, the Blood Lotus Sect seems to have set up this formation regardless of how they obtained the dragon bone. The effectiveness of this formation must not be wasted. It must belong to the demon sect. It seems these children of heavenly luck are indeed treasures. While Zhou Qiong was still pondering, Huang Yi suddenly appeared before him. Reporting to the master, the headquarters of the Blood Lotus Sect has been located. Gudamo Wudao Lian Shang Huang Yi, follow me. The 3 of them, led by Huang Yi, swiftly traversed Qingyang City until they arrived at a grocery store where a corpse lay adorned with a tattoo of a blood lotus, presumably a disciple of the Blood Lotus Sect. Beside it stood another man with a bronze mask. Upon seeing the newcomers, he immediately bowed and said, I am your subordinate Huang Wu greeting the master. He then reached out and opened a hidden door beneath the ground. Huang Yi pointed at the secret door and said, Master, we have discovered that this underground passage leads to the core of the formation in Qingyang City. There are over 10 such passages throughout the Blood Lotus sect. Moreover, the guards change shifts every day. Zhou Qiong nodded. It seemed this formation had indeed reached a critical moment, or else the Blood Lotus sect would not need such stringent defenses. Zhou Qiong then waved his hand and led the three of them down. Before Huang Yi descended, he nodded at Huang Wu, who then waved his hand to retrieve the corpse on the ground. Removing his mask, his face began to change continuously, ultimately transforming into the appearance of the corpse that had been lying there. Zhou Qiong led the three individuals down the tunnel, walking for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, until they entered a vast cavern, where sounds continued to emanate from ahead. Lord Qing, is this formation really that powerful? Can it truly enhance our cultivation? Indeed, Lord Protector, we have spent a year on this. Although the earth energy has gathered, there has been no response from the formation. What do you know? This was personally arranged by our master. How could you possibly understand? Watch closely. The formation is about to succeed, and our master will be arriving soon. At that time, our Blood Lotus sect will be stronger than ever. A hoarse voice said solemnly. Yes. Zhou Qiong and the others stopped at the entrance of the cave, where they could see a multitude of people inside busily throwing items into the great formation. Yet they completely ignored Zhou Qiong and the others right before their eyes. This was because Zhou Qiong was holding a circular ring that emitted a black light enveloping everyone. This divine demon ring had many uses. Not only did it possess some suppression and sealing abilities, but it could also conceal one's aura. Even the black-robed Qing protector, who was at the 5th level of semi-saint, felt nothing of the arrival of the few individuals. Lianshang looked at Zhou Qiong, inquiring whether to take action and seize control of the formation. Zhou Qiong waved his hand to stop them, stating that it wasn't the right time yet. The final step of the formation was to throw in the Tianlong skull, and it was highly likely that the skull was not within this cave. If he guessed correctly, it should be in Zhao Wuji's hands. About 2 hours later, Zhou Qiong's gaze sharpened as he looked towards another part of the cave, where a figure in black stood. The figure slowly walked to the center of the cave and removed his hood, revealing himself to be Zhao Wujie, the son of destiny. Upon seeing Zhao Wujie's arrival, everyone in the cave bowed and greeted in unison. We greet our master. Zhao Wujie lightly nodded and gazed at the great formation, his eyes filled with excitement. After regaining his memories for a year, he had finally completed this formation. With the assistance of the Duhua Demon Domain formation, he could at least restore his cultivation to the 6th level of semi-saint and quickly cultivate a large group of powerful subordinates. At that point, he would only need to plot slowly. In a few hundred years, he could seize the empire of the great martial dynasty. With the dynasty's support, he would surely rise to the peak of the sacred realm, once again enjoying freedom in the world. The more Zhao Wujie thought, the more excited he became, even breaking into a foolish laugh. The others looked at him in confusion, thinking he must have gone mad. Surely it couldn't be that a being of the great Luo realm could become foolish for no reason. At the moment Zhao Wujie appeared, a voice echoed in Zhou Qiong's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering Zhao Wujie's secret, completing the mission. Reward cultivation level increased by 1 stage, holy level demon god battle robe, 500000 villain points. Rewards are being distributed. Immediately Zhou Qiong's aura surged once more, reaching the 10th level of the great Luo realm, and his devil dragon battle robe automatically transformed into the demon god battle robe. Meanwhile, his villain points had accumulated to 1 million. Zhou Qiong glanced at the formation within the cave and turned to Huang Yi, transmitting, "Have our people withdraw from Qingyang City immediately." "Yes." Huang Yi nodded and quickly took out a token to relay the message. Upon receiving Huang Yi's message, the members of the demon sect outside did not dare to hesitate and immediately flew towards the city gates. Shortly after Huang Yi transmitted the message, he suddenly bowed and transmitted to Zhou Qiong, "Master, news has come from outside that the Blood Lotus sect is also expelling the beings within the city." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiong glanced at the foolishly laughing Zhao Wujie, furrowing his brow, a trace of disdain appearing in his eyes. Within the cave, Zhao Wujie retracted his smile and slowly took out a massive skull from his ring, featuring a crocodile's jaw, a horse's head, and deer antlers. It was indeed the Tianlong skull. Zhao Wujie was quite excited about this Tianlong skull. Since his rebirth, he had been pondering how to recover his strength, but had never found a swift method. However, one day, while passing by the riverbank of the imperial city, he unexpectedly saw a gigantic skull emerge from the river. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the Tianlong skull, which was something one could only hope to encounter. Zhao Wujie sighed at his incredible luck and decided to set up this Duhua demon domain formation. Without hesitation, he tossed the dragon bone into the great formation. As soon as the skull entered the formation, a tremendous pressure emanated from it, and a dark yellow aura quickly enveloped the entire Qingyang city. The aura spread rapidly, causing any martial artist who remained in Qingyang city to die instantly upon contact, then being swallowed by the earth, gradually disappearing. In an instant, the entire Qingyang city descended into chaos, as countless martial artists desperately rushed towards the city gates, yet they could not break through the blockade of the yellow aura. At first, some higher-level martial artists attempted to resist using their skills, but in less than half an hour, even those at the Great Luo realm began to collapse to the ground, engulfed by the earth. A city inhabited by billions of beings transformed into a dead city in less than half an hour, showcasing the formidable nature of this formation. Of course, 99% of the beings had already been expelled beforehand. Inside the cave, the formation began to take shape, transforming into a massive circular seat that exuded a terrifyingly heavy aura. This was the gathered energy of the earth veins cultivating one's own path. Zhou Qiong glanced at Zhao Wujie, who was grinning, his eyes flashing with a hint of admiration. To expend the resources of over 100 cities, ensuring that those cities would be devoid of spiritual energy for a millennium purely for personal cultivation, showed some ambition. Unfortunately, it was still not ruthless enough. Had he arranged the formation, not a single being among the billions in the city would have survived. Zhao Wujie's mercy also diminished the power of the Duhua demon domain formation by several degrees. At this moment, Zhao Wujie lifted his foot and quickly walked towards the circular seat. Seeing this, Zhou Qiong revealed a faint, cold smile. "You may be able to enter, but the fruit cannot be yours to pluck." With a swift motion, he struck towards Zhao Wujie, while Lian Shangmo Wudao and others quickly attacked the people within the cave. "Not good, there's an ambush." The Qing protector guarding Zhao Wujie shouted. He lifted a wolf-toothed club and quickly smashed it against a long spear. With a loud bang, the entire cave echoed with a tremendous explosion, and the shockwave instantly killed a large number of disciples from the Blood Lotus sect. At the moment Zhou Qiong's palm struck, Zhao Wujie seemed to sense something and quickly dodged to the side. Zhao Wujie stood 100 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, while the sounds of battle began to erupt within the cave. Lian Shang and Huang Yi were slaughtering the disciples of the Blood Lotus sect. Mo Wudao attacked the Qing protector, who, aside from defending, had no opportunity to counterattack, appearing unable to hold out for much longer. Zhao Wujie looked at Zhou Qiong, who wore a cold smile, his eyes filled with unprecedented rage. "It's you again." Zhao Wujie was nearly driven to madness. Damn it, why is Zhou Qiong everywhere? What did I do to provoke him? Is he targeting me specifically? Can't he just leave me alone? Without hesitation, Zhao Wujie knew he could not match Zhou Qiong. He shot a furious glance at Zhou Qiong, quickly crushed the large teleportation talisman in his hand, and vanished from the cave. Just as Zhao Wujie shattered the teleportation talisman, a silver-black lightning bolt appeared at Zhou Qiong's brow, emitting a dark light that struck the space where Zhao Wujie had just disappeared. A massive scream echoed from the rippling space, accompanied by Zhao Wujie's furious roar, and then all fell silent. Zhou Qiong smiled slightly. He did not plan to kill Zhao Wujie just yet, as Zhao Wujie was a piece on his chessboard, one he would soon need. Of course, he couldn't let him off easily. A strike from the demon eye, even at less than 1/10 of its power, would be enough to leave Zhao Wujie in dire straits. Let him shout about 30 years this and 30 years that. How foolish, lacking any originality. 15 minutes later, the screams in the cave gradually subsided, and with a reluctant roar from the fifth layer of the half-saint Green Guardian, all disciples of the Blood Lotus sect perished within the cave. Zhou Qiong looked at the circular seat within the formation, a smile emerging at the corner of his mouth, savoring the delight of reaping the benefits. Without hesitation, he strode towards the circular chair and slowly sat down. As Zhou Qiong settled into the chair, he felt an overwhelming weight of energy surge into his body, his aura steadily strengthening. Even with Zhou Qiong's robust foundation, he quickly approached the critical point of the half-saint realm. Black clouds began to gather above Qingyang City as Zhou Qiong slowly rose from the circular chair, vanishing from the cave and reappearing beneath the dark clouds. This tribulation cloud was hundreds of times stronger than the great Luo tribulation Zhou Qiong had previously faced. With his current level of cultivation in words, he could not directly control it, so he could only find another way to transcend it. A massive bolt of lightning struck towards Zhou Qiong, illuminating the entire sky, filled with an aura of destruction. Zhou Qiong did not evade. He looked up at the lightning striking towards him and spoke in a deep voice, "Stay, disperse." As soon as he said this, the lightning that had been aimed at Zhou Qiong suddenly froze in midair, gradually dissipating. While he couldn't control the entire tribulation cloud, he could still manage one bolt of lightning. The tribulation clouds in the sky rolled violently, not unleashing any lightning for a long time, seemingly in a state of confusion. It had just sent down a bolt of lightning. Why had it disappeared? Slowly the tribulation clouds coalesced into a mass, and in an instant 4 gigantic bolts of lightning struck down, each one 100 times stronger than the first. Zhou Qiong shouted, "Stay." A divine demon ring appeared in his hand, directly smashing into the 4 bolts of lightning. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of 4 massive collisions echoed as the 4 bolts of lightning gradually dissipated. The tribulation clouds seemed to be greatly insulted. The layers of clouds thickened, slowly condensing 4 gigantic lightning dragons, which then merged into a larger lightning dragon. The lightning dragon charged towards Zhou Qiong, filled with a terrifying aura. Even someone at the 5th or 6th layer of the half-saint realm would be reduced to ashes by its attack. The tribulation clouds were truly enraged by Zhou Qiong. After 5 consecutive attacks had failed to hit him, did they still have any face left? The enormous lightning dragon instantly broke through Zhou Qiong's body, encountering no obstacles, directly penetrating him and crashing down towards Qingyang City, resulting in a thunderous explosion that devastated half of the city. Yet Zhou Qiong in midair suffered not a single injury. The tribulation clouds in the sky churned incessantly, the lightning flashing continuously, and finally, seemingly having given up, they slowly dissipated. There was nothing to be done, and the half-saint tribulation clouds could only unleash 9 attacks, and they had already exhausted their quota. The fact that they had never struck Zhou Qiong left them exceedingly furious. They had killed countless beings, yet had never witnessed a tribulation that failed to land a single hit. Below, Zhou Qiong chuckled lightly. Just when the lightning dragon struck, he had used the river and mountains chart to alter the surrounding time, placing himself in the future. How could the lightning dragon possibly hit him? I must say the protagonist's golden finger is indeed useful. After the tribulation clouds dissipated, Zhou Qiong's aura surged directly to the 1st layer of the half-saint realm. Then he vanished again into the sky, appearing once more in the chair within the cave. Merely reaching the 1st layer of the half-saint realm was not enough to satisfy him. The astonishing thunder tribulation above Qingyang City shocked everyone within 1,000 miles. Such a powerful half-saint thunder tribulation. Not even the great martial dynasty had witnessed anything like it within billions of kilometers. All the forces near Qingyang City flew towards it, eager to see who was undergoing the tribulation capable of withstanding such a terrifying thunderstorm. What kind of genius must this be? When the crowd arrived at Qingyang City, they were immediately stunned. Half of the entire city had been obliterated by the thunder tribulation. However, there was not a single living being in the city. Could they all have been killed? That can't be. The crowd thought in confusion. Just as the arriving crowd remained puzzled, a large number of beings appeared outside Qingyang City. Among them, a man dressed in elegant attire looked at the crowd with sorrow and said, "You must seek justice for us, my lords." A man in official robes questioned, "Who are you and what happened here?" He was the lord of Huangshan City, adjacent to Qingyang City. Reporting, "My lords, we are all beings from within Qingyang City, but just half a day ago we were driven out. Not long after we came out, someone began transcending tribulation above Qingyang City. It was utterly inhumane to do so over a city, and half of it was obliterated by the thunder tribulation. Even my shop was destroyed. It's a calamity." The lord of Huangshan City furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you know who that person is?" "My lord, the ones who drove us out had blood lotus flower tattoos on their arms. They must be from the legendary Blood Lotus sect." The man answered again with sorrow. The lord of Huangshan City was taken aback. The Blood Lotus sect was one that had been explicitly mentioned for close monitoring. Now that they had caused such a stir, he must report it to the sovereign immediately. With this thought, the lord of Huangshan City turned and vanished before the crowd. At this moment, a figure in a disheveled state was flying rapidly 100 miles outside the great martial dynasty's city, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with immense rage. It was Zhao Wujie who had escaped. After he crushed the teleportation talisman, he was struck by Zhou Qiong's demon eye. Had he not been in a spatial gap at the time, he would have likely died on the spot. The place he had intended to teleport to was the Wang Mansion in the northern part of the Imperial City, but Zhou Qiong's strike directly shattered the teleportation destination. He initially thought he was doomed, not knowing where he would be sent. To his surprise, he was only teleported less than 200 miles from the Imperial City. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on Zhao Wujie's lips. Zhou Qiong, oh Zhou Qiong, you never expected that I not only survived but also wasn't lost in the teleportation. My luck Zhao Wujie is not to be underestimated. Zhou Qiong was unaware of Zhao Wujie's thoughts. If he had known, he would have been laughed to death. Had it not been for Zhao Wujie's usefulness, Zhou Qiong would have directly used the Heaven Blocker Talisman to strike him down. At this moment, the demon dragon chariot had stopped atop a mountain peak with Zhou Qiong seated inside. In front of him lay a round chair, and upon closer inspection the brilliance emanating from the chair was not as powerful as before. However, Zhou Qiong's aura had grown exponentially stronger, prompting him to open his attributes panel. Character Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi, position leader of the Demon Sect, cultivation half-saint level 4 martial arts, demon divine technique, celestial life and death, hand god and demon eye, 3rd layer of heaven, devouring demon art, demon and words, weapon, divine demon ring, divine demon saber, mount, demon dragon chariot, pet demon dog, Dubai, the chair that could elevate Zhao Wujie directly from the 2nd layer of Daluo to the 6th layer of half-saint, only allowed Zhou Qiong to ascend from the 10th layer of Daluo to the 4th layer of half-saint, highlighting Zhou Qiong's solid foundation. It should be noted that Zhao Wujie is also a protagonist, undoubtedly possessing a talent and foundation superior to most. Zhou Qiong slowly clenched his fist. Even though the first stage of half-saint was a significant hurdle, he was confident he could leap over 1 or 2 levels to engage in battle. Liansheng. Zhou Qiong spoke in a deep voice. Your subordinate is here. Liansheng, who had been standing beside Zhou Qiong, replied solemnly. You should also break through again, ago. Zhou Qiong pointed to the round chair. Understood. Liansheng did not hesitate, or regardless of what Zhou Qiong offered him, he accepted without question, for he had long sold his life to Zhou Qiong. What benefits could he not accept? Liansheng sat in the round chair, his aura beginning to strengthen, continuously progressing through the 3rd layer of Daluo, then the 4th layer. Within less than 2 hours, his cultivation had already reached the critical point of half-saint. Dark clouds began to gather atop the mountain peak, although they were clearly much smaller than Zhou Qiong's tribulation clouds. Liansheng soared out, standing beneath the tribulation clouds with a long sword in hand. The sound of thunder echoed throughout the entire mountain peak, only ceasing after a long time. Dressed in a red robe, Liansheng returned to the chariot, his aura evidently having broken through to half-saint. Zhou Qiong pointed to the chair again. Half-saint level 1 was still too weak for the Grand Supervisor of the... Inside the palace of the Great Wu Empire, a dignified figure sat upon the dragon throne. Beside him stood a pale-faced eunuch dressed in official robes, bowing to the emperor on the throne. Your Majesty, reports have come in that traces of the Blood Lotus sect have appeared in Qingyang City. They have set up a formation within the city, absorbing a significant amount of earth vein energy, and one person is transcending the half-saint tribulation above Qingyang City, destroying half of the city. Cough cough. Can we confirm whether this Blood Lotus sect is related to the Prince of the North? The emperor on the dragon throne coughed a couple of times and asked solemnly. We cannot confirm it yet, but the Prince of the North's heir Zhao Wujie suddenly announced his seclusion 2 days ago, and yesterday someone from the Blood Lotus sect transcended the half-saint tribulation above Qingyang City. The old eunuch replied softly. What movements has the demon sect leader made recently? Reporting to your Majesty, after the demon sect leader left the imperial city, he annihilated a small force newly entering half-saint, and then he disappeared. No further news has come in. For now, do not concern yourself with the demon sect. First, send someone to investigate whether Zhao Wujie is really in seclusion and closely monitor the movements of the Northern Army. Understood. The old eunuch bowed in response, slowly disappearing from the grand hall. The emperor sat on the dragon throne. A series of coughs escaped his lips as he gazed in the direction of the Prince of the North, murmuring softly, Do you really think that just because I am injured I cannot suppress you? The emperor's mind wandered back to the past, tens of thousands of years ago. He, along with the current martial king and the Prince of the North, cultivated together, formed a force and fought for dominance, taking thousands of years to establish the vast Great Wu Empire. After the founding of the nation, he became emperor, bestowing the titles of martial king and Prince of the North upon the other two. It should be noted that the Great Wu Empire has only had these 2 princes up to this day, and the martial king is his own younger brother, so one can imagine his trust in the Prince of the North, which also reflects his confidence in his own strength. After all, he is the only one at the peak of half-saint in the Great Wu Empire, while both the martial king and the Prince of the North are at the 9th layer of half-saint, yet that layer is like a chasm. Afterward, he very much wished to transform the Great Wu Empire into the Great Wu Sovereign Empire, but that would require someone to break through to the Saint Realm, and that person could only be him. 300 years ago, he ventured to explore a secret place to break through to the Saint Realm, but that location turned out to be a dead zone filled with numerous traps. He escaped with his life by the narrowest of margins. However, he was severely injured during that ordeal, and since then he felt that the Prince of the North seemed less than honest. His two sons began learning to lead troops and fight from a young age, and their talents were terrifyingly strong. Helpless, he sent people to kill the two exceptionally talented sons of the Prince of the North. Fabricating the fact of their accidental deaths, indeed, after the two sons died, the Prince of the North quieted down, but about a few decades later Zhou Wujie was born. He had been watching Zhou Wujie closely, and only when he discovered that Zhou Wujie truly lacked talent did he gradually let down his guard, but he still betrothed Li Weiner from the Martial King's residence to him. He remembered the friendship of the past, hoping to maintain stability with the Prince of the North through marriage, but recently Zhou Wujie's sudden outburst and the strange emergence of the Blood Lotus sect made him suspicious again. At this time in the Prince of the North's estate, the prince sat quietly in his study, reading a book, when an old man appeared beside him. "My lord, the heir has indeed not been in seclusion these past few days, but went to Qingyang City, and today he has returned. And Qingyang City is the stronghold of the Blood Lotus sect." Close the book slowly, the Prince of the North said in a deep voice. "Go send people to kill all remnants of the Blood Lotus sect, leaving none behind. Wujie is about to marry the princess of the Martial King's residence. There must be no complications." "Yes." The old man nodded and disappeared from the study. The Prince of the North gazed outside, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. He bore no ill intentions, but the injured emperor was wary of him. He hoped that after Zhou Wujie married Li Weiner, everything would return to normal. Meanwhile, Zhou Wujie, who was recuperating in his room, was unaware that the Blood Lotus sect he had worked hard to establish over the past year had not only failed to fulfill its plans, but had also been taken advantage of by Zhou Qiong, and all other disciples had been exterminated by his father's men. At this moment, 1,000 miles away from Qingyang City, a large group of people dressed in black suddenly appeared beneath a mountain peak. They were the members of the demon sect who had come in response to the orders. One of them scratched his head and said, "Great Protector, what do you think the sect master wants us to do here? Is there some secret to this mountain peak?" "I do not know, but there must be a reason for the sect master to send us here. Demon Tiger King, you can ask the sect master yourself when you go up." "No need. I'm just curious." Demon Tiger King scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. He dared not ask the Great Protector, let alone the sect master. That would be just looking for trouble.